Chapter 1. The Mercenary System of All Realms. In the first examination hall of the Konoha Ninja Academy, a black-haired boy clad in garments adorned with the emblem of the Uchiha clan sauntered in. The Chunin instructor, donning a headscarf, glanced at the form in hand, confirming the candidate's information before elucidating the assessment's requirements to the black-haired youth. The graduation exam consists of the 3 body techniques. The shadow clone technique necessitates the creation of 4 clones. The substitution technique requires the use of the substitute wooden dummy located on the right side of the floor, and the transformation technique demands that you take on my appearance. Do you understand? Understood, the black-haired boy replied, and without any visible gestures, a resounding bang echoed as 5 identical youths materialized on the field following this. The substitution technique was executed, with the central boy vanishing from his original position, instantaneously appearing at the spot where the substitute wooden dummy had been placed finally, amidst a cloud of smoke. The headscarf-wearing instructor reappeared in the arena. Your performance in the 3 body techniques is satisfactory. Congratulations on passing the assessment. The instructor regarded the scene with approval, stamping the assessment form with a seal of approval before handing the Konoha forehead protector to the black-haired boy, who had just dispelled the transformation. The boy, named Uchiha Hakai, was a ninja from the Uchiha clan, one of the 2 prominent clans in Konoha today. He participated in the unified graduation examination alongside dozens of other students, successfully passing the assessment. With an expression devoid of emotion, Uchiha Hakai accepted the forehead protector and, like the majority of ninjas, tied it around his forehead without looking back. He exited the Ninja Academy, completing the graduation process as per village regulations, registering his information, and officially becoming a genin of Konoha. That evening, Uchiha Hakai returned to his solitary home, closed the door, and gazed at the electronic calendar on the wall displaying the date, Konoha year 55, March 1st. A deep sense of bitterness welled up within him. Sigh. Just over a year remains. I truly am unfortunate with so many ninja clans in Konoha. Why did I have to be born into the Uchiha clan? The source of Uchiha Hakai's lamentation stemmed from the impending Uchiha clan massacre set to occur in a year's time. As a legitimate member of the Uchiha family, he would undoubtedly become a target for extermination. As for how Uchiha Hakai was aware of event a year in advance, it was because he was a transmigrator. 2 months prior, he had been an ordinary office worker on Earth. But for reasons unknown, he awoke to find himself in a Naruto world, having become a boy named Uchiha Hakai. As one of the most popular anime of his previous life, he had avidly followed Naruto, retaining vivid memories of significant events from the original narrative. Once he regained his composure, he recalled the matter that directly pertained to his personal safety. Thus, Uchiha Hakai began to delve into the memories of his original self and discovered even more disheartening truths. The original body was 12 years old, and both of his parents had long perished on missions. Although he was in the same ninja academy cohort as Uchiha Itachi, the disparity between them was akin to that between a firefly and the bright moon, completely incomparable. The extraordinarily gifted Uchiha Itachi graduated from the Ninja Academy within a year and became a Chunin at the age of 10 recently. Following the death of Shursui, he awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, emerging as a powerful ninja on par with the Hokage. In contrast, the original body, lacking aptitude and overly fond of play, had squandered 6 years at the academy and had yet to graduate by the time Uchiha Hakai transmigrated. In a bid to safeguard his life, Uchiha Hakai resolved to exert himself in training, focusing on body techniques and the foundational 3 body techniques, along with the slightly more advanced crank fire style, Great Fireball technique. 1 week later, Uchiha Hakai mastered the most basic body techniques and ninja tool throwing techniques. 2 weeks later, he became proficient in the 3 body techniques, reaching a level where he could perform them without hand seals, and a month later, he fully grasped the crank fire style, Great Fireball technique, enabling him to adjust his chakra output to unleash fireballs of varying potency. Having consolidated all of his current abilities, Uchiha Hakai submitted his graduation application to his homeroom teacher. Without hesitation, he had no intention of wasting the limited time left at the academy. He wished to rapidly enhance his strength through genuine combat, striving to carve out a sliver of survival for himself. Enough of these futile thoughts, it's time to commence my training as planned. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Hakai refrained from further lamentations and settled into a meditative posture to refine his chakra. Perhaps due to the fusion of souls following his transmigration, Uchiha Hakai's mental fortitude had significantly improved compared to that of his original self. He found chakra refinement to be quite manageable, and within merely 2 months, he had elevated his chakra capacity to the peak of a genin. That night, Uchiha Hakai prepared to continue refining his chakra, aiming to advance further and elevate his chakra capacity to that of a chunin. An hour later, as fatigue from chakra extraction washed over him, a surge of power coursed through his weary body, manifesting as a purer and denser chakra within him. I've finally reached chunin level. My strength has increased by 2 tiers, and I can now utilize the Great Fireball technique several more times. Uchiha Hakai opened his eyes, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and stood up, exhilarated, ready to take a moment's rest before preparing a sumptuous dinner to reward himself. Wait, my chakra! Suddenly, Uchiha Hakai felt the chakra brimming within his meridians slip from his control, propelled by an inexplicable force towards his brain, vanishing into the depths of an unknown realm within his mind. What is happening? Where has my chakra gone? Am I about to awaken my eyes? But that doesn't make sense if I were awakening the Sharingan. The chakra should be flowing towards my eyes. Just as Uchiha Hakai was engulfed in confusion, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Energy replenishment complete, initiating system self-check procedure. Self-check complete, system integrity at 100, detecting host system fusion commencing. Fusion progress 510-509-0100. System binding successful. The mercenary system of all realms is now officially activated. Notice, mentally recite system to access the system interface. We wish you a pleasant experience. After the mechanical voice fell silent, Uchiha Hakai, once again regaining his composure, allowed a long-lost smile to grace his face, bursting into jubilant laughter. It seems my luck isn't all that bad after all. I've finally received my golden finger. Having been steeped in the world of web novels in his previous life, Uchiha Hakai was no stranger to the concept of transmigration accompanied by systems, golden fingers, and fortuitous encounters, and he embraced it with ease. Following the mechanical voice's guidance, Uchiha Hakai mentally recited system, activating his newfound golden finger. Chapter 2. The First Mercenary Mission. Uchiha Hakai's golden finger was known as the mercenary system of all realms. The system interface consisted of 3 main categories: basic information, mercenary missions, and the all-realm all. The mercenary missions category was further divided into the task board and task release sections, while the all-realm all was split into purchase and redemption subcategories. Uchiha Hakai accessed the basic information section with his mind, and the system promptly displayed his status. Host, Uchiha Hakai. Mercenary level, Black Iron. Combat power level, Black Iron low tier. Task points, 0-100. System coins, 0. The basic information section surprised Uchiha Hakai somewhat. He had anticipated a more elaborate display of attributes, skills, items, pets, and combat power, but was instead met with these few straightforward entries. Following the system's prompts, Uchiha Hakai reviewed each item, gradually grasping the purpose of the mercenary system of all realms. The mercenary level, as its name implies, denoted Uchiha Hakai's current rank as a mercenary. The levels of mercenaries were divided into 6 tiers. Above the current Black Iron level were Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, and the highest rank King. Each level conferred different privileges. For instance, the Black Iron rank afforded a storage space of 10 cubic meters, permitting acceptance of tasks at the Silver rank or lower upon task completion. The system would deduct a 30 commission in system coins, and a 20 handling fee would be charged for item redemption. Conversely, the Bronze rank, above Black Iron, offered 20 cubic meters of storage space, allowing acceptance of Gold rank tasks, while reducing commissions and handling fees to 25 and 15, respectively. This pattern continued up to the highest King rank, which boasted 500 cubic meters of storage space, enabling the acceptance of tasks of all ranks, with commissions and handling fees reduced to a mere 5 and 3. The combat power level represented a basic evaluation of the host's abilities, excluding any explosive power under special conditions, and served merely as a reference for selecting tasks suited to his strength. Task points were awarded upon task completion, in addition to the bounty rewards, representing points granted by the system. Points could be used to elevate the mercenary's rank, with different tasks yielding varying amounts of points upon accumulating a sufficient quantity. He could promote his mercenary level to the next tier. System coins are the rewards obtained upon completion of tasks. Serving as the foundational currency for transactions within the Myriad Realms marketplace, they could be used to procure items from the store or to commission tasks, thus facilitating the circulation of the system's currency. The task list refreshes randomly according to the length, time, and space, with an unpredictable schedule, presenting varying quantities and levels of tasks each time upon accepting a task. One may proceed to the designated time, complete the task, and return to receive corresponding rewards. Issuing tasks is an option for the host to enlist individuals from the vast multiverse, offering system coins or items as remuneration for their services. The Myriad Realms marketplace is the venue for purchasing items using system coins, and it also features a recycling option for selling acquired items. However, due to the current zero balance of system coins for Uchiha Heian, access to the marketplace is temporarily restricted, awaiting the completion of a task to explore its offerings. In simple terms, the Myriad Mercenary System serves as a golden key for traversing the infinite realms to complete tasks and subsequently enhance one's abilities through rewards. Having grasped the nature of his newfound key, Uchiha Heian finally breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that his prior efforts were merely a means to numb his desperate struggles. Given the limitations of his current physique and the environment he previously inhabited, the notion of attaining the strength to rival Uchiha Itachi within a year seemed utterly fantastical and entirely unattainable. However, the emergence of the Myriad Mercenary System instilled Uchiha Heian with immense confidence, illuminating the possibility of surviving the night of his clan's massacre. Consequently, he resolved to exert every effort solely to preserve his life. Calming his excited heart, Uchiha Heian accessed the task list to review the 3 tasks currently available. 1. Eliminate the Golden Horned Behemoth. Slay the Bronze Tier lower grade monster, the Golden Horned Behemoth. Issuer, Home. Task Time Space. Devouring the Starry Sky. Task Remuneration, 850 coins. Marksmanship of World Annihilation. Task Points, 120. Task Level, Bronze. To protect the employer. Safeguard Dr. Jack Byron as he ventures to the Satan Basin to collect Blood Orchid. Issuer, Dr. Jack Byron. Task Time Space, Anaconda Disaster 2. Task Remuneration, 6 coins, $50,000. Task Points, 7. Task Level, Black Iron. 3. Eliminate King Kong. Defeat the mutated gorilla wreaking havoc in New York. Issuer, the White House. Task Time Space, King Kong. Task Remuneration, 18 coins, $500,000. Task Points, 17. Task Level, Black Iron. All 3 mercenary tasks were within Uchiha Heian's authority to undertake, and the respective time spaces were familiar to him from previous films and novels. Upon comparing the information from his memory, it became evident that although the bronze and black iron levels differ by just 1 tier, the required strength to complete the tasks varies significantly. The bronze tier lower grade, Golden Horned Behemoth, classified in the original work as a stellar level 7 entity, is nearly on par with the ultimate antagonist, Kagaya Otsutsuki. With his mere genin capabilities, Uchiha Heian could hardly inflict harm upon the Golden Horned Behemoth, let alone slay it. Although the King Kong possesses no supernatural abilities, its mutated physical prowess rivals that of elite shinobi or even shadow-level warriors within the Naruto universe, clearly beyond Uchiha Heian's current capabilities. In Anaconda Disaster 2, the most formidable beings are the colossal snakes that have transcended their physical limits after consuming blood orchids. While their individual strength surpasses that of an ordinary person, their intelligence remains quite low. Uchiha Heian felt confident that he could eliminate them one by one, provided he was not besieged by a horde of giant snakes. Without the slightest hesitation, Uchiha Heian decisively opted to accept the second task, and soon thereafter, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Host has accepted the task of protecting the employer. The time-space link is established. Shall we proceed with immediate transportation? Wait, Uchiha Heian replied, opting to prepare before traversing into the task's world. He retrieved his few remaining soldier rations and a dozen small ninja tools, stowing them in his ninja gear pouch. He then took out the fine steel blade left by his parents and sharpened it to a fine edge. Finally, he stored the most precious of his family's blevel and 2 clevel jutsu training scrolls into the system space before mentally uttering, "Commence transportation." Transportation initiated. Uchiha Heian's form vanished from his home, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a modern-style reception room. Simultaneously, a rush of information flooded into Uchiha Heian's consciousness. Chapter 3. The task begins. The host's background has been altered to that of an underground world mercenary, having accepted the employment of Dr. Jack Byron, head of the Rainforest Exploration Technology Team at Byron Mitch Biotech Company, tasked with protecting him as he gathers blood orchids in Borneo. At the current time point, the Rainforest Exploration Team is 1 hour away from boarding. Note: throughout all tasks, the host gains proficiency in the world's major languages. Hey buddy, that outfit looks really cool. Just as Uchiha Heian finished processing this information, a young black man pushed open the door and entered, his eyes widening in astonishment at Uchiha Heian's ninja attire. He then enthusiastically inquired, "We're about to depart. Are you ready?" Uchiha Heian recognized him as the fortunate individual who had barely managed to survive until the end of the film. That he immediately rose to his feet, chuckling lightly as he replied, "Of course. Anytime. Then let us proceed. Dr. Jack can hardly wait." Under the guidance of a friendly young African-American, Uchiha Heian joined the members of the Rainforest Exploration Technology Team as they made their way to the airport, embarking on a flight to Borneo. Along the journey, through the amiable introductions of the affable young man named Kier, Uchiha Heian gleaned information about the entire team. There was the brilliant scientist Dr. Jack Byron, along with his beautiful assistant, Sam Rogers, the robust African-American, Jordan Mitchell, who managed the team's finances, the expedition supervisor, Gail Stein, the team doctor, Ben Dog, and Kier Burris, who was responsible for route planning. Except for Kier, the others regarded Uchiha Heian with skepticism. Even Dr. Jack Byron, who had posted the mission on the black market, harbored doubts about whether he had been deceived, for Uchiha Heian appeared to be merely an ordinary middle school student. Uchiha Heian chose not to provide any explanations, knowing he would have ample opportunities to prove his capabilities in due time, and continued to focus on his training. A day later, the group arrived in Palong Province, Borneo, preparing to board a pre-rented passenger boat to reach the rainforest where the blood orchid flourished. The expedition team as surprise. This year's rainy season had arrived early, causing rivers to swell and inundate previously safe routes. Consequently, all passenger shipping companies halted their services, refunding even the pre-booked vessels along with compensation. Damn it, there's only 1 week left for the blooming period of the blood orchid. Upon receiving this news, Dr. Jack Byron slammed his fist against the wall, unwilling to relinquish the hard-won opportunity to find the blood orchid. Fortunately, at that moment, the beautiful assistant Sam approached, sharing information she had gleaned from the locals. A local captain named Jean Song was reportedly willing to take anyone upstream, provided they could pay a sufficient sum in dollars. Let us find him immediately. Determined to catch the final blooming period, Dr. Jack Byron decisively headed to a bustling bar with Uchiha Heian in tow, where they located the private captain known locally as Jean Song, whose real name was Bill Johnson. After some bargaining, Dr. Jack Byron hired Bill's vessel for $50,000. The next day, Uchiha Heian and the team boarded Bill's boat, the Bloody Mary, setting sail toward the upstream rainforest. Though the name Bloody Mary conjured images of a luxurious cruise liner, in reality, it was a dilapidated vessel patched with iron sheets, its cramped quarters growing even more congested with the addition of their group. The humid tropical climate posed some discomfort for Uchiha Heian, who was accustomed to the dry temperate regions, yet it had little impact on his combat capabilities. Finally, when the weather cleared, Uchiha Heian leaped onto the boat's roof, collecting fallen leaves to practice his control over primal energy by separating the leaf veins from the leaf flesh. Primal energy was a benefit acquired after activating the system, allowing the host's original energy attributes to be replaced with a primordial chaotic attribute capable of integrating and simulating energies from various realms, thus enabling the host to enhance their strength using items from different times and spaces. Although the energy's attributes transformed into primal energy, the quality and total amount remained unchanged. Uchiha Heian's energy quality still comprised chakra. Only when he later acquired higher-tier energy sources, such as natural energy or from the, could he elevate the quality of his primal energy to commensurate levels. Before long, the other members of the expedition began to gather under the front deck as shelter to catch their breath while discussing their upcoming itinerary. We will navigate through the main river channel, enter the Man River Channel, and finally turn at the bifurcation to reach our destination. I'm a genius. The loquacious youth here began to take out his notebook, proudly outlining the route he had planned. Then let us choose this path. Dr. Jack Byron expressed his trust in Kier's abilities and turned to Captain Bill, asking, "Can you get us there in 3 days?" "Rest assured, I will deliver you safely," replied Captain Bill, exuding confidence from his years of navigating the rivers, unaware of the horrifying entities that awaited them at their destination. Just as Uchiha Heian exhausted all the leaves and prepared to engage in physical training, a sudden scream erupted from the cabin. Confused, Uchiha Heian leaped down from the roof to stand protectively in front of Dr. Jack Byron. The group anxiously gazed toward the cabin, with the muscular African-American Jordan shouting, "What happened?" The supervisor, Gail, burst out of the cabin, collapsing into Jordan's chest. Panic-stricken as she pointed toward the cabin and exclaimed, "Something attacked me. There's something in there." Uchiha Heian's sole mission was to ensure Dr. Jack Byron's safety, so he refrained from leaving his employer to investigate the cabin. Captain Bill, however, doubted that anything could infiltrate his little boat and, disregarding the others' protests, ventured inside the cabin on his own. Yet Uchiha Heian soon recalled events from the plot, glancing at Gale, who was on the verge of tears, before jumping back onto the roof to resume his fundamental training. Shortly thereafter, Captain Bill emerged, cradling a black and white capuchin monkey, cheerfully teasing, "Hey, beauty, my little gang was frightened by you." Upon discovering the attacker was merely an adorable pet, the group relaxed, playfully teasing a flustered Gale, embarrassed under their gaze. Gale blushed and hurriedly departed from Jordan's embrace, casting a fierce glare at Captain Bill and little gang before retreating into the cabin. Captain Bill shrugged, setting the monkey down and returning to the front deck to rest, though he couldn't help but feel curious about Uchiha Heian's swift and decisive actions. As evening fell, Captain Bill prepared a sumptuous feast of fish he had caught during the day's journey. However, Uchiha Heian opted out of the lavish meal prepared by Captain Bill, instead retrieving packaged food he had personally purchased from a city shop before boarding. Consuming a few bites before retreating to the cabin for some much-needed rest, late into the night, amidst a light slumber, Uchiha Heian opened his eyes, careful not to disturb anyone, and silently leaped onto the roof. Gazing at the pitch-black forest along the riverbank, Uchiha Heian frowned slightly, murmuring, "I didn't expect to encounter giant pythons here. It seems the number of these serpents in the rainforest far exceeds that depicted in the film." Upon further reflection, he found this entirely reasonable. After all, films from his previous life had utilized special effects, and given the technology of the time, creating numerous giant pythons would have been prohibitively expensive. Few investors would have been willing to finance such a venture. Yet here, in the real world, the pythons had proliferated significantly over the years. Nevertheless, Uchiha Heian remained confident in ensuring Dr. Jack Byron's safety, provided the doctor did not engage in self-destructive behavior, after a while guarding the roof. Once the mutated giant python in the forest had departed, Uchiha Heian returned to the cabin to rest. The night passed without incident until the following morning, when an urgent cry for help shattered the tranquility aboard the Bloody Mary. Chapter 4. The emergence of strength. As dawn broke, the gentle sunlight rose above the horizon, illuminating the Bloody Mary drifting in the river's embrace. It appeared today would be a splendid day. The clear weather lifted Uchiha Heian's spirits as he sat atop the boat, unrolling the training scroll for the C-grade fire release technique, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, a relic from his parents, after a night of rest. The members of the expedition team gradually awakened, engaging in their morning routines, washing up, eating breakfast, and attending to their respective tasks. "Hello? Can you hear me? How about now? Can you hear me?" Gale, responsible for monitoring the expedition team's activities, needed to report the latest developments to the higher-ups. However, amidst the remote tropical rainforest, receiving a signal proved exceedingly difficult. She could only roam around, seeking areas with slightly better reception to attempt communication with the personnel on the other end of the line. Oh, this damned rainforest. Ultimately, after failing to establish a successful connection, Gale cursed under her breath, forcefully pressing the hang-up button on her phone, leaning against the boat's railing in frustration as fate would have it. Her misfortune was compounded when she leaned against the bowside door connecting the gangplank to the dock, whether it was due to negligence in securing it or the long-overdue maintenance of the Bloody Mary. The bowside door suddenly swung open under her weight. Unprepared, Gale lost her balance and fell into the murky river with a splash. "Help! Save me!" As Gale fell into the river, she struggled and cried out for help, throwing the expedition team into a state of disarray, causing the scene to become quite chaotic. Uchiha Yuhiko immediately ceased his training in ninjutsu, retracting the scrolls into the system space, and hurried to the side of Dr. Jack, ensuring his safety. At that moment, the burly Jordan also came to his senses and shouted to the sailor H1, who was at the helm of the Bloody Mary, "Hey, mate, stop the boat." H1, a skilled helmsman, swiftly brought the vessel to a halt upon hearing the command. The others rushed to the stern, ready to rescue the floundering Gale. Although Gale was capable of swimming, her earlier cries were merely instinctive reactions. Once she regained her composure, she began to swim towards the back of the boat. Seeing that she was unharmed, the group finally felt relieved. "Hey, Gale, isn't the signal underwater better than on the boat?" "You bastard Jordan, once I get back up, I'll kick you down and see for myself." Jordan, who had always had a somewhat contentious relationship with Gale, teased her as she struggled, inciting her displeasure and anger. And she resolved to teach him a lesson once she was aboard. Just as the others prepared to join in on the jest, Uchiha Yuhiko, guarding Dr. Jack, suddenly leaped up, drawing a kunai from the ninja tool pouch strapped to his thigh, and jumped towards a position behind Gale. The bewilderment of the onlookers, Yuhiko's kunai was the first to strike, piercing the head of a large crocodile that had surged from beneath the surface, swiftly extinguishing its life with a decisive twist. After dispatching the crocodile, Yuhiko grasped Gale's arm with his left hand, using the crocodile's carcass as leverage to vault her back onto the deck at the stern. It was only then that everyone realized there had been a crocodile lurking beneath the water, poised to ambush Gale, and Uchiha Yuhiko had emerged as her savior. The slender figure of Yuhiko stood in stark contrast to the massive corpse of the crocodile. And had it not been for the eyewitness accounts of the others, they would hardly have believed such a feat was possible for him. But oh my God, look what I've discovered. "Mate, are you Superman?" the loquacious Kyle exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the composed Uchiha Yuhiko. "I am no Superman. You may regard it as a form of Chinese martial arts," Yuhiko replied, choosing not to elaborate further and instead offering a vague explanation that would be easily comprehensible to foreigners, before leaping back onto the roof of the boat, leaving the group in varied states of astonishment. After the vessel continued its journey, Yuhiko glanced back at the crocodile's carcass, now consumed by a giant python, shook his head, and resumed his studies in ninjutsu. Although Gale was a strong woman, she had never before faced such peril, and the memory of the crocodile's gaping maw still sent shivers down her spine. With Sam's comforting words, Gale gradually calmed and looked gratefully toward the top of the boat, feeling a twinge of guilt. From the outset, she had held Uchiha Yuhiko in disdain, considering him a mere liability within the team. Now, it seemed her arrogance had been misplaced. The daylight hours swiftly came to an end, and the night fell once again, accompanied by torrential rain. That if there was any distinction from the previous night, it was that the way the group looked at Uchiha Yuhiko had entirely transformed. Through his remarkable prowess, Yuhiko earned the respect of everyone aboard. The only minor annoyance being the incessant Kyle, who relentlessly pursued Yuhiko, eager to learn about Chinese martial arts. After finally concocting several excuses to dispatch Kyle, Yuhiko found a moment of peace, consumed a bit of food, and retreated to the cabin for some rest. In the dead of night, Yuhiko was stirred from a light slumber by the sounds of Dr. Jack's movements, and upon noticing him leaving the cabin toward the deck, Yuhiko rose to follow. Concerned for his safety, he discovered Dr. Jack engaged in conversation with Captain Bill as they made their way toward the control room. Upon recognizing Yuhiko, Captain Bill invited him to join them, and after a glance at Dr. Jack, Yuhiko accepted the invitation. Once in the control room, Captain Bill pointed to the rushing waters of the Man River outside the Bloody Mary, saying, "We are in trouble. The water level is rising much faster than anticipated. The Man River is now exceedingly perilous, and I believe we need to turn back to seek an alternative route, though this may take several additional days." "Do you know what those blood orchid flowers represent? They are the greatest discovery in medical history," and we do not have the luxury of time to squander. Dr. Jack, nearly desperate for the blood orchid, rejected Captain Bill's proposal, insisting they continue on their original course. That sounds impressive, but what does it mean to me? A significant medical discovery holds no value to Captain Bill, at least not compared to the allure of colorful bills. If I must risk a perilous crossing of the Man River, then I expect a bit more money. Fine, I'll personally offer you $50,000, Captain Bill replied, to which Dr. Jack agreed without hesitation. Deal, but should trouble arise, you all must heed my commands. Captain Bill gazed at Uchiha Yuhiko, whom he regarded as enigmatic, awaiting his response. I am solely responsible for safeguarding Dr. Jack. Everything else is beyond my concern. Yuhiko had no objections, as long as he could fulfill his mission. Had he known the precise location of the blood orchid, he would not have allowed Dr. Jack on board. He would have ventured alone to procure the flowers himself. All right then, it's settled. With the negotiations concluded, Captain Bill, feeling elated by the unexpected gain, celebrated with a flask of liquor. Uchiha Yuhiko accompanied Dr. Jack back to the cabin to rest, replenishing their energy for the journey ahead. Chapter 5. The Python emerges. Another new day dawned, marking the first direct encounter of the expedition team with the mutated python. As per the original narrative, Uchiha Yuhiko, aware of the forthcoming events, ensured the vessel did not stray from the crucial fork in the river. The Bloody Mary, therefore, did not plunge into the waterfall as depicted in the original tale, and the expedition team continued to navigate safely along their designated route. Mr. Yuhiko, are you still adjusting to life aboard the ship? I have some macadamia nuts. Would you care for some? In gratitude for Yuhiko's life-saving efforts, Gale had been exceedingly warm towards him since the previous day, frequently engaging him in conversation and occasionally offering him tasty snacks. Thank you, but I am not particularly fond of snacks, Yuhiko replied, putting away his scrolls and shaking his head in refusal. All right, I believe Sam will surely enjoy these. Gale tucked the snacks away and was about to hand them to Sam when she suddenly pointed towards the edge of the forest along the riverbank, exclaiming in terror, "Oh my God! What is that?" The others followed her gaze and discovered a mutated python measuring over 20 meters in length, using its immense body to constrict a ferocious wild boar. The ever-chattering Kyle, frightened, hid behind Uchiha Yuhiko, exclaiming in panic, "My God, am I dreaming? What in the world is that? How can there be such a massive python?" Dr. Jack, observing the distant python, was not particularly frightened. Instead, excitement gleamed in his eyes, clearly having spotted something intriguing. That must be the mutated green anaconda. Keep quiet. We need to move quickly. Captain Bill, a former soldier familiar with the fauna of the tropical rainforest, was aware that such mutations occasionally occurred in the jungle, and thus remained composed. He promptly returned to the control room, increasing the boat's speed to swiftly distance themselves from the perilous forest. Once they were away from the jungle, the group still struggled to shake off the shock brought by the mutated python. The atmosphere aboard the vessel grew tense until Kyle once again approached Yuhiko. "Hey, mate, does your amazing Chinese martial arts have what it takes to handle such a monster?" Kyle looked at Yuhiko with eager anticipation, hoping for a reassuring answer to alleviate his anxiety. Rest assured, dealing with it should not pose a problem. As expected, upon hearing Yuhiko's response, the group's apprehension subsided. If even the strongest Yuhiko could not contend with the mutated python, many aboard would likely opt to abandon this perilous expedition. Dr. Jack cast a grateful glance at Yuhiko, then spoke with stirring words to calm the others. "Folks, danger and opportunity coexist, as long as we succeed. The future holds everything we desired." As soon as Dr. Jack's voice faded, the burly Jordan echoed, "Jack is absolutely correct. Everything is worth it. Just think, if each of us requires a single pill daily, even at a mere $1 per pill, we would become billionaires. Well then, my affluent friends, should you strike it rich, do not forget your humble captain. Do send me a sum to procure a new Bloody Mary," Captain Bill quipped, returning from the helm. Noticing the somewhat stagnant atmosphere, he lightened the mood with a jest. After a few playful exchanges, the ambience on the deck revitalized, prompting Uchiha Yenhui to return to the ship's top to continue his training. A day later, the expedition team arrived at the Satan Basin, where the Bloody Mary moored at the forest's edge. Uchiha Yenhui was the first to venture into the woods, and after confirming there were no immediate dangers nearby, the team members disembarked one by one. All right, guests, this is your destination. I wish you a successful endeavor. Once the expedition team has landed, Captain Bill stood on the deck, bidding farewell to everyone. should you require my assistance upon your return. I shall extend a 10% discount. It's settled then, you cunning merchant. Jordan, in charge of finances, jested, hoisting a positioning device for Kier before joining the team as they stepped into the shadowy depths of the forest. Upon entering the woods, Uchiha Yenhui felt a departure from the previous ease, adopting a more cautious demeanor. Knowing that the following period was crucial to their mission, the primordial forest was perilous for the expedition team. Teeming with mutated giant pythons and various seemingly innocuous, yet lethal creatures, such as the highly toxic poison dart frog and the voracious army ants, amidst the astonished gazes of the others. Uchiha Yenhui drew forth his steel katana, positioning himself protectively beside the cautiously traversing Dr. Jack, refusing to let his guard down. In the rainy season, the rainforest floor was exceedingly slippery, and after laboriously advancing 2 kilometers, the expedition team was forced to halt. Observing the muddy terrain ahead, formed by torrential rains, Dr. Jack muttered under his breath and commanded Kier, the route planner, reassess the route. Our time is limited. Very well, Doctor, but as you know, this is merely a simulated path. Whether it can be traversed is beyond my control, Kier replied, rambling as he manipulated the device in his hands, soon producing a new route map. The new path was significantly longer, extending the journey by nearly half a day. In a bid to harvest the blood orchid as swiftly as possible, Dr. Jack granted the team only half an hour's respite before they set off once more. Halt. Stay here and do not move until I return. With keen senses, Uchiha Yenhui detected the faint sounds of a giant python slithering in the distance, instructing the expedition team to remain still as he proceeded alone. Preparing to confront the creature before it encountered the group, but a 20-meter-long, mutated giant python flicked its tongue, winding its way through the rainforest in search of its next meal, unfazed by the slight heat source approaching. The mutated python continued its leisurely crawl toward its usual hunting grounds. Suddenly, it sensed the heat source accelerate towards it, and before it could react, its body felt an abrupt loss of control, followed by a sharp pain in its head, leading to instant unconsciousness. Standing beside the fallen python, Uchiha Yenhui took a few deep breaths to steady his racing heart, while the explosive energy technique provided a fleeting surge of strength. It also imposed greater strain on his body. He realized he would need to intensify his physical training moving forward. Extracting the python's gallbladder, he stored it in his inventory, then wiped the blood from his katana and kicked the severed body into a nearby mire. After attending to these matters, Uchiha Yenhui returned to the expedition team, continuing their journey towards the target under his protection. In the ensuing stretch, Uchiha Yenhui encountered over a dozen solitary mutated pythons. Dispatching them one by one and acquiring a significant number of mutated python gallbladders, the team ventured deeper. The frequency of mutated pythons increased, with several pairs observed in the same vicinity. If Uchiha Yenhui's instincts were correct, they were nearing the mutated python's lair, the very location where the blood orchid flourished. Chapter 6. Serpent's Den of blood orchids. Deep within the rainforest, a battle had just subsided. The expedition team members stared in disbelief at Uchiha Yenhui and the 3 carcasses of mutated pythons scattered across the ground. In just a matter of seconds, Uchiha Yenhui had dispatched the 3 colossal creatures at the cost of a minor injury to his left arm. Surpassing any ordinary expectations, they truly felt their long-held worldviews had been profoundly shaken, unable to believe that such extraordinary power resided within Uchiha Yenhui's slender frame. Not long before, the expedition team had been traversing near a small pond filled by rainwater, drawing ever closer to the mutated python's den under the satellite system's guidance. Surprisingly, this seemingly shallow pond connected to the python's lair, serving as one of their frequently used passageways. The team approached the pond. 3 pythons, moving in tandem, suddenly erupted from the water, launching an immediate assault upon the startled group. Caught off guard by this unforeseen event, the expedition team was rendered speechless, unable even to scream, let alone evade the mutant python's onslaught. Noticing Dr. Jack frozen in place, Uchiha Yenhui muttered a curse at his ineptitude, swallowing a military ration pill, and, empowered by its effects, charged forth to engage the pythons head-on, employing the energy explosion technique thrice, without concern for consumption. Uchiha Yenhui's strength surged momentarily to the level of a mid-tier ninja, and taking advantage of the python's underestimation of him, he swiftly annihilated them. Breathing heavily, Uchiha Yenhui wiped the sweat from his brow. Reflecting on the recent skirmish, while it may have appeared effortless, it had depleted a considerable amount of his stamina and chakra, leaving him without any energy-restoring military ration pills. Moreover, his ordinary steel katana, having endured repeated chakra infusions, was now marred with several fine cracks. If he engaged in further combat, it would inevitably shatter, placing him in an even more precarious situation. Oh dear, this place is far too perilous. No, I must return. We need to leave this cursed location at once. Jack, Jordan, Sam, let us vacate this treacherous place. I do not wish to die. I have yet to accomplish so much. The incessantly talkative Kier, overwhelmed by the fear of death, began to unravel, desperately pleading to escape the rainforest fraught with hidden dangers. Calm down, Kier. We are almost there. Just hold on a bit longer. Once we secure the blood orchid, we will depart, Dr. Jack reassured him, attempting to instill composure. No, I no longer desire the blood orchid. I simply want to return. Please, let me go back. Yanhui, will you take me back? I will give you all my money. Kier fervently implored Uchiha Yanhui, vehemently opposing Dr. Jack's reassurances. Jack, I believe we should leave. This place is undeniably hazardous. Even Yanhui has sustained injuries. If we encounter more of these beasts, we will all perish. Gale, who had been skeptical of the expedition from the outset, quickly seconded Kier's proposal. No, success is within reach. I will not abandon our quest for the blood orchid, Dr. Jack declared, pouring his heart and soul into the project. He would not relent without achieving their objective. He turned to Uchiha Yanhui and asked, My friend, you will continue to protect me, won't you? Of course, it is my duty, Uchiha Yanhui affirmed with a nod. Bolstered by Uchiha Yanhui's assurance, Dr. Jack grew more resolute, speaking in a half-threatening, half-teasing manner. Did you hear that, team? Yanhui and I will press on. If you wish to return, you must navigate the rainforest on your own. The other members of the expedition team found it impossible to consider leaving the protection of Uchiha Yanhui to return to the riverbank. Seeing Uchiha Yanhui steadfastly standing by Dr. Jack, the group resigned themselves to accompany him for the final leg of the journey. Once everyone had regained their composure, Uchiha Yanhui approached Dr. Jack and inquired, Dr. Jack, how much farther until we arrive? Approximately 3 kilometers remain, but we must conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain the precise location of the growth, Dr. Jack replied. Although Dr. Jack harbored a profound fear of the perilous rainforest, he resolutely persevered for the sake of his ambitions. 3 kilometers, murmured Uchiha Hanyu, observing the team, now utterly encumbered and resembling a burden amidst the dense foliage. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Uchiha Hanyu promptly proposed to Dr. Jack, how about this, Doctor? You and the others retreat to the small cave we passed earlier, seal it off, and await my return. I shall venture forth alone to collect the blood orchid, with my speed. I assure you, I will soon gather an ample supply. Very well, Dr. Jack replied, visibly intrigued by Uchiha Hanyu's suggestion, and after some contemplation, he consented. Under Uchiha Hanyu's protection, the expedition team retraced their steps to a lowly cave, blocking its entrance with massive stones and earth, leaving only a few fist-sized air holes. They then sat quietly inside, awaiting Uchiha Hanyu's return. Freed from the expedition team's encumbrance, Uchiha Hanyu could now act with agility, leaping into the towering canopy to search for the blood orchid as directed by Dr. Jack. That it wasn't long before he stumbled upon an underground serpent lair, entwined with numerous mutated giant pythons. And above it, the blood orchids clung to the rocky walls, scattered across various positions on the walls. Uchiha Hanyu estimated there were over 300 blossoms, after storing Dr. Jack's designated bag for the blood orchids within his system space. Uchiha Hanyu suppressed his presence and stealthily approached the rocky wall. Perhaps the warmth emanating from Uchiha Hanyu was too feeble, or perhaps the mutated pythons were preoccupied with mating. They paid no heed to his arrival. Uchiha Hanyu swiftly reached the rock wall, rapidly harvesting the fragrant blood orchids and depositing them into his system space, just as he had gathered over 200 mature blood orchids and several rooted plants. An enraged hiss erupted from the depths of the serpent lair, followed by a thick, powerful tail that lashed out like a phantom, aimed directly at Uchiha Hanyu, who was in the midst of his task. Remaining ever vigilant, Uchiha Hanyu instinctively utilized the substitution technique to evade the strike, leaving behind a wooden substitute shattered by the force of the tail, emerging from the treetop where he had placed the substitute. Uchiha Hanyu beheld the creature that had attacked him, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Chapter 7. The Serpent King, a mutated giant python, as thick as a water buffalo, withdrew its tail from the cavernous rock face and slowly ascended from the depths of the lair. Even after climbing over 30 meters deep, a significant portion of its body remained submerged beneath the surface. What astounded Uchiha Hanyu even more was that after the emergence of this colossal python, the previously chaotic tangle of mutated pythons began to organize, following in its wake as they slithered out of the lair. This was a super mutated python, quite possibly the king among them. Realizing the identity of the Serpent King, Uchiha Hanyu decisively abandoned the notion of harvesting the remaining 100 blood orchids and fled in the opposite direction from the expedition team. Hiss, the Serpent King, sensing the disappearance of numerous blood orchids, let out a furious roar, akin to a speeding train, leading the serpentine horde in pursuit of Uchiha Hanyu. With a thunderous crash, the massive form of the Serpent King barreled forward, toppling trees that obstructed its path, swiftly closing the distance between it and Uchiha Hanyu. He glanced back at the unfolding chaos. Uchiha Hanyu yearned for the shadow clone technique, a highly practical ninjutsu. If he could utilize it, a shadow clone could distract the Serpent King, while he himself made a hasty escape. Reluctantly, he retrieved the last 2 explosive tags from his parents' relics, activating them and affixing them to the tallest trees ahead. Boom! As the Serpent King passed by these ancient trees, the explosive tags detonated, engulfing its massive body in flames, and the explosive shockwave, fire-style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Hanyu paused, expending a significant portion of his chakra to summon a gargantuan fireball to intensify the flames. And without pausing to assess the effect of his ninjutsu, he sprinted towards the distant river. By the time Uchiha Hanyu reached the riverbank, the Serpent King had already emerged from the horde, breaking free from the inferno. Aside from a few singed scales closest to the point of detonation, it bore no severe injuries. Hiss. Feeling a slight sting, the Serpent King let out a deafening roar, abruptly accelerating towards Uchiha Hanyu. Farewell, great python. Uchiha Hanyu exerted all his strength to hurl several shurikens aimed at the creature's vulnerable eyes, mouth, and tongue, its few critical weak points, in a desperate attempt to hinder its advance. He then leaped into the river, swiftly swimming downstream. Hiss. The river concealed Uchiha Hanyu's scent. Losing its target, the Serpent King grew increasingly enraged, devouring several late-arriving pythons, which became sacrifices for its wrath. Moments later, after swimming a considerable distance, Uchiha Hanyu emerged onto the shore, briefly orienting himself before racing towards the cave where the expedition team was hiding. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he retrieved Dr. Jack's backpack from his system space, placing a small portion of the blood orchids inside before reopening the sealed cave to reunite with the others as he entered. Dr. Jack immediately rushed forward, eagerly inquiring, "So, did you obtain the blood orchids?" "Mission accomplished. Here are over 40 blood orchids that I had intended to gather more, but the Serpent King discovered me, and I barely made it back." Uchiha Hanyu concealed the actual number of orchids, keeping the remainder as his personal gain. "Fantastic. We have succeeded. The world shall be transformed because of our efforts," Dr. Jack exclaimed, trembling with excitement as he accepted the backpack, his eyes gleaming with fervor at the sight of the bizarrely colored blood orchids. "Dr. Jack, we must evacuate swiftly if the Serpent King detects us. I may not be able to guarantee your safety," Uchiha Hanyu cautioned, interrupting Dr. Jack's exuberance. "Let us contact Bill immediately and have him return to fetch us." "Understood, my friend. I will reach out to him at once." Dr. Jack produced a satellite phone and promptly dialed Captain Bill, readily agreeing to his exorbitant fee. Once the decision to leave was made, the group discarded most of their less essential belongings, striving to travel as lightly as possible as they retraced their steps back to the riverbank where they had initially landed. Fortuitously, their return journey was relatively uneventful, encountering only a few mutated pythons. And before Uchiha Hanyu's sturdy blade met its end, the group successfully reached the riverbank. "Hey, folks, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting here for ages." Captain Bill waved from the deck, signaling the returning expedition team. "Bill, hurry, lower the ladder and let us aboard. I can't bear to remain in this cursed place for another minute." After exiting the jungle, the loquacious Kirk regained his former vitality, eagerly boarding the small vessel as soon as Bill lowered the ladder, vowing not to disembark until they returned to Palin Province. Once Uchiha Hanyu assisted Dr. Jack, who clutched his backpack tightly, onto the boat, this perilous expedition finally drew to a close, after spending 2 more days aboard the Bloody Mary. The expedition team returned to the civilized realm of Palin Province. "Ding! Congratulations, host," For completing the black iron level task of protecting the employer, you have earned a commission of 6 system gold coins and 7 task points. Ding! Mercenary task completed. The host may freely choose to leave the task timeline within 1 day. Exceeding this time will result in a forced exit. The host may also expend gold coins to remain in the task timeline at a cost of 1 gold coin per day. Current remaining time, 23 hours and 59 minutes. The system notification relieved Uchiha Hanyu of the anxiety that had plagued him for a week. Hey, buddy, thanks to you, I was able to procure the blood orchids from the treacherous rainforest. Here is your commission. The extra 20,000 is my token of gratitude. Upon returning to town and tidying up, Dr. Jack appeared particularly exuberant as he handed Uchiha Hanyu a suitcase containing $70,000. Thank you, Dr. I hope to receive another assignment from you in the future. Uchiha Hanyu, previously puzzled as to why the system had not awarded him $50,000, now realized that such rewards, not in system gold coins, were directly bestowed by the employer. Of course, if I have any matters to attend to, I will certainly get in touch with you. Dr. Jack was exceedingly pleased with Uchiha Hayato and promised to seek him out should the need arise in the future. That evening, Uchiha Hayato graciously declined Dr. Jack's invitation to the celebration banquet, bidding farewell to the others as he ventured alone to the largest city in Borneo, a jewelry store. He exchanged $70,000 for several exquisitely crafted diamond necklaces. Finding a secluded corner, Uchiha Hayato silently recited the incantation to return, experiencing a fleeting sensation of weightlessness before reappearing in his home within the world of Naruto. Chapter 8. The Multiverse Mall, gazing upon his home, which appeared unchanged since his departure. Uchiha Hayato felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Had it not been for the blood orchid blossoms accumulating in his storage space, he would have certainly believed he had merely dreamt the entire experience. A glance at the wall clock revealed that only a few seconds had elapsed, indicating that time in the Naruto realm had remained static during his mission. This was advantageous. Henceforth, he would be spared the need to explain his sudden disappearances while undertaking system tasks. Uchiha Hayato felt immense satisfaction as he opened the Multiverse Mall interface, eager to explore the 6 system coins he had acquired from this mission and the items available for purchase. To his astonishment, as soon as he accessed the Multiverse Mall, he was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of items, numbering in the millions, from crocodile tail scissors, windfire hooks, to the iron sand divine palm and pure yang technique. From the Pangu axe, Dongwang bell, to the 3 pure one's immortal arts and Ra-Zai, it was a veritable cornucopia of goods, both familiar and unfamiliar, all available within the Multiverse Mall. The dazzling array of merchandise left Uchiha Hayato feeling dizzy. But with the system's filtering function, he was able to significantly narrow down the selection to items suited to his current capabilities. The White Suntrue Solution, Black Iron Intermediate Lower Level. A basic cultivation technique with relatively low efficiency. Price, 19 coins. Superpower Awakening, Black Iron Lower Intermediate Level, offers a chance to awaken a superpower, with a 50 success rate depending on individual differences. Price, 8 coins. Mighty Bull Strength Technique. First 5 layers Black Iron Lower Intermediate Level, a total of 9 layers, the 5th layer. One can possess the strength of 10,000 pounds. Price, 5 coins. Low-level Meditation Technique. Black Iron Lower Intermediate Level, enhances mental strength and arcane perception. Price, 4 coins. Gene Original Energy Cultivation Method. Black Iron Lower Intermediate Level, capable of absorbing ambient cosmic energy, with low efficiency. Price, 4 coins. B-Class Fire Release, First Degree Hardship, Black Iron Lower Level, a fire-based attack skill. Price, 1 coin. Cold Water Sword, Black Iron Lower Level, a cold attribute weapon, with the technique, Easy Water Cold. Price, 1 coin. Snow Shadow, Black Iron Lower Level, a large blade with 21 craftsmanship. Price, 1 coin. Lava Porridge, Black Iron Lower Level, slightly increases original energy total. Price, 1 coin. 9 Flower Jade Dew Pills, 3 pieces Black Iron Lower Level. Low Quality Healing Elixir. Price, 1 coin. A series of items within the Multiverse Mall ignited Uchiha Hayato's desire to acquire them all. Alas, with only 6 system coins at his disposal, he could only afford a few of the less expensive offerings. Upon seeing the blood orchid blossoms priced at 1 coin, Uchiha Hayato recalled the ones he had gathered in the system space and promptly opened the recycling interface to assess their value. Stone Spider, 0.01 Mutated Snake Gall, 0.01 Mature Blood Orchid, zero point 0.1 coins blood orchid plant. 0.3 coins the system's storage space contained the additional gains Uchiha Hayato had amassed in the previous timeline, including 3 highly toxic stone spiders, 24 mutated giant python gallbladders, 184 blood orchids, and 14 blood orchid plants. After a brief deliberation, Uchiha Hayato decided to recycle 100 of the blood orchids, yielding 8 coins after deducting a 20-coin transaction fee. With a heavy heart, Uchiha Hayato spent 13 coins to purchase the Superpower Awakening, Gene Original Energy Cultivation Method, and 9 Flower Jade Dew Pills. As for the remaining coin, he had other plans for it. Accessing the task interface's posting option, Uchiha Hayato spent his final coin to submit a task to the Myriad Realms. Task: refine medicinal materials. Attempt to concoct pills or potions that maximize the efficacy of blood orchids and snake galls. Accompanying materials: 80 blood orchids, 20 snake galls. Posted by Uchiha Hayato Task Commission. 1 coin for blood orchids, for snake galls. After posting the task, Uchiha Hayato exited the system and began utilizing the Superpower Awakening opportunity he had just purchased. Upon confirming its use, he found his consciousness transported to a pitch-black void devoid of any light that a faint, ethereal voice reverberated through this space, repeating the words self, illusion, reality, awakening, and transcendence in an endless cycle. Uchiha Hayato's consciousness was assailed by the persistent sound. He grew increasingly dazed, ultimately succumbing to a state of unconsciousness. That moment, the previously dark space erupted into a riot of colors, which interwove and transformed over time, eventually crystallizing into a blood-red hue. Once the crimson stabilized, the entire space shattered like fragile bubbles, dispersing into motes of crimson light that fused into Uchiha Hayato's consciousness. As his awareness returned to his body, Uchiha Hayato awoke, a hint of surprise glimmering in his eyes as he realized the nature of the superpower he had acquired. Clearly unexpected and remarkable, leveraging his genin-level mental strength, Uchiha Hayato spent half an hour familiarizing himself with his superpower, elevating its level to LV3, the tier of a formidable wielder, and drawing inspiration from characters in novels and films from his previous life to develop several practical skills. Setting aside thoughts of his superpower for the moment, Uchiha Hayato retrieved the manual for the Gene Original Energy Cultivation Method and began attempting to absorb cosmic energy, compared to the original character Luo Feng. Uchiha Hayato's mental strength was significantly more robust, allowing him to quickly sense the presence of cosmic energy. Guided by the cultivation method, he absorbed it into his body. The formless, colorless cosmic energy entered Uchiha Hayato's body and was consumed by the mitochondria within his cells, which subsequently returned a peculiar energy to the cells. As the cosmic energy continued to be absorbed, all of Uchiha Hayato's cells underwent a fundamental optimization, evolving toward a higher tier of life. Though the Gene Original Energy Cultivation Method was classified as a lower-tier black iron technique, the ability to optimize the life tier far surpassed the chakra extraction methods of the Uchiha clan. Time flowed steadily, and after 3 hours, when all of Uchiha Hayato's cells reached saturation, he ceased absorbing cosmic energy. Opening his eyes, a smile graced his features. Indeed, the devouring starry sky was a high-level realm, and the quality of cosmic energy surpassed that of the natural forces in the Naruto realm, thus elevating the quality of his original energy to new heights. Rising from his repose, Uchiha Yahan stepped into the courtyard and engaged in some rudimentary adaptive training. To his astonishment, he discovered that his physical prowess had transcended the boundaries of a genin, attaining the level of a nin. Considering his current mastery of ninjutsu and taijutsu, his overall strength was roughly equivalent to that of an average nin. However, with the integration of high-level original energy and his unique superpowers, he possessed the capability to contend against elite genin. Should he acquire more advanced ninjutsu and taijutsu, it would be only a matter of time before he ascended to the ranks of an elite nin or even a special genin. As the day grew late, Uchiha Yahan prepared to rest, anticipating the graduation class assignments at the Ninja Academy and the potential survival exercises that might ensue. Chapter 9. Class Assignment Assessment. The following morning, Uchiha Yahan departed from his home at dawn, making his way to a jewelry store in Konoha's commercial district to sell a diamond necklace he had purchased with dollars in a tasked dimension, converting it into 800,000 ryo of ninja world currency. Now experiencing wealth for the first time, Uchiha Yahan embarked on a frenzied shopping spree, acquiring a prized black iron katana worth 400,000 Rio. 10 explosive tags priced at 5,000 Rio each. A bottle containing 10 superior soldier pills valued at 15,000 Rio each, and a substantial assortment of shuriken and kunai, collectively worth 200,000 Rio. Having completed his shopping, Uchiha Yahan indulged in a breakfast at Ichiraku Ramen before proceeding to the classroom, where he awaited the day's graduation assignments. Half an hour later, the teacher of the Ninja Academy appeared at the podium, producing a list to announce the group assignments. Class 1, Hyuga Ramen, Nara Hisashi, Ueda Anta. Class 5, Uchiha Yahan, Inazuka Y, Ikemoto Kaori. Class 12, Nosuke, Higashiyama Yaichi, Shirokawame. Soon, all the students graduating that year were assigned to their respective classes. After the instructors offered some words of encouragement, they relinquished the remaining time to the captains responsible for leading the graduates. This cohort of students exhibited average talent and status, thus not garnering significant attention from the higher-ups. Most captains possessed only genin level capabilities, with a mere 3 special genin captains leading teams comprised of members from Konoha's ninja clans. Class 5, Follow Me, commanded a ninja with a countenance marred by several fierce scars, exuding an air of intimidation as he gestured for Uchiha Yahan and his companions to follow him outside. Exchanging glances with his future teammates, Uchiha Yahan trailed behind the captain of Class 5. They journeyed to training ground number 17, where the captain finally halted and turned to the trio, stating, "I am Special Genin Furukawa Tima, proficient in Earth-style techniques. You may refer to me as Captain Tima or Teacher Tima. For the foreseeable future, I shall be your captain." Once Uchiha Yahan and his companions nodded in acknowledgement, Captain Tima continued, "To enhance our cooperation in upcoming missions, let's follow tradition and introduce ourselves, allowing us to better understand one another." Inazuka Y, adorned with the clan's distinctive war paint and cradling a black ninja dog, immediately interjected, "I'll go first. I'm Inazuka Y, and this is my partner, Shib Maru. I specialize in family taijutsu and reconnaissance. I enjoy taking walks with Shib Maru, and my dream is to train him to become the most formidable ninja dog." "Woof, woof," echoed Shib Maru in affirmation. "I am Uchiha Yahan, adept in taijutsu and fire-style techniques." He succinctly introduced himself, his brevity lending an air of aloofness, which resonated with his Uchiha heritage. "I am Ikemoto Kori, skilled in jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu. Though I admit my abilities are rather modest, I shall strive to improve, and I appreciate your guidance." Ikemoto Kori, a spirited girl with short brown hair and a gentle smile, radiated youthful energy from her blue eyes, presenting a stark contrast to the more mature demeanor of Uchiha Yahan. "Considering our team's composition, we appear to have a well-rounded array of ninja skills," Captain Tima remarked, nodding in satisfaction after hearing their introductions. He then shifted the conversation, stating earnestly, "However, to gain a more intuitive understanding of your strengths, we shall now conduct a simple practical test. Oh, you have any questions?" "None," replied the trio of Class 5 in unison. As novice ninjas fresh on their journey, they naturally deferred to their captain's directives, without any inclination to challenge his authority. "Excellent. The test will commence in 5 minutes. The objective is to withstand an attack from my shadow clone for 5 minutes. It possesses the strength of an elite genin," Captain Tima declared, clearly regarding them as ordinary genin and not imposing overly difficult tasks upon them. After his announcement, he left a shadow clone standing in place while he ascended to a distant platform to observe. "Yahan-kun, Kun, what should we do?" inquired Ikemoto Kaori, glancing at Captain Tima's shadow clone, as she turned to her teammates to strategize their next move. "Let us do this. I'll engage in direct combat with the clone, while you attempt to use Genjutsu to distract Captain Tima from the rear. Yahan, what do you think?" Inazuka Y suggested, aware of Uchiha Yahan's prior capabilities, yet blissfully unaware of the significant enhancement Yahan had undergone since yesterday. "Sounds good," Uchiha Yahan agreed without hesitation. Although the test was ostensibly aimed at assessing individual capabilities, it also served to evaluate the trio's teamwork. Thus, despite his confidence in facing the shadow clone alone, Uchiha Yahan did not reject the opportunity for collaboration with his teammates. The 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and with a command from Captain Tima, Uchiha Yahan and Inazuka Y sprang into action. For legs technique, Fong through Fong, Inazuka Y unleashed a family secret technique, channeling chakra into his limbs, resembling a beast as he crouched low to the ground. He then spun rapidly, charging toward the shadow clone like a drill. Though not a specialized taijutsu ninja, the shadow clone possessed the keen perception of an elite genin, easily discerning Inuzuka-wise approach. As Y closed in, the clone seized his right arm, halting his rotations, and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Leaf Hurricane. Seizing the opportunity created by the shadow clone's attack, Uchiha Yahan dashed forward, executing a side kick aimed at the clone's waist. The shadow clone, however, deftly blocked the strike with its right arm, retaliating with a punch aimed at Uchiha Yahan's chest. Yahan sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow, and retreated a few paces to create distance, swiftly forming hand seals. Just as the shadow clone prepared to pursue, Ikemoto Kaori, serving as the support, unleashed her prepared Genjutsu. Genjutsu, drowsiness. A wave of fatigue washed over the shadow clone's mind, inducing a brief sense of drowsiness. However, within less than a second, this rudimentary Genjutsu was dispelled by the clone. Now, Shibmaru, Beast Clone Technique. Fong through Fong. With a momentary distraction, Inuzuka and his transformed partner, Shibmaru, coordinated to execute their combined secret technique. Fong through Fong. Fire Style. Phoenix Fire Technique. Uchiha Yahan, too, locked onto the shadow clone with his mental focus, unleashing flames that resembled phoenix flower seeds from his mouth, directed by his original energy, compressing the clone's evasive options. Under the combined assault, the shadow clone found itself no longer at ease. It resorted to its first ninjutsu. Earth Style. Double Earth Wall. Two sturdy earthen walls rose before the shadow clone, successfully blocking both attacks. Seizing on the brief opening created by Inuzuka-Y's delayed reaction after completing his secret technique, the shadow clone advanced towards him and Shibmaru, knocking them both unconscious with a swift chop. Earth Style. Heart-cutting technique. The shadow clone once again employed an earth technique, vanishing into the ground. Uchiha Yahan, on high alert, leaped into the air, only to find the shadow clone reappearing beneath Ikemoto Kaori. Seizing her ankles and pulling her down into the earth, having dispatched two of his opponents, the shadow clone resurfaced, fixing its gaze upon the sole remaining Uchiha Yahan. Chapter 10. The Ninjutsu Library, as the shadow clone charged towards him. Uchiha Yahan displayed little sign of panic. Drawing forth the black iron katana he had purchased that morning, he unleashed the power of an elite nin, swinging the blade towards the clone's head. Noticing Uchiha Yahan wielding a weapon, the shadow clone retrieved a kunai from its ninja tool pouch to parry the sharp katana. Clang! The clash of the tachi and kunai resonated through the air. Causing Captain Tonma's shadow clone to change expression dramatically, he felt an overwhelming force, far beyond his expectations, surge through the kunai, pressing down on his arm and relentlessly aiming for his head. In this dire moment, the shadow clone had no choice but to resort to the substitution technique to evade Uchiha Hayato's assault. With a sharp crack, the substitution was cleaved in two by the dark iron tachi. Uchiha Hayato felt a twinge of regret, realizing he had missed a golden opportunity to capitalize on the shadow clone's overconfidence, quickly shifting into a defensive stance, bracing for the clone's counterattack. Indeed, among this batch of graduates, your prowess appears to be unparalleled. The shadow clone, instead of launching an immediate offensive, gazed appreciatively at Uchiha Hayato, utterly taken aback by the surprise he had provided. Thank you for the compliment, but I still find my strength lacking. Uchiha Hayato did not bask in the praise. Rather, he became acutely aware of the chasm between himself and seasoned ninjas, intensifying his desire to grow stronger. Very well, let us continue. I hope you can endure a while longer. With that, the shadow clone began to weave hand signs once more, then shouted, Earth Release. Hell Swamp. As he felt the ground beneath him soften, Uchiha Hayato's expression shifted, and he swiftly leaped to escape the grasp of the Hell Swamp. The shadow clone had clearly anticipated this reaction. With a fierce stomp of his right foot, he propelled himself like a cannonball toward Uchiha Hayato suspended in midair, unable to change direction in the air. Uchiha Hayato had no choice but to twist his body, attempting to block the shadow clone's incoming fist with the flat of his blade. Bang! A tremendous force struck him, sending Uchiha Hayato flying. Upon landing, he wasted no time and immediately utilized the substitution technique to dodge the subsequent kunai attack from the shadow clone. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. After averting the crisis, Uchiha Hayato unleashed his most adept ninjutsu against the shadow clone. Given his strength, the C-rank technique he executed posed no genuine threat to the shadow clone, yet it managed to create a brief distraction. Once the shadow clone dealt with the interference of the Great Fireball, Uchiha Hayato, bursting forth with extraordinary speed that surpassed that of a chunin, closed in on his opponent. Rasengan. This technique, developed over 3 years by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and later popularized by his protagonist's son, Naruto Uzumaki, was now being wielded by Uchiha Hayato. What? The shadow clone's eyes widened in shock. Recognizing the technique employed by Uchiha Hayato, he attempted to evade, but it was too late, having already utilized the substitution technique. He could only watch helplessly as the spinning Rasengan collided with his back, dispersing him into a cloud of smoke. Clap, clap, clap. What a spectacular battle. I never imagined you could defeat my shadow clone. It seems my future missions will be considerably easier. Captain Tongma's true form appeared in the training ground, casting an admiring glance at Uchiha Hayato before releasing the buried Kori Ichiba, instructing her to awaken the still unconscious Inuzuka Yuki. Once Yuki regained consciousness, Teacher Tongma cleared his throat to catch the attention of the three, smiling as he announced, "Congratulations on passing the practical test. Team Tongma is officially established. Hooray, this is fantastic." Inuzuka Yuki and Kori Ichiba cheered joyfully, while Uchiha Hayato, though not overly excited, couldn't help but smile. After the excitement subsided, Teacher Tongma announced another piece of good news. To celebrate the establishment of Team Tongma, I invite you all to a barbecue at 6 o'clock tonight. Long live the captain. This time, even Uchiha Hayato's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the evening feast, ready to indulge in a hearty meal to reward his stomach, which had endured a week of packaged food during their previous mission. After a casual chat, Captain Tongma declared the meeting adjourned and returned to the Hokage's office to report. Uchiha Hayato politely declined his teammate's invitation to go shopping and made his way back to the Uchiha clan, preparing to head to the family ninjutsu library to utilize the opportunity granted to him as a newly promoted genin to select a ninjutsu that is one of the two great clans of Konoha. In possessing the extraordinary Sharingan, the Uchiha clan boasted a vast array of ninjutsu, with techniques below a rank considered as benefits and available for the clan's ordinary members to learn, naturally, to ensure that clan members devoted more energy to developing their Sharingan. There were restrictions on the number of techniques they could learn, allowing for a single selection opportunity only during ninja rank promotions. However, while the rule existed, it was not strictly enforced. Many ninjas privately passed on ninjutsu to their relatives without facing repercussions. Unfortunately, Uchiha Hayato's parents had passed away early in his life, leaving behind only a few scrolls of ninjutsu. Aside from utilizing the opportunity provided by his clan, he could only acquire new techniques through instruction from Captain Tongma or by seizing spoils of war. The ninjutsu library was a 2-story building located in the central area of the Uchiha clan's territory. Since it housed predominantly low-level ninjutsu, it was guarded by 2 jounin and 4 chunin. Hello, I am Uchiha Hayato, a newly graduated genin, here to select a ninjutsu. Upon entering the ninjutsu library, Uchiha Hayato presented his ninja identification card to a regular clan member acting as the receptionist. After confirming Uchiha Hayato's identity, the receptionist allowed him access to the library's inner sanctum where the ninjutsu scrolls were stored. As a genin, he was permitted to learn C-rank ninjutsu and select B-rank techniques from the library's first floor. Following the introduction of Uchiha Hayato's privileges, the receptionist kindly advised, the scrolls inside contain descriptions of various techniques. Once you have chosen your ninjutsu, you may come to me to receive a copy of the specific training methods. Thank you very much, Uchiha Hayato replied gratefully, stepping into the interior of the library. Although the library was called the Ninjutsu Library, it was more of a general term, as it contained not only ninjutsu, but also jinjutsu, taijutsu, swordsmanship, and various other techniques. Fire release, fire pillar, water release, water shark bullet technique, lightning release, lightning thousand books, jinjutsu, hell viewing technique, swordsmanship, wind spiral. Originally, Uchiha Hayato's chakra attributes were fire and lightning. After the system transformed the energy into a chaotic nature, he possessed all attributes, thus allowing him to explore beyond just fire release ninjutsu, perusing through all the scrolls. Suddenly, Uchiha Hayato's eyes widened in disbelief, rubbing them vigorously, unable to fathom the scroll he held in his hands. Chapter 11. 8 Gates of Opening Taijutsu, 8 Gates of Opening Level. S-Rank Forbidden Technique. Effect. By unlocking the channels that bind chakra within the body, one temporarily gains immense power. When all 8 gates are opened, it is referred to as the 8 Gates of Opening formation, granting power that surpasses even that of a Kage. Cost. The use of this technique invariably causes damage to the body. At best, it results in torn muscles and meridians, at worst, rendering one incapable of using chakra. When employing the 8 gates of opening formation, the only price is death. Note, it requires immense willpower and a determination to face death to master this taijutsu to its fullest extent. To think it is the forbidden S-rank 8 gates of opening. Was it not stated that the library only contains techniques below A rank? Filled with excitement and confusion, Uchiha Hayato exited the library's inner chamber and approached the receptionist. "Excuse me. I found an S-rank forbidden technique, the 8 gates of opening. Can I select this as well?" Of course, all the techniques here are available for selection, and this is the only S-rank forbidden technique contained in the library. The receptionist, observing Uchiha Hayato's fervent reaction, seemed to understand the reason behind it and, like with other ninjas who had discovered this technique, advised, just because this technique is S-rank does not mean it is inherently good. In reality, the difficulty of training is immense, and the costs are staggering. Throughout the history of our clan, only a handful of ninjas have chosen this forbidden technique, and none of them were able to open even the 5th gate. Finally, the receptionist kindly warned once more, "Therefore, I advise you to select another technique. Do not waste this opportunity. Thank you, but I will choose this technique." Without hesitation, Uchiha Hayato rejected the receptionist's suggestions, resolutely determined to pursue this formidable taijutsu, which later demonstrated astonishing power in the hands of the 7th Hokage. Sigh, "Very well, let me find you a copy." Upon witnessing the unwavering determination of Uchiha Hanyu, the administrator could only respect his choice. After rummaging through the bookshelf containing training scrolls, he finally discovered a dusty scroll nestled in the farthest corner. "Here it is," he said, wiping away the dust with a cloth before handing the scroll to Uchiha Hanyu. With a hint of nostalgia, he remarked, "It has been years since anyone has chosen this manual. The last time I handled it was 3 years ago. I hope you will not regret your decision." Under the administrator's wistful gaze, Uchiha Hanyu swiftly departed the library, heading to a secluded training ground within the clan territory. The 8 gates technique consists of the opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, death gate, view gate, shock gate, and closing gate. Each gate open significantly enhances one's strength and speed, with the death gate granting power far exceeding that of even the highest-ranking shinobi. The method to open the first gate is as follows. After meticulously studying the contents of the scroll, Uchiha Hanyu adjusted his state and began to practice. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, sensing the flow of primal energy within his meridians. Upon locating the position to open the gate, he gathered a vast amount of primal energy and forcefully struck at the opening gate. First gate, open. With a resounding shout, the opening gate burst open, unleashing a torrent of hidden primal energy that surged into his meridians. In an instant, Uchiha Hanyu vanished from his original spot, reappearing beside a distant cliff, his fist enveloped in primal energy, crashing down upon a massive boulder. The impact created a fist-sized crater, sending cracks radiating outward until the entire rock succumbed, splintering and showering the nearby trees with debris. The exhilarating sensation of such immense power was utterly captivating, though he knew it was fleeting. Clenching his fist tightly, a previously unknown exhilaration surged within him. However, he refrained from losing himself in this newfound strength. Keenly aware of the effects on his body, the strain on his stamina increased, and the burden on his physique grew somewhat heavier, yet the discomfort was not overwhelming, likely due to the cellular fortification gained from his training in the gene energy cultivation method. The impact of opening the gate was less than he had anticipated, so after a period of adaptation, he charged towards the second gate, the rest gate. Second gate, rest, open. Opening the rest gate alleviated the limitations of fatigue, ruthlessly extracting energy from his body to restore stamina and counteracting the fatigue induced by the energy expenditure of the opening gate. However, the burden on his body augmented significantly as a sharp pain coursed through him. Yet it was bearable. He believed that his current limit was to open the next gate, the life gate, gradually acclimating to the state induced by the rest gate. Uchiha Hanyu's strength temporarily surged to the level of a genin, with a noticeable enhancement over a genin, giving him the sensation that he could effortlessly defeat his former self. 8th gate, close, relishing the power of a genin until he could no longer withstand the strain. Uchiha Hanyu closed the 8 gates. The moment the gates sealed, a tidal wave of soreness and pain crashed over him, eliciting a soft groan as he could not help but marvel at Guy's inhuman endurance during his battle with Obito after opening the 8 gates. Stumbling back home, Uchiha Hanyu sat cross-legged, absorbing cosmic energy to replenish his primal energy. To his surprise, the quantity of energy absorbed had significantly increased, nearly doubling from before. 2 hours later, upon concluding his training, he was astonished to discover a notable acceleration in the speed and volume at which his cells absorbed cosmic energy. Reflecting on his previous training with the 8 gates, he surmised the cause. If his assumptions were correct, the 8 gates had forced the energy within his cells to be utilized, effectively strengthening them. Thus, the combination of the 8 gates with the gene energy cultivation method yielded a remarkable synergy, producing effects greater than the sum of their parts. Uchiha Hanyu could no longer contain his excitement, his face alight with fervor. At this rate, not only will my speed of primal energy cultivation accelerate, but the speed at which I can open the 8 gates will also improve rapidly. Uchiha Itachi, it won't be long before I possess power that rivals or even surpasses yours. Danzo, Konoha, Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara, Kagaya Otsutsuki, just give me some time, and none of you shall dictate my fate. A glint of cold determination flashed in Uchiha Hanyu's eyes before he resumed his composure, tidying up before reclining on his bed to rest. That evening, Uchiha Hanyu joined his comrades from Team 5 for a barbecue, indulging in a hearty meal alongside Captain Karima before dispersing. Before parting, Captain Karima informed them of the time and location for their next assembly. As the harsh and unforgiving world of ninjas was about to unfold before Uchiha Hanyu. Chapter 12 C-rank missions are those that do not require direct combat or pose significant risks to life, generally assigned by the villagers of Konoha or certain official departments. The tasks typically involve locating lost pets, collecting litter, cleaning waterways, assisting in harvesting sweet potatoes, or caring for children. These missions are not particularly challenging, often time-consuming with minimal rewards, and are primarily delegated to newly graduated ninjas lacking experience. They serve as a prime opportunity for newcomers to gain mission experience and hone teamwork skills, akin to beginner-level quests in online gaming narratives. However, for eager novices seeking to make their mark, these tasks can be exceedingly mundane, rendering them uninspired. Even the usually vibrant Kori Ikamoto found herself as listless as a frostbitten eggplant after over a month of executing D-rank missions. After yet another completed D-rank task, Kaori could no longer endure the current circumstances and, alongside Uchiha Hanyu and Inazuka Yuki, approached Captain Karima with a proposal to undertake more challenging assignments, perhaps unable to withstand Kaori's plaintive entreaties. Or perhaps deeming Uchiha Hanyu and his companions sufficiently experienced, Captain Karima eventually relented after several evasions. Soon thereafter, he returned from Konoha's mission office with a C-rank task. The objective was to eliminate a bandit stronghold located in the Urabe mountain range. Anticipated to take 3 to 5 days, Captain Karima conveyed the details of the mission to the trio, then instructed, "You have half an hour to prepare. We will gather at the village gate afterward to depart on our mission." "Yes, Captain," Uchiha Hanyu and the others replied, each leaving to ready themselves for the impending task. For Uchiha Hanyu, there was little to prepare, only a symbolic replenishment of ninja tools and easily transportable food, as he had a storage space filled with ample supplies, alleviating any concerns regarding provisions. Half an hour later, the group reconvened at the Konoha Gate, where Captain Karima presented their mission authorization before they set off southward. The Urabe mountain range, situated at the southwestern border of the Land of Fire, is a favored shortcut for local merchants. Recently, a gang of bandits had occupied the area, plundering several merchants' goods, but to ensure the safety of future trade routes. The merchants pooled their resources and commissioned Konoha to eliminate the bandit threat. The Urabe mountain range was a day's journey from Konoha, and during their trek, Captain Karima began imparting practical wisdom regarding missions to Uchiha Hanyu and his companions. First, remain vigilant until you report back to Konoha, as the mission is ongoing and enemies may appear at any moment. Second, during the mission, do not differentiate by age or gender. All targets are enemies, and your mercy could endanger both yourself and your teammates. Third, the only individuals you can trust during the mission are your comrades. Employers and others may switch allegiances for various reasons. A seasoned ninja, Captain Tongma has accumulated invaluable experiences over his 2-decade-long career, which have greatly benefited the fledgling Uchiha Hayato and his companions, granting them a deeper understanding of the true ninja world. Faced with the impending bloodshed, the 3 newcomers of Tongma's team felt a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. Even Uchiha Hayato's emotions became exceedingly complex, tinged with a slight unease alongside his nervous excitement. although he had resolved to bid farewell to his former self upon entering this world and to live as a ninja in this perilous realm. The moment he confronted ideas that contradicted his past beliefs, a flicker of hesitation arose within him. Fortunately, he had one more day to adjust his mindset, trusting that when the time came to face reality, he would make the final choice. As dusk approached, Tonma's team arrived at the vicinity of Omu village, near the Urabu Mountains, where they sought out the merchant who had posted the mission. After acquiring some basic intelligence from the merchant, they promptly set off towards the Urabu Mountains to scout the bandit group known as the 100 Blades. Deep within the forest, a trio of bandit patrollers walked and chatted jovially along the mountain path. However, in the next moment, two lowly figures appeared behind two of the bandits, swiftly knocking them unconscious with precise strikes. The remaining bandit, taken aback, opened his mouth to scream, but was suddenly overcome by a wave of drowsiness, succumbing to sleep and collapsing to the ground. Swish, swish. Another two sounds of slicing air signified the arrival of Captain Tonma and Shimoto Kaori on the path. Information is crucial for this mission. Each of you will be responsible for interrogating one bandit and report the intelligence you gather back to me, Captain Tonma instructed, gesturing towards the three incapacitated bandits on the ground, entrusting the interrogation to his team. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Hayato dragged one bandit behind a nearby tree, binding him securely before delivering a sharp slap to rouse him. The bandit regained consciousness and felt the sting on his face. He immediately began to shout, "Ouch! Who the hell is hitting me?" Smack. Uchiha Hayato interrupted his lament with another slap, drawing his sword and pressing it against the bandit's throat, his gaze cold and indifferent as he threatened, "If you wish to live, keep quiet. From now on, I will ask, and you will answer. Any hint of concealment, and you shall never speak again. Understood? Please spare me, noble ninja. I will answer truthfully." The bandit, realizing his dire situation, quickly complied, nodding fervently in hopes that Uchiha Hayato would spare his life. With the sword withdrawn, Uchiha Hayato focused intently on the bandit's eyes and asked in a grave tone, "Where is the lair of your 100 blades? How many of you are there? Are there any ninjas among you?" As soon as Uchiha Hayato finished speaking, the bandit eagerly divulged what he knew. "Noble ninja, we have a total of 132 members in the 100 Blades. Our hideout is in a valley to the northeast, and there are no ninjas. Our leader is a samurai. Typically, mission providers issue tasks of varying ranks based on the corresponding mission content, and only in exceptional circumstances would they choose to deliberately conceal information, leading to a mismatch between the issued rank and the actual situation. Such cases can pose significant danger to the teams executing the missions, and if losses are severe, the accepting ninja village might even dispatch Umbu ninjas to hunt down the mission provider as a warning to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future. Therefore, the absence of ninjas among the bandits aligns well with the current mission's rank. Cautiously, Uchiha Hayato did not immediately take the bandit's words at face value. After posing a series of additional questions, he suddenly pivoted, confirming once more, "Are you certain there are no ninjas in your lair?" "Indeed, there are none, noble ninja. Otherwise, we would not have been driven out of the falling stone mountains by the Black Blade bandits of the Land of Rivers." The bandit's response remained consistent with his earlier statements, lending credibility to his intelligence. Having gathered the desired information, the bandit had outlived his usefulness. Gazing at the pleading bandit before him, Uchiha Hayato felt a twinge of turmoil within. Contemplating the life he was about to extinguish, his body trembling against his will, after taking several deep breaths, he finally made his decision. Swiftly casting a shuriken that pierced the bandit's throat. As he looked upon the lifeless body of the bandit, having undergone a transformation in his thoughts, Uchiha Hayato ceased to tremble, his mind now consumed by a singular notion. Henceforth, he would no longer be an ordinary person from his past life, but rather Uchiha Hayato, who would strive with all his might to seize his own destiny. Chapter 13. Breaching the bandit lair. The trio's interrogations concluded swiftly, and after verifying and organizing the intelligence they had obtained, they reported back to the eagerly awaiting Captain Tonma. "Captain, aside from these three, there are still 129 members in the 100 Blades. Their hideout is to the northeast, with 95 members in the upper structure and 34 guarding a makeshift underground prison for abducted civilian women. The strongest among them is the bandit leader, a samurai with the strength of an elite genin." Sensing the life forces of the three bandits fading away, Captain Tonma expressed his satisfaction with the trio, smiling as he said, "Congratulations, you have all become true ninjas. This mission shall be undertaken by you alone. Unless in a special circumstance, I will not intervene." Seeing Captain Tonma's arrangement, Inazuka Yu and Shimoto Kaori turned their attention to Uchiha Hayato, the strongest among them, awaiting his decision. Uchiha Hayato, without hesitation, accepted command and assigned a task to Inazuka Yu. You and Shibinmaru go scout the basic situation of the bandit hideout, particularly the positions of any sentries. We will commence the extermination operation tonight. Leave it to me." Inazuka Yu replied confidently. Setting off with Shibinmaru, they returned late at night with the intel they had gathered, after comparing the strengths of both sides. Uchiha Hayato devised a provisional plan for the extermination operation. First, eliminate the sentries surrounding the hideout under the cover of darkness, then trap the bandits inside and wipe them out. However, he cautioned against venturing too deep into the enemy's encirclement, as a surprise attack from the bandit leader could pose a significant threat. With the plan established, the three set out under Captain Tongma's watchful gaze, their targets being the 6 hidden sentries and the 10 guards stationed near the entrance of the hideout. Uchiha Hayato heightened his sensory perception to its maximum, attempting to conceal his presence as he stealthily approached one of the bandit sentries. In an instant, he launched his attack, covering the sentry's mouth from behind and without hesitation, swiftly slicing through the bandit's throat. Only after the bandit lay lifeless did he carefully place the body on the ground and make his way to the next sentry's position. 2 minutes later, the 6 sentries had been silently dealt with by the trio. Observing the 10 guards dispersed beside the entrance, Uchiha Hayato contemplated for a moment before issuing orders. On the count of 3. "We attack together. I'll handle the 5 on the left, while you take the 3 by the right entrance. Kaori, you deal with the remaining 2. Understood." Both Inazuka Yu and Shimoto Kaori nodded in agreement, gathering their chakra in preparation for the assault. 3, 2, 1, go. As the countdown concluded, the 3 surged forth from the shadows, launching their long-prepared attack. Uchiha Hayato opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates, utilizing his incredible speed to be the first to reach the entrance. With his left hand, he threw 3 shurikens that accurately struck the throats of the 3 leftmost guards. Then, he positioned himself between the remaining 2 targets, swinging his right blade with force, severing the head of the left guard before delivering a powerful knee strike that crushed the throat of the last guard on the right, thus eliminating 5 foes. Inazuka Yu, employing the 4-legged technique, was the second to arrive, his sharp claws gripping the necks of 2 guards with a powerful squeeze, resulting in 2 shattering sounds as they fell lifeless to the ground. Shibinmaru, the ninja dog, leapt from his back, opening his jaws to bite into the throat of another guard, achieving his first kill. Although Shimoto Kaori's speed was not on par with the others, her proficiency in casting genjutsu was commendable. The remaining 2 guards, about to raise an alarm, fell prey to her illusion, and she methodically finished them off. After neutralizing the guards, the trio ascended to the top of the hideout's walls, surveying the layout within. Observing the symmetrically arranged buildings flanking the central road, Uchiha Hayato devised a solid plan. The upcoming frontal engagement will be handled by you and me. Kaori, you guard the back entrance to prevent any escape. If you encounter a formidable enemy, fire a signal flare, and I will come to your aid. After Kaori Chihan left, Uchiha Yahan immediately opened the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia. His skin began to flush a deep crimson, and his body radiated a vibrant green energy, simulating chakra, enhancing both his strength and speed while significantly amplifying his raw energy. After a brief moment of acclimatization to his body's transformation, Uchiha Yahan summoned the 4 layers of energy within him and began to form hand seals: rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger, fire style, phoenix fire technique. The initially small fireball, akin to the size of a soccer ball, expanded several times in volume due to the catalysis of his energy, scattering in all directions under Uchiha Yahan's control, striking the bandits' wooden houses and igniting them. The once tranquil hideout erupted into chaos with roaring flames and the frantic screams of the bandits. Dozens of them, escaping the inferno, rushed out of their rooms, converging towards the central avenue that remained untouched by the flames. After releasing the fire style, Uchiha Yahan, breathing heavily, turned to Inazuka Yuki and said, "Yuki, it's up to you now. Shino Bimaru, prepare. Beast clone. Tooth for tooth." Inazuka Yuki and Shino Bimaru began to spin rapidly in midair, reaching a certain velocity that formed 2 terrifying horizontal tornadoes, charging towards the bandits lined up almost in a straight line along the avenue. Amidst the bandit screams, the tornadoes collided with them with overwhelming force, sending mangled bodies flying like ragged sacks, scattering across the vacant ground on either side of the road to boomed it that moment. A special Konoha distress signal flared up from the rear mountain of the hideout. It was likely that Kaori Chihan had encountered the yet-to-appear bandit leader. Yuki, you and Shinobimmer deal with the remaining bandits and those in the underground prison. I will go reinforce Kaori. Leave it to me. You hurry to support Kaori. Don't let the target escape. The hideout was not particularly vast. In just a few seconds, Uchiha Yahan, in the state of the third gate, reached the rear mountain, discovering Kaori Chihan in peril. Surrounded by two enemies, one was a burly man dressed similarly to the bandits, wielding a katana that glinted ominously, while the other was a young rogue ninja, gathering wind blades in his hands and sending them flying towards Kaori Chihan. The relentless attacks from the two left Kaori Chihan, possessing only the strength of a low-ranking ninja, severely injured, her clothes tattered, and her fair skin marred by several bleeding wounds, with no chance to catch her breath. Uchiha Yahan, unwilling to delay, immediately targeted the slightly weaker bandit leader as his first target, employing a powerful taijutsu technique from the 8 gates. With a swift movement, Uchiha Yahan appeared before the bandit leader, delivering a forceful kick that sent the leader's weapon flying, then executing a crouching spin kick that struck the bandit leader's chin, launching him into the air. Watching the enemy ascend, Uchiha Yahan forcefully pushed off the ground, appearing behind the bandit leader, gripping his body tightly, spinning rapidly, and crashing him down to the earth with tremendous momentum. Hiration, the impact created a deep crater in the rocky ground, staining it crimson with the lifeless form that bore no discernible shape. Gasping for breath, Uchiha Yahan leaped back a few steps to avoid the splattering blood, taking a moment to admire his handiwork before shifting his gaze to the stunned rogue ninja. Chapter 14. The second mercenary mission. Upon witnessing the swift demise of the bandit leader, whose strength was comparable to his own, the rogue ninja wisely ceased his assault on Kaori Chihan, sending forth a shadow clone to hinder the two while his true self fled frantically into the distance. Thinking of escaping now. It's too late. Having regained some stamina, Uchiha Yahan coldly huffed as he blinked past the shadow clone's obstruction, appearing behind the rogue ninja and delivering a powerful punch to his back. Bam! The rogue ninja's substitution wooden figure shattered under Uchiha Yahan's might, revealing the original, who, cornered, quickly formed seals and unleashed a gust of wind aimed at Uchiha Yahan, attempting to thwart his advance. This ends now. Utilizing his high-speed movement, Uchiha Yahan maneuvered among the trees, evading the gale, leaping down from above the rogue ninja, drawing a great sword from his storage space, and cleaving him in two, wiping the blood splattered on his cheek. Uchiha Yahan closed the 8 gates, the ache in his body prompting him to involuntarily grimace and draw in a sharp breath. Yahan-kun, let me support you. Kaori Chihan jogged to Uchiha Yahan's side, reaching out to assist him, but he gently stopped her with a raised hand. I'm fine. Thank you for your kindness. Let us hurry and regroup with Yuki. Uchiha Yahan declined Chihan's offer of support and walked slowly toward the hideout. Seeing this, Kaori Chihan pouted in dissatisfaction but followed closely behind him. When the two returned to the hideout, Captain Toriyama was already there waiting with Inuzuka Yuki. Upon seeing his teammates return, Inuzuka Yuki's face lit up with pride as he excitedly exclaimed, Yahan. Chihan, I just encountered a low-ranking rogue ninja in the underground prison and defeated him in 3 moves. Impressive, right? Very impressive. Observing his smug demeanor, Uchiha Yahan refrained from dampening his spirits, offering a half-hearted compliment. Yuki, Yahan-kun just defeated the bandit leader and a mid-ranking rogue ninja. Kaori Chihan beamed a gentle smile, delivering a subtle yet devastating blow to Inuzuka Yuki's pride. Oh, is that so? After hearing of Uchiha Yahan's accomplishments, Inuzuka Yuki chuckled awkwardly, suppressing his earlier self-satisfaction and resolving to train harder in the family's secret techniques to catch up to Uchiha Yahan. Gazing at the charred remnants of the hideout, Uchiha Yahan inquired of Inuzuka Yuki, who was responsible for the cleanup. Yuki, have all targets been eliminated? Rest assured, there are no living enemies left in the hideout. Inuzuka Yuki nodded confidently, relying on the Inuzuka clan's keen sensory techniques. With Yuki's assurance, Uchiha Yahan turned to report to Captain Toriyama. Captain, all targets have been eliminated, but a ninja appeared during the mission. The task level should be raised to B rank. Good. You all have worked hard. I will handle the rest. We will return to Omake village tonight to rest and depart for Konoha tomorrow. Captain Toriyama said no more. It was common for unexpected situations to arise during missions. and he would personally renegotiate the task rank and rewards with the issuer afterwards. Once Kori Chihan had used her medical ninjutsu to heal her injuries, the Torma squad returned to Omak village. Shortly after their departure, another middle-aged rogue ninja, dressed similarly to the previous ones, rushed in from the direction of the Land of Rivers, upon discovering the body of the rogue ninja that Uchiha Yahan had cleaved in two. He cried out in despair, "No, my brother, it's my fault. I shouldn't have left you here. If you had come with me earlier, you wouldn't have left me. I'm so sorry." The middle-aged rogue ninja wept bitterly as he cradled the two halves of the body. After a long while, he dried his tears, extracted some blood from the corpse, and formed dozens of intricate hand seals. Secret technique, grievous spirit pursuit. A faint gray mist emanated from the corpse, drifting towards the direction Uchiha Yahan and the others had taken. Clearly, this was a specialized technique used to track enemies. Once the technique was successfully activated, the middle-aged rogue ninja buried the body using Doton, hastily constructing a grave, then vowed in a voice as dry and hoarse as a demon's, "Brother, may you rest in peace. I will avenge you, even if it means seeking out that lord." After casting a final glance at his brother's grave, the middle-aged rogue ninja turned and pursued the direction of the Torma squad. The Torma squad returned to Omak village to inform the task issuer about their encounter with the rogue ninja during the eradication of the bandits. The issuer agreed to elevate the task level and provided the rewards for AB rank mission. After a night of rest, the Torma squad bid farewell and set off on their journey back to Konoha. The return trip was relatively peaceful, with only occasional sightings of individuals observing the squad from a distance, thankfully avoiding any combat until the sun began to set, at which point they safely returned to Konoha. Captain Torma submitted the mission credentials, received the task rewards, and distributed the appropriate shares to the three before announcing a 2-day break. Just as Uchiha Yahan returned home without having a moment to rest, he suddenly recalled the system's prompt. Ding dong. A new round of missions has refreshed. Please check promptly. Uchiha Hanyen felt a sudden jolt of energy. It had been over a month since his last mission, and now, at last, a new task had emerged. He hastily opened the task panel to review the newly refreshed assignments. Defend Quel'Thalas, safeguard the Sunwell and Silvermoon City from the onslaught of the Scourge. Publisher, the Silvermoon Council Timeframe. Azeroth Commission, 1,200 gold points, 170 level, Bronze Rescue Roger. Proceed to Rogue Town to rescue the Pirate King Roger, who is about to be publicly executed. Publisher, East Sea Pirates Timeframe. One Piece Commission, 150 gold points, 55 level, Black Iron shut down Red Queen. Navigate to the Hive to disable the Red Queen and retrieve the mainboard. Publisher, Umbrella Corporation Timeframe. Resident Evil 1 Commission, 10 gold points, 9 level. Black Iron. The Bronze level mission was quickly dismissed, leaving the 2 Black Iron level tasks for consideration, given Uchiha Hanyen's current capabilities. Rescuing the voluntarily captured Roger in front of numerous naval commanders seemed an exceedingly low-probability endeavor. Even with assistance from other pirates to avoid squandering this precious opportunity, he ultimately opted for the third task that aligned with his strength. In the timeline of Resident Evil 1, the fiercest creatures were the Lickers, whose power was not particularly formidable. Even without unlocking the 8 gates, Uchiha Hanyen felt confident in dispatching them with ease. Yet, he harbored concerns about the T-virus in the air and its potential adverse effects on him. Fortunately, in the original narrative, there was a compartment in the underground train containing numerous vials of antidote. As long as he secured them in advance, he could promptly counteract any infection from the T-virus. After making his choice, Uchiha Hanyen accepted the task of shutting down the Red Queen, following a night of rest at home. He elected to use teleportation to embark on this mission. Chapter 15. Dread. With a subtle fluctuation in the fabric of time and space, Uchiha Hanyen materialized within a lavish employee apartment, accompanied by a flood of information transmitted to his mind. His background was modified to that of a member of a covert special task force within the headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation, tasked with executing orders from the upper echelons alongside an Umbrella strike team. The current time frame was 1 hour before entering the Hive. Upon receiving the system's pertinent details, Uchiha Hanyen exited the apartment and made his way to the nearby Umbrella Corporation facility in Raccoon City, preparing to rendezvous with the strike team awaiting him there. Upon his arrival, the 7 members of the strike team furrowed their brows, directing their gaze toward the imposing figure of their leader, Captain James Shred. Before Captain Shred could speak, the hot-tempered woman from the original story, Reino Campo, pointed an accusatory finger at Uchiha Hanyin, both exasperated and amused, and inquired, "Boss, is today April Fool's Day? Is this the special task force member you made us wait for? An archaic individual still wielding cold weapons?" "The data indicated as much, though I find it hard to believe," Captain Shred replied as he activated the mini-computer on his arm and verified Uchiha Hanyin's identity. Rain approached Uchiha Hanyin, looking down at him with a condescending tone, taunting, "Hey, kid, we're about to embark on a perilous mission, not a child's play. I suggest you stay here and wait for us to return rather than hinder our progress." Her words, dripping with disdain, caused Uchiha Hanyin to narrow his eyes slightly. Although he had little interest in bullying the weak, he understood that to assert his influence in the upcoming mission, he must first intimidate this group of strength-respecting strike team members. He had already prepared to establish his dominance, and now someone was willingly stepping into the line of fire, saving him some effort. With a slight chuckle, Uchiha Hanyin retorted without mercy, "The company is quite apprehensive about this mission, which is precisely why they dispatched me. It appears their judgment was astute. With a bunch of inept individuals like you, the company's endeavors are surely at risk. What did you say, kid? Do you want to get beaten up?" The strike team members, all vigorous soldiers, bristled at Uchiha Hanyin's audacious provocation, ready to impart a memorable lesson. Unfazed by the escalating tension among the strike team, Uchiha Hanyin continued to provoke. "Not willing to accept my words? No matter. I'll give you a chance. All of you, come at me together. If you can defeat me, I'll retract my previous statement." This time, even the usually composed Captain Shred was ignited with fury, regarding Uchiha Hanyin as if he were a fool. "Kid, I can handle you all by myself." Rain, infuriated by Uchiha Hanyin's taunts, lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Her speed was impressive, but to Uchiha Hanyin, it merely equated to that of a typical genin's taijutsu. He tilted his head slightly to the left, evading her powerful strike, and swiftly countered with a kick that connected with Rain's abdomen, sending her flying several meters away with a deft application of force. The other strike team members merely caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past before their comrade was hurled backward, the entire exchange taking less than a second, so rapid that they barely registered how Uchiha Hanyin had executed the kick. At that moment, their expressions shifted dramatically, staring in shock at the seemingly nonchalant Uchiha Hanyin. They were well aware of Rain's prowess. While she might not surpass Captain Shred, she was certainly one of the top fighters within their ranks. The fact that she had been so easily overpowered by Uchiha Hanyin left them utterly astounded. "Well, although you are not my match, among the various strike teams within the company, you can still be considered an elite group. Now, let us cooperate and accomplish the task set forth by the company," Uchiha Hanyin declared. Having successfully intimidated them, he allowed a smile to grace his lips, extending an olive branch of goodwill. His words provided the strike team with a way to save face. Easing the previously tense atmosphere, Captain Shred discreetly exhaled in relief, extending his hand toward Uchiha Hanyin with an apologetic tone. "My apologies. We were in the wrong earlier. I hope you can overlook it." "Of course, we are teammates," Uchiha Hanyin replied, shaking his hand and putting their differences aside. Observing the equipment donned by the others, Uchiha Hanyin recalled the battles that lay ahead and inquired, "Is your arsenal limited to firearms? Do you possess any cold weapons such as sabers or katanas?" "Cold weapons. We do have a few in the armory, but we rarely use them, typically only resorting to knives," Captain Shred responded, though he was curious as to why Uchiha Hanyin would inquire about these outdated arms. "I recommend you all select a suitable cold weapon from the armory. At times, they can prove far more effective than firearms, facing a horde of zombies that would not cease their relentless pursuit unless struck in a vital area." The lethality of cold weapons far surpassed that of standard firearms. Their assistance would undoubtedly lighten Uchiha Hanyin's burden. While the team members appeared skeptical of the notion that cold weapons could surpass firearms, they ultimately acquiesced to Uchiha Hanyin's earlier display of strength. One by one, they ventured to the armory to select a cold weapon to carry, and they even procured a set of smaller-sized standard strike team gear for Uchiha Hanyin. After expressing his gratitude, Uchiha Hanyin donned the new equipment before joining the strike team, equipped with the apparatus necessary to disable the Red Queen, as they proceeded towards a concealed entrance to the hive. Specifically the villa where the protagonist Alice resided. As they neared the villa, all personnel entered combat mode, maintaining stealth while providing cover for one another as they stealthily approached their target. Chad, the computer, was responsible for electronic reconnaissance. Utilized infrared technology and reported to Captain Shred, "Captain, There are two individuals within the villa, likely the gatekeepers of the hive. JD, Rain, Ronald, Sherry, you four enter the villa and secure those two. Captain James selected 4 members from the team for a covert operation while the others remained stationed to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Utilizing various objects for concealment, the 4 operatives approached a section of the villa, ascended to the rooftop, and stealthily made their way towards the room housing 2 individuals, once positioned above the room. They secured safety ropes and carabiners to the roof, then simultaneously descended, hurled a flashbang into the room, shattered a wooden window, and burst in, swiftly subduing the occupants within, upon receiving confirmation of their success. Uchiha and Yen followed the remaining assault team into the room, where they beheld the subdued man and woman. Chapter 16. Entering the hive. What are you doing? I'm a police officer. You can't treat me this way, protested the man, identified as Matt Addison in the original narrative, who had intended to infiltrate the hive in search of his sister. The assault team, obeying only Captain James, ignored Matt's cries, delivering a punch before pinning his arms behind his back and cuffing him. Captain James approached the other individual, a woman identified as Alice, hoping to extract some information from her. However, Alice had suffered amnesia, unable to recall any events, prompting him to abandon his inquiries. Meanwhile, electronics expert Chad, having discovered a police badge on Matt during a search, conducted a network query only to find no record of him. He reported to Captain James, "Captain, there's no record of this person in the Locken City police database." With an unfriendly expression, Captain James approached Matt, pressing his handgun against his head, demanding, "Tell me, who are you?" "I am a newly assigned officer. They may not have had time to file my paperwork yet. I truly am a police officer," Matt implored, desperately trying to save his own skin. The local precinct is short-staffed. "What do we do? Kill him or let him go?" Chad inquired, seeking Captain James's judgment after hearing Matt's flimsy excuse. "Bring him along. We're heading to the headquarters," Captain James coldly replied, casting a momentary glance at Matt, choosing to tentatively trust his words while deciding to take both him and Alice into the hive. Although Uchiha and Yin were aware of the plot, they chose not to expose Matt's true identity. Nor did they plead for his release with excessive compassion. They simply observed the unfolding events, recognizing that the fate of the individual bore little relevance to their mission. Under Captain James's guidance, the group activated the massive electronic gate beneath the villa, entering the underground train station. There, they encountered Spence Parks, the individual responsible for the T-virus leak, concealed within a train compartment, seizing the opportunity while others questioned Spence. Uchiha and Yin discreetly entered the compartment, retrieving a box containing the T-virus and antidote into their system space. Once the assault team confirmed Spence's affiliation with Umbrella Corporation, they resolved to take him along to the hive. Disembark. Maintain vigilance. The train gradually came to a stop in a warehouse-like area. Captain James was the first to jump off, raising his semi-automatic rifle to scrutinize his surroundings. The other team members followed suit, ensuring the area was secure before allowing Alice and the others to disembark. The entrance to the hive was obstructed by an electronic door marked with the Umbrella logo and a biohazard symbol. Chad connected some data cables to the electronic lock, commencing the process of cracking the door's code. Seizing this moment, the amnesiac Alice approached Uchiha and Yen, who appeared more amiable compared to the other team members, and inquired, "I'd like to know who you are and what has transpired here." Uchiha glanced at her, patiently explaining, "We, like you, are employees of Umbrella Corporation. This door leads to the hive. You were the security personnel for the company's entrance. Thus we need to bring you along." "Hive? What is that?" Spence, also suffering from memory loss, pressed for answers. The hive is a clandestine research facility hidden underground, housing over 500 scientists and staff who conduct research on various confidential products as per the company's requirements. Captain James, overhearing their conversation, manipulated his mini-computer for a moment before displaying the screen to the two, stepping in for Uchiha to elucidate. "This is the passage to the hive, and this is the villa we arrived at earlier. We boarded the train to the underground from there, and our current location is the hive's entrance." After processing this information, Alice further queried, "Why do I have no memory? I cannot recall anything." Following Captain James's explanation regarding their amnesia due to the gas released by Red Queen, Chad successfully cracked the door's password. The door gradually opened under computer control, revealing a pitch-black hall. One team member donned night vision goggles, entering the room and activating the lights, illuminating the space. where electronic walls simulated the view of city skyscrapers above. Captain James opened the elevator door to the right side of the hall, only to discover the elevator was out of service to reach Red Queen's location. They would have to descend via the stairs on the opposite side. With only 3 hours to complete their mission before the massive electronic gate at the villa closed, trapping everyone inside, they needed to disable Red Queen and retrieve the motherboard within that time frame. Lest they await the arrival of the next rescue team from Umbrella to IT, seems we must take the stairs. We need to reach the bottom level within 10 minutes. Captain James decisively issued a new command after examining the map, leading the handcuffed Matt towards the staircase. They hurried down the stairs to the floor where Red Queen was located, only to find the research rooms on either side of the corridor flooded with water. The corpses of researchers, now pallid from immersion, floating ominously. Moreover, these waterlogged laboratories were the very route they needed to traverse to reach Red Queen. With them submerged, they would require significant time to bypass the laboratory codes and drain the water to proceed. Captain James instructed Chad to scout for an alternate route and informed the team of the situation where Red Queen had sealed off the hive, utilizing the internal defense systems to eliminate the researchers. Sir, I found another route. We can take a different passage through the B cafeteria, which leads directly to our destination, though it may take twice as long, Chad reported, having been consistently directed by Captain James. Okay, then wait, Captain James. Just as Captain James was about to command the team to proceed along the new route, he was interrupted by Uchiha and Yin, who had been silent until now, seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces. Uchiha explained to Captain James, "The headquarters has instructed me to proceed to the virus cold storage room on this level to execute a secret command, so I require your assistance to unlock the cold storage room's password." The idea of heading to the virus cold storage room arose in Uchiha's mind as he observed the true scale of the hive. In such a vast underground space, it was implausible that only the few viruses and antidotes taken by Spence were present. Thus, he decided to take a gamble, believing the cold storage would indeed contain more viruses and antidotes. The cold storage was the third room on the right, requiring 3 password unlocks to gain entry. Given Uchiha's assigned identity within the system, Captain James harbored no suspicions towards him. Upon locating the route to the cold storage room on the electronic map, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Chad, how long will it take to unlock the password?" "Sir, if all goes well, it should take about half an hour," Chad replied. Despite his confidence in his computer skills, he dared not promise a quicker resolution in the face of the formidable Red Queen. "Half an hour should suffice, Chad. Proceed immediately," Captain James affirmed, agreeing to assist Uchiha in accomplishing his task. "Understood," Chad responded, departing to retrieve tools for unlocking the right laboratory. Click. About 10 minutes later, the first door on the right opened. Murky water flowing out into the corridor. Uchiha stepped into the laboratory first, unsheathing his katana, and, to the bewilderment of the others, severed the head of a corpse within. "Stop, you bastard. What are you doing?" Upon witnessing the cruel treatment of the deceased by Uchiha Yoen, Alice immediately intervened in a fit of anger. The others, too, were unable to comprehend Uchiha Yohen's desecration of the dead, their gazes shifting towards him with palpable discontent, rendering the atmosphere decidedly tense. Chapter 17. Astonishing Discoveries. Captain James fixed a stony glare upon Uchiha Yoen, his voice laced with ire as he demanded, "I believe I require an explanation." Uchiha Yoen, neglecting to wipe the blood from his blade, refrained from answering directly. Instead, he countered with a firm inquiry. "James, you are familiar with the T-virus, are you not?" Indeed, although Captain James was perplexed by Uchiha Yoen's line of questioning, he articulated his knowledge regarding the T-virus. "The T-virus is correct, but not entirely comprehensive," Uchiha Yoen interjected once James concluded. The corporation's research revealed that organisms infected by the T-virus, upon death, metamorphose into zombies, hosts for the virus, exhibiting heightened aggression and transmissibility. They can only be eradicated by destroying the brain or severing the spinal cord. How could the dead possibly rise again? I refuse to believe it. You are lying. The disbelief among the group was palpable, as the notion of the dead returning to life struck them as sheer folly. Disbelieve? Very well. Fortuitously, there are 2 corpses in the next laboratory. Let us witness it together, Uchiha Yoen remarked nonchalantly, shouldering his sword and leaning against the adjacent wall, awaiting Chad to crack the laboratory code. With Uchiha Yoen silent, Captain James appeared contemplative, prompting the others to quieten as they awaited the revelation of the truth. In less than 10 minutes, Chad successfully completed his task, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated with the sound of the electronic door opening. Water cascaded down the corridor, corpses and debris strewn haphazardly throughout the laboratory. Captain James gestured for caution, and the members of the assault team aimed their weapons at the two researchers' corpses, under their watchful eyes. A few seconds passed in silence before the bodies, previously inert, suddenly stirred, rising unsteadily from the ground like aged individuals. Except for Uchiha Yohan, who had braced himself for this eventuality, the others recoiled in terror. Instinctively retreating several steps, the zombies, having sensed the presence of the living, turned their stiff necks toward the group and lunged forward with a guttural roar. The assault team members fired their automatic rifles without hesitation, continuing until the two zombies were reduced to a ghastly pulp. Phew! What in the world are these abominations? What is the corporation truly researching? Chad, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed onto the damp ground, gasping for breath in sheer terror. The corporation is developing biological weapons for warfare. These zombies are merely the byproducts of a viral outbreak, Uchiha Yohan elucidated, his gaze sweeping over the group, a smile gracing his lips. Now, I trust you will believe my words and understand the rationale behind my insistence on opting for cold weapons. The group exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mixture of complexity and confusion, uncertain how to navigate the convoluted circumstances they now faced. Do not be overly concerned. The individual strength of the zombies is not formidable. They can be dealt with by destroying the brain or spinal cord, Uchiha Yohan reassured them, before commanding Chad, unlock the cold storage room's code immediately. Understood. Chad promptly resumed his task, retreating to the group after unlocking the code. Wary of the potential for zombies to attack him from the cold storage. Very well. The next phase involves the corporation's secrets. Please proceed to the B cafeteria and await my arrival. I shall join you once I complete my task. After sending the group away, Uchiha Yohan entered the chilling confines of the cold storage. This is a windfall. Upon beholding the interior of the cold storage, even the typically composed Uchiha Yohan felt a surge of fervor. His excitement palpable. 2 Imposing rows of refrigeration units housed dozens of spiraled reagent vials in hues of blue and green, alongside numerous potions absent from the original narrative and a plethora of seemingly invaluable medicinal herbs. Like a whirlwind, he gathered all items within the cold storage into his system space, ensuring no treasures were overlooked before departing toward the B cafeteria. Upon Uchiha Yohan's arrival at the B cafeteria, the assault team had just reached the location, only to discover that it was not the restaurant one might envision, but a sprawling warehouse filled with numerous small containers. This is indeed the B cafeteria. At least according to my map, Chad confirmed after several comparisons, affirming their position matched the map's designation of the B cafeteria, but it appeared that this place concealed secrets, some the corporation wished to keep hidden from the outside world. Following the recent zombie incident, Captain James had evidently deduced the underlying reasons, opting not to dwell on it further as he pressed on with his inquiry. Regardless of that, I simply wish to know if we can reach the Red Queen from here. Chad glanced at the map and replied, Absolutely, Captain. After proceeding this way, we can access the mainframe room, and following a brief corridor, we will arrive at the core chamber housing the Red Queen. Then let us proceed this way. J.D. Rain, you shall remain here to monitor the prisoners and secure the exit. We will rendezvous with you post-haste upon completing our mission. Captain James deliberated before making arrangements akin to those in the original narrative. As the rest of the assault team followed Captain James onward, Uchiha Yohan offered a quiet reminder as he passed by. Remember, there are no living souls left here. Having spoken, he vanished into the corridor without waiting for their reactions. After exchanging glances, Rain and JD chose to heed Uchiha Yohan's caution, readying their weapons in vigilance. After navigating several electronic doors, the group arrived at the mainframe room of the hive, where Chad once again commenced his computer wizardry. After a flurry of rapid keystrokes, the passage to the core chamber was unlocked. The corridor stretched over 10 meters, flanked by walls that starkly contrasted with the steel exterior, featuring sleek, high-tech glass walls. At the corridor's end loomed the final electronic door leading to the core chamber, which was not linked to the internal network. Consequently, to breach the password, they could only employ a decoder for remote access. Remain here. I will install the decoder, Captain James asserted, taking on the task with a sense of duty as he cautiously stepped into the corridor. As Captain James reached the corridor's midpoint, the surrounding glass walls suddenly illuminated, startling him greatly. "Captain, it is merely an automatic sensor light. Rest assured," Chad's voice emerged from the communicator, calming Captain James's racing heart. After placing the decoder, Captain James promptly exited the corridor, awaiting Chad to finalize the last stage of the hacking process. Moments later, with the final command executed, the door to the core chamber housing the Red Queen began to open slowly. Chapter 18. The battle with the lickers. Bring the equipment. We shall enter and shut it down. With the door successfully ajar, Captain James exhaled in relief, directing 2 assault team members to carry the apparatus needed to deactivate the Red Queen as they prepared to traverse the laser corridor. In order to preserve the trio's combat capabilities, Uchiha Johan felt compelled to caution, "Wait, do you truly believe the Red Queen will allow us to deactivate her so easily?" Having previously won the group's respect, Uchiha Johan's counsel was taken seriously, prompting them to halt their advance. "Chad, reassess the safety of this area," Captain James instructed, his demeanor now one of heightened vigilance. Chad meticulously scrutinized all codes before leaping from his seat in shock, exclaiming, "Oh my, there are dormant defensive measures concealed here. Should too many individuals pass through the door, it will activate upon entry, unleashing laser beams that sever all. Thank goodness we did not enter. That would have been disastrous." "I appreciate the warning." Captain James and the others expressed their gratitude, wiping the sweat from their brows in relief. Uchiha Johan smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was no trouble, before addressing Chad. "Immediately disable this program. Our time is limited, and we must swiftly shut down the Red Queen and return to the surface." "Understood. Completion is imminent." Chad reclined back into his chair, commencing the modification of the program code to transition the defense system into an off state. Once Chad neutralized the perilous laser, Uchiha Itachi and Captain James, accompanied by others, entered the core control room, where they beheld the supercomputer housing the Red Queen's mainboard, with the machinery they had brought prepared. They readied themselves to reboot the Red Queen. It appeared that the Red Queen sensed the intentions of the assembled individuals. Utilizing a device mounted on the wall, it projected its virtual image in a 3D format. "Shutting me down will result in the main power being severed. I implore you, please do not proceed with this action." The Red Queen's gaze swept over all present, its pitiful entreaty echoing within the confines of the small control room. "Regrettably, our mission is to shut you down." Captain James cast a glance at the Red Queen's virtual visage before pressing the machine's button. "You will all perish in this underground, in the fleeting moment before its deactivation." The Red Queen's expression turned ominously cold, delivering a soulless verdict upon their fates. A resounding crackle filled the air as a massive surge of electricity erupted from the device brought by the strike team, forcibly rebooting the supercomputer, while the Hive's main power was cut, plunging the core room into darkness. After several seconds, the Red Queen completed its startup sequence, the main power restored, and the lights within the hive flickered back to life. Chad crouched down, pressing a series of buttons to extract the Red Queen's mainboard from the supercomputer, handing it over to the eagerly awaiting Uchiha Itachi. "Well done. Our task is complete. Let us return now." With the mission accomplished, Captain James exhaled in relief, preparing to lead his team back to the B cafeteria to reunite with Lei In and the others for their ascent to the surface. "Ah, help! Get away!" Rat-tat-tat. Just as they had taken a few steps, the furious shouts of Lei In and the sound of gunfire echoed, prompting the group to exchange glances before sprinting towards the B cafeteria to provide support. Upon Uchiha Itachi's arrival at the B cafeteria, he discovered a dramatic shift in the unfolding events. The previously delayed lickers had made an early appearance, and not just one of them. The 3 individuals left in the B cafeteria had already become prey to the lickers, which, having acquired new DNA, began their evolution into a higher tier of hunters. "What the hell are these monsters?" Captain James exclaimed in horror as he gazed at the muscular beings with elongated tongues and massive claws. Raising his rifle to fire at them, the high-velocity bullets struck the lickers, but inflicted minimal damage. However, the tremendous kinetic energy propelled their bodies backward, preventing them from closing in on the group to launch an attack. "Fight and retreat. We must return to the Red Queen's chamber." Nevertheless, the bullets from the rifles were finite, and the firepower quickly diminished. Following Captain James's orders, the strike team retreated towards the location of the Red Queen. Uchiha Itachi felt a twinge of frustration. Indeed, plans seldom survive contact with reality if he were not mistaken. The moment they shut down the Red Queen, she must have lifted the restraints on the lickers, releasing them to eliminate the strike team members who could potentially carry the T-virus out of the hive. He had initially intended to utilize these strike team members to swiftly clear the zombies obstructing their path on the return journey. But it seemed he would have to rely on his own strength to reach the surface. The lickers are beyond your capability to handle. Escape through the public sewer leading from the Red Queen's side. With a final piece of advice, Uchiha Itachi drew his katana and engaged in combat with the lickers. The lickers, having regressed in vision, relied entirely on their acute sense of hearing to detect targets. Upon perceiving Uchiha Itachi's movements, they lunged at him with claws bared. Die! Uchiha Itachi deftly sidestepped the lickers' whipping tongues, thrusting his enchanted katana into the arm of the nearest licker. Using the momentum, he executed a mid-air flip, landing behind the licker and swiftly severing its neck with a backward swing. Even the remarkably resilient licker, with its head severed, could only advance a few steps by inertia before collapsing in a thunderous crash. After dispatching this licker, the remaining ones abandoned their pursuit of the expedition team and redirected their attention towards Uchiha Itachi. With a flurry of movement, several lickers pivoted and charged at him, their barbed tongues darting towards his body. The tongues, though powerful and resilient, failed to injure Uchiha Itachi, who skillfully evaded them and systematically severed them one by one as the now tongueless lickers closed in on Uchiha Itachi, brandishing their razor-sharp claws with deadly intent. Unfazed, Uchiha Itachi activated his substitution technique at the moment the claws approached, evading the confrontation and sprinting towards the upper passage without a backward glance. The lickers split into two groups, with one set pursuing Alice and her companions, while the remainder continued their chase after Uchiha Itachi. What a nuisance! Observing the throng of lickers hot on his heels, Uchiha Itachi unleashed a burst of energy, darting with an otherworldly grace between shipping containers, and as he burst from the B cafeteria, he wielded his katana and spiraled energy to eliminate any lickers that exposed vulnerabilities. In a frenetic game of chase, they soon arrived at the station square where the train had previously been halted, and despite Uchiha Itachi's counterattacks, around 20 lickers remained. Chapter 19, Life and Death Crisis. Hey. Truly mindless creatures, since you dare to pursue, you shall leave your lives here. Uchiha Itachi stood at the center of the station square, coldly observing the encroaching lickers from all directions, his eyes radiating an insatiable bloodlust, and a mocking smile creeping within his heart. Previously, he had refrained from employing potent ninjutsu, fearing that the destruction of the narrow underground levels might seal off their escape route. Thus, he had solely relied on taijutsu and swordsmanship to combat them. While he had emerged unscathed, it had left him somewhat beleaguered. Now, in this spacious arena, his concerns faded, allowing him to unleash powerful offensive ninjutsu to ensnare them all. Retrieving his bloodied katana, he opened the gate to augment his total energy reserves. Swiftly forming hand seals, he summoned 3 layers of energy to execute a new fire release ninjutsu. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Uchiha Itachi expelled 9 flames from his mouth, which, catching the wind, transformed into 9 colossal fire dragons, each spanning several meters, surging forth with immense power towards the encroaching lickers. The Fire Dragon Flame Bullet was the sole B-rank ninjutsu bestowed upon him by his parents, which he had mastered after a month of rigorous practice. Under the enhancement of energy far surpassing chakra, it even achieved the efficacy of an A-rank ninjutsu. Although the lickers lacked intellect, their primal instincts were extraordinarily potent. Sensing the lethal threat posed by the fire dragons, they instinctively leaped in all directions to evade. However, the fire dragons, under Uchiha Itachi's mental control, did not dissipate. Instead, they altered their trajectory mid-air and accelerated towards the lickers. Boom! The 9 fire dragons struck true, engulfing the lickers in searing flames, releasing the acrid stench of charred flesh throughout the station square. The lickers' formidable physical defenses and regenerative capabilities paled in comparison to the relentless assault of the flames. As they writhed in agony, desperately attempting to extinguish the fire, yet their efforts proved futile, ultimately succumbing to the inferno. Uchiha Itachi was thoroughly satisfied with the potency of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, deploying it once more to obliterate another 9 lickers, leaving the remaining ones significantly less daunting. Utilizing the speed and might granted by the 8 gates, he swiftly dispatched them one by one. After clearing the area of lickers, Uchiha Itachi paused momentarily to recuperate, but still, the strike team members had yet to return. Good luck to you all. Uchiha Itachi decided against waiting any longer and promptly set off. Sprinting along the railway, emerging through the grand door beneath the villa, and returning to the surface, extracting the Red Queen's mainboard from the system space, Uchiha Itachi signaled for the Umbrella Corporation's extraction team, delivering it to them in pristine condition. After verifying the mainboard's integrity, the Umbrella personnel boarded a helicopter and departed, while the notification of mission completion resonated within Uchiha Itachi's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Black Iron level task of shutting down the Red Queen. You have earned a reward of 10 system coins and 9 task points. Ding! Mercenary task completed. The host may freely choose to exit the task dimension within 1 day, should the time elapse. A forced exit will occur, or the host may expend coins to remain in the task dimension at a cost of 1 coin per day. Current remaining time, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Danger! As Uchiha Hanyu completed his mission and began to relax, ready to catch his breath, a sudden and intense constriction gripped his heart, thrusting an overwhelming sense of peril into his mind, without a moment's hesitation. He immediately activated his substitution technique to evade the imminent threat. Unfortunately, he was a heartbeat too late. A searing pain shot through his chest, followed by a sickening thud as a massive penetrating wound appeared on his torso. This was the first time he had suffered such severe injuries. The excruciating agony and the rapid loss of blood left him feeling dizzy and disoriented. Fortunately, his heart remained intact, allowing him to cling to life. Albeit barely. Damn it, who could it be? Uchiha Hanyu executed a series of agile rolls, retreating into the villa, but the intense pain rendered him incapable of utilizing any healing abilities to tend to his wounds. Instead, he retrieved 3 9-flower jade dew pills from his system space and swallowed them hastily, applying the hemostatic powder he had purchased in Konoha liberally over the wound, yet he still could not stem the flow of blood. As the crimson liquid poured from him, his consciousness began to waver. He was facing his first life-or-death crisis since his rebirth. The sniper's bullet had left a gaping hole in his chest, even causing a portion of his internal organs to vanish. Even if he were to return to the world of Hokage immediately, it would be too late for any effective treatment. He had to gamble on sheer luck. With a fierce bite to his tongue to sharpen his focus, Uchiha Hanyu swiftly utilized the shadow clone technique to create 10 clones, each racing in different directions to divert the enemy's attention. Simultaneously, he extracted a vial of T-virus from his space and injected it directly into his body. The pain was excruciating, far beyond what Uchiha Hanyu had anticipated. Veins bulged like serpents beneath his skin, and his muscles convulsed violently, as if countless ants were gnawing at him from within, while searing flames seemed to engulf him, completely overshadowing the agony from his chest wound. Despite his formidable willpower, he could not suppress a cry of anguish. The genes within him continuously collapsed and reformed, the T-virus granting him extraordinary regenerative capabilities. Within mere breaths, the wound on his chest began to heal gradually, though the pain throughout his body remained relentless, tormenting his spirit. After several minutes, the T-virus concluded its transformation of Uchiha Hanyu's body, and the pain dissipated entirely, leaving a serene calm in its wake. Sitting on the blood-stained floor, drenched in sweat, Uchiha Hanyu opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a black tomo swirling within his blood-red irises. The Sharingan had awakened. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Feeling the transformation of his eyes, Uchiha Hanyu was overwhelmed with joy, completely taken aback by the fortuitous manner in which he had unlocked the Uchiha clan's most potent weapon, the Sharingan. Not only that, but the T-virus had also enhanced his physical abilities, enabling him to withstand the strain of the 3rd gate of the 8 gates while significantly narrowing the gap to the 4th gate. Most importantly, it imbued him with a regenerative power far beyond that of ordinary individuals. With the Sharingan activated, he mused, "Now I can employ those commonplace genjutsu techniques." Uchiha Hanyu directed his gaze toward the assailants outside the villa, a cold smirk curling his lips as he declared, "As a token of gratitude for awakening my eyes, let you wretches become the sacrifices for my Sharingan." Chapter 20. A Chance for Redemption. Tap. 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 Intermittent gunfire rang out as the clones he had previously created to draw the attacker's fire were swiftly eliminated. Uchiha Hanyu then laid eyes upon the true culprits behind the assault, a squad of elite soldiers bearing the USS insignia on their uniforms. The USS team, a covert unit established by the Umbrella Corporation, consisted of brainwashed operatives trained to follow orders without question, devoid of any emotions. They were the most trusted assassins of the Umbrella Corporation. Their mission was to safeguard the corporation's core secrets, obliterate any evidence detrimental to its interests, and discreetly eliminate all individuals who posed a threat to its confidential information. Had Uchiha Hanyu not been an avid player of the Resident Evil video game, with a keen interest in the Umbrella Corporation, he would not have recognized their identity. Now that he was aware of the Umbrella Corporation's involvement in this attack, he could surmise their motive, fearing that he might expose vital secrets from the hive. They had dispatched this unit to eliminate him. The pallor washed over Uchiha Hanyu's face as he realized he had been betrayed by the very employer he had worked for, gritting his teeth. He muttered, "Very well, Umbrella Corporation, I shall remember this. If I ever find an opportunity to return here, I will exact my revenge." Binding explosive tags to his shuriken, Uchiha Hanyu dispatched several more clones to distract the enemy, while his original self, with Sharingan activated, utilized its profound perceptive abilities to pinpoint the concealed positions of the USS soldiers. Now, it was time to collect some interest. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Hanyu leaped from his hiding spot, his shuriken transforming into streaks of cold light as they flew toward the enemy's location. Boom! The activated explosive tags detonated upon impact, triggering a series of explosions that left several unsuspecting USS soldiers in tatters. Evade! Counterattack! Witnessing Uchiha Hanyu's retaliation, a commanding officer rolled into cover behind a hillside outside the villa, simultaneously issuing orders through his radio to his subordinates. Tap, tap, tap. Multiple Gatling guns unleashed a torrential barrage of bullets, the rain of gunfire whistling through the air, creating fiery tongues that devastated the area where Uchiha Hanyu had sought refuge. He did not remain stationary. Utilizing the superior agility of a ninja, he darted through the villa, occasionally launching shuriken from windows and eaves, eliminating USS soldiers attempting to breach the premises. Team 1 and 2, maintain fire suppression. Team 3, prepare rockets. Teams 4 and 5, get ready to assault. The commander, frustrated by the stalemate, made further adjustments to expedite Uchiha Hanyu's extermination. The USS soldiers showed no regard for ammunition expenditure, unleashing a relentless volley of bullets within mere seconds. Meanwhile, one soldier hefted a rocket launcher, aimed at Uchiha Hanyu's position, and pulled the trigger. With a loud roar, a fiery projectile soared through the air, crashing into the villa. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, Uchiha Hanyu dared not confront it head-on, opting instead for rapid evasion. Another explosive roar echoed as the previous room was reduced to ruins by the rocket blast. Seizing the opportunity amidst the dust and debris, Uchiha Hanyu swiftly dispatched several USS soldiers before retreating back into the villa. Jinjutsu, Nirvana Sanctuary Technique. Uchiha Hanyu formed hand seals, employing a Jinjutsu technique he had learned from his teammate, Ikamoto Kaori. Under the amplification of his Sharingan, a flurry of white feathers floated gracefully from the air, lulling the unsuspecting USS soldiers into a deep slumber. Compared to ninjutsu and taijutsu, Jinjutsu proved far more insidious and difficult to counter. Strolling leisurely out of the villa, Uchiha Hanyu gazed at the fallen USS soldiers scattered across the ground. Unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation, he then drew his katana and mercilessly dispatched them one by one. Only after eliminating the last of the USS soldiers did Uchiha Hanyu find a modicum of relief from his anger before he made his way to the city center to hail a taxi bound for the neighboring city. A few hours later, Uchiha Hanyu arrived at the Umbrella Corporation's branch within this city. Without uttering a word, he unsheathed his weapon and charged inside, completely obliterating the branch while seizing various precious resources stored within, all of which he transferred into his system space. Time was too short to scour another city, so Uchiha Hanyu could only cast a resentful glance in the direction of the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters before choosing to depart from this timeline. Upon returning to the world of Naruto, Uchiha Hanyu quickly refreshed himself, changing out of his nearly tattered ninja attire, and began to tally the spoils from his recent mission. The inventory included T-Virus Serum, 0.15 gold coins, quantity 64, T-Virus Antidote, 0.15 gold coins, quantity 28, T-Virus Improvement Type 1 Agent, 0.2 gold coins, quantity 11, T-Virus Improvement Type 2 Agent, 0.2 gold coins, Quantity 7. T-Virus Improvement Type 3 Agent, 0.3 gold coins. Quantity 4. T-Virus Improvement Type 4 Agent, 0.3 gold coins. Quantity 4. T-Virus Optimized Agent, 1 gold coin. Quantity 1. Century-Old Blood Ginseng, 1 gold coin. Quantity 1. Century-Old Snow Lotus, 1 gold coin. Quantity 1. Natural Musk, 0.6 gold coins. Natural Cattle Bile, 0.4 gold coins. After reviewing all his gains, a smile involuntarily spread across Uchiha Hanyu's face. Aside from retaining a portion of the T-Virus Serum, T-Virus Optimized Agent, and a few other select items, he decided to recycle the rest, accumulating a total of 98 gold coins. The Umbrella Corporation truly lived up to its reputation as an international monopolistic powerhouse within the world of Resident Evil. Merely the items from 2 of its branches nearly equated to the reward of a low-tier bronze mission. Indeed, the phrase killing and arson bring riches resonated in Uchiha Hanyu's mind, igniting a desire within him to return to the Resident Evil world and plunder every warehouse belonging to the Umbrella Corporation. With 98 gold coins, coupled with the 10 gold coins awarded for completing the mission, Uchiha Hanyu was elated to possess over 100 gold coins for the first time, and he promptly opened the Multiverse Marketplace to procure some high-tier items. The foremost priority for Uchiha Hanyu was to enhance his combat prowess. Currently, the most expedient way to achieve this was through the 8 Gates technique. A bug-level physical skilled TO increased the number of opened gates. A more robust physique was essential. Thus, his initial choice was not an internal cultivation method that could enhance energy absorption, but rather an external body refinement technique from the myriad realms, under the system's scrutiny. A plethora of body refinement techniques unfolded before Uchiha Hanyu's eyes. Chapter 21. The selection of body refinement techniques. Crimson Bright 9 Heavens Diagram. First 9 layers mid-level bronze. Upper half of the earth-level body refinement technique. Price: 105 gold coins. Blood Demon Immortal Body. First 9 layers mid-level bronze. Upper half of the earth-level body refinement technique. Price: 90 gold coins. Prideful Bone Golden Body. True Element Edition. Lower mid-level bronze. Subvolume of the Mysterious Level Body Refinement Technique. Price: 60 gold coins. Little 5 Elements Body Forging Technique. Lower level bronze. Yellow Level Body Refinement Technique. Price: 50 gold coins. Indestructible Diamond Divine Skill. Lower level Black Iron. Common Level Body Refinement Technique. Price: 1 gold coin. Golden Bell Shield. Lower level Black Iron. Common Level Body Refinement Technique. Price: 1 gold coin. In comparison to internal cultivation methods, the selection of external body refinement techniques was considerably limited. After an initial screening, Uchiha Hanyu's final decision rested between the Crimson Bright 9 Heavens Diagram and the Blood Demon Immortal Body, both originating from the same realm as the Wild Wilderness Chronicle. The Crimson Bright 9 Heavens Diagram is a body refinement technique practiced by the protagonist genin in the original story, allowing him to manipulate water and fire from birth, possessing immense strength and the ability to regenerate lost limbs. The Zifu realm even enables him to be reborn through blood, along with various divine abilities. The first 9 layers can cultivate to the Zifu realm. The Blood Demon Immortal Body requires the inscribing of demonic runes upon the body at the outset, invoking Blood Fiend energy to refine the physique, necessitating a grueling 3 years of rune inscription torment. Once fully transformed, the body becomes an innate being, endowed with numerous divine abilities. According to the original narrative, the Crimson Bright 9 Heavens Diagram is universally acknowledged as the foremost body refinement technique, capable of naturally coalescing divine patterns, while the Blood Demon Immortal Body pales in comparison. After much contemplation, Uchiha Hanyu ultimately opted for the Blood Demon Immortal Body, as he recognized that the most formidable technique need not be the best, but rather the one most suited to himself. Akin to how there are no worthless devil fruits, only inadequate users. Having purchased the Blood Demon Immortal Body, Uchiha Hanyu found himself with 18 gold coins remaining. He continued to browse the Multiverse Marketplace, spending 15 coins on the Daybreaker Meditation Technique, which enhances mental strength. Daybreaker Meditation Technique. Mid-level Black Iron. Foundational Mental Strength Cultivation Method. Price: 15 gold coins. Finding no other suitable techniques or items, Uchiha Hanyu chose to conserve the remaining 3 gold coins for future use. Closing the Multiverse Marketplace, Uchiha Hanyu delved into the Blood Demon Immortal Body manual within his mind. The Blood Demon Immortal Body. created by the Blood Demon Elder in the Wild Wilderness Chronicle, involves inscribing 4,900 demonic seals at critical junctures of the body using secret techniques, drawing forth blood fiend energy to refine the body and form magical patterns. After enduring 3 years of hellish torment, the physique transforms into an indestructible demonic body, purging the taint of blood fiend energy and leaving only the purest, most vigorous blood essence. The first step of cultivation involves inscribing the 4,900 demonic seals within the body. After closing the doors and windows, Uchiha Hanyu sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling his blood essence, beginning with the Baihui point at the top of his head to inscribe the first demonic seal. The pain was excruciating. The first seal's inscription left Uchiha Hanyu caught off guard, pale-faced and gasping for breath, his body trembling uncontrollably. It's not painful at all. It feels like a mere tickle. The inscription of the demonic seal must be executed flawlessly. Uchiha Hanyu endured the torturous agony, attempting to distract himself through self-hypnosis, even though its effectiveness was minimal. Guided by the secret technique, the blood essence within him coalesced into an insubstantial blood blade, akin to a rusty steel knife, continually tugging at the flesh and bones around the Baihui point. After enduring numerous heart-wrenching cuts, he finally succeeded in inscribing a small demonic seal within his body. Upon completion, Uchiha Hanyu immediately ceased the guidance, drenched in sweat and looking as though he had just emerged from a torrential downpour. Phew, the creator of this technique must be either a patient with a complete lack of pain sensitivity or a masochistic pervert. After a prolonged moment of recovery, Uchiha Hanyu couldn't help but voice his thoughts, contemplating the more than 4,000 seals that still needed to be inscribed, a shiver running down his spine. Though he grumbled, having chosen this technique, Uchiha Hanyu was not one to abandon it easily. Gritting his teeth, he resumed his seated position to inscribe the second demonic seal. With mental preparation, the second inscription proved slightly less painful. It was only when his energy was nearly depleted that Uchiha Hanyu managed to inscribe over 10 seals that it seemed that to complete the entry-level mastery of the Blood Demon immortal body, he would need to invest at least a year of effort. Unable to continue with the Blood Demon immortal body, Uchiha Hanyu retrieved the Daybreaker meditation technique and began to cultivate his mental strength. The Daybreaker meditation technique, originating from the Azeroth realm, is a secret meditation technique passed down through the High Elf royal family of the Daybreakers, renowned for its unique approach to mental strength cultivation and application. Uchiha Hanyu cleared his mind, following the meditation technique's method, and after some time, he entered a meditative state. In this meditative state, Uchiha Hanyu's mental strength felt as if a long dry field was being revived by a torrential downpour, bringing immense comfort. Once his mental strength was fully restored, he exited the meditative state, awakening from his trance. Stretching luxuriously, Uchiha Hanyu stood up, invigorated, twisting his waist to loosen his muscles and bones while assessing his mental power. Indeed, not only had the mental strength consumed during the inscription of the seals been restored, but the overall amount had also seen a slight increase. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before his Sharingan would evolve to the level of double Tomo. Casting a glance at the time displayed on the wall, Uchiha Yahan realized that an entire day had elapsed, yet he felt no trace of fatigue. It seemed that he could substitute sleep with meditation in the future. After casually preparing a dinner to satiate his hunger, Uchiha Yahan meticulously devised a new plan, integrating all of his current abilities. First and foremost, he would activate the 8 gates daily to enhance cellular adaptability and practice physical techniques. Subsequently, he would cultivate the genetic original energy technique to replenish cellular energy. Following that, he would hone his mental control through the engraving of magical seals, and ultimately, he would restore and elevate his mental strength through meditation. As for the coveted Sharingan, there was no urgency. After all, the lower-tier Sharingan held little significance before Uchiha Tachane as long as he could adeptly wield it. He could engage in rigorous training once his mental strength steadily improved, and he unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan. Moreover, for Uchiha Yahan, who possessed a proverbial golden finger, the Sharingan was no longer his sole path to strength. After a light dinner, Uchiha Yahan lay in bed, preparing to rest when a notification sound abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! The task you issued for concocting medicinal materials has been accepted, with an estimated completion time of 1 week. Uchiha Yahan raised an eyebrow, suddenly enlightened as he recalled the task he had previously posted. feeling a sense of anticipation for what kind of potion could be concocted from blood orchid and mutant snake gall. Chapter 22. Ambush. After a day of training in Konoha, the 2-day leave granted by Captain Toriyama had finally come to an end, and Uchiha Yahan once again embarked on a new mission with his teammates. Due to their outstanding performance in the last mission, Captain Toriyama had accepted a B-rank escort task, which involved protecting the merchant Mr. Kashima and his caravan on their return to the Land of Lightning, with an estimated duration of 10 days. After a brief preparation for travel, the Toriyama squad met up with Mr. Kashima's caravan outside the gates of Konoha, where they encountered their employer, a portly middle-aged merchant. Greetings, Mr. Kashima. I am the captain of this mission, Furukawa Toriyama. These are my subordinates, Uchiha Yahan, Inazuka Y, and Ikemoto Kaori. Rest assured, we will ensure your safety. Upon their introduction, Captain Toriyama greeted the employer with a smile, while introducing Uchiha Yahan and the others. Hello, Mr. Kashima. Uchiha Yahan and his companions politely greeted after the introduction. Konoha truly is a land of exceptional talent, boasting such a plethora of young and outstanding ninjas. Mr. Kashima did not underestimate Uchiha Yahan and his companions due to their age. After all, he had traversed many lands over the years and had seen countless ninjas who, despite appearing unimpressive, often possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Captain Toriyama smiled modestly, responding, "You flatter us, Mr. Kashima. The village hidden in the clouds also has many young heroes. As for these three, they still have much room for improvement." After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Kashima led his caravan to set off, and the mission for the Toriyama squad officially commenced. Mr. Kashima's caravan consisted of 10 carts. Apart from his own, the others were cargo vehicles laden with specialties procured from the Land of Fire, resulting in a slower pace for the caravan. Under Captain Toriyama's arrangement, the keen-sensed Inazuka Y was tasked with scouting ahead, while Captain Toriyama and Ikemoto Kaori remained in the middle of the group, accompanying the caravan, leaving the most powerful Uchiha Yahan to guard the rear. As late April ushered in the season of warmth and blooming flowers. The pleasant weather and scenic beauty made executing missions outside the village a truly enjoyable endeavor. The first day's journey concluded swiftly, and the caravan paused for rest in a small town within the Land of Fire. "Yahan, why, how about we go for a stroll and grab some delicious food?" As a girl, Ikemoto Kaori's pursuit of culinary delights far exceeded that of Uchiha Yahan and Inazuka Y. The moment Captain Toriyama announced the rotation for rest, she quickly sought out the two to extend her invitation. "Sure, the midday rations tasted terrible. I certainly don't want to eat that again tonight, but let's go, Shibingru." Without hesitation, Inazuka Y supported Ikemoto Kaori's suggestion, and after identifying the direction of the snack street with a twitch of his nostrils, he dashed off, not waiting for Uchiha Yahan. "All right, let's go." Sensing Ikemoto Kaori's eager gaze upon him, Uchiha Yahan did not decline but nodded in agreement, chasing after Inazuka Y in search of a delectable dinner. "All you paupers, get lost. You've dirted my clothes. Even selling you wooden tea cover the cost." Upon arriving at the snack street, they encountered a haughty young man, accompanied by a sycophantic lackey and several rogue ninja guards, who berated the ordinary civilians in the street. The ordinary citizens, despite their displeasure and disdain for the young man's opulent attire, stepped aside, allowing this clearly troublesome scion to pass. Although Uchiha Yahan and his companions were not intimidated by the rogue ninja guards, they chose to enter the snack street from another route to avoid unnecessary trouble, finding a pleasant restaurant to indulge in a hearty meal. After dinner, Uchiha Yahan and his companions returned to the inn where the caravan was staying, taking turns to assist Captain Toriyama with the guard duty, safely passing through the first night. Early the next morning, the caravan departed from the town, continuing their journey. An hour later, as Uchiha Yahan walked at the rear of the group, he heard a series of hoarse whinnies approaching from behind. Instantly alert, he leaped onto a nearby tall tree, scanning the direction of the sound. Before long, a sizable horse team, comprising over a dozen individuals, galloped toward the caravan, led by none other than the young scion they had encountered the previous day at the snack street. Uncertain whether the group's target was his party, Uchiha Yahan did not hesitate and promptly sprinted to catch up with the caravan, relaying his discovery to Captain Toriyama and Mr. Kashima. Upon receiving the news from Uchiha Yahan, Captain Toriyama immediately instructed the caravan to reduce its pace in preparation for this unknown group that could either be friend or foe. Thanks to the speed of their horses, the approaching group soon came into view of the caravan members. Under Uchiha Yahan's vigilance, The young scion merely cast a fleeting glance at the caravan before swiftly passing by, disappearing into the distance. Confirming that the group posed no threat, the caravan resumed its journey. Uchiha Yahan returned to the rear of the line, continuing his watchful duty to bolster the squad's strength and alleviate the boredom of their journey. During a break in the caravan's travels, Captain Toriyama imparted the eagerly awaited shadow clone technique to Uchiha Yahan and the others, guiding them to successfully master it. Having learned this highly practical ninjutsu, Uchiha Yahan created 3 shadow clones, one to guard the rear of the caravan, one to train in physical techniques in the wilderness, and another to further develop the advanced version of Rasengan. While his main body sat atop a cargo cart, slowly etching magical seals without compromising his combat readiness. Perhaps deterred by Konoha's formidable reputation in the Land of Fire, the caravan traversed 3 entire days without encountering a single ambush. Only crossing paths with a few other ninja squads from different nations engaged in their own missions. There were no conflicts of interest. No battles ensued on the 4th day. The caravan left the Land of Fire and entered the territory of the Land of Soup. The Land of Soup, a small nation nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, boasted a beautiful natural environment and thriving tourism due to its scenic resources, although there existed a small ninja village named Soup Ninja Village within the country. Budget cuts from the feudal lord had led to its gradual decline, earning it the nickname the Ninja Village that forgot war in the ninja world. Consequently, the Land of Soup became a hotspot for rogue ninjas. Captain, another group of rogue ninjas spotted 500 meters ahead. Having only traveled for a morning, Inuzuka-Y's shadow clone had reported the presence of rogue ninjas for the 8th time. Maintain vigilance. Captain Toriyama responded calmly, well aware of the rampant rogue ninjas within the Land of Soup. He instructed Inuzuka-Y to keep a normal level of alertness without provoking the group. The caravan continued its journey. Entering a dense forest, when Uchiha Yahan, meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, sensing an impending danger. Recalling the 2 shadow clones he had been training, Uchiha Yahan swiftly leaped up a tall tree, scanning the surroundings of the caravan for any anomalies. However, he detected nothing out of the ordinary, leaving him to suppress his unease and quietly unlock the first 2 gates of the 8 gates, preparing for any potential crisis. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the very moment the merchant caravan was about to depart from the dense forest, a dark swarm of shurikens and kunai descended upon them like a torrential storm, as a small team of over 10 rogue ninjas materialized from thin air, encircling the caravan. Chapter 23. Casualties, everyone. Be cautious. Earth release. Multiple earth wall. In this dire moment, Captain Tama reacted instantly, completing a series of hand seals in the blink of an eye. Enormous stone slabs erupted from the ground, forming a protective barrier around the members of the caravan, shielding them from the onslaught of the rogue ninjas' weaponry. Clang, clang, clang. Uchiha Heian drew his dark iron katana, deflecting the incoming projectiles aimed at him, while he, along with Captain Tama and Shihan Kaori, formed a triangular formation to safeguard the caravan. Their expressions vigilant as they surveyed the surrounding rogue ninjas. This is troubling. Among these rogue ninjas, there are actually 2 genin and 5 nin. Uchiha Heian scrutinized the encircling rogues, a frown creasing his brow. Though he felt little panic. Given his current strength, should he wish to escape, the 2 genin would be unable to impede his departure. Yet, for reasons unknown, one of the one-eyed genin instilled in him a profound sense of danger. Uchiha Heian turned to Captain Tama, uncertain of his decision, whether to press on with the mission or abandon it to preserve their lives. The leading genin, clad in black, bore a cruel smile, his eyes glinting with malice as he addressed Uchiha Heian and the others mockingly. Ah, so this is the famed speed of a Konoha ninja. That I wonder if your speed in courting death is as swift as your reflexes? With that, the black-clad genin hurled 2 severed heads towards them, undoubtedly the remains of Inuzuka Yuki and J.B. Maru, who had been scouting ahead and now lay lifeless. Captain Tama's expression darkened, a bitter realization setting in. He had not anticipated such formidable foes. With the strength of his squad, completing the mission seemed an insurmountable challenge. From the rogues' words, he discerned their intent to eliminate the 3 of them. Thus he summoned 2 shadow clones to Uchiha Heian and Shihan Kaori's side, commanding in a barely audible tone, "Abandon the mission and prepare to break out that I will hold them off. You must find an opportunity to escape. Remember, Run without looking back. Before Uchiha Heian and Shihan Kori could respond, a sardonic smile crept across Captain Tama's face as he coldly proclaimed, "You pathetic rogues. Lurking in the shadows, dare to strike at Konoha's ninjas? Truly, you are oblivious to your own mortality." Captain Tama's taunts had a noticeable effect. The expressions of the surrounding rogue ninjas shifted uncomfortably, particularly among several Seichnin, whose anger was palpable. "Ha! The scum of Konoha. I finally have my chance." In that instant, another genin, his head entirely wrapped in bandages save for a single eye, erupted into maniacal laughter, his beast-like gaze filled with a predatory hunger, fixated on Uchiha Heian and his companions as he roared, "You shall all perish. Go to hell and apologize to Jur." Upon hearing this, the black-clad genin seemed to come to a revelation. "Ah. So it was they who killed your brother, the one who left to communicate with the 100 Blades group. And no wonder you are so eager to assist us without charge." Uchiha Heian and his companions were initially bewildered, entirely unaware of who Jur was. However, the black-clad genin's words clarified the situation, revealing the identity of the one-eyed genin. It turned out that this one-eyed genin was the brother of the rogue ninja Uchiha Heian had slain during a recent mission to eradicate bandits. "Ha ha, so that was your brother? He begged me for his life," tears streaming down his face. "Yet, I ended his life with a single stroke. How unfortunate." Captain Tama burst into laughter, his merciless words piercing the one-eyed genin's heart like a frigid blade, intensifying his hatred. "I will kill you." Unable to contain his fury and murderous intent any longer, the one-eyed genin lunged at Captain Tama, prompting the other rogue ninjas to prepare their jutsu and kunai. Initiating an assault on the trio. Earth release. Earth barrier. Earth release. Earth flow river. Earth release. Rock pillar prison. Captain Tama and his two clones unleashed their respective earth jutsu, erecting massive rock and mud barriers and towering earth pillars, successfully obstructing the rogue ninja's advance. "Get moving," Captain Tama bellowed, signaling Uchiha Heian and Shihan Kori to seize the opportunity to flee. "Captain, I refuse to leave. I want to fight alongside you." Shihan Kori disregarded Captain Tama's command, her hands forming seals as she prepared to cast Jinjutsu on the lower-ranked rogue ninjas. Captain Tama, exasperated by her defiance, nearly choked on his frustration. He barked angrily, "You fool. Hurry and go. Do not linger and become a hindrance. Hein, take her and escape. Survive at all costs." "Yes, Captain." Uchiha Heian was not the type to recklessly confront powerful enemies with the naive optimism of a protagonist from a SH manga. Heeding Captain Tama's words, he immediately grasped Shihan Kaori's arm, preparing to retreat. "Heinken, I won't leave. Let go of me." Shihan Kaori stubbornly resisted, her willfulness emerging. With a sharp slap, Uchiha Heian, unable to endure any longer, struck her across the face. "What can you possibly do with your mere genin strength? It is better to live and grow stronger to avenge Captain Tama than to die in vain." Perhaps struck by Uchiha Heian's outburst, or perhaps having realized the truth of his words, Shihan Kaori, with tears glistening in her eyes, cast a glance at Captain Tama, who was fighting valiantly against the two genin, before following Uchiha Heian in their desperate escape. Wind release. Windblade. A rogue ninja blocking their path unleashed several transparent wind blades, howling with a chilling shriek, aimed at Uchiha Heian and Shihan Kori. 8 gates. Opening the first gate, the Gate of Life. Open. Without hesitation, Uchiha Heian activated the third gate, surging forward like the wind, his katana tracing an elegant arc, leaving a brilliant crimson streak in its wake. Shihan Kaori was not as fortunate, confronted by a CH-level rogue. She suffered a grievous wound as the kunai sliced deep into her arm. Spiral Sphere. Uchiha Heian propelled a rogue ninja away with a spiral sphere, and upon witnessing Shihan Kaori in peril, he leaped forcefully, launching himself behind her opponent. Leaf Great Whirlwind. With a powerful flying kick, the rogue ninja was obliterated, sent crashing like a cannonball into several trees, meeting his demise. "Quickly go," Uchiha Heian urged, then utilized body flicker technique to evade two rogue ninjas' fire-release jutsu. Choosing a less crowded path to continue their escape, combined ninjutsu. Earth release. Super Earth Dragon Bomb. A colossal earthen dragon, formed of mud and water, emerged amidst the coordinated efforts of two CH-rogue ninjas. Its maw opening to unleash dozens of heavy mudstone cannonballs, hurtling towards Uchiha Heian and Chihan Kaori as they attempted to break free. The combined jutsu proved far more potent than typical techniques. The speed of the Earth Dragon Bomb surpassed that of the Ch-Nin ninjas, though it could not catch up to Uchiha Heian, who had opened the 8 gates. It struck Chihan Kaori in an instant. Chihan Kaori was slammed by the overwhelming force of the Earth Dragon Bomb, blood spurting from her mouth as she crashed against a tree. Before she could recover, she was pursued and swiftly dispatched by 2 Ch-Nin rogue ninjas. Tama Squad suffers another loss. Chapter 24. The might of the 8 gates. Upon hearing Chihan Kaori's anguished cry before her demise, Uchiha Heian hesitated momentarily, but then, without a trace of doubt, he surged forth with even greater speed. Fleeing the forest, damn it, that brat is escaping. Seeing Uchiha Heian nearing a chance to evade the rogue ninjas, the one-eyed genin turned to the black-clad genin, declaring, "Araki, I'll handle this genin. You pursue that brat. Understood, I'll leave this one to you." The black-clad genin repelled the battered Captain Tama with a single strike, then pivoted to chase after Uchiha Heian. Do not let him escape. Earth Release Barrier. Earth Prison. Captain Tama would not idly watch as the black-clad genin pursued Uchiha Heian. Gathering his scarce chakra, he cast a large Earth Release Barrier, enveloping himself and the 2 genin in a chakra-laden Earth prison. Granting Uchiha Heian a greater chance of escape, the black-clad genin infused chakra into his blade and struck the prison's wall with all his might, yet failed to breach it, leaving only a 4-finger-wide gash in its surface. Wind Slash. Cross-cut. After testing the defensive strength of the earthen prison, the cloaked ninja swiftly formed several hand seals with one hand, and a layer of violent wind chakra manifested on the blade of his katana as he unleashed a shaped slash, which deeply cleaved into the prison, creating a massive breach. Gasping, Captain Tongma, who was straining to maintain the prison's barrier, was affected by the force, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He then executed a substitution technique to evade the oncoming assault from the one-eyed ninja. Haha, I shall take my leave first, Araki. You must deal with him quickly, or else that little brat's head will be my trophy. The cloaked ninja laughed heartily, casting a glance at the beleaguered Captain Tongma. Before vanishing from the scene in an instant, Captain Tongma attempted to intercept him, but found himself powerless, having to muster all his strength to endure against the relentless attacks of the one-eyed ninja for as long as possible. Leaf's ninja, allow me to showcase the power bestowed upon me by my lord, the one-eyed ninja declared, halting his pursuit of Captain Tongma, unwrapping the bandages that enveloped his head and shedding his upper garment. Upon seeing the true visage of the one-eyed ninja, Captain Tongma could not suppress a shudder, his finger trembling as he pointed at the adversary, rendered speechless. This is the price of power, the one-eyed ninja remarked, caressing the side of his face, shrouded in an unknown black substance, along with the upper half of his body, which was covered in dark red scales, before fixing a gaze filled with hatred upon Captain Tongma. Truly a madman, Captain Tongma murmured softly, quickly regaining his composure. Although his words were faint, the one-eyed ninja caught them, his expression manic as he replied, what does it matter if I am mad? As long as I can avenge Jiro. Everything is worth it. Aware that he was nearing the end of his life on the battlefield, Captain Tongma's demeanor remained remarkably calm as he channeled his final chakra, stating lightly, "Come, let me witness your so-called power." As you wish. Secret technique. Bloodscale massacre. The one-eyed ninja tore off a handful of his dark red scales, infusing them with black chakra. Once they absorbed sufficient chakra, they spun like shurikens and hurtled towards Captain Tongma. Earth Style. Double Earthen Barrier. Earth Style. Rock Pillar Spear. Uncertain of the potency of the one-eyed ninja's technique, Captain Tongma erected dual earthen barriers before him, while simultaneously condensing chakra into sharp earthen spikes that thrust upwards at his foe. Secret technique. Bloodscale Shield. The one-eyed ninja scoffed, tearing off more scales to form a thick shield that absorbed the impact of the earthen spikes. Meanwhile, the rapidly approaching crimson scales breached the earthen barrier's defenses. Though Captain Tongma managed to deflect them with a kunai, they did not fall to the ground, but instead continued to whirl around him, ensnaring him within their grasp. It is over. Witnessing Captain Tongma ensnared by the scales, the one-eyed ninja laughed maniacally as the black substance on his face slithered, spreading to his chest, from which an even denser black chakra surged forth. Secret technique. Bloodscale Poison Formation. The one-eyed ninja activated his new secret technique. With the blood scales hovering midair, firing streams of blood-red chakra lines that intertwined to form a massive net-like barrier, releasing waves of black gas that enveloped Captain Tonma's body, trapped within. Captain Tonma immediately held his breath, preparing to utilize his Earth escape technique to flee, only to feel his chakra restrained by countless tendrils of black poisonous gas infiltrating through his pores, rendering him utterly immobilized. Moreover, more of the toxic gas invaded his body, transforming his blood into poisonous black ichor, coursing through his veins and invading his organs, pain and suffocation overwhelming him as his vision dimmed. He coughed up a mouthful of black toxic blood, succumbing to the poison in the blink of an eye. Jiro, only one remains. I shall avenge you, brother, the one-eyed ninja gasped, donning his upper garment once more. Using his secret technique to locate Uchiha Weiin's position, and pursued him at full speed at the precise moment Captain Tonma was slain by the one-eyed ninja, Uchiha Weiin found himself cornered in a valley several kilometers away by the cloaked ninja. Huff, huff, the cloaked ninja panted, observing Uchiha Weiin, who had concealed his katana, both astonished and relieved as he remarked, "Little brat, I never anticipated you could move with such speed if it weren't for my secret technique. You would have truly escaped today. 8 gates released, injury gate open." Uncertain of when other foes might arrive, Uchiha Weiin activated the injury gate, despite its toll on his body, to expedite his escape. The frenzied power of the injury gate turned Uchiha Weiin's skin a deep crimson, akin to that of a boiled lobster, as the muscles within began to sustain damage, propelling him beyond the level of a chunin to that of a jounin dado. Utilizing forbidden techniques, are we? Quite the formidable presence. But alas, encountering me, you are destined to perish here. The cloaked ninja, oblivious to the true might of the 8 gates, nevertheless felt a tinge of caution as he observed the tempestuous energy surging from Uchiha Weiin. Enough of your prattle. Once accustomed to the power of the injury gate, Uchiha Weiin shot a cold glance at the cloaked ninja, bending slightly before charging forth at full speed, appearing before the cloaked ninja in an instant. What? How can he move so quickly? To the cloaked ninja's astonishment, he could only perceive a fleeting shadow darting toward him, too late to mount any defense, as Uchiha Weiin delivered a powerful kick that sent him spiraling into the air uncontrollably. Substitution technique. In midair, the cloaked ninja activated his substitution technique to evade, but Uchiha Weiin saw through it, closing the distance and delivering another blow that sent him flying. This time, the cloaked ninja could not employ the substitution technique to escape. Enduring the ensuing ferocious onslaught from Uchiha Weiin, "Ririnua," Uchiha Weiin shouted, forcefully pushing off the ground with his feet, leaping above the cloaked ninja to deliver a fist to his chest, sending him crashing down. Uchiha Weiin then swiftly reappeared beneath the descending cloaked ninja, kicking him back into the air. Ririnua was a high-speed, continuous assault where the opponent could not even touch Weiin. Under such terrifying velocity, the cloaked ninja was left defenseless, forced to passively endure Weiin's relentless barrage, blood erupting from him as if it were free-flowing. Sensing his body nearing its breaking point, Uchiha Weiin appeared above the cloaked ninja once more to deliver the final strike. With an earth-shattering boom, the cloaked ninja plummeted towards the ground at an alarming speed, creating a human-shaped crater upon impact, dust and debris billowing into the as the dust settled. Uchiha Weiin, having released the 8 gates, stood breathlessly at the edge of the crater, preparing to check on the cloaked ninja's fate, only to be pierced through the heart by several flying blood-red scales. Chapter 25. Fierce Battle with the Bloodscale Monster. Bang! Though Uchiha Weiin's heart was pierced, no blood flowed. Instead, he dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the crater, a kunai that had fallen to the ground erupted in a plume of smoke, revealing Uchiha Weiin's true form. Once the smoke cleared, it turned out that during the execution of Ririnua, Uchiha Weiin sensed the approach of the one-eyed ninja, and seizing the opportunity amidst the dust, had created a low-level shadow clone for defense while his true self transformed into the kunai and hid away, observing the one-eyed ninja emerging from the shadows and approaching him step by step. Uchiha Weiin discreetly opened the Myriad Realm Mall, spending his last 3 gold coins to purchase a healing elixir that would rapidly mend his injuries, restoring the damages inflicted by the 8 gates. The little brat from the leaf. It seems we have both underestimated you, the one-eyed ninja scoffed, casting a glance at the gruesome remains of the cloaked ninja, adding, "Fortunately, that waste, Araki, did not eliminate you, allowing me to personally offer you as a blood sacrifice to Jiro. Be careful, or you might trip over your own tongue." A glimmer of coldness flashed in Uchiha Weiyin's eyes as he felt his injuries begin to heal thanks to the elixir. He swallowed several high-grade military rations to replenish his energy, reopened the injury gate, and transformed into a blur, charging toward the one-eyed ninja. Secret technique. Blood-scale body. Witnessing Uchiha Weiyin's speed, a hint of gravity appeared in the one-eyed ninja's crazed gaze, prompting him to immediately deploy a defensive secret technique, stimulating the growth of blood-red scales on his upper body until they covered his entire form. Bang, bang, bang. Under the rapid-fire assaults of Lianhua, the one-eyed shinobi was subjected to a relentless beating, much like the previous black-clad shinobi, by Uchiha Yahiko. Ultimately, a powerful punch sent the one-eyed shinobi crashing to the ground. However, he employed a secret technique to mitigate the impact of the blows, thereby avoiding death at the hands of Lianhua. Though his body was left battered and bloodied, he managed to rise unsteadily after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, his gaze filled with venomous hatred directed at the panting Uchiha Yahiko. Cough. Damn brat. I want to let you off? Let us descend into hell together. A glimmer of resolve flickered in the one-eyed shinobi's eyes as he seized the opportunity while Uchiha Yahiko was catching his breath. Swiftly completing his hand seals. Ultimate secret technique. Blood-scale devour. With a piercing scream, the black substance enveloping the one-eyed shinobi surged to life, consuming his entire body and organs. Countless blood-red scales erupted forth, voraciously devouring his flesh, growing at an alarming rate, transforming him into a monstrous creature resembling a lizard made entirely of blood scales. The blood-scaled creature let out a chilling, unintelligible roar, its bloodshot eyes brimming with murderous intent, instilling profound terror in Uchiha Yahiko as if he were witnessing countless corpses lunging towards him. Genjutsu. Break. Disrupting the internal flow of his chakra, Uchiha Yahiko broke free from his state of terror. As he beheld the blood-scaled creature charging at him with blinding speed, he wasted no time in unleashing his superpower, the blood manipulation technique. Now at the pinnacle of LV3. Blood ignition technique. The blood within Uchiha Yahiko's body boiled, transforming into a thick crimson mist that rapidly infiltrated his cells, igniting a thin layer of blood-red flame upon his skin. With the nourishing blood energy, his injured body began to mend itself. Although he could not reopen the 8 gates, he regained some mobility, preventing himself from becoming an easy target for his opponent. The one-eyed shinobi, now a blood-scaled monster, had lost his human intellect, reduced to primal instincts of slaughter. Yet his power had significantly surged, reaching the level of an elite shinobi. In his current state, Uchiha Yahiko could only barely withstand the creature's onslaught. Unbeknownst to him, several deep wounds had marred Uchiha Yahiko's body. While the control of his powers had minimized blood loss, he appeared severely battered and grotesque. Blood flame shield. The exertion of his superpower drained much of his blood, leaving Uchiha Yahiko pale as he converted more of his blood into a shield to fend off the creature's claws aimed at his abdomen. This is intolerable. Both my chakra and blood are rapidly depleting. I cannot afford to prolong this battle. I must find a way to conclude it swiftly. Utilizing the force of impact, Uchiha Yahiko retreated. Glancing at the seemingly tireless blood-scaled monster, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Roar. The blood-scaled creature afforded Uchiha Yahiko little time for contemplation, dashing toward him in a blur, its sharp, curved claws descending upon him with ferocity. Uchiha Yahiko drew his katana to block the creature's powerful strike, but was unprepared for the sudden twist of its waist, its thick, scaled tail sweeping towards him. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Yahiko was caught off guard by the creature's unexpected tail attack, sent flying several meters before crashing into multiple trees, finally landing heavily on the ground. The blood-scaled monster, having successfully struck Uchiha Yahiko, let out an exultant roar and charged at him once more. Coughing, Uchiha Yahiko clutched his ribcage, blood spilling from his lips as a fierce glint of madness sparkled in his eyes. Bring it on. This time, it's either your demise or mine. Uchiha Yahiko roared defiantly, embracing the creature's claws as they pierced his heart, tightly gripping the blood-scaled monster's form. Die. His eyes glazed with blood, his visage twisted in anguish as he siphoned a vast amount of blood to unleash a desperate counterattack. Corrosive blood mist. dark red mist surged from Uchiha Yahiko's body, enveloping both him and the blood-scaled monster. Accompanied by a series of horrifying hisses, the powerful acidic mist began to dissolve the scales on the monster's surface, causing it to thrash wildly. Waves of indescribable agony flooding Uchiha Yahiko's mind, leaving him dizzy. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he unleashed his final strike. Blood spear barrage. Dozens of crimson spears erupted from his body, piercing the creature's severely weakened defenses, driving deep into its head, heart, and other vital organs. This technique, developed by Uchiha Yahiko based on the original work of Kimimura's Dance of the Pine, allowed him to condense blood into spears on his surface. Fortified by his superpower to provide both defense against taijutsu attacks and a means of offense, the blood-scaled monster writhed in fury, shaking off Uchiha Yahiko's control, howling in a desperate attempt to eliminate the now defenseless Uchiha Yahiko. Alas, its body was riddled with blood spears, and after staggering a few steps, it collapsed to the ground. Having finally vanquished the dreadful blood-scaled monster, Uchiha Yahiko struggled to cover the gaping wound in his chest, using his superpower to solidify some blood to seal the wound. Before succumbing to darkness, at last, the other rogue ninjas arrived at the scene, having been delayed, and the leading Nin examined the fates of the black-clad shinobi and the blood-scaled monster, before advancing toward the unconscious Uchiha Yahiko with a kunai in hand. Chapter 26. Orochimaru, seeking collection. Time passed, and Uchiha Yahiko gradually regained consciousness, feeling as if he were bound by some unseen force. Struggling to open his eyes, he realized he was entirely swathed in medical bandages, resembling a mummy, lying within a dimly lit cave. "Ah, have you awakened so soon?" Truly an astonishing physique that a voice, slightly hoarse yet laced with a sinister charm, echoed from outside the cave, followed by the approach of a tall figure. Upon hearing the voice, Uchiha Yahiko laboriously turned his neck, finally managing to glimpse the individual before him, clad in a moon-white kimono, with long, jet-black hair cascading to his waist, a long, purple tongue lightly licking his lips, and golden snake-like eyes that scrutinized him with interest. Uchiha Yahiko's pupils contracted sharply, recognizing the identity of this figure, a chilling dread washing over him as his heart raced violently. Orochimaru seemed to peer into Uchiha Yahiko's very soul, licking his lips as he spoke in a languid tone. "Oh, it appears you are aware of who I am." The cold lord of the three legendary ninjas, Orochimaru. Though Uchiha Yahiko was uncertain why Orochimaru had appeared here, he found himself in no position to resist. He resolved to take it one step at a time, striving to comprehend Orochimaru's motives for saving him. "Ah, the three ninjas." Orochimaru's raspy voice carried a tinge of nostalgia before he regained his composure, narrowing his eyes in jest. "Now that you know I am Orochimaru, you must also be aware that I am a rogue ninja from Konoha. What shall I do with you? Kill you or let you go? Orochimaru, reveal your intentions if you wish to kill me. You would not have saved me." Uchiha Yahiko replied directly, dismantling Orochimaru's facade. He understood that only by demonstrating sufficient power or intellect could he gain the attention and recognition of a figure like Orochimaru. "Ah, a clever young man," Orochimaru responded, his gaze softening slightly upon hearing Uchiha Yahiko's words. "What is your name? How about becoming my subordinate? I can grant you power far exceeding that of the toy you battled earlier." "My name is Uchiha Yahiko. Are you referring to that scaled monster?" Uchiha Yahiko questioned in astonishment, realizing that the one-eyed shinobi's transformation had been orchestrated by Orochimaru. It appeared he was very likely an early test subject for Orochimaru's curse seal. Indeed, the one he bore was merely a rudimentary, inferior version of the cursed seal, while I can bestow upon you the highest form of the human curse seal. Orochimaru let out a light chuckle, filled with self-satisfaction regarding the cursed seals he had developed. In contrast to the slow and steady path of gradual cultivation, the cursed seals allowed for a rapid infusion of natural energy into one's body, swiftly unlocking an individual's potential and facilitating a partial transformation into a sage-like state. "I am willing to serve Lord Orochimaru, but I shall forego the cursed seal. I have no desire to become neither human nor beast. And besides, I trust solely in the power I have cultivated myself." The cursed seal serves as one of the mediums for Orochimaru's reincarnation, and naturally, Uchiha Hayato would not acquiesce to such a notion, instead attempting to persuade Orochimaru to abandon his intention of applying the seal upon him. How interesting. Perhaps the cursed seals of the present are deemed too precious. Upon witnessing Uchiha Hayato's refusal, Orochimaru chose not to press the matter further, his neck elongated like that of a serpent, leaving behind a dark cursed seal upon his right arm, which swiftly vanished into his body, once healed. He would return to Konoha. When the need arose, someone would surely reach out to him. Of course, he could also choose to betray, should he believe he could overcome the snake slumber curse I have laid. Orochimaru, brimming with confidence in his cursed seals, teased Uchiha Hayato before departing the cave. Only after Orochimaru's presence had entirely dissipated did Uchiha Hayato realize that his crisis had been averted. He relaxed completely. The cold sweat that had been pent up within him began to flow freely. After a while, Uchiha Hayato regained some strength, managing to sit up and commenced the process of restoring his expended energy. Utilizing his extraordinary abilities to heal his wounds, it took him half a day to preliminarily mend his injuries, barely restoring a third of his combat capacity, before he left the cave and, after a brief assessment of his surroundings, set off towards the land of Fire Point. 3 days later, weary and travel-worn, Uchiha Hayato returned to Konoha, recounting the details of the failed mission and the casualties to the relevant authorities. After which he was sent to the Konoha hospital for treatment. Under the meticulous care of medical ninjas for nearly a week, Uchiha Hayato's injuries completely healed, leaving him with nothing more than an added cursed seal within his body. During Uchiha Hayato's hospitalization, Konoha dispatched a team of Umbu to investigate the recent mission, confirming that Uchiha Hayato had not fabricated any information and uncovering the mastermind behind the incident, according to the intelligence gathered. The orchestrator was none other than Ichiro Oki, the son of the president of the Oki Trading Company, who bore a long-standing grudge against the Kashima Trading Company due to commercial rivalry. Ichiro Oki was the very young wastrel Uchiha Hayato had encountered previously in the Land of Water. In a bid to avenge his father, he disregarded his steward's counsel and secretly hired rogue ninjas from the Land of Rivers to assault Mr. Kashima, intending to incinerate the goods he was transporting back to the Land of Thunder. Ichiro Oki of the Oki Trading Company, tearfully shredding the printed intelligence in his hands, Uchiha Hayato made his way to the Hokage Tower. After submitting a request, he had the opportunity to meet with the third Hokage in his office. The third Hokage was engrossed in reviewing a document, and Uchiha Hayato, being polite, refrained from interrupting him. Once the Hokage had completed his work and taken a puff from the pipe resting on his desk, Uchiha Hayato bowed and said, "Hokage-sama." Do not be so formal," the third Hokage replied warmly. Gazing at Uchiha Hayato, "Speak. What brings you to me?" "Hokage-sama, I wish to request permission to partake in the operation against Ichiro Oki," Uchiha Hayato replied in a somber tone, expressing his intent that I seek to avenge Captain Torma and the others. The third Hokage slowly inhaled from his pipe, his gaze flickering thoughtfully. After a deep look at Uchiha Hayato, he suggested, "Such missions are typically carried out by Umbu ninjas. If you insist on participating, you must join the Umbu. I am willing." Joining the Umbu had always been part of Uchiha Hayato's future plans. Thus, upon receiving this opportunity, he readily accepted without a moment's hesitation. "Very well, White Elephant," the third Hokage called out to a corner of the room upon hearing Uchiha Hayato's agreement. Swished, an Umbu ninja wearing an elephant mask emerged from the shadows, kneeling respectfully and addressing, "Hokage-sama. Take him to undergo the Umbu assessment. If he succeeds, he may accompany the Umbu team on the mission tomorrow," commanded the Hokage. "Yes, Hokage-sama." After the third Hokage had arranged these matters and resumed his work, Uchiha Hayato followed White Elephant out of the room, trailing behind him as they proceeded to the Umbu for the assessment. Chapter 27. Umbu, please collect. Under White Elephant's guidance, Uchiha Hayato arrived at a secluded forest in Konoha, where he encountered an Umbu ninja wearing a star mask. "Saiharu, the Hokage has issued a decree permitting Uchiha Hayato to participate in the Umbu assessment," White Elephant relayed. Bowing to the Umbu ninja, the Umbu known as Saiharu perused the documents White Elephant had brought from the Hokage Tower, furrowing his brow and querying discontentedly, "He just graduated this year. Doesn't he have much mission experience? Is he truly suited to join our team?" "It is as such." White Elephant leaned closer to Saiharu, divulging the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Hayato's situation. "Understood. Follow me," Saiharu replied, his demeanor softening significantly upon learning Uchiha Hayato's motivations. He then led them to a spacious, flat training ground, The officially known as the Special Tactical Assassination Unit, was established by the second Hokage. Members are chosen from the village's elite ninjas, primarily tasked with protecting the Hokage and preventing enemy incursions into the ninja village. They also sometimes handle reconnaissance and assassination missions. Due to the nature of these tasks, only those possessing formidable strength can ensure their success. Thus, aside from certain non-combat divisions or those with unique talents, all members must have the strength of an elite chunin or higher. The assessment for the consists of defeating a shadow clone exhibiting elite chunin-level abilities. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Saiharu created a shadow clone, which leaped into the arena, then addressed Uchiha Hayato. Go ahead, there are no restrictions. As long as you can defeat my shadow clone within 10 minutes, you will pass the assessment. Understood. Uchiha Hayato nodded affirmatively. Stepping into the training ground and forming opposing seals with the shadow clone, the battle unfolded without suspense. Uchiha Hayato opened the third gate of the 8 gates and swiftly dispatched Saiharu's shadow clone with a flurry of strikes, successfully passing the assessment. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent. Yet another outstanding youth. Welcome to the Saiharu expressed no embarrassment over his shadow clone's swift defeat. Instead, he clapped appreciatively and turned to White Elephant, saying, White Elephant, thank you for bringing me such a fine recruit. Haha. Now that he has passed the assessment, the mission related to him will be assigned to your team. I shall report back to the third Hokage. White Elephant smiled and waved goodbye to everyone. From now on, you are a member of our second action team's 3rd division. I am your division leader, Saiharu. Saiharu retrieved a plain white mask from a sealing scroll and handed it to Uchiha Hayato. Upon joining the remember to conceal your true identity. Always wear your mask during missions and refer to one another by code names. This is a temporary mask. Make a custom one when you have time. Thank you, Captain. Uchiha Hayato accepted the mask and donned it. Though it felt slightly loose, it adequately concealed his features. Let us proceed to complete the remaining formalities for joining the Once Uchiha Hayato adjusted the mask, Captain Saiharu led him deeper into the forest to the headquarters. As they walked and leaped, Uchiha Hayato inquired, Captain, how many members are in our division? There are 3 other members, Furin, Kawakawa, and Saikaku. I will introduce you to them tomorrow when we meet, Saiharu briefly explained, then asked, by the way, what code name do you intend to use? As for the code name, I shall go with Kanjiing, Azure Eagle. Uchiha Hayato pondered for a moment before deciding on Kanjiing as his code name, representing his desire to break free from the shackles of fate and soar freely across the heavens and realms. With Saiharu's assistance, Uchiha Hayato swiftly completed all necessary procedures, officially becoming the Konoha Ninja Kanji. Alright, that will be all for today. Tomorrow morning at 8, we will gather at the 9th training ground to execute the mission to eliminate Ichiro Oki. After Captain Shingha finished speaking, he vanished in an instant. Uchiha Hanyu then departed from the purchasing some supplies at the village's ninja tool shop before returning home to meticulously study the precautions and confidentiality protocols issued by the as well as the B-rank ninjutsu fire release. Head-hardening training scroll awarded for joining the The following day, Uchiha Hanyu arrived at Training Ground 9 wearing his newly acquired hawk mask, where he encountered Captain Shingha and his 3 teammates. Let us set forth. Our mission location is the Tsang Island City in the Land of Lightning. Once Uchiha Hanyu rejoined the team, Captain Shingha issued the command, and the group promptly departed for the Land of Lightning. During their journey, Uchiha Hanyu introduced himself to his teammates, facilitating a preliminary acquaintance. Shingha, the squad leader of the 3rd Division, a genin adept in water release and wind release. Feng Lian, an alluring woman of exceptional stature, a special genin skilled in wind release and sensory ninjutsu. He Chuan, a tall and taciturn young man, an elite genin proficient in swordsmanship and lightning release. Qing Kei, a loyal uncle adorned in a sparrow mask, a special genin skilled in taijutsu and earth release, possessing a rare bird summoning beast. Truly, the of the strongest ninja village, although they may seem like mere side characters easily vanquished in the original work. In the authentic world of Naruto, even a small squad wields such formidable power, which is indeed remarkable. Under the high-intensity march, the group reached Tsang Island City in the Land of Lightning in just 3 days. In an effort to conceal their identities, Captain Shingha ordered them to disperse, don disguises, and infiltrate the city through different gates, ultimately regrouping in a prearranged room at an inn. According to intelligence, the leader of the Oki Merchant Guild had hired 2 squads of Cloud Ninja to protect Oki Aikir after learning that his son had caused trouble. Indicating that this mission might involve combat with the Cloud Ninja, they were instructed to exercise utmost caution, especially the Hawk, to refrain from acting impulsively upon encountering the target and to await his command. Captain Shingha shared the information obtained from the local intelligence department with the group, particularly cautioning Uchiha Hanyu, whom he perceived might act recklessly due to a desire for revenge. Understood, Captain. Uchiha Hanyu would certainly not act impulsively. He would never gamble with his own life. Even the notion of revenge was merely an excuse to showcase his abilities. Upon confirming that Uchiha Hanyu had genuinely heeded his advice, Captain Shingha felt relieved and began to outline the next steps of their operational plan. Feng Lian, He Chuan, you are responsible for gathering intelligence on the Cloud Ninja squads. Qing Ke and Hawk, you will investigate the target's location. Once confirmed, we will decide on the final plan. Yes, Captain, the 4 responded. Then dispersed to execute the tasks assigned by Captain Shingha. Chapter 28. Mission accomplished, seeking collections. After leaving the inn, Uchiha Hanyu, disguised as a civilian, accompanied Qing Ke to the outskirts of the Oki family mansion to locate the target. Summoning technique. As Qing Ke completed the hand seals, 3 sparrows of varying colors appeared before them, chirping excitedly. Chirp, we returned to the ninja world, exclaimed a gray-feathered sparrow, fluttering to perch on Qing Ke's head and affectionately pecking at his hair. Qing Ke, do you have any treats? Another rotund white sparrow hopped over to Qing Ke, its eyes fixated on his ninja tool pouch, clearly a gluttonous summoning beast. The final blue and white sparrow settled on Uchiha Hanyu's shoulder, politely greeting him. Hello, I am Kaiyu, Qing Ke's summoning beast. It is a pleasure to meet you. Greetings, I am the Hawk, Uchiha Hanyu replied courteously, contemplating when he might have the opportunity to contract some formidable summoning beasts for himself. Having grown accustomed to his own summoning beasts, Qing Ke first cradled the gray sparrow, then retrieved some specially made biscuits from his ninja tool pouch to offer the white sparrow, finally producing a photograph of Oki Aikir. Qing Ke pointed towards the mansion in the distance and quietly instructed Kaiyu. Kaiyu, please help me ascertain whether the target is inside, but be cautious. There are Cloud Ninja squads present. No problem, leave it to us. After scrutinizing the photograph, Kaiyu flew over to the other 2 sparrows, who were still squabbling over the biscuits, and forcefully flapped her wings on their heads, scolding, By you, hurry up and assist Qing Ke. Understood, sister, the 2 sparrow siblings replied, intimidated by her authority, before flying off to inspect the target depicted in the photograph. Once the 3 sparrows departed, Uchiha Hanyu followed Qing Ke to an unoccupied alley to await news. Before long, the 3 sparrows returned in unison. After Qing Ke rewarded Bai Yu and Hui Yu with more biscuits, they awaited Kai Yu's report. Qing Ke, the target is located in the large house to the right. Guarded by 2 formidable ninjas, Kai Yu revealed, landing on Qing Ke's shoulder to relay the gathered intelligence that I see. Then I must trouble you to keep monitoring Oki Aikir for a while longer. Qing Ke requested once more before leading Uchiha Hanyu back to the inn to report their findings to Captain Shingha. After hearing Qing Ke's report, Captain Shingha's expression visibly relaxed. Assassination missions. The greatest concern arises when the target hides within a major ninja village, significantly increasing the mission's risk factor and reducing the likelihood of success to less than 10%, since Oki Aikir remained in his home. The subsequent actions became straightforward. They would simply wait for the other 2 to ascertain the defensive strength before commencing their operation. By afternoon, Feng Lian and He Chuan returned to the inn. Captain, there are a total of 8 Cloud Ninja in 2 squads, comprising 3 genin, 2 nin, and 3 genin. Although they have been cautious in concealing themselves within their headquarters, they are as conspicuous as a beacon in the night under Feng Lian's sensory ninjutsu. After comparing the strengths of both sides, Captain Shingha promptly formulated a plan. Feng Lian, Qing Ke, we will engage the Cloud Ninja genin. He Chuan, you will handle the 2 nin. Hawk, your task is to prioritize eliminating the target while dealing with the Cloud Ninja genin. Understood, the 4 replied. Very well. We shall commence our operation at midnight. After neutralizing the target, avoid entangling with the enemy and withdraw immediately from the land of lightning. Captain Shingha made the final arrangements, and the group rested in the inn to regain their strength When the moon reached its zenith, they quietly departed from the inn, heading towards the Oki family mansion. Chirp, Chin-Kei, the target remains in the room to the right. The summoning sparrows, which had been monitoring Oki Aikir, flew over upon seeing Chin-Kei arrive, promptly delivering their report. Thank you for your hard work. Chin-Kei expressed gratitude as he offered them some biscuits as a token of appreciation. Then dismissed the summoning technique, sending them back to the summoning realm. Secret technique, Wind of Awareness. After confirming the target's location, Feng Lian inscribed an incomprehensible array on the ground, seated himself within, and formed hand seals. A gentle breeze imbued with faint chakra surged forth from the array, spreading outward. Shortly thereafter, Feng Lian ceased the hand seals and turned to Captain Xinghe, whispering, Captain, currently, the only guards at the target's location are 2 genin and 2 genin. The others are resting in the left room. Understood. Here is the plan. I, Feng Lian, and Hawk will attack the room where the target is located, while Chin-Kei and Hichuan will intercept any reinforcements from the left room. Captain Xinghe briefly contemplated before making slight adjustments to the original arrangement. Understood. The four split into 2 groups, following Captain Xinghe as they stealthily approached their respective rooms. Enemies detected as they neared the mansion. The guarding cloud ninja genin spotted Uchiha Hanyu and the others from a distance, immediately calling out to alert his comrades. Commence action as per the plan. With their cover blown, the group ceased hiding and, under Captain Xinghe's command, launched their assault on the target. Wind release. Pressure damage. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. At the onset of battle, Uchiha Hanyu and the other 2 attacking the right room unleashed their ninjutsu, aiming to disrupt the formation of the cloud ninja. Earth release. Earth wall. Water release. Water barrier. The cloud ninja genin were not to be underestimated. They retaliated with their own ninjutsu to defend against the trio's assault. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Captain Xinghe targeted the strongest cloud ninja genin while calling out to Uchiha Hanyu. Hawk, act swiftly. Understood. Point 8 gates release. First gate. Open. Uchiha Yahiko swiftly opened the 3 gates, simultaneously slaying 2 lower-ranking cloud shinobi, and charged towards the terrified Daiki Aikir. You shall not harm him. Doton, Tsuchi Riku Kaikai. The other cloud shinobi, witnessing this, immediately unleashed a Doton technique, raising a large stone slab to obstruct Uchiha Yahiko's advance. F-Ton, Vacuum Great Sphere. Your opponent is me. Seeing the cloud shinobi prepare to engage Uchiha Yahiko, Kazahana promptly released several waves of wind chakra, compelling the adversary to defend, with the cloud shinobi's obstruction removed. Uchiha Yahiko deftly maneuvered around the stone slab, appearing before Daiki Aikir. Confronted with impending death, a pungent odor of urine suddenly emanated from beneath Daiki Aikir. His previous arrogance dissipated. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, pleading, Please spare me. I will have my father give you a great deal of money. Observing the pitiful state of his opponent, Uchiha Yahiko sneered disdainfully, his blade descending with brutal force in the next moment. Blood splattered in all directions. Chapter 29. The genin exam time passed swiftly. It had been over half a month since Uchiha Yahiko had completed the task of eliminating Daiki Aikir. Thanks to his exceptional abilities, he had garnered unanimous recognition from his team members. Under the leadership of Captain Saika, Uchiha Yahiko had successfully completed several A-rank Umbu missions without incident, although his combat prowess did not significantly elevate. His experience had notably enriched. One evening, after concluding a mission, Captain Saika retained Uchiha Yahiko for a private discussion, a smile gracing his lips. Kanjiing, if I recall correctly, you are still a genin, are you not? Indeed, although Uchiha Yahiko's combat strength had reached the level of an elite genin, he had yet to participate in the genin exams, his registered rank still being genin. Well, I happen to have a temporary mission that requires your individual attention. Captain Saika retrieved a mission scroll from the table in the team activity room and handed it to Uchiha Yahiko for review. Participate in the genin examination hosted by the Cloud Shinobi and secure a position within the top 3. I accept. However, Captain Saika, Uchiha Yahiko softly recited the mission details, puzzled. Why would our Umbu have such a task? This joint genin exam serves as a stage for major nations to observe each other's military strength. The combat capabilities of the candidates, in a sense, reflect the prowess of the new generation of shinobi from each village, necessitating a commendable performance to instill a degree of deterrence in other shinobi villages. As Captain Saika explained, he handed Uchiha Yahiko an application form for the exam to prevent other shinobi villages from dispatching concealed powerhouses. Only those graduating within 2 years from villages other than the host can participate. This is why I wish for you to attend, as you alone possess the strength to secure a top 3 finish among this year's candidates that I understand. Captain Uchiha Yahiko accepted the application form, completed his information, and returned it to Captain Saika. The exam will take place on May 27, 2 weeks from now. You need not accompany us on missions this week. Focus on preparing yourself. Next week, you will depart with the main force of Konoha to the Cloud Shinobi Village for the examination. Captain Saika presented Uchiha Yahiko with a sealing scroll, stating, "This contains information on potential participants from various shinobi villages in the genin exam, highlighting noteworthy new generation shinobi, that I hope you find it helpful." Thank you, Captain. I shall take my leave. After exiting the Umbu activity room, Uchiha Yahiko returned home and meticulously perused the intelligence scroll provided by Captain Saika. First, as the host, the Cloud Shinobi Village of the Land of Lightning had 2 teams that piqued Uchiha Yahiko's interest. One was a trio of brothers who had encountered an attack from rogue shinobi during a mission, successfully eliminating the rogue leader, and, through their exquisite teamwork, had dispatched over a dozen genin. Furthermore, other intelligence suggested they likely possessed additional hidden trump cards. The second team featured the voluptuous Samui from the original story. However, its current members included Samui's younger brother, along with Omoi and Karui. Their situation mirrored Uchiha Yahiko's own, as they had recently graduated from the Shinobi Academy, their strengths already surpassing that of a genin, thus being recommended for the genin exam by their instructor. Samui, participating in the exam hosted by the Cloud Shinobi Village, would afford them maximum protection from the examiners, allowing them to hone their abilities without facing fatal harm. Next, a character that caught Uchiha Yahiko's attention was a ninja from the Sand Shinobi Village of the Land of Wind, named Yae, who possessed a highly developed bloodline limit of swift release, paired with unique wind release sword techniques, and had successfully completed a task to eradicate a rogue shinobi group single-handedly, though the rogue group lacked any elite shinobi. They had several elite genin-level rogue shinobi, rendering Yae's capabilities formidable. Lastly, Uchiha Yahiko took note of a bloodline team from the Rock Shinobi Village of the Land of Earth, with 2 members wielding Earth Release and Explosion Release. These 2 bloodlines, one offensive and one defensive, could pose a significant challenge if utilized effectively in conjunction with their teammates' ninjutsu, requiring considerable effort from Uchiha Yahiko to overcome them for the Mist Shinobi Village of the Land of Water. For reasons unknown, they had not dispatched any ninjas to partake in this genin exam. Upon reviewing their profiles, Uchiha Yahiko gained a general understanding of his opponents, provided no new formidable teams entered the fray. Securing a top 3 position seemed nearly within his grasp. Rubbing his right arm, which had begun to throb anew, Uchiha Yahiko's gaze turned cold. He had a hidden danger to eliminate. Otherwise, when Uchiha Itachi annihilated their clan and ruthlessly tormented Orochimaru with his Sharingan, he might find himself replacing Uchiha Sasuke as Orochimaru's vessel. Fortunately, Uchiha Yahiko possessed a system to assist him. The moment Orochimaru exited the cave, he entered the Myriad Realms Mall, where he discovered a means to eliminate Orochimaru's curse mark with the system's aid. Low-grade purification pill, black iron mid-level, a foundational alchemical pill capable of dispelling low-level poisons, curses, and other negative influences. Price, 25 gold coins. Although the price of the low-grade purification pill was not insignificant, requiring several completed tasks to acquire, Uchiha Yahiko, with 2 prior system task experiences, knew he could earn sufficient gold coins through a single appropriately leveled task. With a solution in hand, Uchiha Yahiko felt no urgency. Knowing he had a year to resolve this hidden peril, setting aside the curse mark issue, he resumed his methodical training, body techniques, original energy manipulation, sealing techniques, and meditation, completing them in an orderly fashion, and before he knew it, a night had quietly passed. During the week of respite, Uchiha Yahiko dedicated himself to training, and with the aid of the Lanshin Snake Gallbladder Pill, his total original energy successfully surpassed the level of a genin. The Lanshin Snake Gallbladder Pill was one of the 2 elixirs obtained during his alchemical task, composed of blood orchid, ginseng, and mutated snake gall, enhancing his training and raising his energy ceiling. The other elixir, named Lan Shui by Shou Pill, utilized the properties of blood orchid and was concocted with the blood of 100 ferocious beasts, significantly aiding physical training. Unfortunately, its limited supply only elevated his body to withstand the third gate without injury. Further progress was necessary to barely unlock the fifth gate of the 8 gates of B.As the week of training concluded. Uchiha Yuhiko set out, with several other Konoha teams participating in the exam. And after a few days of travel, they arrived at the Cloud Shinobi Village. Following the identity verification and other procedures conducted by the host, all Konoha members were accommodated in a hotel designated for exam candidates. Just as Uchiha Yuhiko prepared to venture out and explore the Cloud Shinobi Village, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! A new round of tasks has refreshed. Please check promptly. Chapter 30. The third mercenary mission wonderful. A new task has finally arrived. After a prolonged wait, the long-anticipated mission was finally refreshed. Uchiha and Yin immediately halted their departure from the room, swiftly accessing the taskbar for details. Mission: Rescue New York. Disrupt Red Skull's plan to annihilate the world. Publisher: Colonel Phillips. Temporal context: Captain America 1 commission, 12 gold coins points. 11 level, Black Iron mission, Slay the Dragon. Eliminate the dragon smog that occupies Lonely Mountain. Publisher: Thorin Oakenshield. Temporal context: The Hobbit 2 commission, 105 gold coins points. 65 level, Bronze mission, Guard the World Tree. Prevent the Contaminator Archimond from entering Mount Hyjal. Publisher: Tyrant Whisperwind. Temporal context: Azeroth commission, 12,000 gold coins points. 1,650 level. Gold. Having previously encountered missions of Black Iron and Bronze ranks, Uchiha and Yin were not taken aback by their appearance. However, the gold-ranked mission was a novel experience for Uchiha and Yin. Archimond, the Contaminator, is one of the most formidable lieutenants of the Dark Titan Sargeras, a commanding demon of the Burning Legion responsible for the annihilation of countless worlds. The fact that Archimond's strength only classified him as a gold-level mission left Uchiha and Yin pondering the nature of foes that would emerge from Diamond and King-level missions. As before, they promptly dismissed the high-difficulty Gold and Bronze missions, opting instead for the first Black Iron-level task. In preparation for the Chunin exam, Uchiha and Yin had already gathered numerous supplies, allowing them to select teleportation without delay. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, Uchiha and Yin materialized in a modest military barracks. Simultaneously, they received background information transmitted by the system. Host background: altered to a member of Colonel Phillips' Special Task Force. Executing orders to accompany Captain America to Hydra's final base and thwart Red Skull's maniacal scheme. Current time: 1 hour prior to mission commencement. Understanding his identity, Uchiha and Yin observed the uniforms of the Allied forces through the window, then employed a transformation technique to alter his conspicuous ninja attire into standard military garb akin to the others. Before long, the door to Uchiha and Yin's room was pushed open, and a maturely alluring woman briskly entered. With cascading brown curls and dressed in an Allied-style military uniform, her perfect figure was enough for Uchiha and Yin to immediately recognize her identity. Peggy Carter, the beloved of Captain America, an agent of the Strategic Scientific Reserve and one of the leaders of the Super Soldier program, as well as a future co-founder of SLD. Peggy approached Uchiha and Yin, handing him a loaded submachine gun, commanding, "Soldier, please accompany me to the helipad. We depart in 5 minutes to your command." Uchiha and Yin accepted the submachine gun, slinging it over his shoulder as he followed Agent Carter to rendezvous with the renowned Captain America, Steve Rogers, at the helipad. Upon arriving at the helipad, Steve rushed over from a distance, waving at Uchiha and Yin before leaning in to converse quietly with Peggy. "Hey, Peggy, I'm determined to capture Schmidt today. May I have the honor of inviting you for a dance at the victory celebration?" Steve grinned, boldly making a grand statement. Peggy blushed slightly, casting a playful glare at Steve, whispering, "Of course, if you truly manage to catch him, then it's settled. I look forward to dancing with you," Steve exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he hoisted his vibranium shield and bounded onto the awaiting transport plane. Uchiha and Yin, witnessing this exchange, bid farewell to Peggy and boarded the transport plane as well. "Hey there, comrade. First time meeting. I'm Steve Rogers, though you can also call me Captain America." Steve greeted Uchiha and Yin warmly upon his entrance to the aircraft. "Hello, Steve. I am Uchiha and Yin." Captain America embodied the archetypal righteous hero, and Uchiha and Yin held a favorable impression of him. After introducing himself, he shared his name in return. Uchiha and Yin sounds like a name from the land of the rising sun. What brings you to join the Allies? Steve inquired, surprised, given that it was World War II and Japan was a member of the Axis powers. Uchiha and Yin, of course, could not reveal that he was a time traveler on a mission. So he concocted a convenient excuse. For the sake of justice, that my comrade, your character is truly commendable. Steve's respect for Uchiha and Yin surged, elevating his perception from mere ally to friend. Likewise, Uchiha and Yin replied casually, subsequently closing his eyes to rest. Under the piloting of Howard Stark, the transport plane expertly navigated through Hydra's armed blockade, safely delivering Steve and Uchiha and Yin to a dense forest near the Alps. Upon landing, Steve grasped his shield and approached Uchiha and Yin, proposing, "We are quite distant from Hydra's final base. I believe we need some means of transportation. How about their motorcycles?" Uchiha and Yin shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing towards a group of Hydra soldiers approaching on military motorcycles. Good idea. Steve gave Uchiha and Yin a thumbs up before charging towards the Hydra soldiers. Curious to observe Steve's prowess, Uchiha and Yin refrained from swiftly dispatching the enemies, merely firing a few rounds to create a distraction while focusing on Steve. Whoosh! Steve hurled his vibranium shield, knocking down the first soldier, then sprinted forward a few steps, catching the rebounding shield and positioning it defensively against the magical energy weapons wielded by the remaining soldiers. In the brief moment of the energy weapons recharging, Steve rapidly closed the gap, delivering a punch that toppled the second soldier, then threw his shield again, stunning the third soldier, who was preparing to shoot, before gracefully tumbling to evade the energy blast from other soldiers. Boom! 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 With remarkable agility, Steve swiftly dispatched the ordinary Hydra soldiers, then retrieved two nearly undamaged motorcycles, calling out to Uchiha and Yin, "Buddy, it's our turn for a joyride." Chapter 31. First battle against Hydra. Riding the motorcycles left behind by the Hydra soldiers, Uchiha and Yin and Steve sped towards Red Skull's underground base. Along the way, more and more Hydra soldiers mounted on motorcycles converged, attempting to intercept them from various angles. Yet due to the disparity in strength, they could only watch helplessly as the duo effortlessly broke through their ranks as they approached the base perimeter. The elite Hydra soldiers stationed there were well prepared, forming multiple layers of defensive lines to encircle the two. Furthermore, several armored tanks equipped with magical energy weaponry rolled onto the battlefield, their massive cannons and energy machine guns charging, casting a chilling blue glow over the snow-covered Alps. Whoosh! 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 Dense beams of energy and cannon fire whizzed past Uchiha and Yin, obliterating rocks and vegetation upon impact. The magical energy weapons, powered by the Tesseract, posed a significant threat to the two. While Steve wielded the Marvel Universe's most resilient metal shield, capable of withstanding magical attacks, Uchiha and Yin did not have it as easy. He relied on his swift movements to evade being targeted by the Hydra soldiers. Uchiha and Yin stowed the submachine gun Peggy had given him into the system space and drew 8 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, launching them in 2 waves towards the positions of the Hydra soldiers. Clink, 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 clink. The subsequent wave of ninja tools surged forth, intersecting with those previously launched in midair, producing a series of crisp collision sounds. The originally unaltered trajectories of flight were abruptly diverted, striking the throats of 8 Hydra soldiers from various angles simultaneously. The technique employed by Uchiha Yohan was none other than the renowned Uchiha-style kunai throwing technique, which, alongside the famed Sharingan, held considerable prestige within the ninja world. Generally, ninja tools lack the ability to change direction mid-flight. However, the Uchiha throwing technique defied this conventional principle. Utilizing the extraordinary dynamic observation capabilities of the Sharingan, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan calculated a series of variables such as trajectory and angle, accurately manipulating the collisions between the tools to enable sudden redirection, thus catching the enemies, who attempted to evade based on the original paths, completely off guard. Of course, being merely tools, their throwing could only be effective against opponents below the genin rank. And even some exceptionally agile and swift elite genin could evade or block after the kunai changed direction. Yet, these Hydra elite soldiers, who were hardly even considered genin, could not escape the onslaught of the ninja tools. And under the assault of Uchiha Yohan, they began to suffer significant casualties at an astonishing pace. Tap, tap, tap. Witnessing Uchiha Yohan's overwhelming prowess ignited Steve's competitive spirit, prompting him to draw his weapon and retaliate. Thanks to the superb marksmanship honed during his military training, every shot fired by Steve claimed the life of a Hydra soldier, though his efficiency paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Yohan. Raising his firearm once more, he gently squeezed the trigger at a distant target, feeling a wave of urgency as he beheld the numerous remaining Hydra soldiers. If he didn't break through soon, he might be too late to thwart the Red Skull's nefarious plan for world destruction. Similarly, John Schmidt, the Red Skull who oversaw the base and monitored the battle, was equally anxious. Useless, an utterly useless bunch. The Red Skull fumed, his anger palpable as he paced restlessly that a battalion of several hundred elite Hydra soldiers was dispatched to deal with merely 2 allied soldiers, yet so many of them had been slain. Was this not a testament to their incompetence? Although one of the foes was Captain America, who had been injected with the super soldier serum, the Red Skull dismissed this as an excuse for their failure. Little did he realize that the despair faced by his subordinates stemmed not from their weakness, but from the overwhelming strength of their adversary, particularly the twisted Uchiha Yohan, whose every move resulted in multiple soldiers meeting their demise. There was simply no comparison in their capabilities. Order the 2nd Battalion to engage immediately. I want Captain America and his companion captured alive. If they resist fiercely, eliminate them. As he observed Captain America nearing a breakthrough, the Red Skull issued another command, dispatching another unit to safeguard the base. But leader, what about your safety? One of his subordinates expressed concern, noting that if the 2nd Battalion was sent out, only 1 battalion would remain to defend the base, leaving them vulnerable to any potential assaults from the Allies. Follow my orders, soldier. The Red Skull's gaze turned menacing, causing the subordinate to break into a cold sweat. He then turned to another soldier and commanded, hasten the charging of the Valkyrie's wings. It is time for the world to witness the might of Hydra. Long live Hydra. The Red Skull's entire contingent echoed in unison, swiftly departing to execute his orders. With the arrival of additional Hydra soldiers and energy-armed tanks, the beams of energy raining down became as dense as raindrops in a downpour, intensifying the pressure felt by both combatants, even causing Uchiha Yohan to begin experiencing some strain. Buddy, why does it feel like the enemy keeps multiplying? This is not a good sign. Steve, wielding his shield to deflect an energy beam, rolled over to Uchiha Yohan's side, picking up a fallen Hydra soldier's energy weapon from the ground, aiming it at a gunner atop one of the energy tanks, and fired. Uchiha Yohan launched the last few ninja tools, deciding to resort to ninjutsu to deal with the Hydra soldiers, and suggested to Steve, Steve, we cannot allow ourselves to be bogged down by these soldiers. You should break through and confront the Red Skull. Leave these foes to me. Are you sure you can handle it alone? Steve rolled back in front of Uchiha Yohan, blocking an energy beam, his skepticism evident. Trust me, just go. You must stop the Red Skull's plan. Uchiha Yohan picked up an energy weapon, urging Steve to depart. All right, just be careful. After a moment's hesitation, Steve acquiesced to Uchiha Yohan's strategy, offering a kind reminder before dispatching a Hydra soldier and seizing a motorcycle to make his escape. Once Steve departed, Uchiha Yohan finally felt liberated to deal with the remaining foot soldiers. The tank cannons and energy machine guns once again surged with brilliant blue light, unleashing beams of blue energy toward Uchiha Yohan's position. Substitution technique, shadow clone technique. Uchiha Yohan evaded the onslaught, swiftly retrieving his mysterious iron greatsword from his storage space, creating 2 shadow clones, while his main body activated the 8 gates, instantly appearing atop an energy tank. With a swift thrust, the sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed as the gunner, who had been unleashing energy beams, was silenced in an instant. The operators inside the tank, sensing danger, attempted to seal the hatch above, but it was too late. They were cut down by 2 chakra-infused blades. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. The 2 shadow clones unleashed a barrage of low-cost fire ninjutsu, igniting Hydra soldiers into blazing fireballs. Faced with Uchiha Yohan's supernatural abilities, the Hydra soldiers perished at an accelerated pace. Within moments, the Hydra forces, having suffered a staggering 7-fold reduction in their ranks, began to crumble, disregarding the Red Skull's commands and scattering like headless flies. Instead of pursuing the fleeing Hydra soldiers, Uchiha Yohan took a brief respite to clear the battlefield, collecting spoils and usable ninja tools into his system space. For the first time, Uchiha Johan felt that his system space was too constricted to accommodate much, having to forego the more valuable energy tanks in favor of the smaller energy weapons. Thus, while gathering and exchanging items, Uchiha Johan quickly tidied up the battlefield before mounting a motorcycle and heading toward the Red Skull's final base. Chapter 32. Pursuing the Red Skull. The battle on Uchiha Johan's side concluded with his resounding victory. But Steve's journey to the base was far from smooth. Relying on the pinnacle of human physicality and his formidable vibranium shield, Steve managed to breach the interior of the base, routing a small squad of Hydra soldiers stationed on the ground. Unfortunately, the respite was fleeting. After all, this was the Red Skull's domain, and the remaining Hydra battalion mobilized, leveraging their numerical and equipment superiority to ultimately encircle Steve in a spacious plaza. Despite having been injected with the super soldier serum, Steve was still merely a mortal. Unable to withstand the onslaught of energy beams, he had no choice but to surrender and allow the Hydra soldiers to bind him and deliver him before the Red Skull. Conceit is not solely the province of Americans, but I must say you excel beyond anyone else. John Schmidt, the leader of Hydra known as the Red Skull, approached Steve with a glimmer of smugness in his eyes. His face almost indistinguishable from the Red Skull that bore his name, curling into a mocking smile. Yet even so, your capabilities remain limited, Captain. Schmidt, you lunatic, Captain America retorted defiantly. Those who utter such words are merely envious of my genius. Seeking to deny my every achievement, the Red Skull proclaimed with arrogance, looking down upon Steve, who had been enhanced by the super soldier serum, his tone laden with temptation. But we are different. We are extraordinary. Join Hydra, and let us. Before the Red Skull could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Steve's light laughter. Reflecting on his initial choice to become a soldier before the serum, Steve resolutely rejected the Red Skull's insidious offer. His expression solemn as he declared, "No, no, no, I am still that kid from Brooklyn." The Red Skull, incensed by his failed attempt at coercion, struck Steve several times, knocking him to the ground, before drawing an energy firearm, poised to end his life. Clang. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass drew the attention of everyone in the room. Uchiha Johan stepped through the broken glass, surveying the astonished expressions of the Red Skull and Steve, and calmly remarked, "It seems I have arrived just in time." That may not be the case. That a glint of malevolence flashed in Schmidt's eyes as he immediately pulled the trigger towards Steve. "Farewell, Captain America." Naturally, Steve would not stand idly by. Seizing the moment when the Hydra soldiers were momentarily stunned by the appearance of Uchiha Johan, he exerted his strength, yanking the Hydra soldier, holding him to the front, thereby shielding himself from Red Skull's attack. Uchiha Johan provided no opportunity for the Hydra soldiers to react, swiftly launching shuriken with both hands, effortlessly dispatching all the minions within the office. "Damn it." Schmidt glared at Uchiha Johan. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he grabbed a magical energy assault rifle and frantically shot at the two before fleeing into the depths of the base. "Steve, your shield." Uchiha Johan tossed Steve's vibranium shield, which had fallen to the side, to him. Upon receiving the shield, Steve expressed his gratitude and pursued the direction in which Red Skull had escaped at that moment. Colonel Phillips and his allied soldiers commenced a large-scale assault on the base. Thanks to Uchiha Johan and Steve's efforts in eliminating numerous Hydra soldiers, their advance was remarkably smooth, and it wasn't long before they breached the underground facility. As in the movies, Steve was unable to chase down Red Skull due to the enemy's obstruction within the base, helplessly watching as Red Skull boarded the massive black energy-modified aircraft, Valkyrie Wing. Peggy, accompanied by a squad of soldiers, joined Uchiha Johan in search of Steve. Upon finding him besieged by enemies, she immediately engaged in battle, swiftly dispatching the remaining Hydra soldiers. Once the fighting ceased, Peggy noticed the absence of Red Skull's body and eagerly inquired, "Steve, where is Red Skull?" "He escaped aboard that aircraft," Steve replied, pointing to the Valkyrie Wing, which had already powered up and was rapidly taxiing down the runway, his voice filled with frustration, just as Uchiha Johan prepared to activate the 8 gates and conclude the final pursuit. Colonel Phillips's voice echoed from a distance, "There's still a chance. Get over here." A convertible jeep sped towards them and halted beside the group. Colonel Phillips pointed to the back seat, shouting at Uchiha Johan and the others, "Hurry up, boys. The battle isn't over yet." "Colonel, you truly are impressive." Steve gave a thumbs up to Colonel Phillips as they all jumped into the back of the jeep. the seasoned Colonel Phillips expertly maneuvered the vehicle at racing speed, delivering them beneath the landing gear of the Valkyrie wing just before it took off. Uchiha Yihan and Steve leaped high, grasping the steel struts of the landing gear as the aircraft descended. As the Valkyrie wing completed its takeoff, the landing gear retracted into the aircraft, allowing Uchiha Yihan and Steve to enter the cabin. Inside the aircraft, only a handful of Hydra soldiers remained, and they dispatched them with little effort before making their way to the cockpit where Red Skull awaited. Upon opening the main door, a faint sound emanated from within. Reacting swiftly, Steve raised his shield, successfully deflecting an energy beam fired from Red Skull's magical energy weapon. Red Skull, having exhausted the energy of his weapon, cast it aside and glared at the two, reproaching them bitterly. "You possess extraordinary abilities and should join me in creating a new world, rather than opposing me for the sake of those ignorant and powerless mortals. Red Skull, you are indeed a madman. Abandon your plans for world destruction." Steve resolutely rejected Red Skull's invitation and lunged at him. Both Steve and Red Skull had been injected with the Super Soldier Serum, making their combat abilities evenly matched. However, Steve had received an improved version of the serum and possessed more battle experience than the high-ranking Red Skull, combined with the so-called protagonist's hero aura. After several exchanges, Steve had firmly suppressed Red Skull. Uchiha Yihan, uninterested in their brawl, directed his focus towards the control console of the Valkyrie wing, specifically at the glowing blue cosmic cube contained within it. Chapter 33. The Cosmic Cube. The Cosmic Cube, known as the Tesseract, is one of the 6 Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe, serving as the container for the Space Stone. It possesses spatial powers, enabling teleportation and the opening of portals. In this timeline, for instance, Red Skull activated the Cosmic Cube and was transported to an unknown location. In the Avengers timeline, Loki used the Cosmic Cube to create a wormhole, allowing the Chitauri army and their ships to flood to Earth. Upon learning of the mission's timeline involving Captain America, Uchiha Yihan had already deemed it a coveted prize, eagerly anticipating the surprises the Cosmic Cube, one of Marvel's top treasures, would bring him. At the opportune moment, Steve struck Red Skull with his shield, causing Red Skull to scream in pain as he was hurled against the control console of the Valkyrie wing. Struggling to rise, Red Skull accidentally pressed a button on the console, causing the Cosmic Cube to rise from its confines, revealing itself before the three. In a desperate state, Red Skull grasped the Cosmic Cube, attempting to absorb its energy in hopes of gaining the power to defeat Steve. Under Red Skull's guidance, a surge of powerful spatial energy erupted from the Cosmic Cube, enveloping him entirely. Red Skull's face lit up with joy, believing he had grasped true divine power. Just as he prepared to boast, he suddenly let out a pained scream. Within mere seconds, he was transported to an unknown world by the Cosmic Cube. As the spatial energy subsided, the Cosmic Cube fell from the air, landing within the cabin of the Valkyrie wing, dissolving the metal body beneath it as it plummeted towards the sea. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Black Iron level task of saving New York. You have earned a reward, 12 system coins and 11 task points. Ding! Mercenary task completed. The host may choose to leave the mission timeline freely within 1 day. Exceeding this time will result in forced departure. Or the host may spend coins to remain in the mission timeline at a cost of 1 coin per day. Current remaining time, 23 hours and 59 minutes, with the task successfully completed. Uchiha Yihan could depart this timeline at any moment. Glancing at Steve, who was attempting to control the Valkyrie wing, he promptly activated the 4th gate of the 8 gates. Farewell, Steve, without waiting for a response. He tore open a side of the metal fuselage, propelled himself off the aircraft like a missile, and charged towards the freely falling Cosmic Cube, but at a height of merely a dozen meters from the ocean's surface. Uchiha Yihan reached the Cosmic Cube, seizing it in his grasp before swiftly placing it into the system space. Without a moment's delay, he silently willed himself to return, appearing in the inn at Cloud Ninja Village just as he was about to make contact with the ocean. Phew, that was close. Uchiha Yihan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The rapid descent from such a height would have resulted in immense recoil upon hitting the water, even with Uchiha Yihan's physical prowess. It would have been arduous to withstand at that point. Whether he could safely retrieve the Cosmic Cube from the depths of the sea would remain uncertain. Fortunately, Lady Luck favored Uchiha Yihan, allowing him to successfully acquire the Cosmic Cube and return safely to the world of Shinobi. After a brief rest, Uchiha Yihan, as was his custom, began to review the spoils of this mission. Due to the limited space, most of the Hydra soldiers' weapons had been directly recovered in the mission timeline, leaving behind only 15 energy rifles in his possession. That he reclaimed 13 of them, and combined with the rewards from the task, he amassed a total of 243 coins from this mission. System: purchase low-grade cleansing pill. With coins in hand, Uchiha Yihan immediately spent 25 coins to acquire the antidote capable of dispelling Orochimaru's curse mark. As the medicinal effects took hold, a refreshing sensation surged from his abdomen, flowing through his limbs and purging the curse mark implanted by Orochimaru from his body, while simultaneously dispersing the excess impurities within him. Once the effects of the low-grade cleansing pill waned, Uchiha Yihan felt the impurities within his body completely eradicated, experiencing an unprecedented sense of lightness and clarity. Truly, the efficacy of a black iron intermediate-grade pill is remarkable. After Uchiha Hanyu completed his physical examination, he was greatly impressed by the efficacy of the inferior purification pill. With the hidden dangers left by Orochimaru eliminated, Uchiha Hanyu began to inspect his most significant acquisition, the Cosmic Cube. The Cosmic Cube, a containment vessel for the Space Gem, possesses nearly limitless energy and spatial power. Its recovery value, 200,000. Upon witnessing the astonishing worth of the Cosmic Cube, Uchiha Hanyu was momentarily struck dumb by this overwhelming joy. Regaining his composure, Uchiha Hanyu felt his face flush red, and his breathing became increasingly labored. Just as he was about to retrieve it, the system's mechanical voice suddenly echoed. Host, a usable item for system enhancement has been detected. The Cosmic Cube. Would you like to use it to upgrade the system? The system's voice, akin to a splash of cold water, jolted Uchiha Hanyu back to reality. His crimson eyes began to clear, rationality gradually returned, and after taking a dozen deep breaths, he finally calmed down. System: what kind of enhancements will I receive if I use the Cosmic Cube for an upgrade? Uchiha Hanyu inquired. Although the Cosmic Cube could be exchanged for a substantial amount of gold coins, the Multiverse Mercenary System was Uchiha Hanyu's most critical trump card. Naturally, he would not hesitate to part with these external possessions if it meant enhancing the system's capabilities. After the system upgrade, certain spatial functions will experience a degree of enhancement, and once enough energy is accumulated, it will be possible to permanently depart from the current space-time, venturing into a higher-level new dimension. The Naruto world is, after all, a lower-tier realm. Even with strength surpassing Kagaya Otsutsuki, one would still be but an ant in those higher-level worlds. Only by entering these superior realms can one acquire greater resources, continuously break through power limits, and ultimately surpass everything to seize one's destiny. System: please use the Cosmic Cube to upgrade the system. Uchiha Hanyu made a choice between the present and the future, commanding the system to devour the Cosmic Cube. Confirming absorption of the special item, Cosmic Cube. System upgrading in progress. Remaining time unknown. All functions can be utilized normally during the upgrade. A series of unexpected changes caused Uchiha Hanyu's emotions to fluctuate wildly, and he suddenly felt fatigued, abandoning his original plan to explore the Cloud Ninja Village. Instead, he devoted himself to rigorous training until exhaustion overtook him, then took a bath and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 34. Mall Procurement. New. The following day, after adjusting his mindset, Uchiha Hanyu once again perused the Multiverse Mall, searching for suitable items. After thorough examination, he decided to first purchase a quality weapon to enhance his offensive capabilities. Following a simple filtering process, a selection of weapon information appeared before him. Heavenly Demon Blood God Blade. Silver Lower Intermediate. Any being struck by this blade will have their essence and soul devoured and refined, allowing the wielder to elevate their cultivation. Price: 1,800 gold coins. Heavenly Splendor Divine Sword. Silver Lower Intermediate. Forged from 9 heavens strange metal, inherently imbued with auspicious energy, possessing a certain restraining effect against evil entities. Price: 1,800 gold coins. Iron Tooth. Bronze Middle Lower. A demonic blade forged from the fangs of the renowned Great Demon Dog General. Attached skills: Wind Injury. Explosive Flow Break. Price: 91 gold coins. Bloodwing Black Blade. Bronze Lower Intermediate. Capable of converting the enemy's blood into energy for personal use. Attached skill: Dark Siphon. Price: 62 gold coins. Light Containing Sword. Black Iron Lower Intermediate. An intangible sword that can change its form at will. Price, 2 gold coins. Jade dust sword. Black iron lower. Made from 10,000-year-old cold jade, not only surpassing steel in durability, but also emitting chill upon swinging. Price, 1 gold coin. Among these weapons, the one that most captivated Uchiha Hanyu was the heavenly demon blood god blade from the time of the Shu Mountain swordsman. Unfortunately, its price was prohibitively high, unless he could procure some precious items during his next mission. Akin to his experience in the Captain America timeline, he would have to wait until his strength improved and he could undertake higher-level tasks. After a difficult selection process, Uchiha Hanyu opted for the lower-tier version of the heavenly demon blood god blade, which was more suited to his current abilities, the Blackwing Blood Blade. The Blackwing Blood Blade, a weapon of the vampire K from the time of The Walking Dead, features a black-red blade over a meter long, a hilt shaped like a blood-sucking bat, and a blade marred with notches that perfectly aligned with Uchiha Hanyu's needs in both function and appearance. With the Blackwing Blood Blade drawn from the spatial realm, Uchiha Hanyu swung it left and right a few times, discovering that its weight was just right, and the sound it made while slicing through the air was minimal, making it highly suitable for high-speed battles among ninjas. A remarkable cost-performance ratio. Taking the Blackwing Blood Blade, Uchiha Hanyu struck a steel kunai purchased in Konoha, and with barely any effort, he cleanly severed it, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror, with no visible scratches on the blade. A fine weapon. In the Naruto world, the Blackwing Blood Blade is comparable to Orochimaru's grass cutter sword, qualifying it as a top-tier weapon. Whether it could withstand the truth-seeking orbs created by Yin-Yang release could only be determined through genuine combat. Uchiha Hanyu was exceedingly satisfied with this weapon, storing it back in the system space, and continued browsing for other items within the multiverse mall. To fully harness the capabilities of the Blackwing Blood Blade, Uchiha Hanyu resolved to purchase a swordsmanship manual to replace the basic Leaf Village sword techniques he was currently using. Wind Spirit Sword Art, Bronze Lower Intermediate, Wind Attribute Sword Techniques, consisting of 8 forms. Price, 74 gold coins. Withering and Flourishing Sword Art, Bronze Lower, a Buddhist sword technique requiring an understanding of life and death, consisting of 8 forms. Price, 62 gold coins. Songjiang Sword Art, Breaking Wave Style, Black Copper Upper, consisting of 33 sword techniques, with increasing power. Price, 45 gold coins. Demon Blade Techniques, Black Iron Upper Intermediate, basic techniques of 5 demon blades, with potential for self-development. Defect: those with wavering will may fall into a state of loss of control. Price, 36 gold coins. 8 Methods of the Well, Black Iron Middle Intermediate, incorporating military strategy into blade techniques. Thus each form contains military principles, consisting of 8 methods. Price, 20 gold coins. Duga 9 Swords, Black Iron Middle Lower, divided into 9 forms emphasizing preemptive strikes against the enemy, requiring mastery of the principles of the I Ching. Price, 19 gold coins. Hengshan Sword Technique, Black Iron Lower, intricate and rigorous, proficient in defense. Price, 1 gold coin. Considering numerous factors such as power, training restrictions, and price, Uchiha Hanyu selected the cost-effective Wind Spirit Sword Art. The Wind Spirit Sword Art is the primary sword technique from the Yunlan sect in the time of battle through the heavens, featuring 5 basic sword forms and 3 profound techniques, with moderate training difficulty. The mightiest profound technique is comparable to 6 paths-level attacks, sufficient to handle various battles Uchiha Hanyu would encounter in the mid-phase of the Naruto world. After purchasing the Wind Spirit Sword Art, Uchiha Hanyu was left with only 82 gold coins. While this was insufficient to acquire new high-tier items, it did not hinder him from preparing for future purchases. With the Blood Demon Undying Body at the bronze level for external cultivation, there was no immediate need to replace it with a higher-level technique. The Sun Chaser meditation technique was adequate for his current level. And with the recently acquired Bloodwing Black Blade and Wind Spirit Sword Art, Uchiha Hanyu decided to save up more gold coins to upgrade his internal cultivation technique to a higher level. System: do you have any good recommendations regarding cultivation techniques? Uchiha Hanyu was somewhat indecisive and sought the system's assistance. Host: the myriad worlds are all derived from the highest level primordial world that it is advisable to select a traditional cultivation technique. The system promptly offered its suggestion. Traditional cultivation, huh? Alright, then display the cultivation techniques. Uchiha Hanyu accepted the system's advice and employed the filtering function once more. This time, Uchiha Hanyu did not seek low-level techniques, but instead focused on silver-level cultivation methods. Cycle of Reincarnation 5 Elements Technique. Silver Upper Intermediate, Profound Level Cultivation Technique, capable of reaching the Mahayana stage. Price, 10,000 gold coins. Blood Divine Cannon, good volume. Silver Middle Upper, Earth Level Cultivation Techniques Main volume. Capable of reaching the Mahayana stage. Price, 7,500 gold coins. Blood Divine Cannon, Evil volume. Silver Middle Lower, Earth Level Cultivation Techniques Auxiliary volume. Capable of reaching the peak of the Tribulation stage. Price, 5,000 gold coins. Profound Origin Secret Scroll. Silver Middle Lower, Profound Level Cultivation Technique. Capable of reaching the Tribulation stage. Taiji Xianclear Path. Silver Lower Intermediate, Earth Level Cultivation Technique Subvolume. Capable of reaching the peak of the Combined Body stage. Price, 2,000 gold coins. Great Brahmin Prajna. Silver Lower Intermediate, Earth Level Cultivation Technique Subvolume. Capable of reaching the peak of the Combined Body stage. Price, 2,000 gold coins. Incense Jade Volume. Silver Lower Intermediate, Earth Level Cultivation Technique Subvolume. Capable of reaching the peak of the Combined Body stage. Price, 2,000 gold coins. The sight of thousands of silver-level cultivation manuals left Uchiha Hanyu feeling envious, and the exorbitant price served as a stark reminder of his own impoverishment. After a moment of reluctant contemplation, he sorrowfully closed the Myriad Realms marketplace. Upon exiting his room and reporting to the leading jonin of Konoha at the inn, Uchiha Hanyu departed and began to explore the starkly different environment of Kumogakure. Chapter 35. The first round of the Chunin exams. Kumo Ninja Village is nestled among the towering peaks of the Highland Mountain Range in the northeastern region of the Fire Shadow continent. The majestic mountains obstruct the moist air carried by monsoons from the ocean, causing a significant accumulation of rain and humidity at their midsections, resulting in a damp atmosphere often punctuated by the deafening rumble of thunder echoing through the mountains. Additionally, due to its high-altitude location, the air is relatively thin compared to other countries, and the ultraviolet radiation is intense, leading to the predominantly dark-skinned appearance of the ninjas from Kumogakure. However, as the saying goes, every situation has its duality. While the plateau environment presents certain challenges for the Kumogakure ninjas, it also bestows considerable advantages. For instance, the ninjas residing here, having adapted to the low-oxygen surroundings, generally develop superior physical prowess, which is one of the reasons why taijutsu is so prevalent in Kumogakure. Under the covert surveillance of the Umbu of Kumogakure, Uchiha Hanyu took a leisurely stroll around the village, only to find it lacking in entertainment, consisting mainly of numerous rugged peaks. However, for avid mountaineers, this setting could indeed provide ample enjoyment. Uchiha Hanyu first familiarized himself with the locations and environments of the various examination sites for the Chunin exams, then indulged in some of the culinary specialties of the Land of Lightning at the village's snack street. Before returning to the inn to replenish his ninja tools in the following 2 days, candidates from other ninja villages gradually arrived, and by May 26th, once all the participants had gathered, Kumogakure sent word announcing the details of the Chunin exams. This Chunin exam, much like the one held in the original narrative by Konoha, is divided into 3 rounds. The first round consists of a written assessment intended to eliminate those ninjas who are unable to grasp even the foundational theoretical knowledge and intelligence-gathering skills, thereby shortening the overall duration of the exam. The second round features a team battle in the forest, testing the cooperation and overall combat capabilities of the teams. Traditionally, about half of the candidates will be eliminated, with only the strongest or luckiest teams advancing to the next round. The third round entails random individual battles, showcasing a true display of combat for the higher-ups of various nations, which is the ultimate purpose of such a joint examination. And thus it is notoriously brutal, with many candidates losing their lives each year. Upon receiving the notification, Uchiha Hanyu learned that the first written assessment would take place the following morning at 8 a.m. in the third-tier classroom of Kumogakure Academy. The next day, candidates adorned with various forehead protectors began to arrive at Kumogakure Academy, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the exam. Standing amidst the throng of candidates, Uchiha Hanyu curiously observed his fellow competitors. As the host village, Kumogakure had the largest contingent, nearly 100 participants, many of whom were merely there to gain experience for future exams. The second largest ninja village present was Iwagakure, a long-standing rival of Kumogakure, which dispatched 9 teams to participate, likely intending to suppress Kumogakure's standing and secure top placements. Following them was Konoha, represented by Uchiha Hanyu as a solo competitor, alongside 6 ordinary 3-member teams, which appeared significantly weaker compared to the larger ninja villages, likely the reason for Uchiha Hanyu's specific assignment from the Umbu. After all, as the largest ninja village, Konoha's prestige would suffer greatly if they could not secure a position among the top contenders. The final major village represented was Sunagakure, which, having endured severe losses in past ninja world wars against Konoha, had opted for an elite training route due to the demand for military reduction, thus sending only 5 teams to this examination. Other smaller villages sent at most 2 or 3 teams, with some of the weakest barely managing to assemble a single team for participation. Soon, the proctors from Kumogakure arrived at the venue, ushering the candidates to their respective examination rooms, verifying their credentials, distributing the examination papers, and announcing the rules of the first round. The exam was set for 1 hour, consisting of 20 questions. Cheating was strictly forbidden, and early submissions were not allowed. Candidates who finished were to remain quietly seated until the end of the examination. Any detected instances of cheating would result in the entire team losing their eligibility, and if any member scored below the passing mark, the entire team would similarly be disqualified, with a stern expression. The proctor concluded the announcement of the examination rules and declared the first round of the Chunin exams officially underway. Uchiha Hanyu quickly skimmed through the examination paper, noting that half of the questions assessed basic knowledge suitable for genin, albeit with some trick wording that could easily mislead the inattentive. The other half comprised advanced topics at the Chunin or even Jonin level, unless one possessed a knowledge base far exceeding that of a genin or resorted to covertly copying the correct answers from a disguised Kumogakure staff member posing as a candidate. Elimination was inevitable in a world primarily centered around combat. Even the knowledge required at the Jonin level was not extensive. It largely revolved around the practical application of these knowledge points. During his time in the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Hanyu had utilized his training breaks to read every book he could find in the library. Although he could not claim to have memorized everything word for word, his experience from 9 years of compulsory education had equipped him with a solid ability to remember key concepts. What posed a formidable challenge for others was trivial for Uchiha Hanyu. He completed the exam with ease in just half an hour. After finishing, he raised his head to observe the other candidates in the examination room. Among them were diligent scholars like himself, struggling students scratching their heads in confusion, and those employing various means to cheat. With 50 candidates dispersed throughout the semicircular classroom, a considerable distance separated them, effectively eliminating the possibility of ordinary visual cheating, unless one possessed ocular abilities such as Byakugan or Sharingan. Thus, those attempting to cheat had to resort to special ninjutsu or tools. A moment's carelessness would attract the attention of the proctoring Chunin, leading to their team's disqualification. Number 47, cheating, entire team disqualified. Number 53, cheating, entire team disqualified. Number 69, cheating, entire team disqualified. Although the initial announcement forbade cheating, the proctors turned a blind eye to the first few instances. Only when particularly blatant cheating methods were employed or repeated offenses were detected did they call for the offending teams to leave the examination room. After several teams were escorted out, the remaining cheaters grew more cautious, and with the proctor's leniency, they managed to write down their answers successfully as time ticked away. The examination concluded, leaving just over 100 candidates who completed their papers. They submitted their exams to the proctors for grading, and the results were swiftly distributed. Uchiha Hanyu achieved a score of 97, successfully passing the first round of the assessment. Chapter 36. The second round of the Chunin exams. Part 1. Following the screening of the first round, over 60 teams were reduced by nearly a third, leaving only 42 teams, including Uchiha Hanyu's solo team, to advance. As Uchiha Hanyu had anticipated, the teams he had previously studied from the intelligence scrolls all passed the assessment, potentially becoming adversaries in the forthcoming rounds. Please settle down, began the supervising Chunin, clapping his hands to gain the attention of the candidates. First and foremost, congratulations on passing the first round of the exam and securing your place in the second round. He gestured towards the grand hall on the right side of the tiered classroom. All teams that have passed, please proceed immediately to the training ground of Kumogakure to receive your identification tags for the next round of assessment. Uchiha Yahan followed the other candidates as they departed the examination hall in an orderly fashion under the guidance of the instructor from the Cloud Village, accompanied by another group of staff. They made their way to the training ground within the Cloud Ninja Academy. To the north of the training area stood a hastily erected high platform, where the candidates were instructed to gather below, awaiting the arrival of the exam proctor for the second round. Before long, candidates from other examination venues also arrived, causing the initially spacious area to become quite congested. Watch where you're stepping. Do you want to die? A candidate from the Grass Village inadvertently trod on the foot of an irate Rock Village ninja, who, in response to the furious outburst, repeatedly bowed and apologized. Step aside. Don't block the path. What did you say? Are you looking for a fight? A ninja from the Sand Village shoved aside a candidate from the Waterfall Village, instantly provoking a fierce reaction. Only the intervention of their respective teammates prevented an immediate confrontation. Just as the situation was spiraling into chaos, a strikingly beautiful blonde woman appeared on the makeshift high platform, flanked by several staff members. Gazing at the unruly candidates below, the blonde beauty displayed a hint of impatience. Taking a deep breath, she commanded in a stern voice, "Silence. If you do not comply, you will be disqualified from the competition." Her words had an immediate effect. As the candidates fell silent, their attention now focused on the platform above. "I am Samui, the chief examiner for the second round, and I will now announce the details regarding the upcoming assessment. If you have any questions, please raise your hand." Samui was evidently pleased with the impact of her introduction. After a brief self-introduction, she continued, "This afternoon at exactly 1 o'clock, the second round will commence in the Loda Mountains. Due to the high mortality rate associated with this examination, all participants must sign a death waiver." Samui produced a stack of papers and instructed the staff to distribute them among the candidates present. The death waiver was designed to mitigate any subsequent complications arising from injuries or fatalities. Each ninja village hosting the Chunin exams distributed a similar document prior to the second round, outlining potential dangers that could be encountered during the assessment and including a disclaimer from the organizers in case of any tragic events. Scanning through the document swiftly, Uchiha Yahan signed his name with a flourish. Once all candidates had signed the death waiver, Samui retrieved a palm-sized golden token and explained, "Do you see this token? It serves as proof of your passage in the second round. Within the barrier-enclosed Loda Mountains, there are a total of 12 such tokens hidden. Regardless of the methods you employ, you must submit these tokens to the staff awaiting at the Cloud Rock platform in the northern part of the mountains within the designated time frame to pass the second round." Pausing momentarily, Samui surveyed the faces of the eager candidates and solemnly reminded them, "You will traverse through forests, rivers, mountains, and canyons, facing attacks from the fierce beasts that inhabit the Loda Mountains, as well as potential assaults from other competing teams." "Excuse me, esteemed examiner," a rookie from a minor ninja village raised his hand in astonishment. "Does that mean only 12 teams can qualify for the third round?" "You are correct, but keep in mind that it is a maximum of 12 teams. Not a guarantee. The tokens are not easily found or obtained in a previous Chunin exam. Only 3 teams managed to pass the second round," Samui replied, observing the candidates beginning to grow restless, mercilessly undermining their confidence. Once the candidates had settled down again, she added, "Lastly, I must emphasize that the duration of the second round is 4.5 days. During the examination, leaving the confines of the barrier surrounding the Loda Mountains is strictly prohibited, and any violators will be immediately disqualified. That concludes my announcements. Do you have any further questions?" After providing time for inquiries, a cocky rain ninja with purple hair raised his hand, casting a disdainful glance at the other competing teams in the training ground. He audaciously asked, "Esteemed examiner, if all the other candidates were to perish, leaving only our group, would we pass the examination even without finding the tokens?" As his words hung in the air, every candidate, including Uchiha Yahan, turned their attention to him, while the rain ninja remained blissfully unaware of the ire he had provoked, eagerly awaiting Samui's response. "That of course, if you could actually manage that," Samui replied, gazing at the rain ninja with a mixture of disbelief and disdain. The purple-haired ninja, satisfied with stirring animosity, lowered his arm as Samui once again inquired if there were any other questions before departing the training ground alongside her staff. Once Samui and her team left, the candidates began to disperse. Uchiha Yahan cast a sympathetic glance at the rain ninja team, who were now being targeted by the Cloud Village triplet, before turning away and heading back to the inn to prepare for the afternoon exam. After lunch, The candidates gathered at the southern barrier entrance of the Loda Mountains. The majestic peaks of the Loda Mountains were shrouded in mist, and the ominous sounds of wild beasts echoed through the air, concealing countless unknown dangers, which sent shivers down the spines of many less capable candidates. However, for exceptional candidates like Uchiha Yahan, the Loda Mountains felt no different from any ordinary mountain range. All right, everyone must enter the Loda Mountains in groups of 6. According to your team numbers, from different entrances at precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Samwi announced the commencement of the second round, releasing teams in intervals of half an hour. 3 hours later, all candidates had entered the Loda Mountains. And Samwi, along with several examiners, joined hands to seal the barrier completely. Chapter 37. The second round of the Chunin exams. Part 2. Uchiha Yahan was assigned the number 39, making him the last ninja to enter the Loda Mountains. Upon learning the specifics of the second round, he resolved not to rush like most teams in search of the tokens. Instead, after discerning the direction, he proceeded directly towards the Cloud Rock platform in the northern Loda Mountains via the shortest route. Yahan's plan was to arrive near the platform ahead of everyone else, lying in wait to ambush teams that had found and come to deliver the tokens, seizing them for himself. Naturally, achieving this plan required a significant advantage in strength over other candidates, a feat that Uchiha Yahan was more than capable of accomplishing. Roar! As Uchiha Yahan traversed a valley, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the nearby forest, followed by a tremor as a towering gray bear, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, charged towards him. Given that this was a designated examination site, the beasts within had been enhanced with drugs by the organizers, rendering them significantly larger and undoubtedly more formidable than the average wildlife found in the natural environment. Looks like dinner is sorted for tonight, Uchiha Yahan thought, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he watched the charging bear. With a thrill of excitement, he drew the Bloodwing Black Blade from his system space and executed the most basic single-target sword technique from the Wind Spirit sword art. Swift Wind Slash. The savage wind attribute energy enveloped the blade, and with a single, unembellished stroke, he cleaved through the bear's thick fur, slicing it cleanly in half, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Uchiha Yahan was taken aback by the power of the Swift Wind Slash. Observing the bear's wounds and the mark on the ground, he estimated that, bolstered by the Bloodwing Black Blade, this technique had achieved a destructive force comparable to a rank ninjutsu. Inserting the Bloodwing Black Blade into the bear's carcass, Uchiha Yahan activated the blade's inherent skill, Dark Absorption. A cloud of black mist enveloped the bear's remains as its blood began to flow toward the blade, being absorbed and swiftly converted into raw energy, replenishing Yahan's earlier expended strength and vitality. Only when Uchiha Yahan had fully restored himself did the Bloodwing Black Blade cease its absorption, the black mist dissipating to reveal a nearly desiccated bear corpse. The Bloodwing Black Blade truly is a remarkable treasure. Uchiha Hanyu clenched his fists, feeling the abundant energy and stamina coursing through his body, a faint smile gracing his lips from this moment onward. As long as he did not encounter foes whose strength far surpassed his own, he need not fear overwhelming numbers, allowing him to engage in a war of attrition without reservations. After severing the paw of the gray giant bear and storing it in the system space, Uchiha Hanyu set forth once more, advancing towards the Union High platform. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had elapsed. Thanks to the agility of solo action, Uchiha Hanyu had caught up with the previous departing team. This team belonged to Konoha, and they were startled by Uchiha Hanyu's sudden appearance, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing he was from the same village, given that there are many enemies here. How about we move together? Approached the captain of the Konoha ninjas, extending an invitation to Uchiha Hanyu. Apologies, but I must take my leave first, Uchiha Hanyu replied, unwilling to team up with these incompetent allies who would only hinder his progress. With a few agile leaps among the trees, he distanced himself from the Konoha team. A few minutes later, upon reaching the forest's edge, Uchiha Hanyu had just jumped down from a tree trunk and was preparing to continue up the hillside when, from the top of the slope not far away, he heard the whistling sound of several thrown ninja tools slicing through the air, a dozen shuriken and kunai hurtling towards him from various directions. Bang! Utilizing the body replacement technique, Uchiha Hanyu evaded the assault with the simplest of maneuvers, assessing the group of grass ninjas now exposed before him. The grass ninjas hailed from the small ninja village nestled between major nations. The original narrative offered little insight into the grass ninjas, merely noting that their jutsu were scarce, primarily relying on the study of techniques from other nations to create their own. Consequently, those living in such an environment had cultivated an extreme thirst for ninjutsu. Not bad, you actually managed to dodge our attack. 3 grass ninjas adorned in flamboyant uniforms swaggered down the slope, looking down upon the solitary Uchiha Hanyu, threateningly declaring, "Kid, there are 3 of us, so if you don't want to die, hand over all your jutsu." Upon hearing the grass ninja's arrogant threats, Uchiha Hanyu nearly burst into laughter. How could these 3, with their subjounin strength, dare to threaten him? Did they truly believe that victory in a ninja battle was determined by numbers? A bunch of worthless fools, disinterested in further banter, Uchiha Hanyu stood motionless, generously granting them the opportunity to launch their final attack in this lifetime. "How dare you underestimate us?" cursed Konoha Ninja, since arriving in the Cloud Ninja Village. They had faced disdain from ninjas of major villages wherever they went, igniting a simmering rage within the prideful grass ninja captain. Uchiha Hanyu's words acted as a spark, igniting the captain's fury as he glared at Uchiha Hanyu. Only to be startled by the cold indifference in Uchiha Hanyu's eyes. Die. Recovering from his shock, the grass ninja captain, now even more enraged, bellowed as he charged at Uchiha Hanyu. Fire release. Heavenly Prison Fire Sword. The grass ninja's right hand was enveloped in fire chakra, transforming into a sword aimed at Uchiha Hanyu's chest. With a derisive sneer, Uchiha Hanyu opened the first gate of the 8 gates. Raising his right leg and delivering a phantom-like kick to the grass ninja's chest, a shrill scream echoed as the grass ninja's ribs crumbled to dust, blood spraying from his mouth like a fountain as his body was flung backward at an alarming speed. Crashing against the stone wall of the slope, boom, the wall bore the imprint of a human figure, and the grass ninja fell to the ground like a lifeless dog, blood oozing from all orifices. Unable to move even a finger, seeing their captain devoid of life, the remaining 2 grass ninjas were left aghast, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads as their legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. "If you want to attack, then allow me to send you on your way," Uchiha Hanyu observed the terrified grass ninjas, losing interest in toying with them. With a swift movement, he appeared beside the 2, delivering a punch and a kick that sent them to join their captain in the depths of oblivion. Having dealt with the farcical grass ninja team blocking his path, Uchiha Hanyu continued towards his destination. After traversing several perilous mountains, he arrived at the outskirts of a valley, his demeanor suddenly turning grave as he prepared to step inside, the entrance of the mountain wall. Uchiha Hanyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the valley's environment. Ever since he began training the blood demon immortal body, his senses had sharpened immensely. Upon arrival here, he felt an unsettling presence. It was the absence of the usual sounds made by small animals. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Hanyu discerned the anomaly. A black tomo appeared in his eyes, allowing him to scrutinize every detail of the valley, every blade of grass and stone. Sure enough, with the keen observation afforded by his Sharingan, he saw through the exquisite disguises of 6 candidates. It was evident that these individuals had banded together, lying in wait to ambush other candidates passing through this area. In Uchiha Hanyu's perception, these individuals were not particularly powerful, making them ideal targets to test the efficacy of other ordinary techniques from the Wind Spirit Sword art. Thus, he feigned ignorance, boldly striding into the enemy's ambush zone. As Uchiha Hanyu reached the center of the trap, several ninjas concealed within the valley leapt out, encircling him. A dark-skinned ninja with a cloud ninja headband looked down at Uchiha Hanyu with disdain, mockingly laughing. "Ha! Foolish Konoha ninja, you've fallen into our trap. Ha ha! Bemo, did you not see he is all alone? It seems not only is he a fool, but also a coward who abandons his teammates to flee in the face of danger." Another cloud ninja, clad in iron gauntlets, chimed in, prompting his comrades to erupt in laughter, all casting scornful glances at the seemingly dazed Uchiha Hanyu. I wondered which little mice were hiding here. It turns out to be ninjas from the Cloud Village. A flicker of anger flashed in Uchiha Hanyu's eyes as he spoke coldly. "If you are to perish here, it could be considered a return to your roots. Humph, Konoha scum, I initially intended to let you live a little longer. But it seems that is no longer necessary." The laughter of the iron-fisted cloud ninja ceased abruptly, his expression darkening as he glared at Uchiha Hanyu, his fury boiling over as he instructed his companions. "Don't interfere. Let me have some fun with him. Haha, Domu, go for it. Show this Konoha ninja the might of our cloud ninjas." Doma's comrades clearly held confidence in his abilities, heeding his words as they folded their arms. Watching eagerly, ninja body technique, thunderclap fist, Doma's body surged with lightning chakra, a vast amount coalescing around his arms, enveloping his gauntlets with crackling energy as he charged toward Uchiha Hanyu. Under the influence of the lightning chakra, Domu's figure flickered and vanished, appearing before Uchiha Hanyu in an instant. This was Uchiha Hanyu's first encounter in battle against a cloud ninja trained in body techniques, and he was taken aback by Domu's astonishing speed, causing him to temper his earlier disdain that he performed a body replacement technique to evade the incoming attack. Wind Scythe. As he noticed Domu pursuing him once again, Uchiha Hanyu drew the Bloodwing Black Blade from his system space, executing the second technique of the Wind Spirit Sword art. That a surge of azure wind chakra erupted from Uchiha Hanyu's body, coalescing upon the blade, transforming the already lightweight Black Wing Blood Blade into something even more ethereal. With successive swings of the Black Wing Blood Blade, half-meter-long azure wind blades sliced through the air, roaring forth with a fearsome momentum aimed at Domu. Lightning Release. Lightning Shield. Sensing the power of Uchiha Hanyu's sword technique, Domu's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily employed his strongest defensive technique. Watch out, Domu. Earth Release. Earth Barrier. The observing Cloud Ninja companions recognized Domu's peril and hurriedly began forming seals to assist him against Uchiha Hanyu's onslaught. Unfortunately, their hand seals did not match the speed of the incoming blade aura. Before the ninjutsu could materialize, the blade aura struck Domu's chest with tremendous force. The terrifying power of the blade aura shredded through Domu's chest, revealing his stark, white ribcage. Domu screamed in agony, incredulously staring at the gaping hole in his chest, before his head lolled, falling to the ground in defeat, wearied by regret. Domu? How could this be possible? Damned leaf ninjas. The faces of the cloud ninjas were etched with disbelief, unable to fathom that the formidable Dom could be vanquished so swiftly, losing his life in the process. Following their shock came a surge of anger. How dare they kill their comrade on cloud territory? This was utterly intolerable for the short-tempered cloud ninjas, who promptly drew their weapons, eager to avenge their fallen ally. Uchiha Yohan cast a casual glance at them, dismissing them entirely, and spoke coolly. You may come at me all at once. I do not wish to squander my time on you. Kill him. Avenge Dom-e. They shouted in unison. Prepare to die. Leaf Ninja. The cloud ninjas hurled their curses as they charged at Uchiha Yohan. Noticing the oncoming assailants, Uchiha Yohan's Bloodwing Black Blade whirled rapidly in his hand, summoning dozens of spiraling sword blasts, coalesced from wind chakra, that materialized above the blade. Thousand Winds Sword Blast. As the spirals took shape, Uchiha Yohan shouted a command, unleashing the sharp, slender sword blasts in 5 different directions, accompanied by a piercing wind that surged toward the 5 attacking cloud ninjas like lightning. Clearly unprepared for such a formidable area attack from Uchiha Yohan, only 2 of the cloud ninjas reacted swiftly enough to evade with a substitution jutsu. The remaining 3, however, were caught off guard, suffering numerous small cuts as the sword blast shredded through them, blood and flesh spraying everywhere, obliterating all in their vicinity. With the tragic demise of their comrades, the remaining 2 cloud ninjas finally regained their senses. Realizing they were no match for Uchiha Yohan, they sent out a lightning clone to stall him while their original forms desperately sought escape. Just as Uchiha Yohan shattered the lightning clone and prepared to pursue them, the sound of ninjutsu being unleashed echoed from afar. Earth Release. Rock Pillar Prison. Earth Release. Earth Spike. A nearby team of rock ninjas, having observed the chaos, suddenly appeared on the route of the fleeing cloud ninjas, erecting several earth pillars that ensnared them, followed by sharp stone spikes erupting from the ground, impaling the 2 remaining cloud ninjas and ending their lives, perhaps having witnessed Uchiha Yohan's overwhelming prowess. The rock ninja team, after dispatching the 2 cloud ninjas, swiftly retreated, wary of engaging him further. With the rock ninjas opting not to attack, Uchiha Yohan chose not to pursue them either. After utilizing the Bloodwing Black Blade to restore his condition, he continued on towards the Cloud Rock platform. Chapter 39. The overconfident rock ninjas. In the subsequent stretch of his journey, Uchiha Yohan encountered no further obstacles. He eliminated a few ferocious beasts that attacked him and, before night fell, finally approached the vicinity of the Cloud Rock platform. Due to the terrain and barrier restrictions, there were only 2 pathways leading to the platform, east and west. After inspecting both routes, Uchiha Yohan decided to remain near the more favorable eastern path, awaiting benevolent candidates to deliver him the passage token. Arriving at a crystal-clear stream, Uchiha Yohan washed the ingredients he had gathered along the way, then scavenged for some dry branches from the forest. Using fire release, he ignited a campfire and prepared a sumptuous wild feast. After satisfying his hunger, he leaped onto the trunk of a large tree to engage in mental training. The enhancement of mental strength proved considerably more arduous than physical training. After practicing the Daybreaker meditation technique for some time, Uchiha Yohan had only managed to elevate his mental prowess by 2 levels. Although his mental strength had reached the threshold necessary to unlock the Two-Tomo Sharingan, he understood that crossing that final hurdle would require significant time and specific opportunities. For now, it was crucial to maintain his mental acuity at its peak, thereby ensuring he could seize the opportunity when it arose, facilitating his evolution into a fully functional Two-Tomo Sharingan. After a night of quietude, with no breakthroughs to speak of, Uchiha Yohan concluded his meditation, consumed a light meal, and created 2 shadow clones to disperse around the eastern path, awaiting the arrival of other teams. Given that less than a day had passed, locating a passage token within the vast Loda Mountain range would be exceedingly challenging. Uchiha Yohan remained patient, confident that teams would eventually pass by him before the examination concluded. Time slipped away, and an entire day passed without a single soul appearing. All he had to show for it was a bounty of wild ingredients for cooking. Just as Uchiha Yohan was preparing to make dinner, one of his shadow clones stationed at the eastern path detected a team of rock ninjas approaching. The clone dispelled its jutsu and returned the information to Uchiha Yohan, who wasted no time in stealthily making his way toward the oncoming rock ninjas. Before long, 3 figures darting between the trees came into view. In mid-leap, a short-haired female rock ninja with white hair addressed the leader. A black-clad rock ninja. Captain Huizhong, are we truly not going to search for the passage token? No need. None of us are adept at tracking. We've spent a day and a half without uncovering any clues. Rather than waste time, it's better to lie in wait and seize the tokens from other teams. Clearly, this black-clad rock ninja named Huizhong shared the same intentions as Uchiha Yohan, another rock ninja, whose clothing bore the characters Chioshan, playfully teased the monkey-like ninja beast perched on his shoulder, languidly remarking, stop asking so many questions. Just trust the captain. After all, with our strength and Xiao Jin's, few teams can pose a challenge to us. Short-haired rock ninja Hanazuki Baihui shot a disdainful glance at her companion, turning her head away in silence, trailing behind Captain Huizhong. Hidden in the shadows, Uchiha Yohan overheard their entire conversation, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had anticipated someone bringing him a token, but instead, it seemed he would face rivals for the path. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Who goes there? Step forward. Uchiha Yohan's sigh caught Huizhong's attention, and he immediately alerted his companions, landing on the ground in a defensive stance. Since he had been detected, Uchiha Yohan stepped into the open, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the 3 rock ninjas, and asserted in an authoritative tone, "Leave this place, or face dire consequences." "You are rather presumptuous," Huizhong frowned, displaying his displeasure. "This is not your leaf territory." Uchiha Yohan scoffed, responding with an air of entitlement. "From the moment I arrived, this has become leaf territory." Hanazuki Baihui regarded Uchiha Yohan's handsome visage with growing disdain, urging her captain, stop wasting breath on him. Just kill him." "Silence," Huizhong admonished, discontent evident in his voice. "Baihui, this is your final warning. Do not allow your aversion to men to cloud your judgment." After reprimanding his teammate, Huizhong turned to Uchiha Yohan and stated, "Since you insist, we shall have to exchange a few blows to see if you are worthy of claiming this territory. If you seek death, come forth," Uchiha Yohan replied, finding some amusement in the arrival of the rock ninjas, who would alleviate his boredom. "Earth release. Hell swamp. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet." Hanazuki Baihui unleashed the hell swamp to restrict Uchiha Yohan's movements, while Captain Huizhong summoned a massive earthen dragon head, launching earth projectiles to test Uchiha Yohan's strength. Go. Xiaojin, the rock ninja Chioshan, commanded the monkey-like ninja beast, then performed hand seals, channeling his chakra and power into it, casting a unique enhancement technique. Secret technique, diamond transformation. The small monkey, originally half a meter tall, rapidly expanded under the technique's influence, transforming into a towering golden giant ape nearly 4 meters in height. Roar! The golden giant ape pounded its chest like a boulder, its blood-red eyes filled with a savage glint. It tilted its head back and let out a long roar, swinging its massive fists toward Uchiha Yohan like a bulldozer. The giant ape's muscular arms, thick as ancient trees, were a clear indication of the immense power they contained. Uchiha Yohan's gaze sharpened. Eager to test his current strength, he activated the strongest state of the injury gate, clenched his right hand into a fist, and unleashed his full power without hesitation, striking at the golden giant ape's fist. Bang! A pair of fists, one large and one small, collided with a resounding impact, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward, sending nearby leaves and debris spiraling into the air. Engulfed in a cloud of dust, Uchiha Yuhiko felt a tightness in his chest, instinctively retreating half a step, having slightly underestimated the strength of the giant ape. Nevertheless, the force remained within his capacity to bear, and his body sustained minimal damage. Roar! The golden giant ape, however, found itself in a dire predicament. Its right arm shattered under Uchiha Yuhiko's counterattack, the stark white of its bones piercing through its thick, tough flesh, blood gushing forth and exposing its ghastly injury, eliciting a wretched howl. After testing the limits of his strength, Uchiha Yuhiko leaped out of the confines of the Yellow Spring Swamp, a substantial reserve of raw energy converging in his right hand, delivering a no-frills punch directly to the giant ape's head. Boom! The golden giant ape's cries abruptly ceased, its skull exploding like a watermelon, blood spilling forth as its massive body collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Having dispatched the golden giant ape, Uchiha Yuhiko executed a swift somersault in midair before landing on the ground, drawing forth the bloodwing black blade from the system space and pointing it at the astonished rock ninjas. Now, do you believe I am worthy? Chapter 40. The Art of Ninjutsu. Plunder. Standing beside the lifeless form of the golden giant ape, Uchiha Yuhiko's calm words cast an immense pressure upon the trio of rock ninjas, rendering them momentarily speechless. The ninja beast, Little Gene, had been meticulously raised for many years by Akiyama's father, boasting the strength of a genin in its transformed state. Had it not been for the need to protect his son during the genin exams, Akiyama would never have been permitted to take it beyond the confines of Rock Ninja Village. During the second assessment, the Gray Soil team had encountered several enemy factions, effortlessly eliminating or repelling them without sustaining any injuries, thanks to the formidable prowess of Little Gene, making it their strongest trump card. Now, witnessing the immediate defeat of Little Gene in its genin state, the overwhelming strength of Uchiha Yuhiko was unmistakably evident, leaving them devoid of any courage to continue the fight. After a prolonged silence without a response from the rock ninjas, Uchiha Yuhiko furrowed his brow and inquired in a deep voice, "Will you not continue the battle?" Seeing Uchiha Yuhiko's displeasure, the sweating Gray Soil forced a strained smile and replied, "Your strength is truly formidable. We admire it greatly. We shall take our leave and will not trouble you further." Wait, who granted you permission to leave? Just as the rock ninjas believed they could depart safely, Uchiha Yuhiko's menacing words plunged them into a frigid despair. The rock ninjas halted, uncertainty clouding their faces as they wondered if Uchiha Yuhiko had indeed changed his mind. "Do you think it appropriate to disturb me and then simply walk away?" Initially, upon seeing their capitulation, Uchiha Yuhiko had dismissed the idea of detaining them all. However, recalling his earlier encounter with the grass ninjas, he suddenly had a change of heart and moved to block their path. Gray Soil, as the team leader, adopted a resolute expression, shielding his teammates behind him, and coldly demanded, "What is it that you seek? Each of you must relinquish one ninjutsu as compensation for disturbing me." Uchiha Yuhiko had only a handful of fire-style jutsu at his disposal, and given the opportunity presented by this examination, he aimed to acquire techniques he had yet to master. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuhiko's request, Gray Soil and his companions wore expressions of distress. Each ninjutsu represented the foundation of their respective ninja villages, and under regulations, even private exchanges among comrades were forbidden, let alone sharing techniques with ninjas from other villages. Exposure would undoubtedly lead to severe repercussions from their village. However, valuing their lives, the rock ninjas deliberated briefly before deciding to part with some common ninjutsu that were nearly universally possessed by various ninja villages. "We are willing to share our ninjutsu, but you must promise us that this matter remains confidential." Gray Soil glared at Uchiha Yuhiko, presenting his condition. "Agreed. I shall guarantee it in the name of the Uchiha clan." Though the honor of the Uchiha clan held little value for Uchiha Yahiko, who had traversed through time, it still carried significant weight in the eyes of the uninformed that I hope you keep your word. Gray Soil produced a blank scroll, inscribing some content upon it before tossing it to Uchiha Yahiko. Upon receiving the scroll, Uchiha Yahiko discovered it contained 3 Earth-style jutsu: Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp; Earth-style, Earth Spike; and Earth-style, Heart Decapitation Technique. You may leave now. Elated by acquiring 3 usable jutsu, Uchiha Yahiko waved the rock ninjas away, leaving a shadow clone to monitor the surroundings before returning to his previous encampment to prepare and study the newly acquired techniques. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Utilizing a quality that transcends chakra, he unleashed a jutsu that enhanced the ground's softening speed and adhesive properties beyond that of a typical Yellow Spring Swamp. In the blink of an eye, the legs of his shadow clone sank into the ground, rendering it immobile. Earth-style, Earth Spike. A hard, black rock spike erupted from the ground, shattering the massive stones upon the surface. Uchiha Yahiko drew a kunai and, using the strength of an average nin, hurled it at the black spike, which only pierced a few centimeters deep before coming to a halt, showcasing the remarkable hardness of the black spike. Earth-style, Heart Decapitation Technique. Uchiha Yahiko's body sank beneath the surface, the once solid ground transforming into something as pliable as water. Without expending much effort, he traversed a considerable distance underground, while not as swift as moving above ground. It was remarkably close. Having tasted the sweetness of plunder, Uchiha Yahiko's mind became increasingly agile, summoning another shadow clone to venture out in search of other teams. The following day, Uchiha Yahiko's shadow clone discovered a sand ninja squad. Stealthily observing for a time, after roughly assessing their strength, it launched a frontal assault. The sand ninja squad was relatively competent and did not surrender easily. The trio collaborated to counter the shadow clone's attacks. Unable to defeat it, yet showing no signs of immediate defeat. Why are the leaf ninjas attacking us? The sand ninja captain expressed confusion, as the leaf and sand villages were allied in such an examination. They should be cooperating against the enemies from other villages, especially since they lack the means to pass the examination themselves. Leaving no conflict of interest, I require your ninjutsu. If you are willing to part with 3 techniques, I shall spare your lives. The shadow clone, having repelled one of the sand ninjas with a strike, straightforwardly stated its intentions. Not a chance. Impossible. The sand ninjas resolutely rejected Uchiha Yahiko's demands, disregarding their alliance as they unleashed their lethal techniques against the shadow clone. Sigh. If that is the case, then you shall descend into hell along with your ninjutsu. Uchiha Yahiko similarly ceased to hold back, employing Earth-style ninjutsu to restrict the sand ninja's movements, and utilizing several fundamental techniques from the Wind Spirit Sword to dispatch the sand ninja squad. After the battle, Uchiha Yahiko began searching the trio's ninja tool packs, uncovering only a few military rations and ninja tools, but no valuable items like ninjutsu scrolls. The shadow clone disdainfully discarded these items and sat in meditation to restore chakra before resuming its search for enemies. An hour later, the shadow clone encountered a team of waterfall ninjas, defeating them and acquiring 2 distinct ninjutsu scrolls: Wind Style, Great Wind Blow, and Water Style, Water Flow Arrow. 3 hours later, the shadow clone spotted a united team of 9 cloud ninjas, comparing their strengths before bypassing them to continue onward. 5 hours later, it stumbled upon a leaf ninja team engaged in battle with a cloud ninja squad. Assisting the leaf team in vanquishing the foes, it obtained a ninjutsu scroll for lightning style, lightning ball from the spoils. While the shadow clone tirelessly gathered ninjutsu scrolls, 2 different ninja teams from rival villages unwittingly ventured into the East Avenue forest where Uchiha Yahiko resided. Chapter 41. The fisherman benefits. Swish, swish, swish. Within the East Avenue forest, a disheveled figure raced through the trees, desperately fleeing. It was a pallid rock ninja, applying healing salve to his wounds, showing no signs of recovery, and even beginning to bleed dark crimson blood, suggesting the weapon that had injured him was coated with a poison concocted by the enemy. The rock ninja felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, forcing himself to endure the discomfort as he glanced back at his pursuers. Occasionally, he dispatched a few shadow clones to different locations to mislead the enemy, while his true self chose another direction to continue his escape. Not far behind this rock ninja, a team of cloud ninjas relentlessly pursued him, following the trail he left in his flight. Which way did that guy escape? a cloud ninja, his face marred by excess flesh, inquired of the perceptive ninja within the ranks. Kai, the cloud ninja, kept his eyes partially closed, unleashing invisible waves of mental energy that radiated outward. Detecting the chakra of the stone ninja, that he promptly replied, "Captain Beluo, he has altered his course and is fleeing toward the northern forests." "Very well, continue the pursuit," commanded Kai, the cloud ninja captain, as he simultaneously instructed another cloud ninja, who bore a large sword upon his back. "Reina, circumvent from the west and cut him off. We must not allow him to reach the cloud platform heights." "Understood, Captain. Leave it to me," responded Reina, detaching from the squad to lie in wait at the entrance to the cloud platform heights. Damn it, the cloud ninja's keen senses are truly formidable. As the sounds of pursuing footsteps echoed behind him, the fleeing stone ninja cursed inwardly, his heart racing with anxiety, yet powerless to alter his course. He desperately fled toward the cloud platform heights, just as he caught sight of his destination not far ahead. Before he could savor the thrill of potential escape, he spotted Reina's silhouette at the entrance to the cloud platform heights. The stone ninja's pupils constricted, and he halted, his eyes filled with resentment, standing there in despair. Swish! At that moment, Captain Kai and his companions caught up, observing Reina's interception of the stone ninja and exclaiming in excitement, "Well done, Reina! Those despicable cloud ninjas, how dare they ambush us while we were battling the ferocious beasts?" The stone ninja, fully aware of his inevitable demise, did not conceal his fury, glaring defiantly at the three cloud ninjas. "Haha! At such close quarters, you failed to detect our presence. That only speaks to your ignorance." The cloud ninja captain scoffed dismissively, his demeanor calm, yet a murderous intent simmered beneath. "Hand over the passage token, and I shall grant you a swift demise." Cough, cough. The stone ninja's previously suppressed injuries erupted suddenly, forcing him to cough violently. Clutching the knife wound at his chest, he spat out a mouthful of dark crimson blood. Glaring at the cloud ninja captain with gritted teeth, resolutely declaring, "You shall never pry the token from my grasp, which I painstakingly sought alongside Captain, and I'll then allow me to procure it myself." The cloud ninja captain retorted, his expression unperturbed, though a palpable malice surged within him. In an instant, enveloped in lightning chakra, he appeared before the stone ninja. Ninjutsu. Thunder Claw. Lightning chakra surged into the captain's right hand, enveloping his outstretched fingers, resembling the talons of an eagle crackling with electricity, which plunged deep into the stone ninja's chest. Easy. Furthermore, the electric power coursing through the captain's right hand erupted violently, charring and splitting the flesh around the stone ninja's chest, exposing bone. The excruciating agony elicited a scream from the stone ninja, who coughed up blood in great heaves, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he clung desperately to the captain's arm, a bizarre and frenzied smile spreading across his face. "Ha ha! Let us perish together." Under the cloud ninja captain's horrified gaze, the stone ninja activated several explosive tags hidden within his grasp. Damn it, ninjutsu. Solid body. The captain was taken aback by the stone ninja's ruthless resolve to take them both down. Hastily deploying a defensive technique of limited efficacy. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions ensued, engulfing everything in a torrent of flames, leaving behind a massive crater that radiated heat and smoke. Cough, 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 puffed. Near the crater, the cloud ninja captain, having narrowly evaded disaster through his secret technique, crashed heavily to the ground, his complexion pale. Though his life was spared, he had sustained grievous wounds. Kai and Reina exclaimed in alarm. Rushing to the captain's side, concern etched across their faces. "Captain, are you all right?" "I'm fine, though I never anticipated this fiend's ferocity. I nearly met my end," the captain replied with a bitter smile, the burns from the flames still stinging painfully. He instructed the two, Kai, administer some basic healing, and Reina, locate the passage token. "We must head to the Cloud Rock Heights immediately and deliver it to the personnel there." "Understood, Captain." Healing technique. Kai knelt beside the captain, his hands glowing with verdant medical chakra, hovering above the captain's wounds as he began the healing process. However, Reina did not heed the captain's instructions to search for the token. The glimmer of mockery danced in his eyes as he regarded the two before him with a smile. Whispering, "No need for such trouble," puffed at a black-red blade pierced through the unguarded heart of Kai, then continued downward, pinning the cloud ninja captain to the ground. Kai did not immediately succumb to death. Rather, he laboriously turned his head to gaze upon the transformed Reina, opening his mouth as if to utter something. Yet no sound escaped before he lost consciousness. It is that a leaf ninja has infiltrated our ranks. It appears Reina has met his demise at your hands. The Cloud Ninja captain cradled Kai's lifeless form in his arms, a grim smile gracing his lips as he comprehended the unfolding events. Just moments ago, he had mocked the Stone Ninja's foolishness, only to be ambushed by their squad, suffering significant losses. Little did he know that in the blink of an eye, the tables had turned, rendering them the foolish ones in the eyes of others. As the life force of the two waned, Uchiha Hayato, masquerading as Reina, retracted the Blackwing Bloodblade and began to scour the vicinity for the passage token as evidence. The passage token, crafted from special materials, remained intact despite the explosions of the explosive tags, merely coated in a layer of black ash. It did not take long for Uchiha Hayato to discover the token, flung beneath a massive tree, securing the passage token within his space. Uchiha Hayato rummaged through the Cloud Ninja's tool pouch, while the Stone Ninja's pouch had long been reduced to ashes in the explosion. Among the 3 Cloud Ninja tool pouches, only Kai's contained a ninjutsu scroll, specifically a medical ninjutsu known as healing techniques. Upon returning to the campsite, Uchiha Hayato dispatched a shadow clone to catch live fish and promptly commenced his studies of the newly acquired medical ninjutsu. Hours later, as a vibrant green light revived a gutted grass carp, Uchiha Hayato beamed with satisfaction, finally possessing the ability to heal ordinary injuries. Chapter 42. The preliminary tournament having successfully obtained the passage token, Uchiha Hayato felt no need to linger further and promptly dispelled his shadow clone technique, 2 distinct memories flooding into his consciousness. After organizing his thoughts, Uchiha Hayato assimilated the ninjutsu scrolls acquired by his shadow clone, which detailed the following techniques: wind release, great wind blow, water release, water flow arrow, lightning release, lightning sphere, fire release, great explosive flame, earth release, earth substitution. Uchiha Hanyu sequentially acquired and experimented with various ninjutsu techniques, mastering the specific effects of each, which afforded him a more intuitive understanding of their application in combat. However, such ninjutsu remained merely conventional, only slightly enriching his combat repertoire without significantly enhancing Uchiha Hanyu's overall prowess. In battles at the level of the Kage and beyond, ordinary ninjutsu struggles to play a pivotal role. Only S-rank forbidden techniques or special abilities like bloodline limits can serve as trump cards in determining the outcome of a fight. The Sharingan, regarded as one of the pinnacle bloodline limits within the ninja world, holds the potential for Uchiha Hanyu to attain the highest form of the Rinnegan, often referred to as the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan. Especially with the power of the Divine Tree at his disposal, possessing the Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi could effortlessly defeat the seasoned Kaga-level adversary Orochimaru. Uchiha Madara, endowed with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, could contend evenly with the revered Senju Hashirama. Known as the god of shinobi, while Pain, who wielded the Rinnegan, could single-handedly annihilate the 5 great villages, including Konohagakure. Thus, it is evident that Uchiha Hanyu, equipped with the Sharingan, is already ahead of over 99% of ninjas in terms of bloodline limits. As for forbidden techniques, with the aid of a system, acquiring skills that surpass even such techniques is not a daunting task. However, the necessity to spend a considerable amount of gold presents a challenge for the financially constrained Uchiha Hanyu, hindering large-scale purchases. Consequently, after spending a day acquiring sufficient commonly used ninjutsu from participating teams, Uchiha Hanyu proceeded to the Union Heights, where he presented the passage token to the staff awaiting him, thus becoming the 3rd team to successfully pass the 2nd assessment. Following a day's rest at the temporary lodging in Union Heights, the 2nd assessment officially concluded. Fortuitously for this year's candidates, a total of 11 teams, including Uchiha Hanyu's, successfully passed the evaluation. Among these 11 teams, the largest contingent was from the Cloud Village, boasting 4 teams, followed by the Rock Village with 3 teams, and both the Leaf and Sand Villages each contributing 2 teams. The 31 candidates who passed the assessment returned to the Cloud Village's Grand Hall under the guidance of Samui, handing over responsibilities to the Cloud Village's Jonin, Terui, who was in charge of the next assessment. Samui remarked on the numerous candidates successfully passing the 2nd round, finding it quite troublesome. Terui, observing the bustling crowd of candidates, sighed with a hint of exasperation. What is so troublesome? We could simply hold a preliminary round to eliminate some candidates. Samui retorted, casting a disapproving glance at her friend before departing the Grand Hall. Terui, watching her leave, cite again, and address the seated candidates. Due to the time constraints of the DIMES, only 16 participants can engage in the third assessment. Therefore, a preliminary round will be held to eliminate 15 of you. The candidates stirred restlessly but soon settled down, awaiting Terui's further instructions. Here is the plan. Except for Uchiha Hanyu, who will compete solo, the remaining 10 teams will draw lots to determine their matchups. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will conduct team battles in the third training ground, with the victorious team earning the right to participate in the third exam. Terui perused the detailed information of each team, articulating a selection method he deemed highly appropriate. Why doesn't the Leaf participant have to compete in the preliminary round? That seems unfair, some candidates protested. Expressing jealousy towards Uchiha Hanyu's exemption from the preliminary round, silence. The fact that he could single-handedly pass the second assessment speaks volumes about his superiority compared to most of you. This is merely a small reward and compensation for him. If you feel dissatisfied, prove your worth in the upcoming matches, Terui interjected, his brow furrowing as he remained resolute in granting Uchiha Hanyu direct entry into the third assessment. Seeing Terui's displeasure, the protesting candidates murmured among themselves but refrained from further complaints. The captains of the 10 teams stepped forward in turn to draw numbered tags under Terui's supervision, determining their opponents for the preliminary round. Alright, that will be all for today. Make sure to arrive on time tomorrow morning to expedite the preliminary round. Terui instructed before vanishing from the grand hall. Amidst the envious, jealous, and hostile glares, Uchiha Hanyu departed calmly, seemingly unaffected by their scrutiny. In his view, even if he were to participate in the preliminary round, he would undoubtedly pass, so he saw no cause for celebration. It merely alleviated a minor inconvenience. After collecting some complementary tools and supplies from the staff, Uchiha Hanyu returned to his inn to rest. Following a night of meditation and training, he sensed a potential breakthrough in his mental strength and dispatched a shadow clone to observe the matches of other teams at the training ground, while his main body continued to cultivate at the inn. The preliminary rounds consisted of 5 matches, all scheduled for that morning. The first match featured Samui's team from the Cloud Village against a ninjutsu team from the Leaf Village. The 3 members of Samui's team, all proficient in ninjutsu and body techniques, disrupted the attacking rhythm of the Leaf team with a powerful offensive, overwhelming them with their ordinary skills. The second match pitted a Cloud Village body technique team against a Sand Village puppet team. The lightning release-based body techniques naturally countered the Sand Village's puppet techniques, and with the puppeteers' evasion limited by the arena, the puppets were soon destroyed, leading to an inevitable defeat for the Sand Village. The third match showcased the Sand Village's Yiming team against the Rock Village's ninjutsu team. Leveraging Yiming's swift speed, the Sand team struck first, swiftly slaying the Rock team's leader, prompting the remaining 2 Rock ninjas to surrender immediately. Marking the shortest preliminary match, the fourth match featured a Cloud Ninjutsu team against a Rock Ninjutsu team. Unlike the second match's outcome, although the Earth release was similarly countered by Lightning release. All participants in this examination were elite Rock ninjas. Drawing on their exceptional skills and extensive experience, they triumphed over the Cloud team after a grueling battle. Finally, the last match, which Uchiha Hanyu deemed the most worthy of observation, commenced. The Cloud Village's triplet team versus the Rock Village's bloodline team. Chapter 43. The list is revealed. Both sides prepared and began to in the 5th preliminary match. The 2 teams entered the training ground simultaneously and commenced battle at the command of the proctor. Terui, explosive release, exploding shuriken. The Rock Ninja, a wielder of explosive release, named Sho, retrieved several shuriken from his tool pouch, infusing them with explosive chakra and hurling them toward the Cloud Ninjas. Lightning release. Beast mimicry. Shin turtle shell. The eldest of the triplets, marked with a tattoo of the character C on his arm, stepped forward, forming hand seals. A torrent of lightning enveloped the trio, gradually morphing into the shape of a turtle shell. Spinning violently, the explosive shuriken struck the lightning turtle shell, resulting in an immediate explosion, shattering the iron shuriken into numerous fragments that rattled the lightning turtle, reducing its rotational speed. Lightning release. Beast mimicry. Lightning python. The second triplet, adorned with a tattoo of the character mountain on his arm, narrowed his eyes as lightning chakra coalesced into a vividly animated lightning python, lunging straight toward the nearby Rock ninjas, despite its massive size. The lightning python was formed from chakra, granting it unparalleled speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon the Rock ninjas, opening its mouth, crackling with electricity, ready to bite Sho. Unfazed by the approaching lightning python, Sho displayed a hint of disdain, sidestepping the python's attack as explosive chakra enveloped his right hand. Explosive release. Flame explosion fist, delivering a powerful punch directly to the python's vulnerable point. An intense explosion ensued, cleaving the lightning python in two. However, the severed halves of the lightning python did not vanish. Instead, they coalesced into a dense mass of lightning, encircling Sho. Boom. Surrounded, the hunter transformed into a mere substitute wooden figure. While his true self appeared beside his comrades, the initial round of skirmishes, though seemingly prolonged, lasted only a few fleeting seconds. After tentatively gauging each other's capabilities, they commenced the genuine battle. The Cloud Ninja triplets were adept ninjas specializing in ninjutsu, employing a technique akin to a secret art that simulated beast-like lightning. The eldest excelled in mimicking marine creatures, primarily tasked with defense and restraint. The second was proficient in mimicking terrestrial beings, mainly responsible for direct combat. The youngest, adorned with the character Kong inscribed on his right arm, was skilled in imitating aerial creatures, focusing on identifying the enemy's vulnerabilities and delivering lethal strikes with the swiftness of lightning. In stark contrast to the purely ninjutsu-oriented Cloud Ninja Squad, the Rock Ninja team possessed a far more comprehensive array of abilities. Sho, endowed with explosive release bloodline abilities, was responsible for launching powerful explosive assaults. Suya, gifted with steel release bloodline, primarily focused on defending against physical attacks and disrupting the enemy's formation through taijutsu, thereby creating opportunities for his allies. The final member, Summer, not only summoned an elite-level panther spirit, but also wielded exquisite genjutsu, troubling the Cloud Ninjas considerably. Both squads were under the keen scrutiny of Uchiha Hayato, their strengths evenly matched, engaging in a back-and-forth battle that lacked a clear advantage, effectively transforming the conflict into a protracted war of attrition. Thus, the ultimate victory hinged on which side could endure until the end or possessed a powerful trump card to shatter the opponent's defenses. After yet another inconclusive exchange, both sides retreated to a safe distance, momentarily resting while keeping a watchful eye on each other, their gazes glinting with a bloodthirsty intensity. Clearly, neither side intended to prolong the engagement any further, preparing to unveil their trump cards to determine the victor. The Cloud Ninja triplets each summoned a shadow clone to guard their sides, arranging themselves in an equilateral triangular formation, channeling their lightning chakra to its zenith, and synchronously began forming hand seals. Lightning release, beast simulation, thunder wing Kirin. As the final hand seal was completed, their chakra converged towards the apex of their formation, gradually merging into a fearsome Kirin adorned with lightning wings. The thunder wing Kirin let out a resounding roar, conjuring numerous basketball-sized lightning orbs within its cavernous maw, launching them at the Rock Ninjas with astonishing speed. Earth release, earth barrier. Earth release, earth barrier. Earth release, earth barrier. The three Rock Ninjas' expression shifted dramatically as they instinctively employed their most formidable defensive ninjutsu, erecting three towering earthen walls to intercept the trajectory of the lightning orbs. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of the lightning orbs and the walls erupted in a series of explosions, turning the earth into a cloud of dust that enveloped the entire battlefield. Thud, thud, thud. The Cloud Ninjas did not afford them a moment's respite, commanding the Thunder Wing Kirin to charge recklessly, utilizing its massive form and the might of lightning to assault them. Captain, I'll intercept it. Steel release, adamantine body. Witnessing Summer being flung by a kick from the Thunder Wing Kirin, Suya's eyes blazed with fury as he executed the steel release secret technique, dashing toward the Thunder Wing Kirin. Suya. Upon seeing Suya convulsing from the electric shock, Sho gasped in alarm, seizing the opportunity created for himself, unleashing a devastating explosive release technique that he split into three explosive shadow clones, rushing towards the location of the Cloud Ninja triplets. Boom! Sho bellowed, and the three shadow clones detonated instantaneously, engulfing the Cloud Ninja's clones in a violent inferno. Continuing their charge towards the immobile Cloud Ninja triplets sustaining the Thunder Wing Kirin. Swish! A Cloud Ninja Jonin appeared before the triplets, extinguishing the surging flames with a water release technique. The fifth round of the preliminary exam concluded with the victory of the Rock Ninja team. Medical team, expedite treatment for the injured candidates. At the moment the Jonin intervened, the Cloud Ninja team was already deemed defeated, prompting the proctor, Tal-E, to swiftly announce the results of the assessment, instructing the medical ninjas on standby to attend to the wounded candidates. With the preliminary round concluded, the list of those eligible for the third round of assessments was unveiled. The Cloud Ninja Samui team, the Cloud Ninja Taijutsu Team, the Rock Ninja Bloodline Team, the Rock Ninja Ninjutsu Team, the Sand Ninja Yiming Team, and the solo participant Uchiha Hayato. Gathering all candidates who passed the assessment, the Proctor Tao produced 16 identical cards and addressed the assembly. The third round of the examination will take place in the Cloud Ninja Arena 1 week from now. Featuring individual battles, you will now draw a card in succession to determine your respective opponents. The candidates approached in order to draw, with Uchiha Hayato retrieving a card marked with the red number 3. You hold cards of both red and blue colors. Those with matching numbers will be your opponents in the first round. The second round will be conducted in 2 groups. Numbers 1 to 4 form Group A, while numbers 5 to 8 constitute Group B. The first match pits number 1 against number 2, number 3 against number 4, and so forth, selecting 4 individuals to advance to the third round. In the third round, the 2 victors from each group will face off, and the winners will proceed to the final showdown. After informing the candidates of the rules for the third round of the exam and confirming their understanding, Tally declared the assembly adjourned. With the proceedings concluded, the shadow clones dissipated, transmitting the events of the preliminary round back to their original forms. As Uchiha Hayato received the memories from his shadow clone, he was poised to review them when the system's upgrade notification chimed once more, indicating the emergence of a new task. Chapter 44. The fourth mercenary mission: Capture the Demon Monkey, Arrest the Tumultuous Sun Yukong. Publisher, Jade Emperor. Task time and space. Journey to the West. Task reward: 2.3 million gold coins. Task points: 23,000. Task level: Diamond. Seize the War Demon God. Retrieve the ancient war weapon sealed in Lulan for the Great Qin Empire. Publisher, Qin Shi Huang. Task time and space. Qin Moonlight. Task reward: 24 gold coins. Task points: 21. Task level: Black Iron. Rescue from the Bright Summit. Prevent the 6 major factions from slaughtering the Ming sect disciples. Publisher, Yang Xiao. Task time and space. The Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber. Task reward: 7 gold coins. Task points: 6. Task level: Black Iron. The first task already involved celestial and Buddhist realms, rendering it an immediate consideration to forego. The latter 2 tasks, however, aligned with Uchiha Hayato's capabilities. After a brief contemplation, Uchiha Hayato opted for the more lucrative second task, selecting to be transported into the task's time and space. Following a brief sensation of weightlessness, Uchiha Hayato found himself in an ancient and quaint room, where his identity information materialized in his mind. The host's background was modified to that of a young master from the ancient Shiyu clan. Hayato, tasked with securing a stable living environment for his kin by reporting intelligence regarding Lulan and the war demon god to the Great Qin Empire, joining forces with Ga Shu Qiu and Wei Zhuok as arranged by Qin Shi Huang. At the current juncture, it marked the first day of guarding the outskirts of Lulan Desert's border town. Having assimilated the system's assigned identity information, Uchiha Hayato pushed open the door and stepped outside. Just a few strides in, he encountered a soldier from the guarding office, thin and wiry, rushing toward him, panting heavily. Uchiha Hayato scrutinized him closely, recalling his identity as the sycophantic vice commander who followed the Fruit General in the original narrative. The obsequious vice commander approached Uchiha Hayato, wearing a fawning expression as he said, "Lord Hayato, Lord Gongshu requests your presence in the guarding office's grand hall." "Very well, lead the way." Uchiha Hayato, unfamiliar with the surroundings, instructed him to guide him. "Certainly, my lord. This way, please." The vice commander, elated at the opportunity to serve a high official from Xianyang, bowed deeply and eagerly led the way for Uchiha Hayato. After a few minutes, the two arrived at the heavily fortified grand hall of the guarding office. Inside, a black-armored Qin soldier knelt on one knee, reporting to the seated Gongshu Qiu. "Lord Hayato, please enter. I shall take my leave." The vice commander, not summoned, was barred from entering the hall and, with a beaming smile, bowed to Uchiha Hayato before swiftly departing. As Uchiha Hayato entered the grand hall, he discovered that besides the elderly Gongshu Qiu, there were 2 elder members of the Inyang family present, tasked with ensuring Gongshu Qiu's safety. The Great Death and the Lesser Death, that moment. Gongshu Qiu noticed Uchiha Hayato stepping in from outside, gesturing for the Qin soldier to withdraw, rising from his chair to greet Uchiha Hayato. "Young brother Hayato, we have located the hidden whereabouts of that Lulan envoy, the old man Lu. Would you care to accompany us to take a look?" Gongshu Qiu, slightly stooped and stroking the small tuft of white beard on his chin, wore an innocuous smile on his face. "Of course, The Dragon Soul should be in his possession. As the inaugural theatrical film of the domestic anime Qin Shi Mingyu. Uchiha Hikari, alongside his colleagues, made a special trip to the cinema to watch it. The plot left a profound impression on him, particularly the knowledge that the old man L possessed the key to awaken the war demon. Hidden within the dragon soul located in the belly of the mythical creature Paishio, the son of the divine dragon. Well, since that's the case, let us depart. Gong Shucho nodded, taking the lead toward the secluded dwelling of the old man L. De Siming and Xiao Siming exchanged curious glances at Uchiha Hikari before following closely behind Gong Shucho as they departed. Before long, the group arrived near a solitary courtyard in the southern part of a border town. A Qin soldier, tasked with monitoring L's movements, hurried over to report to Gong Shucho. "My lord, a child has entered the surveillance zone. Shall we drive him away?" "No, the old man L's mastery of mechanisms is formidable. It would be prudent to allow him inside to help us scout the area." Gong Shucho declined the soldier's suggestion, his gaze fixed on L's sealed residence, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Since identifying L's identity, the Empire's intelligence agency had thoroughly investigated him, and Gong Shucho was well aware of L's expertise in mechanisms, although Gong Shucho was confident that no mechanism could thwart him. He opted for caution rather than recklessness. As expected, the child mentioned by the Qin soldier, who was none other than the protagonist Tian Ming from the original story, pushed open the door to L's home and was immediately seized by several mechanical arms within. A gleaming metallic drill whirling menacingly towards his head. Fortunately, Tian Ming was protected by the legendary aura of a protagonist, and he would not be so easily defeated, just as the drill was about to pierce him. The old man L reacted swiftly, halting the mechanism's operation and saving him. Outside the room, Gong Shucho chuckled softly upon hearing the sounds of the mechanisms, and, under the astonished gaze of Uchiha Hikari, he opened the bronze box brought by the Qin soldiers, releasing hundreds of small, half-foot-long mechanical lizards, spirited mechanical beasts known as Patuchi Lang. "Younger brother Hikari, might I trouble you to destroy those wooden barriers? This will allow these little fellows to enter the old man's room." Gong Shucho turned to Uchiha Hikari, asking with a light smile. His reluctance to seek assistance from the two protectors of the Yin-Yang masters was a deliberate test of Uchiha Hikari's strength. A decision meant to shape his future attitude towards him. "Leave it to me." Uchiha Hikari, eager to showcase his abilities, chose the visually striking dragon fire technique, unleashing a torrent of flames that consumed the wooden door. "Ah, younger brother Hikari, you truly live up to your lineage as the young master of the ancient Shiyu clan. Your strength is indeed extraordinary. I am most impressed." Gong Shucho, though lacking martial prowess himself, could discern a person as strength due to his position as the head of the Gongshu family and his interactions with many powerful figures. In his eyes, the ability to manifest inner strength as tangible flames placed Uchiha Hikari on par with several elders of the Yin-Yang family. Uchiha Hikari smiled off Gong Shucho's praise, remaining poised as he awaited his next performance. "Go forth, little ones, and destroy all the mechanisms inside." Gong Shucho raised his mechanical left arm, issuing the command to the Patuchi Lang. The mechanical lizards sprang into action, surging through the door that Uchiha Hikari had opened, infiltrating the room and dismantling the traps set by the old man L. That once all potential threats had been neutralized. Gong Shucho, under the protection of the two Yin-Yang masters, led Uchiha Hikari into L's chamber. In the spacious room, the old man L gazed in astonishment at the four figures that had intruded upon his home. Although L did not recognize Uchiha Hikari, he immediately identified the renowned Gong Shucho and his companions, realizing that his identity had likely been compromised. With a wry smile, he remarked, "For the sake of an old fool like me, it seems I've drawn the attention of the esteemed national master Gong Shucho, De Siming, and Xiao Siming. I am truly honored to see you. Your mechanisms have been dismantled by my Patuchi Lang. Hand over the goods willingly." Gong Shucho retorted with a triumphant laugh, expertly embodying the qualities of a villain, half threatening and half mocking as he pressured L to surrender the dragon soul required to control the war demon. "I can extract all your memories, even those buried deep within your mind." De Siming, following Gong Shucho's lead, gracefully stepped forward, preparing to employ the Yin-Yang family's mind-reading technique to delve into L's memories. At that moment, Uchiha Hikari, familiar with the plot, stepped forward and pointed at the wall behind L, confidently stating, "There's no need for such trouble. The dragon soul is concealed in the secret compartment behind that wall." along with the child who just entered. What? How could you possibly know? Elle was taken aback, astonished that the unfamiliar Uchiha Hikari had discovered Tian Ming's hidden presence. Gongshu Cho raised an eyebrow, moving behind Elle to probe the wall. After a few deft maneuvers, he opened the concealed compartment, revealing a startled Tian Ming. With a feigned smile, Gongshu Cho leaned closer to the young boy, whispering, "Younger brother, hand over the item, and I shall spare your life." "I will never give it to you." Tian Ming, a boy of steadfast loyalty, recalled the old man El's request to return the dragon soul to Lulan and resolutely refused Gongshu Cho's command. "Incorrect answer, Patu Chi Lang. Teach him a lesson." Gongshu Cho's expression darkened at Tian Ming's defiance. He stepped back 2 paces and commanded the myriad Patu Chi Lang to impart a severe lesson. As the Patu Chi Lang launched their assault, Tian Ming flailed in panic, inadvertently triggering a hidden mechanism within the compartment, which propelled him out of the room and onto a pile of straw on the roof of a nearby building, allowing him to escape the encirclement of the Qin soldiers. Tian Ming's unexpected escape left Gongshu Cho, who had anticipated an easy victory, feeling humiliated. He promptly exited the room and ordered the Qin soldiers stationed outside. "Quickly, capture that child." "Yes, National Master." The black-armored Qin soldiers sprang into action, engaging in an entertaining chase with Tian Ming through the border town, ultimately cornering him in an empty warehouse before sending word to Gongshu Cho. Just as Gongshu Cho was preparing to lead Uchiha Hikari and his companions to capture Tian Ming, another faction, the Liaches organization, dispatched by Emperor Qin Shi Huang, arrived at the border town. "Ah, I never expected that the esteemed Lord Wei Zhuang and the heroic Bai Feng Qi Lian would be sent by His Majesty. It seems this mission is all but assured of success." Gongshu Cho's expression brightened upon seeing the 3 warriors approaching him. Wei Zhuang, the leader of the Liaches, halted, his gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping over to see Ming and Uchiha Hikari. He coldly inquired of Gongshu Cho, "I have heard that Gainye has arrived in this small town. Do you have any news of him?" I have yet to uncover Gainye's whereabouts," Gongshu Cho replied, shaking his head, however, recalling the familiar half of the jade pendant he had seen around Tian Ming's neck. He swiftly added, "But I believe I have just found the child he has been searching for. Oh, take me to him." Wei Zhuang's eyes lit up, recalling the purpose of Gainye's visit to the border town, commanding Gongshu Cho with an undeniable tone. "Please." Gongshu Cho, aware of Wei Zhuang's demeanor, did not take offense at the rudeness of his tone. With a genial smile, he led Wei Zhuang and his companions toward the abandoned warehouse where Tian Ming was surrounded. After taking a few steps, Gongshu Cho spotted the old man Elle being escorted out by the Qin soldiers. Fearing that Elle might seize the opportunity to escape using his mechanisms, he turned to Uchiha Hikari and said, "Younger brother Hikari, I would appreciate it if you could escort this old man Elle back to the garrison for detention. We require his insights regarding some intelligence on Lulan." "Understood." Uchiha Hikari, cognizant that they would ultimately capture the 3 protagonists from the theatrical film, chose not to join in the excitement. Instead, he accompanied the Qin soldiers, escorting the old man Elle back to the heavily guarded dungeon. As expected, it did not take long for Gongshu Cho and his companions to successfully apprehend Tian Ming. Xiao Yu, and the female lead from the original film, Xiao Li, returning to the garrison. In the afternoon, Gongshu Cho summoned Uchiha Hikari to the Grand Hall for a meeting. Upon his arrival, he ordered the Qin soldiers to bring forth a massive, empty sand table. "Xiao Si Ming, could you please mark the location of Lulan?" After Gongshu Cho waved away the Qin soldiers present, he issued instructions to Xiao Siming. In silence, Xiao Siming gracefully moved her hands, using her inner strength to manipulate the sand in the sand table, slowly shaping it into the contours of the Lulan desert. At a particular location within the desert, she marked the position of Lulan with a tower. As recalled from the memories of the old man L. Lord Wei Zhuang, from L. Lauda's recollections, we have uncovered a crucial clue. The entrance to Lulan lies hidden deep within the desert, where it is said that a terrifying immortal creature stands guard. Gongshu Cho crafted a cup of fruit wine using mechanisms and presented it to Wei Zhuang, who was in command of this operation. Revealing the intelligence obtained from L. Lautu through de Siming's mind-reading abilities, there are no creatures that are truly immortal. The belief in their immortality arises from a lack of power capable of destroying them. Wei Zhuang was exceedingly confident in his abilities, bordering on arrogance. Unafraid of the so-called immortal creatures in the eyes of others, he firmly believed that any adversary would ultimately meet their demise beneath the blade of his shark-toothed sword. Indeed, with Lord Wei Zhuang present, nothing poses a problem. Gongshu Qiu offered a modest compliment, stroking his beard with a pleased expression before continuing. I have arranged for the disciples of the Gongshu family to construct a mechanical sand boat capable of traversing the desert. With its assistance, we will soon reach the entrance to Lulan. Very well. Prepare swiftly. We depart at dawn tomorrow. Wei Zhuang downed the fruit wine in one gulp, turned, and exited the main hall of the garrison, leading Qilian and Bai Feng in search of the whereabouts of Gainya. After Wei Zhuang's departure, Uchiha Yahiko also took his leave from Gongshu Qiu, seeking a Qin soldier to guide him to the cell where the theatrical version's heroine, Xiao Li, was imprisoned, preparing to meet this embodiment of the goddess's tears. Chapter 46. The development of illusions, seeking collections. Under the guidance of a Qin soldier, Uchiha Yahiko underwent several stringent identity verifications before arriving at the underground prison of the garrison, where he encountered Xiao Li, shackled with handcuffs and leg irons, in a clean cell. Waving away the soldier who had escorted him, Uchiha Yahiko scrutinized the heroine from the theatrical version with a curious gaze. Her silver ornamental headscarf, striking blue-purple single ponytail, and elegantly intricate yet unencumbering fitted attire starkly contrasted with the traditional garb of women from the Central Plains, exuding an exotic allure. Observing Xiao Li's breathtaking beauty, Uchiha Yahiko feigned ignorance and inquired, "Are you Xiao Li?" Xiao Li remained silent, merely regarding him with a calm demeanor, clearly unwilling to engage in conversation with her adversary. Noticing her indifferent expression, Uchiha Yahiko realized his attempt had been dull. Leaving him somewhat awkwardly standing there, he then moved closer to her side and reached out toward her chest. "What are you doing?" Xiao Li exclaimed, appearing flustered as she quickly shielded her chest with her hands. Regarding Uchiha Yahiko warily, upon witnessing her reaction, Uchiha Yahiko instantly understood that she had misunderstood his intentions. That a rare flush crept across his face as he cleared his throat and explained, "I merely wish to examine your necklace." Xiao Li's expression softened, fearing Uchiha Yahiko might act inappropriately, and she hastily removed the necklace from around her neck and offered it to him. The necklace worn by Xiao Li was the legendary goddess's tears, adorned with a gem resembling a sapphire, yet possessing a deeper and more vivid azure hue. Uchiha Yahiko closed his eyes, allowing his spiritual energy to connect with the goddess's tears, feeling the astonishing power it contained, leaving him in awe. Truly, as the legends say, even a single tear from such a celestial being can manifest its power in human form. One can only speculate the incredible energy possessed by the owner of those tears. The nine heavens, Xian knew after returning the goddess's tears to the now slightly weakened Xiao Li. Uchiha Yahiko departed the prison and returned to his quarters, eagerly anticipating the dragon soul and the Qiyu demon sword, which also bore elements of the celestial realm. With the full support of the garrison commander, Gua, the portly fruit general from the film, the mechanical sand boat was quickly stocked with ample supplies. Early the next morning, the overall commander of this operation, Wei Zhuang, issued the order to set off. Uchiha Yahiko joined the others aboard the sand boat, which swiftly sped into the depths of the desert under the control of the Gongshu family disciples. The Lulan desert stretched endlessly before them, with only the vast expanse of yellow sand and distant weathered rock pillars visible, occasionally interrupted by a fleeting glimpse of greenery, soon buried again beneath the swirling sands. Standing on the deck of the sandboat, Uchiha Yahiko gazed into the distance, and the alluring Qilian approached him, swaying gracefully. "Little brother of the Qiyu clan, what is there to behold in the sands outside? Wouldn't it be better to have a chat with me?" With the beautiful Qilian inviting me, I naturally oblige. Uchiha Yahiko responded in an eloquent, archaic manner. Surprised by the unexpected compliment, Qilian giggled softly. "Hee, you silver-tongued little fellow. It seems many naive young women will fall prey to your sweet words in the future." Uchiha Yahiko smiled faintly, offering no rebuttal. Who could predict the future? For now, his focus remained solely on the pursuit of strength. "I heard you are the young master of the Qiyu clan. Might I request a glimpse of the wonders of your clan?" Qilian expressed a keen curiosity about the Qiyu clan, which existed within the realm of transmission. "Of course, no problem. But be careful. For the safety of the sand boat, Uchiha Yahiko refrained from employing destructive ninjutsu. Instead, he activated his Sharingan and unleashed an enhanced illusion on Qilian. Illusion technique. Nirvana abode. Under Uchiha Yahiko's control, the illusion concentrated around Chilian as snow-white feathers began to gently descend upon her. Feeling the drowsiness creeping over her mind, Chilian's expression shifted, and she immediately circulated her energy, strenuously resisting the encroaching illusion. Just as she was on the verge of succumbing to sleep, Uchiha Yahiko dispelled the illusion, regarding the now relieved Chilian with a smile. What an exquisite secret technique. The Chiyu clan truly is remarkable. Chilian's eyes sparkled with admiration, utterly captivated by Uchiha Yahiko's astonishing illusion. Haha, too kind. Uchiha Yahiko replied with a calm smile, then requested, I have heard that Lady Chilian possesses a secret technique of the Baiwe. The fire charm technique. Could you demonstrate it for me? The fire charm technique was one of Chilian's signature moves, a rare mental secret technique in the world of Qin, Mingwei, focused on physical martial arts cultivation. Compared to the illusions of the Naruto world, it bore a similar principle, making it particularly suitable for Uchiha Yahiko, who was still refining his illusion skills. Chilian, somewhat puzzled by why Uchiha Yahiko would wish for her to cast such a feared technique upon him, ultimately complied with his insistence and prepared to unleash an attack. As the fire charm technique commenced, Chilian's enchanting eyes glimmered, her seductive and fiery gaze locking onto Uchiha Yahiko's. Uchiha Yahiko met her gaze without flinching. Momentarily entranced, yet thanks to his vastly superior spiritual strength, he swiftly broke free. The fire charm technique was indeed extraordinary. It had truly made him feel as though he were engulfed in flames. Uchiha Yahiko generously praised her, gaining a clear understanding of the technique's capabilities. The fire charm technique could bewilder its target's mind, inducing a false perception of their body being scorched by flames, ultimately leading to the demise of their consciousness within the illusion, rendering their physical form defenseless. In simpler terms, it manipulated the sense of touch to produce the sensation of burns, akin to the five senses manipulation illusion of the Anma clan. Albeit with far lesser power and effect, a token of my gratitude, I present you with this blood orchid. Do remember to nurture it carefully. Uchiha Yahiko retrieved a complete blood orchid plant from his system space and offered it to the bewildered Chilian. Explaining, the petals of the blood orchid can enable serpents to transcend their physical limitations and evolve. Surely, it would be a valuable treasure for you, Lady Chilian. Thank you, young master, Chilian responded, her eyes lighting up with joy as she accepted the blood orchid with great care. Grateful for its powerful attributes for serpents, no need for thanks. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After saying this, Uchiha Yahiko swiftly returned to his room within the sand boat. Utilizing his recent insights into the fire charm technique to create a shadow clone and attempt to develop a new illusion technique. Fire charm. Uchiha Yahiko activated his original energy, only to face failure. Illusion technique. Fire charm. The shadow clone stood motionless, another failure. After countless trials ended in disappointment, Uchiha Yahiko remained undeterred, meditating to restore his energy before continuing his attempts, persevering until dawn without giving up. Illusion technique. Fire charm. Once again, expending his final reserves of mental fortitude, Uchiha Yahan concentrated his spirit with utmost intensity, employing a refined illusion technique on his shadow clone. With a resounding bang, the shadow clone dissipated into smoke under the onslaught of the illusion. After reviewing the memories relayed by the clone, a faint smile graced Uchiha Yahan's lips. The illusion technique had finally been perfected. The tension in his mind eased. He prepared to meditate, when suddenly a surge of new mental energy flooded his consciousness, reaching a pinnacle that heralded a breakthrough. Chapter 47. The Undying Monster. Please collect. This breakthrough in mental energy enabled Uchiha Yahan to awaken the double Tomo Sharingan, elevating his bloodline abilities to level 4. The double Tomo Sharingan not only enhanced his perceptive capabilities and the potency of his illusions, but also granted him the preliminary ability to replicate techniques, allowing him to see through certain ninjutsu and mimic various skills. Much like the original story, where Sasuke briefly clashed with Rock Lee during the Chunin exams and was able to perfectly replicate his taijutsu after merely observing it once, this exemplified the formidable nature of the Sharingan. If the enhancement of the Sharingan was merely a delightful surprise for Uchiha Yahan, then the level 4 bloodline ability made him feel as though he had been fortuitously struck by a colossal pie of luck. With this level 4 ability, he was no longer confined to utilizing only his own blood but could also manipulate the blood of other beings. Moreover, the control shifted from the macroscopic to the microscopic, allowing Uchiha Yahan to perceive the myriad substances contained within blood, including various blood cells and hormones transported by it. Utilizing this foundation and drawing upon some rudimentary knowledge from his past life, Uchiha Yahan not only reinforced several prior techniques, but also developed new ones. For instance, he created a blood healing technique that manipulated platelet aggregation for rapid hemostasis, employed white blood cells and macrophages to cleanse the body of toxins and foreign substances, and harnessed iron elements transported by blood to enhance its strength, enabling him to bind enemies with a blood binding technique. Additionally, he could stimulate internal organs through blood manipulation, inducing a substantial release of hormones, and utilizing the synergistic effects of thyroid and adrenaline hormones to lower respiration, heart rate, and body temperature, thereby diminishing his life force through a blood concealment technique, or drastically generating adrenaline for an explosive surge more potent than the blood-burning technique. Having stabilized his abilities, Uchiha Yahan transcended the elite Chunin level, achieving the rank of Jonin, with his overall combat prowess reaching that of an elite Jonin or even a quasi-Kage. Rising to his feet, he reined in the excess blood energy unleashed by his breakthrough, his bones cracking like firecrackers, a sensation of indescribable relief washing over him, and a contented smile appearing on his face, after casually consuming a few morsels to satiate his hunger. Uchiha Yahan stepped out of his room, intending to take a breath of fresh air on the deck. On his way to the deck, Uchiha Yahan overheard nearby Qin soldiers discussing that, the previous afternoon, Tianming and his companions had unexpectedly escaped from the sand vessel, vanishing into the vast expanse of the Lulan Desert. Narrowing his eyes in contemplation of the original storyline, he murmured, "It seems we are nearing Lulan." Indeed, as soon as he uttered these words, the once tranquil desert erupted like a tumultuous sea, a multitude of massive, peculiar fish leaping from beneath the sands, encircling the mechanized sand vessel. Gongshu Qiu, Wei Zhuang, and others, alerted by the commotion, emerged from the cabin. Upon witnessing the scene outside, Gongshu Qiu's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. Ah, just as recorded, the entrance to Lulan lies deep within the subterranean currents of the desert. The appearance of these dry fish serves as proof of this. Wei Zhuang, showing no interest in the feeble dry fish, inquired, "How far are we from the entrance?" "Not far at all. We shall be there shortly." Gongshu Qiu replied with certainty, glancing at the map in his hands. The mechanized sand vessel glided steadily, and after navigating past a colossal sand dune, they beheld two enormous dragon-shaped riverstones, alongside the swirling entrance of the underground current. Suddenly, a fierce gale rose across the desert, and a gigantic beast composed of yellow sand materialized before them. Roar! The yellow sand monster bellowed, its massive forelimbs striking towards the mechanized sand vessel. Humph! Wei Zhuang snorted. Leaping towards the yellow sand beast, his shark-toothed blade slicing through the air, severing the monster's forelimb with precision, the yellow sand beast, deprived of its support, collapsed to the ground, disintegrating into countless grains of yellow sand. Before Wei Zhuang could return to the sand vessel, another fierce wind surged, and more yellow sand monsters appeared before them, to prevent the vessel from being damaged by the creatures. Uchiha Yahan, along with Gongshu Qiu, Bai Feng, and Qi Lian, joined the fray. Phoenix Dance, 6 phantoms. The agile Bai Feng transformed into 6 figures, wielding his delicate, razor-sharp feather blades to reduce the yellow sand monsters before him to mere stumps. Sword Entanglement. Qi Lian wielded her chain snake soft sword, ensnaring a yellow sand monster like a serpent, then exerted force to slice it into several chunks of sand. Skull Blood Hand Seal. Dashi Ming flicked her hair aside, extending a fiery red arm to unleash a colossal blood skull hand seal, shattering the yellow sand monster into fine grains. Silent and composed, Xiao Ming gracefully waved her fair hand, summoning countless emerald leaves formed from her true energy, which mercilessly shredded a yellow sand monster into a cascade of sand. The quartet exhibited remarkable prowess, prompting Uchiha Yahan to refrain from holding back. He drew forth the Bloodwing Black Blade and executed the Wind Spirit sword technique, now mastered to a sublime perfection. Wind Spirit, Fractal Sword. The Bloodwing Black Blade in Uchiha Yahan's hand vibrated rapidly, gradually moving as each sword left behind a tangible sword-shaped afterimage. Torn Wind Whirl. Countless massive deep green wind blades materialized, intertwining with the sword-shaped afterimages to form a cylindrical vortex brimming with blades, spiraling forth with great velocity and engulfing the remaining yellow sand monsters. shredding them into fine particles scattered across the desert by the wind. What formidable cultivation! What astonishing swordplay! All present were deeply awed by the might of Uchiha Yahan's strike, their emotions a complex tapestry as they gazed at him. Standing resolutely after sheathing his blade, quick, accelerate, enter the underground current, Goshu Chio's expression shifted as he observed the yellow sand beginning to coalesce anew, promptly issuing orders to the disciples of the Goshu family piloting the sand vessel. With dozens of disciples and Qin soldiers at the helm, the mechanized sand vessel surged forward, and once Uchiha Yahan and the others returned aboard, it plunged into the underground current. The subterranean space was engulfed in darkness, prompting Goshu Chio to command the lighting of numerous torches for illumination. After navigating the shadowy river for some time, they finally emerged from the dark waterway into the picturesque exterior of Lulan City. "Ha ha, Lulan, we have finally found you," Goshu Chio exclaimed, gazing triumphantly at the exotic city nestled amidst the mountains. Once all had disembarked onto the riverbank, Wei Zhuang drew his shark-tooth blade, pointing it towards Lulan, and commanded the thousands of armored Qin soldiers poised for action. Attack! Seize Lulan! Chapter 48. The Qiyu demons soared just as the Qin army was poised to launch their assault. The temple square of Lulan City was abuzz with activity. Teeming with people. At the summons of the temple, ordinary Lulan residents stepped out of their homes, converging at the square beneath the goddess statue, awaiting the grand sacrificial ceremony to be presided over by the high priest of Lulan himself. It had been ages since such a grand ritual had been held. Indeed, what momentous event could have prompted this? I heard from my brother, who serves as a guard at the temple, that it seems they have captured the invaders of Lulan. The uninformed populace of Lulan engaged in fervent discussions, while the well-informed began to flaunt their insider knowledge. It was only when the high priest, accompanied by Tianming and others, appeared atop the goddess's palm that the crowd fell silent. O children of Lulan, our city was established amidst the desert and has endured countless trials over the millennia. Years ago, the loss of the dragon soul brought unprecedented calamity upon Lulan, leaving us helpless as the desert encroached ever closer, devouring our towns. The impassioned speech of the high priest resonated deeply with the people of Lulan, as the calamities endured by the realm over the years vividly replayed in their minds, lingering in their memories. Once the crowd's emotions had settled to a degree, the high priest gestured emphatically towards Xiao Li and Tian Ming, exclaiming fervently, "This time, the wisdom bestowed upon us by our ancestors has once again shielded us, enabling us to unveil the nefarious machinations of our foes, capturing the invaders of the Qiyu clan along with her 3 accomplices. The despicable Qiyu clan, slay them. Yes, annihilate the wicked of the Qiyu clan." The Qiyu clan stood as the sworn enemies of Lulan, stirring the hearts of the populace with a fervor of hatred, prompting them to beseech the high priest for the most severe retribution. The high priest signaled for silence among the crowd and continued, "As we dismantle the enemy's conspiracy, the long-lost dragon soul has returned to Lulan, receiving the divine beast, the Pishio, which harbors the power of the dragon soul from a soldier." The high priest recited an ancient incantation passed down through generations. Stars fall, mountains dim, tears of the goddess transform into dragons above. Harness the flames, point the sword at the evil king, unite in a single strike, and save our nation. Upon the conclusion of the high priest's incantation, the slumbering divine beast Pishio soared skyward, embedding itself in the forehead of the colossal goddess statue. With the activation of the dragon soul's power, the statue began to fulfill its purpose, as an abundance of crystalline waters poured forth from the goddess's temple, flowing into the crescent lake within Lulan. The citizens of Lulan rejoiced at the restoration of the goddess statue, while the army of the Qin, having marched to the outskirts of Lulan, launched their assault under Wei Zhuang's command. The Qin's ability to sweep across the realms and unify the world is largely credited to the loyal and valiant soldiers of the Qin. Though their individual prowess paled in comparison to that of the warriors, when organized into a formidable military formation, even the likes of Uchiha Yahiko would not dare underestimate their might. The Lulan soldiers, accustomed to a life of seclusion, found themselves nearly overwhelmed by the ravenous black-armored Qin army, offering little resistance. In a matter of moments, both the outer and inner cities fell, leaving only the bustling plaza of the temple in the hands of the Lulan people, who remained oblivious to the approach of the Qin forces. "I shall seize the dragon soul. The rest is for you to resolve," Wei Zhuang declared before using the wall for leverage and leaping towards the goddess statue. "Ha ha! Lord Wei Zhuang is truly impatient. All troops, heed my command. Surround the plaza. Eliminate every enemy. and then send a contingent to accompany me into the temple to confront Lulan's ruler, he ordered, after Wei Zhuang's departure. Gong Shucho assumed command, organizing the Qin forces before, under the protection of Uchiha Yuhiko and others, entering the vast temple above. Who goes there? Only when they entered the temple did the sluggish temple guards realize that intruders had arrived. But faced with the formidable Qin army, they followed the fate of their companions in the outer and inner cities, contributing significantly to the elevation of ranks among the Qin soldiers, after dispatching all the temple guards. The group ascended to the hands of the goddess statue, where they encountered the high priest and the bound Tianming and others. "Ha, we meet again," Gong Shucho sneered at Tianming and the others. Then issued a command to the Qin soldiers behind him, "Capture the high priest alive. She still holds value for US.AS. For the rest, eliminate them all, leaving none behind." A small contingent of Qin soldiers advanced at the command. But they were swiftly vanquished by the counterattacks of Tianming and his companions. Just as Gong Shucho was about to call upon Uchiha Yuhiko and others for assistance, Wei Zhuang had already reached the forehead of the goddess statue. Wei Zhuang seized the dragon soul from the statue and tossed it to Desai Ming for control, then leapt atop the statue, driving his sword forcefully into its apex. With a resounding boom, the immense force shattered the statue's head, sending it crashing down upon the hands of the goddess below. Observing this, Gainia immediately leaped to the top of the statue to engage Wei Zhuang in combat. Uchiha Yuhiko, undeterred by the conflict between the brothers of Gigu, swiftly moved to seize the weakened Pishio, using the system to check its information. Divine Beast Pishio, ninth son of the Divine Dragon, feeds on metal and can autonomously enter a prolonged state of slumber when not consuming. Current status: juvenile normal form, strength, black iron level, can reach golden level at peak. Seeing the immense potential of the Pishio to attain golden level, Uchiha Yuhiko promptly opened the Multiverse Mall, spending 20 gold coins to purchase a black iron level pet contract, binding the Pishio as his pet, and spent an additional 50 gold coins on a pet space capable of accommodating 10 pets, intending to bring it back to the world of Hokage after completing the mission. After securing the Pishio, Uchiha Yuhiko activated his two-tomo Sharingan, focusing intently on replicating the sword techniques mastered by Wei Zhuang and Gainia. 100 Steps Flying Sword traversed the 8 directions. In yet another clash of vertical and horizontal techniques, Gainia, previously suppressed by the demonized Wei Zhuang, suddenly unleashed his full power, piercing Wei Zhuang's chest with a single strike. Upon witnessing the conclusion of their fierce battle, Uchiha Yuhiko swiftly intervened, forcing Gainia back with a single move. "It seems you are not the strong wielder capable of mastering the Chiyu sword." Observing the clarity returning to Wei Zhuang, Uchiha Yuhiko chuckled mockingly, employing a healing technique to mend his continuously bleeding wounds, and then secured the Chiyu sword within his system space. "Senior brother, you may leave. Next time, I shall surely defeat you," Wei Zhuang arrogantly declared, showing no inclination to take advantage of Gainia's injuries, choosing instead to let him depart. Gainia, now at his wit's end, could do little to halt the rampage of the ancient war machine. The Bingxin within Lulan and was forced to retreat, safeguarding Tianming and Xiaoyu's escape from Lulan. "Ha! I have finally grasped the method to control the Bingxin." In the core control room of the War Demon God, Gong Shucho, after numerous attempts, finally deduced the precise operational method of the War Demon God. Destruction, Lulan. With the energy of the Dragon Soul, the colossal War Demon God strode forth like a towering mountain, flames erupting from its maw, incinerating all to ashes. "Goddess, I have failed." Xiaoli, standing beside Uchiha Hayato, murmured to herself, tears streaming down her cheeks as she beheld the wailing city of Lulan engulfed in fire. Xiaoli's form began to radiate light, gradually becoming ethereal, ultimately vanishing entirely, leaving behind a trail of deep blue goddesses' tears. As the flames intertwined with the tears, the power of the divine dragon would awaken anew from the dragon soul. Recalling a line from the original text about how the little Pishio acquired the power of the divine dragon, Uchiha Hayato contemplated for a moment before casting the goddess's tears towards the War Demon God. Upon impact, the tears shattered against the War Demon God, transforming into a surge of blue divine energy, while simultaneously, a robust dragon essence erupted from within the War Demon God, merging with the blue shards to forge a new power of the divine dragon. Surging into the little Pishio's body, absorbing this immense energy, the previously frail little Pishio grew robust, its form rapidly evolving into a colossal combat shape reminiscent of a lion with wings. Ha ha ha. I was right. Little Pichio, return to your dormant state. Uchiha Hayato, stroking the little Pichio's combat form, was exceedingly pleased with its newfound strength to avoid any unnecessary complications. He transformed it into a spherical dormant shape and stored it within his pet space. Under Gong Shuchio's command, the war demon god swiftly obliterated the entirety of Lulan, countless citizens perishing in the process, leading to the demise of the wondrous city-state in the desert, having resolved all adversaries. Wei Zhuang ordered everyone to leave Lulan, retreating through the underground river back to the desert. Upon returning to the border town, escorted by tens of thousands of soldiers from the Qin dynasty, the war demon god safely returned to Xianyang, marking the completion of this mission. After fulfilling the task, Uchiha Hayato did not rush to return but sought out Gong Shuchio once more, using his identity tied to the Chiyu clan to enter the body of the war demon god. Mr. Gong, can the dragon soul truly sustain the normal operation of such a colossal war demon god? Uchiha Hayato inquired curiously, surveying the inscriptions of the Chiyu clan within the control room. Gong Shuchio stroked his short beard thoughtfully, explaining, indeed, the dragon soul is the crystallization of fallen stars from legends, possessing an unfathomably vast energy. Uchiha Hayato nodded in understanding, then employed the fire charm technique, his voice low and beguiling. I see. Then, Mr. Gong, may I have the pleasure of admiring the dragon soul? Of course. Under the influence of the fire charm, Gong Shuchio immediately acquiesced to Uchiha Hayato's request, pressing several buttons to activate the mechanism of the 9 hovering gates, revealing the dragon soul hidden in the deepest recesses. Thank you, Mr. Gong. Now, please take a moment to rest. Uchiha Hayato cast an illusion to render Gong Shuchio unconscious, effortlessly traversing through the gates to stand before the dragon soul. Reaching out towards it, hiss, 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 the searing dragon soul scorched the hands of Uchiha Hayato, compelling him to abandon the notion of extracting the dragon soul directly. Instead, he summoned a small Pichio, instructing it to swallow the soul whole. Deprived of the dragon soul, the weapon deity fell into a state of despondence. Before the soldiers of the Qin state could arrive to investigate, Uchiha Hayato once again stored the dormant Pichio into the system space, silently contemplating his departure back to the world of Hokage. After a brief respite, he commenced a thorough examination of his recent gains. First and foremost were the task's gold coins and points. When combined with his prior accumulations, he currently possessed 36 gold coins and 48 points. It seemed that with a few more missions, he would elevate his mercenary rank to the bronze level. Secondly, there were the additional rewards from this quest: the divine weapon Chiyu sword, the mythical creature Pichio, and the dragon soul nestled within the Pichio's belly. Although the Chiyu sword was indeed precious, Uchiha Hayato chose not to reclaim it, opting instead to retain it as a transitional weapon. The dragon soul, similarly, would enhance the growth rate of the Pichio, serving as an alternative means to bolster his own strength. Lastly, he reflected upon the alterations in his power during this mission, encompassing enhancements to his superpowers and Sharingan, the replication of the Ghost Valley sword technique, the development of the fire charm illusion technique, and the mastery of internal energy manipulation techniques, among others. This mission could be deemed extraordinarily fruitful, verging on perfection. In the near term, further enhancement of his strength would prove challenging. Thus, he resolved to focus on physical training in the hopes of swiftly breaking through to the formidable fifth gate. Over the course of a week, Uchiha Hayato solidified his strength, and the third round of the Chunin exams was announced to commence. Chapter 50. The birth of the top 8 at 8 o'clock in the morning. The grand arena of the Cloud Ninja was teeming with spectators, including the feudal lords from various nations and leaders from numerous factions, all gathered to witness the Chunin matches, amidst the tense and expectant atmosphere. The third examination officially commenced under the supervision of the proctor, Terui. The inaugural match of this opening spectacle featured the combatants: Omoi from the Cloud Ninja's Samui team and a supporting member from the Rock Ninja's Ninjutsu team. Utilizing the Cloud Flow sword technique learned from Killer Bee, Omoi swiftly overwhelmed the Rock Ninja, who resorted to a desperate defense against his onslaught, ultimately securing his first victory as the battle concluded. Staff members promptly began to prepare the arena for the second match. The second pair of contestants consisted of the Taijutsu Ninja Yame from the Sand Ninja's team, facing off against Roy from the Cloud Ninja's Taijutsu team. Both fighters demonstrated comparable strength, resulting in a fiercely contested bout. Ultimately, Roy capitalized on his innate adaptability to the Cloud Village environment, exhausting Yame's stamina and narrowly clinching a spot in the finals. However, compared to the previous match, the spectacle was deemed lackluster, and the audience's applause was tepid. Next came Uchiha Hayato's match, where his opponent was the captain of the Rock Ninja Ninjutsu team. This captain, possessing only the standard abilities of a Chunin, proved no match for Uchiha Hayato. As the battle commenced, the captain unleashed a series of expansive earth release techniques against Hayato. Considering the performative nature of the Chunin exams and drawing lessons from the preceding match, Uchiha Hayato refrained from swiftly eliminating the captain and instead engaged him with visually striking yet relatively weak fire release techniques. To the eyes of the untrained audience, their clash appeared as a celestial battle, invigorating the crowd with excitement as they cheered passionately for both combatants. Once the performance reached its climax, Uchiha Hayato skillfully overcame the Rock Ninja captain with a decisive blow, advancing to the next round. The fourth match, the final contest of the morning, pitted the Steel Release Bloodline user, Aoyama, against the captain of the Cloud Ninja's Taijutsu team. The Cloud captain showcased remarkable prowess in Taijutsu, yet his opponent, Aoyama, endowed with the formidable Steel Release Bloodline, proved resilient against physical assaults, ultimately leading to the Cloud captain's unfortunate elimination from the competition. Following a brief intermission, the first round resumed. The fifth match featured the Explosion Release Bloodline user, Sho, against another Sand Ninja from Yame's team. This contest was exceptionally thrilling, with explosive techniques and swirling winds offering a visual feast for the audience. Ultimately, Sho employed an Earth Release Barrier technique, ensnaring the Sand Ninja and securing victory. In the sixth match, Karui faced off against the Rock Ninja Bloodline user, Shime. Like Omoi, Karui had trained under Killer Bee for an extended period, though her physical limitations rendered her slightly weaker than Omoi. The Rock Ninja, Shime, adept in illusions and summoning techniques, immediately summoned an elite-level Panther Spirit to disrupt Karui's movements with illusions. After a protracted standoff, Karui suddenly unleashed a secret technique, breaking free from the Panther's grasp and delivering a decisive strike to Shime. Inflicting injury, wounded, Shime let out a pained cry, retreating underground with defensive techniques, while the exhausted Karui faltered under the Panther's relentless assault, ultimately succumbing to defeat. The sixth match concluded with both participants injured. Proctor Terui instructed medical ninjas to attend to them before proceeding to the seventh match. In the seventh match, the Swift Release Bloodline user, Yame, faced off against the last member of the Cloud Ninja's Taijutsu team. Both combatants wielded great swords, yet their styles were polar opposites. The Cloud Ninja relied on a power-driven sword technique characterized by direct and forceful strikes, while Yame's approach favored speed, weaving intricate patterns that obscured the line between illusion and reality. In the early stages, the Cloud Ninja managed to hold his ground against Yame's swordsmanship, but once Yame activated his Swift Release Bloodline limit, he swiftly gained the upper hand, enhanced by the Swift Release. Yame not only accelerated his movement speed but also his attack and reaction rates, rendering his already rapid swordplay even more unpredictable. Within mere exchanges, he disarmed the Cloud Ninja, aiming a lethal thrust at his throat. In a flash, Proctor Terui intervened, kicking Yame's sword aside and rescuing the terrified Cloud Ninja. With the match concluded, Yame emerged victorious. Talai cast a cold glance at Yi Ming before announcing the results of the match. Yi Ming, with an indifferent expression, returned the gaze briefly, sheathing his blade behind him as he leaped back to the spectator stands. In the final match, ACI, the younger brother of Samui, faced off against a member of the Rock Ninja's ninjutsu team. ACI, a youth adorned with the character Heat tattooed on his arm, wielded the rare fire-release swordsmanship of the Cloud Ninja village. Each of his moves was accompanied by flames dancing unpredictably upon his blade, making it difficult for opponents to defend against. His adversary, the Rock Ninja, was responsible for defense within his team, specializing in defensive earth techniques, yet lacking proficiency in offensive ninjutsu. He could only passively defend against ACI's relentless attacks. However, a defense maintained for too long is bound to falter. During the intense battle, ACI seized an opening and pierced his opponent's chest with a single thrust. With ACI's triumph, the first round of the third exam concluded, and the opponents for the second round, the quarterfinals, were determined. 1. Omo E versus 2. Roy 3. Uchiha Yuhiko versus 4. Songi 5. Sho versus 6. Siame 7. Yi Ming versus 8. ACI. Thus, the matchups for the upcoming round were established. with the competition scheduled to commence 3 days later at 8 in the morning. Once again in this very arena, the proctor, Talai, delivered an extensive speech, announcing the time and place for the next round. After which the crowd dispersed. The last remaining participant from Konoha, Uchiha Yahiko, received special attention from the leading jonin, who provided him with a sum of activity funds and an opportunity to select an A-rank ninjutsu. Upon reviewing his repertoire, Uchiha Yahiko noted that his water release techniques were the fewest, thus he opted for the water release, Great Waterfall technique, memorizing the training method for the Great Waterfall technique. Uchiha Yahiko refrained from immediate practice, recognizing that mastering an A-rank ninjutsu could not be accomplished in mere days. Instead of squandering time on this endeavor, he chose to rest and prepare himself optimally. Using his activity funds, he purchased a plethora of fine iron blocks to serve as sustenance for his small paishio, and then he wandered the mountains and forests outside the Cloud Ninja Village until the 3 days elapsed, before hastening back to the arena to participate in the competition. Chapter 51. Yahiko vs. Song Yi. The second round of the third exam commenced with the quarterfinals, where the first match featured Omo E against Roy. Both were ninjas from the Cloud Ninja Village, having frequently sparred against each other, thus well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Following a performance-like bout, the slightly weaker Roy voluntarily conceded to his compatriot Omo E. Once their battle concluded, it was time for Uchiha Yahiko to face Song Yi, the inheritor of the steel release from the Rock Ninja. Song Yi, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, appeared somewhat older compared to other contestants. But such an age was not uncommon in the Chunin exams, as many would only ever attain the elite Chunin rank in their lifetime. Dressed in an ostentatious uniform, Song Yi leaped into the arena, waving his arms at the surrounding audience. Despite his reasonably handsome appearance, the glaring shine of his bald head detracted from the effect, failing to elicit shrieks of excitement from the infatuated girls in the crowd. In stark contrast, Uchiha Yahiko, clad in simple attire, calmly entered the arena, unexpectedly receiving fervent cheers from the audience, with the girls' excited cries eliciting envy from his opponent, Song Yi. Both participants formed their respective hand seals. The match began, with a command from Proctor Talai. Song Yi charged at Uchiha Yahiko, delivering a punch infused with tremendous power aimed directly at Yahiko's enviable visage. Steel release. Iron fist. The fist, enveloped in steel release chakra, became harder than ordinary steel, capable of crushing stone and splitting wood with ease. Uchiha Yahiko, of course, refrained from meeting this attack with his own fists, instead positioning his fine iron blade horizontally to deflect Song Yi's strike. A resounding clang echoed, reminiscent of metal colliding. Yahiko's blade was forced into a remarkable arc by the sheer force of Song Yi's blow. Had it not been for the exceptional quality of the sword, it would have surely resulted in a disastrous outcome. Uchiha Yahiko's expression shifted. He had anticipated that steel release would merely enhance Song Yi's defensive capabilities, but he had not foreseen such overwhelming force accompanying it. Although not a battle-hardened veteran, Yahiko possessed considerable combat experience, promptly retreating a half-step to dissipate Song Yi's power before retaliating with a sweeping strike aimed at Song Yi's abdomen. Humph, futile, Song Yi scoffed, a hint of disdain curling his lips as he countered. Steel release. Adamantine body. The sharp edge of Uchiha Yahiko's iron blade sliced through the air, striking Song Yi's body. What would be a lethal blow to an ordinary person merely left a tear in Song Yi's clothing. Halted by his resilient skin, Song Yi seized Uchiha Yahiko's iron blade, pulling forcefully, causing Yahiko's body to be jerked uncontrollably toward him. Steel release. Headbutt. Chakra concentrated at his forehead transformed his previously shiny head into a dull yellow. Lunging forward to collide with Uchiha Yahiko's head, Yahiko, however, was not foolish enough to engage him directly. He deftly withdrew his blade, shifting his body to the left to evade Song Yi's assault, driving his knee into Song Yi's abdomen. A dull thud resonated as their bodies collided, causing Uchiha Yahiko to stagger back a few steps, observing Song Yi's cold smirk with a furrowed brow. Ha! Knowing my ability is steel release. You still dare to attack me with physical strikes? Are all Konoha ninjas as foolish as you? No wonder only one remains. Song Yi refrained from pursuing, ostentatiously smoothing his crumpled shirt from Yahiko's kick. Shamelessly disparaging Konoha's reputation, his self-satisfied demeanor inciting considerable irritation among the onlookers. Steel release is but a trivial technique. Do you truly believe it provides absolute physical defense? Uchiha Yahiko withdrew his blade into the system space. abandoning the thought of engaging him through ninjutsu, casting a cold glance at Song Yi as he declared, "Allow me to demonstrate today that your reliance on steel release holds no value in the face of my 8 gates." Ha ha ha. It seems though Konoha's people may be foolish, their capacity for boasting is not small. Though your Uchiha clan's Sharingan is renowned, it excels solely in ninjutsu and genjutsu, falling short compared to my steel release bloodline limit in physical combat. Song Yi dismissed Uchiha Yuhiko's words, unable to fathom that the strength he had previously displayed could shatter his formidable steel release defense. Uchiha Yuhiko chose not to elaborate further, activating the 4th gate of the 8 gates. A torrent of raw energy surged from within, vastly enhancing both his strength and speed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. What? Song Yi gasped in disbelief, preparing to search for the vanished Uchiha Yuhiko when he suddenly felt a tremendous force strike his jaw, propelling him skyward. Lianhua. In his current state, Uchiha Yuhiko could unleash over 50 consecutive strikes with Li Lianhua. Song Yi, subjected to Yuhiko's relentless barrage of punches and kicks, remained suspended in the air for a full minute before finally plummeting to the ground with a resounding crash, leaving a massive human-shaped crater. The audience erupted into cheers. Though Li Lianhua lacked the flamboyant flair of ninjutsu, its visceral and fervent attacks, culminating in the final display of overwhelming power, were evident even to the layman, who applauded and cheered for Uchiha Yuhiko. Cough, cough. How could this be? My body. Song Yi, pallid and struggling to rise, felt excruciating pain within, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Humph. A mere rock ninja is nothing more than this. Uchiha Yuhiko retorted against Song Ye's earlier provocations, explaining, "Your steel release merely fortifies your muscles and skin, while my attacks target your still vulnerable internal organs." Though Uchiha Yuhiko had activated the 8 gates, his strikes were not mere ordinary blows. They incorporated the dark energy techniques from the world of Qin's moon, appearing unscathed on the surface, yet penetrating even the strongest defenses to wreak havoc upon Song Ye's vital organs. I refuse to believe steel release is the strongest. After hearing Uchiha Yuhiko's words, Song Yi coughed violently, expelling another mouthful of blood, his eyes dim and lifeless as he stared skyward, mumbling to himself until he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Contestant 3, Song Yi, has perished. The victor is Uchiha Yuhiko. The proctor, Talai, suddenly appeared on the scene, crouched down to inspect the condition of Senji, and subsequently announced the outcome of the match. Uchiha Yahan emerged victorious, once again receiving the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, as he leaped back to the stands amidst the resentful gazes of the IWA ninjas, ready to continue watching the remaining 2 matches. Chapter 52. The Final 4 emerge, request for collection. In the 3rd match of the 2nd round, it was the turn of the IWA ninja faction to engage in internal strife. Contestant number 6, Xiaomei, had suffered severe injuries in her previous battle against Karui and was currently recuperating in the Kumo Ninja Hospital. Therefore, she chose to forfeit, allowing her captain, Sho, to advance. The audience expressed a degree of understanding regarding this situation, eagerly anticipating the final battle of this round. Contestant 7, Yiming, versus Contestant 8, ACI. Yiming, a sand ninja, was a taciturn individual, his eyes often betraying an unspoken sadness. He wielded a long blue sword, which bore a slight resemblance to Itachi. ACI, a Kumo ninja, had the same golden short hair as her sister, Samui, and her personality was the complete opposite of Yiming's. She was a vibrant and spirited youth. Upon entering the arena, they formed opposing hand seals, marking the commencement of their battle. Cloud Flow, Flame Sword. ACI formed several hand seals with her left hand, and the blade of her tachi erupted into fierce flames, the roaring fire rapidly enveloping the entire sword. Cloud Flow, Flame Slash. ACI charged towards Yiming, wielding her flaming sword and unleashing a half-meter-long flame blade. Yiming calmly observed the approaching flames, and a gust of wind chakra surged around his blue sword as he countered with a massive azure sword wave. The fire blade collided with the azure sword wave, resulting in a violent explosion that transformed into countless tiny breezes and flickering sparks, ultimately dissipating into the air. Haha, come at me with another move. Cloud Flow, Wrath Flame Cross Slash. Encountering a formidable opponent, ACI exhibited a sense of excitement, her right arm swiftly executing 2 fiery slashes, resembling a burning cross as it soared towards Yiming. Wind Sword Technique. Wind Tornado. 2 streams of wind chakra spiraled around Yiming's sword, gradually consuming the surrounding air and expanding into a half-meter-wide tornado that surged towards the flaming cross. The swirling tornado met the fiery cross, but instead of exploding as before, it absorbed the flames, transforming into a larger fire tornado that continued its assault against ACI. Humph, cloud flow, earth splitter slash. ACI struck the ground with her tachi, causing debris to fly and collide with the fire tornado. The tornado's rotational force diminished significantly due to the impact of the earth and stones. And by the time it reached ACI, it was barely able to maintain its form, dissipating with a mere flick of her hand. Seeing her two attacks fail, ACI's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Though they were merely probing strikes, they were not to be underestimated. Ye Ming's effortless defense was somewhat unexpected. Sand Ninja, you've got some skill. Don't you have a bloodline limit? It would be best to use it soon. After uttering these words, ACI's tachi flared with flames, clearly preparing to launch a serious offensive. Against you, my wind sword techniques are sufficient. Ye Ming shook his head and raised his blue sword. How dare you underestimate me? ACI, incensed by Yi Ming's words, charged forward in an instant, crossing the distance of several meters to appear before Yi Ming, swinging her sword toward his head. Wind sword technique. Windward slash. Unfazed, Yi Ming met her attack with his blue sword, parrying the powerful strike. Clang! The clash produced a resounding noise, causing both combatants to stagger back momentarily. Be careful, Sand Ninja. I'm going to use my ultimate technique to finish you off. If you don't want to die. You should concede now. ACI, with chakra surging into her tachi, spoke solemnly, revealing her confidence in her ultimate move. Bring it on. Although Yi Ming was unaware of ACI's ultimate technique, he felt no fear, concentrating his spirit in preparation to deploy his bloodline limit should the situation worsen. Then receive this, Cloud Flow Ultimate. 100 sparrows soaring. Countless fiery sparrows erupted from the tip of ACI's tachi, swirling above the Kumo Ninja arena. Once their numbers exceeded 100, they let out a collective cry and dove toward Yi Ming in the center of the arena. Wind sword technique. Storm sword wall. Observing ACI's attack, Yi Ming felt reassured. His long sword spun, creating a flurry of sword blossoms that formed a defensive barrier of wind chakra around him, shredding the oncoming fire sparrows. Impossible. He managed to defend against that. The participants of the Chunin exams truly are formidable. ACI gasped for breath, her ultimate technique barely countered by Yi Ming. A bitter smile gracing her features as she realized the battle's outcome was becoming clear. Your strength is insufficient. This technique's power is too dispersed and is better suited for large-scale battles to clear out minions. After neutralizing ACI's ultimate move, Yi Ming stood firm, unreservedly voicing his critique. ACI, having expended the majority of her chakra, found her strongest technique unable to pose a significant threat to Yi Ming. In contrast, Yi Ming had suppressed ACI with merely his wind sword techniques. Should he unleash his most powerful bloodline limit, he could likely conclude the battle in an instant. In the eyes of Uchiha Yahan and others outside the arena, the outcome seemed predetermined, unless ACI possessed an exceptionally strong trump card. A miraculous reversal appeared unlikely. You are correct, but I am not solely reliant on physical techniques. ACI, fighting on her home turf, refused to concede so easily. Furthermore, with the Kumo proctors safeguarding her, she sheathed her tachi and began forming hand seals to execute a visually stunning ninjutsu against Yi Ming. Fire release. Fireball barrage. A series of fireballs, each the size of a bowl, were expelled from ACI's mouth at a steady pace, one after another, hurtling towards Yi Ming. Seeing ACI's actions, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. Swiftly evading the barrage of fireballs, he closed the distance in an instant, thrusting his sword toward ACI's heart. Just as ACI faced imminent death, her sister, Samui, leapt down from the stands, deflecting Yi Ming's sword with a single strike and saving ACI. Sister, the defeated ACI lowered her head sheepishly. Samui ruffled her brother's hair, offering encouragement. Don't be disheartened. You performed admirably. Let's go. In a few days, I will send you for some rigorous training with the adults. With that, the victor of this match was declared, Yi Ming. Once Samui and ACI exited, Proctor Talai promptly announced the result of the match. That concludes today's matches. The audience gradually departed from the arena, while Talai retained Uchiha Yahan, Sho, Omoy, and Yu Ming to inform them of the specific arrangements for the subsequent matches. The semifinals of this Chunin exam will take place tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. with the victorious two candidates competing in the final round the following morning at 8. Chapter 53. The evolution of the little Pichio. After conveying the information, Talai declared the dispersal of the assembly. And Uchiha Yahan and the others each dispersed to prepare for the match the next day. In the evening, after concluding his training, Uchiha Yahan felt a pang of hunger. He took some money and set off for the snack street in Kumo village to indulge in a hearty meal. Due to the ongoing Chunin exams, a large crowd had gathered in Kumo village, resulting in bustling restaurants during meal times. After a lengthy search, Uchiha Yahan finally found a ramen shop tucked away in a less frequented alley with available seating. Boss, one large bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please. After much deliberation among the various ramen options, Uchiha Yahan opted for the seemingly most appetizing tonkatsu ramen, instructing the owner to prepare it promptly. Here you go. Customer, your large bowl of tonkatsu ramen. The amiable owner placed a steaming bowl of ramen before Uchiha Yahan, accepting the money he offered with a smile. Thank you for your patronage. Please enjoy. I'm digging in. Uchiha Yahan pressed his palms together and began savoring the fragrant bowl of ramen. The flavor is decent, but it lacks the chewiness of Ichiraka ramen. It seems the owner is still mastering the cooking time. After tasting a few bites, Uchiha Yuhiko couldn't help but compare it with the Ichiraka ramen in Konoha. He concluded that the hand-pulled ramen by the old man was indeed more delectable, although this could largely be attributed to his habitual consumption of Konoha's cuisine. Upon finishing his ramen, Uchiha Yuhiko exited the ramen shop, intending to take his little Pichio for a stroll outside the hidden cloud village. To his surprise, shortly after leaving the village, he spotted a sand ninja named Yiming hurriedly departing, making his way towards the distant mountains and forests. Intrigued, Uchiha Yuhiko stealthily followed him, eager to uncover the mystery. Just as Uchiha Yuhiko utilized the blood-hidden technique to track Yiming into the forest, Yiming abruptly halted before an ancient tree and coldly commanded, "Come out." Uchiha Yuhiko was taken aback, fearing that his blood-hidden technique had been exposed. Just as he prepared to reveal himself, a hoarse, low chuckle emanated from within the ancient tree. "Ha, as expected of Lord Yiming. You can even detect my presence." As the words fell, a nearly perfect sand ninja seamlessly blending with the ancient tree, leaped down and approached Yiming. A flicker of disdain crossed Yiming's eyes, quickly replaced by indifference as he anxiously inquired, "Well, did the minister agree?" The replied. The minister stated that if you secure first place in the genin exams, then the will consent to your request. Understood. Inform the minister that I will demonstrate the value of swift evasion. If he assists our clan through this crisis, I shall pledge my allegiance to him henceforth. Upon receiving the response, Yiming visibly relaxed, though his once proud stature now appeared somewhat desolate and forlorn. In that case, I look forward to Lord Yiming's performance. After conveying this message, the sand ninja completed their task and swiftly departed from this perilous location, which was easily exposed to the hidden cloud's watchful eyes. Once the had left, Yiming stood in silence for a long while before finally sighing and leaving the forest. After Yiming had walked a considerable distance, Uchiha Yuhiko emerged from his concealed spot, summoned his little Pichio, and began to stroll through the forest to strengthen their bond. Suddenly, the playful little Pichio halted, its face contorted in pain. "Little Pichio, what is the matter?" Uchiha Yuhiko asked anxiously, rushing over to cradle the little creature and assess its condition, simultaneously utilizing the power of their pet contract to communicate. "Master, my body feels so hot." "Gur." The little Pichio groaned piteously, leaping from Uchiha Yuhiko's embrace. Upon landing, it transformed into its battle state, its limbs restlessly kicking at the ground. "Gur." Suddenly, the little Pichio emitted another roar, a surge of golden energy erupting from its body like flames, enveloping it completely. Amidst the anguished cries of the Pichio, its form began to swell like an inflated balloon, the once vibrant orange scales shifting to a majestic golden-red hue, its fragmented golden eyes radiating a captivating golden light. Uchiha Yuhiko, bewildered by the unfolding situation and uncertain how to respond, could only watch in awe as the Pichio underwent this transformation until the golden flames eventually subsided. "Grr," the little Pichio roared once more. But this time, the sound was devoid of prior suffering, replaced by sheer exhilaration and delight. Uchiha Yuhiko gazed up at the now towering Pichio, nearly 10 meters tall, and inquired with concern, "Little Pichio, are you all right?" With a swift motion, the Pichio returned to its normal size, leaping onto Uchiha Yuhiko's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his face while explaining, "Master, I am fine that I merely absorbed a significant amount of dragon essence from the dragon's soul. Completing the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the dragon. The 9 transformations of the dragon? Uchiha Yuhiko asked, astonished. Are you saying you can evolve into a divine dragon in the future? Of course, Master. I am the 9th child of the divine dragon. As long as I complete the 9 transformations of the dragon and survive the heavenly tribulation, I can transform into a 5-clawed divine dragon. The little Pishio, having unlocked a portion of its ancestral memories, proudly raised its head. I see. Now, let me test your current strength. Uchiha Yuhiko felt immense satisfaction at the growth of the little Pishio, reaffirming that his decision to bestow the precious dragon soul upon it was indeed correct. All right, Master, come at me. The little Pishio leaped from Uchiha Yuhiko's shoulder, returning to its formidable battle form, standing ready for Uchiha Yuhiko's attack. 8 gates release. The injury gate, open. Uchiha Yuhiko wasted no time, activating all his strength and delivering a powerful strike to the Pishio's forelimb. Bang! The collision of fist and dragon scales produced a resounding thud. Yet the Pishio remained unmoved, while Uchiha Yuhiko found himself staggered back several steps by the rebound force. Such formidable physical prowess. Little Pishio, with merely this physical constitution, you can contend with the shadow-level powerhouses of this world. Uchiha Yuhiko gazed enviously at the Pishio. Although the Sharingan is hailed as one of the most potent bloodlines in the ninja realm, it pales in comparison to the sheer might of a divine beast's bloodline. The little Pishio reverted to its normal size, hopping back onto Uchiha Yuhiko's shoulder to continue. Master, I have also awakened a few innate skills related to the elements of gold, water, and earth. All things in the world are composed of the 5 elements, and the interplay of these elements directly influences the rise and fall of all. The Pishio's elemental composition is quite intricate, encompassing 3 elements, earth, gold, and water. Thus, following the completion of the first transformation, I have awakened some low-level innate skills. Oh, what innate skills do you possess? Uchiha Yuhiko inquired eagerly. For earth, I have the earth spike technique and earthquake. For water, there is the water shield technique and raging waves. For gold, I possess the golden armor technique and golden arrow technique. With each name the little Pishio mentioned, it unleashed the corresponding technique upon the towering trees of the forest by the time it finished. The surrounding forest lay mostly in ruins. Such a tremendous commotion naturally attracted the attention of the hidden cloud, prompting them to dispatch a small team of ninjas for reconnaissance. Upon noticing the arrival of the hidden cloud, a shadow clone stationed at the forest perimeter immediately dispelled its technique to relay the information. Not good. We must leave at once. Upon learning of the situation, Uchiha Yuhiko swiftly created 2 shadow clones to divert the attention of the hidden cloud, while his main body utilized the blood-hidden technique to conceal his presence and quietly returned to the hidden cloud village from another direction. Chapter 54. The Semifinals. Please collect. The next day, brimming with energy, Uchiha Yuhiko arrived at the arena to participate in Group A's semifinals, facing off against the hidden cloud's Omo-E. Omo-E's strength was only average among this batch of candidates, and his advancement to the semifinals could largely be attributed to luck, having encountered mediocre opponents along the way. Faced with one of the strongest candidates in this genin exam, Uchiha Yuhiko, he knew his streak of good fortune could not continue and looked at Uchiha Yuhiko with a face full of despair, leaving Uchiha Yuhiko utterly perplexed. Omo-E, give it your all. You must represent our village in the finals. Omo-E, if you win, I will reward you with 10 boxes of various flavored lollipops. But if you lose, you shan't have any lollipops for the entire year. On the left side of the stands, Omo-E's teammates, ACI-E and Karu-E, shouted encouragement in their own ways. I know. I'll do my best, though the remaining candidates are all monsters. Omo-E lamented, biting down on a lollipop, swallowing the sugary morsel, while simultaneously launching an attack on Uchiha Yuhiko. As he ran, Omo-E drew the long sword strapped to his back, executing a leaping slash aimed directly at Uchiha Yuhiko's chest. The straightforward nature of Omo-E's attack left Uchiha Yuhiko with little hesitation. He swung his Shin-Tai Dedeo, preparing to block Omo-E's assault. Ha ha ha. My attack is not so simple. Cloud flow. Inside slash. At the moment their weapons were about to collide, a cunning smile appeared on Omo-E's face. He pivoted around his right foot, circumventing Uchiha Yuhiko's defensive stance, and delivered a swift strike to his back. Though Omo-E's maneuver was rapid, It appeared excruciatingly slow under the watchful gaze of the Sharingan. Uchiha Yuhiko reacted instantly, slicing down towards Omo Yi's long sword. The clash of the short sword and the Dideo produced a sharp, ringing sound. Utilizing the momentum from their collision, Omo Yi flipped midair, landing with force and once again closing the distance to Uchiha Yuhiko's side. Cloud flow, sun and moon slash. A crescent-shaped slash erupted from Omo Yi's long sword, hurtling towards Uchiha Yuhiko, who was mere feet away. Swift wind slash. The gale slash of the wind spirit sword technique surpasses the speed of the sun and moon slash by Omo by a significant margin. Not only does it arrive first despite being launched later, but its immense power also obliterates the blade aura of the sun and moon slash, continuing unabated toward Omoy. With a series of swift backward jumps, Omoy creates distance between himself and Uchiha Hayato, drawing several kunai bound with explosive tags to hurl at him. "Oh, you wish to compete in throwing techniques with me?" Uchiha Hayato remains unfazed, producing a handful of shuriken to deflect the kunai back toward Omoy's position. Is there no justice in this world? With such formidable strength, you still manage to hone a seemingly trivial throwing technique to this extent. Are all so-called geniuses such versatile freaks? The self-defeated Omoy can only leap again, clumsily evading the returning kunai. Wind sword technique. Wind tornado. Two streams of wind chakra spiral around the blade of the dark iron sword, gradually consuming the surrounding air until they expand into a tornado the size of a rice grain, hurtling toward Omoy in the distance. "How can you wield a sand ninja's technique?" Omoy exclaims, unleashing several sword auras to disperse the oncoming tornado. His voice laced with confusion. "My surname is Uchiha," replies Uchiha Hayato, his eyes prominently displaying two black tomo.ic. The bloodline limit truly is a rule-breaking cheat. Omoy says, filled with envy and resignation. A commoner ninja. He lacks a bloodline limit and can only rely on diligent training for improvement, while those possessing such limits can easily surpass him in power, leaving him feeling both envious and acutely aware of the inequities of fate. However, after a brief moment, Omoy adjusts his mindset, taking a deep breath before launching another attack at Uchiha Hayato. Shadow clone technique. As Omoy charges at Uchiha Hayato, he creates 3 shadow clones, constantly shifting positions in an attempt to confuse him. My style. Inside mist slash. 4 versions of Omoy surround Uchiha Hayato, collectively forming an encircling formation, slashing inward toward him. Thousand wind sword aura. While shadow clones may deceive others, they cannot fool Uchiha Hayato, who discerns Omoy's true self through his bloodline abilities. He employs a group attack technique from the wind spirit sword technique to shatter the clones, striking directly at Omoy's true form. Boom! Omoy evades Uchiha Hayato's strike using the body replacement technique, leaving behind a life-sized wooden substitute. The sharp dark iron sword cleaves the substitute in two, and Omoy, previously concealed by the wooden dummy, emerges from Uchiha Hayato's blind spot. My style. Deception slash. Omoy swings his sword horizontally, seizing the fleeting opportunity he believes will cause Uchiha Hayato to falter, aiming to cleave him in two. As Omoy anticipates victory, his longsword slices effortlessly into Uchiha Hayato's body, but before he can express his triumph, Uchiha Hayato vanishes in a puff of smoke. When did that happen? Omoy's eyes widen in disbelief, realizing his attack had struck only a shadow clone. Uchiha Hayato's figure materializes behind Omoy, the icy blade of the dark iron sword pressed against his neck. With the slightest movement, he could easily take Omoy's life. The chilling sensation sends a shiver down Omoy's spine. Swish! The proctor, Terui, appears on the scene, witnessing Uchiha Hayato's restraint. He smiles faintly and announces the result of the match. In this bout, Uchiha Hayato is victorious and advances to the finals. Uchiha Hayato retracts his dark iron sword and forms a reconciliation seal with Omoy, preparing to return to the stands when Omoy suddenly inquires, "Could you tell me how you accomplished that? Your wooden substitute not only obstructs others' vision but also causes you to lose your target. The moment you employed it, I too utilized the shadow clone technique, and while you focused your attention on countering the clones, I maneuvered behind you." Uchiha Hayato readily shares the method he used to defeat him. "Thank you for your guidance." Omoy, humbled in defeat, expresses his gratitude before walking away with a frown, clearly reminded of his comrade's words before the match. Due to Omoy's carelessness and the vast disparity in strength, the contest between him and Uchiha Hayato concludes swiftly, leading to the commencement of the semifinals for Group B. In Group B, both Yang and Sho are formidable contenders for the Chunin Exam Championship. Their battle quickly escalates to a fever pitch, explosive release, domain of explosions. Aware of Yang's remarkable speed, Sho immediately conjures two shadow clones, forming seals to inject explosive chakra into the ground, transforming it into a minefield-like trap. Perhaps influenced by the events of the previous evening, Yang does not hold back today, activating his swift escape bloodline and charging straight toward Sho's location. Boom! With his incredible speed, Yang manages to evade the explosions. Appearing before Sho in the blink of an eye, Yang mercilessly strikes Sho, who is caught off guard. Had it not been for the diamond armor on Sho's chest, this blow would have surely claimed his life. I concede. Realizing Yang intends to continue his assault, Sho hastily raises his hand, signaling Terui, the referee, of his withdrawal from the match. Yang wins this match and advances to the finals. The sudden display of Yang's overwhelming power leaves the other exam participants in awe. No one expected the seemingly ordinary Yang to annihilate Sho, another strong contender. Even Uchiha Hayato's gaze shifts to one of seriousness. The two semi-final matches conclude rapidly and with ample time remaining until noon. Terui consults Uchiha Hayato and Yang, announcing that tomorrow's finals will be moved up, starting in 10 minutes for the final bout of this Chunin exam. Chapter 55. The Crisis of the Finals 10 minutes later. The final battle of this Chunin exam officially commences. Right from the outset, Yang, reminiscent of his previous fight, activates his swift escape bloodline and launches a wind tornado toward Uchiha Hayato. Uchiha Hayato does not evade, retaliating with a wind tornado of his own, replicated from Yang's technique. The two tornadoes, rotating in opposing directions, cancel each other out. Yang swiftly appears beside Uchiha Hayato, thrusting his sword toward his throat. Uchiha Hayato reacts with lightning speed, raising his black-winged bloodblade to defend, only to realize Yang's speed has surged once more. The azure sword pierces through the black-winged bloodblade's defense, aiming for Uchiha Hayato's heart. Not good. Uchiha Hayato's heart races as he feels a sharp pain in his chest. Without hesitation, he explodes backward. Body replacement technique. Uchiha Hayato grunts as he narrowly evades Yang's pursuit, simultaneously employing the healing technique to staunch the blood seeping from his chest. In the face of absolute speed. Your resistance is futile. Yang watches Uchiha Hayato escape his blade, somewhat astonished, and speaks for the first time. You make a valid point. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my speed. 8 gates. Opening of the injury gate. Open. Having suffered a minor setback, Uchiha Hayato's eyes gleam with cold determination as he activates the fourth gate of the 8 gates, attaining a speed that rivals Yang's. Wind sword technique. Wind cutting slash. Gale slash. The ordinary spectators and most ninjas present struggle to keep pace with the two's velocity, only able to hear the crisp sounds of clashing weapons and catch fleeting glimpses of their forms in the air. Uchiha Hayato's 8 gates technique is time-limited, and Yang's swift escape mode also consumes a substantial amount of chakra. Thus, after several minutes of high-speed combat, both combatants, panting heavily, find themselves at opposite ends of the arena. In unison, they produce military rations and consume them. Uchiha Hayato's dramatic speed differential leaves Yang deeply impressed. Recalling records from his clan, he curiously inquires, "Is your martial arts the legendary 8 gates that defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen?" Indeed, this is the forbidden technique of Konoha, the 8 gates. Since the father of Kai Huang vanquished the previous generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the formidable reputation of the 8 gates of Biryaku has become widely recognized among the shinobi of various villages. Consequently, Uchiha Yohan did not conceal the existence of the 8 gates, openly acknowledging it. This is excellent. Thus, I can further demonstrate the value of the swift release that Yi Ming sheathed his azure longsword into a sealing scroll and tore open his shirt, revealing his torso adorned with intricate sealing patterns. Swift release, seal unbinding. With these words, the sealing lines on Yi Ming's back rapidly retracted until all were drawn back into the central character for seal on his back. You should feel fortunate. You were the first to witness the complete state of swift release after I awakened its bloodline. The speed of swift release requires an extraordinarily robust physique to accompany it. Otherwise, it may inflict irreparable damage on the body. Much like the 8 gates, Yi Ming's physical condition had not yet matured sufficiently to sustain the complete state of swift release. Thus, he was compelled to employ a special seal to restrict his speed. Now, in pursuit of victory over Uchiha Yohan, he could no longer afford to consider the potential repercussions. With the seal lifted, Yi Ming's speed surged an additional 5-fold. placing the injured state of Uchiha Yohan at a distinct disadvantage once more. Blood burst. In a brief exchange, Uchiha Yohan was sent flying by a kick from Yi Ming. Reluctantly, he resorted to an immensely taxing super ability to barely keep pace with Yi Ming's speed. Bang! 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 This was the first time Uchiha Yohan faced an opponent with such astonishing speed. Under Yi Ming's rapid-fire assaults, his defenses seemed inadequate. Within mere seconds, he was struck a dozen times by Yi Ming. Had it not been for his extraordinary physique, he would have already met his demise at the hands of his adversary. Bang! Uchiha Yohan was once again caught off guard by Yi Ming, crashing heavily to the ground. After a series of desperate rolls, he narrowly evaded Yi Ming's pursuit. Following another clash, both combatants, unable to sustain their immense energy expenditure, slowed their pace and re-emerged into the spectator's view. In stark contrast to Yi Ming's flushed countenance, Uchiha Yohan appeared utterly disheveled, a distinct bruise from a punch marring his face, with a trickle of blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, Uchiha Yohan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The formidable regenerative abilities bestowed by the T-virus were steadily mending his internal injuries, and his complexion gradually improved. Observing Yi Ming's trembling form, Uchiha Yohan's expression hardened as he intoned, "I never anticipated encountering an opponent like you in the genin exams, but it ends here. Your body can no longer endure." "Can it? You are correct, yet I must secure victory in this battle." Yi Ming grunted, gazing at the recovering Uchiha Yohan, a flicker of resignation and determination crossing his eyes, fixing his gaze toward a specific direction in the audience. A hoarse yet resolute voice reached Uchiha Yohan's ears. "Forbidden technique. Life transformation." As this forbidden technique was invoked, Yi Ming's previously trembling body regained its composure and visibly strengthened. Of course, the cost of such a forbidden technique was a significant drain on Yi Ming's vitality, transforming his once raven hair into strands of silver. "Why?" Uchiha Yohan questioned, perplexed, for this was merely the genin exams, rendering such a life-draining display unnecessary. "Due to the upheaval within my clan, I awakened this forbidden technique to manifest my bloodline. All to prove the value of swift release in this exam and thereby garner the support of the village. If it means providing ample resources for the children of my clan, I would willingly sacrifice my life." Upon uttering these words, Yi Ming, having adapted to his current state, launched another assault, vanishing from Uchiha Yohan's sight in an instant. "Impossible!" Uchiha Yohan exclaimed, realizing that his Sharingan, adorned with two tomo, could no longer track his opponent's form. Although his vision could not keep pace with Yi Ming's speed, Uchiha Yohan's body instinctively defended his vital areas that a torrent of strikes rained upon his chest, and he spewed forth a copious amount of blood, hurtling toward the wall of the arena's stands. Boom! Uchiha Yohan's back collided with the wall, the searing pain leading him to question whether his spine had fractured into several pieces. Gritting his teeth, he employed the body replacement technique and shadow clone technique to momentarily obfuscate Yi Ming's vision, then summoned a small Paishio from his pet space. "Little Paishio, protect me," Uchiha Yohan urgently commanded through their pet contract. "Understood, Master." The small Paishio transformed into a combat form, soaring to Uchiha Yohan's side, shielding him beneath its wings, and unleashed a long howl, enveloping the surrounding area in a semi-spherical water barrier. Bang! 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 Upon witnessing the formidable presence of the small Paishio, Yi Ming's expression shifted, and he ruthlessly attacked the water barrier. Despite managing to shatter the barrier, he could never breach the defense provided by the small Paishio. With the small Paishio's protection, Uchiha Yohan was granted a moment of respite. He spent 6 gold coins to procure an exceptional healing potion, consuming it as he contemplated strategies to counter Yi Ming's extraordinary speed. His eyes brightened upon spotting an item within his storage space. Chapter 56. Promotion to genin. The Chiyu Sword, an ancient demonic blade steeped in endless slaughter, brimming with malevolent energy, the moment Uchiha Yohan withdrew it from the system space. A torrent of frenzied and bloodthirsty intent surged into his mind like a colossal tsunami. Mental fortitude, shield me. If the influence of the Chiyu Sword resembled a raging tsunami, then Uchiha Yohan's mental strength served as a robust dam, firmly blocking all nefarious thoughts from his consciousness. As the saying goes, it is better to guide than to block, for the malevolent influence of the Chiyu Sword was beyond what Uchiha Yohan could withstand at this juncture. It required direction. Thus, under Uchiha Yohan's manipulation, it surged toward his two-tomo Sharingan. In the original narrative, when members of the Uchiha clan comprehend the essence of love only to lose it, their emotions transform into an even more potent hatred. This hatred stirs the Yin chakra within them, invading their minds and causing their nerves to grow in a regulated manner, ultimately leading to the evolution of their eyes. The malevolent energy is not the Yin chakra born from hatred, but a higher form of Yin energy, exerting a more profound stimulus upon the Sharingan. As the malevolent energy continuously flooded in, Uchiha Yohan felt a piercing cold pain in his eyes, intensifying over time to the brink of madness. Gradually, Uchiha Yohan's Sharingan adapted to the onslaught of malevolent energy, the pain diminishing until a brand new tomo materialized in his eyes. The pinnacle of the ordinary Sharingan, the three-tomo Sharingan, activated. Upon awakening the Sharingan, Uchiha Yohan immediately returned the Chiyu sword, which had absorbed a considerable amount of malevolent energy, to the system space. This the three-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Yohan reopened his eyes to find the world around him incredibly vivid. His dynamic vision significantly enhanced. At last, he could discern the form of Yi Ming, who relentlessly attacked the small pi Xiuto avoid revealing his three-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Yohan spent 1 gold coin to acquire a decorative contact lens, donning it before adjusting his state and commanding the small pi Shio to withdraw its protection. Understood, Master. A surge of formidable power emanated from the small pi Shio, repelling Yi Ming's attacks, then retracting its wings to reveal Uchiha Yohan within. At this moment, Yi Ming was on the verge of exhausting his vitality. His once robust form appeared slightly hunched, and his previously taut skin had grown loose. Upon seeing Uchiha Yohan's emergence, he immediately let out a furious roar and charged at him. Under the incredible dynamic vision granted by the three-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Yohan evaded Yi Ming's assault, engaging him in a fierce, direct confrontation, bolstered by his restored physique. Each clash between the two resonated with thunderous sounds, plumes of dust rising from their points of contact, enveloping the entire arena and obscuring their battle from view. Crack, boom, a distinct sound of bone fracturing echoed from within the arena, swiftly followed by the tremendous thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. As the dust settled, the two combatants re-emerged before the audience. Yet this time, it was Yi Ming who found himself at a disadvantage. Lying on the ground, Yi Ming resembled a frail elder, his face lined with wrinkles and age spots. Torrents of blood streaming from his mouth and nose, while his eyes, filled with reluctance and confusion, stared blankly at the sky. Uchiha Yohan, having dispelled the 8 gates, approached and crouched beside him, gazing at the feeble Yi Ming, softly inquiring, "Was it worth it? For the sake of my clan, it is all worthwhile. Alas, I have still failed." Upon the mention of family, Yi Ming's spirits visibly lifted, yet Uchiha Heian knew that this was merely the final flicker of a dying flame. Shaking his head, Uchiha Heian sincerely remarked, "If you possessed even more vitality, I fear I would still be unable to defeat you. You have not failed. You have showcased the true value of swift release to all." "Is that so? Splendid. It seems I have finally fulfilled my mission and can rest." "Well," Yi Ming uttered these words in a halting manner, a look of contentment gracing his face as he departed for the afterlife, "that I declare that the ultimate victor of this Chunin exam is Uchiha Heian." Upon the announcement by the proctor, Talai, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Uchiha Heian, however, paid little heed, returning to the stands with a heavy heart. Strength, indeed, is the sole guarantee of everything. Otherwise, perhaps one day, I too might end up like Yi Ming, falling at the hands of a stronger foe. Though the crisis of clan annihilation weighed heavily on Uchiha Heian, it felt distant, lacking a tangible impact on him. Yet, his battle with Yi Ming truly imparted the gravity of death's threat. Had it not been for his ace, akin to a super cheat, and the unexpected evolution of Xiao Pishio, or the fact that Yi Ming's swift release was activated through forbidden techniques, depleting his life force, the outcome of their confrontation could have easily reversed. The lifeless body lying there could well have been Uchiha Heian himself. Only through pressure does one find motivation. Originally somewhat complacent due to his rapid power enhancement in recent times, Uchiha Heian was thrust back into the mindset he had upon first traversing into the world of Naruto, a strong sense of crisis enveloping him once more. With all competitions of the Chunin exam concluded, all candidates who reached the semifinals were granted advancement to Chunin status. The remaining candidates who passed the second assessment of the Chunin exam would receive promotion eligibility only after a comprehensive evaluation by the proctoring team. After a day of recuperation in Kumogakure, the promotion list for this Chunin exam was finally unveiled. Uchiha Heian departed Kumogakure alongside the Konoha team, and after several days of travel, returned to Konoha, from which he had been absent for over half a month. Upon meeting with the third Hokage, Uchiha Heian was officially promoted to Chunin, receiving a week's leave and the opportunity to select an A-rank ninjutsu as a reward for completing his mission. Considering his innate energy far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, Uchiha Heian opted for the renowned A-rank technique, the Shadow Clone technique. Subsequently, he returned to the clan's library, utilizing his promotion reward to acquire the training method for the water release, Water Dragon Bullet technique. At the conclusion of the week-long leave, Uchiha Heian successfully mastered the three ninjutsu techniques: Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, and Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, at 10 o'clock in the evening. Just as Uchiha Heian was preparing to rest, a small black-patterned snake slithered in through the window. Chapter 57. The Journey to Root. The black-patterned snake entered the room, flicking its tongue to discern Uchiha Heian's location before slowly making its way toward him. Uchiha Heian narrowed his eyes, recognizing the identity of the snake, and curiously pondered the purpose for which Orochimaru had sent it to contact him. Upon reaching Uchiha Heian, the snake opened its mouth wide and regurgitated a slimy scroll, which it then returned to the spirit world with a poof. Uchiha Heian grimaced as he wiped the repugnant fluid from the scroll with a cloth, before opening it to inspect the contents. Proceed immediately to Training Ground 9. Though he had escaped the grip of Orochimaru's curse mark, Uchiha Heian was deeply intrigued by the latter's intentions. Thus, he stealthily departed from the Uchiha clan's territory and made his way to Training Ground 9. Keeping a low profile, upon arriving, he quickly spotted a ninja concealed among the treetops, who casually threw a shuriken to compel Uchiha Heian to reveal himself. Observing the unfamiliar figure clad in black, Uchiha Heian furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "Are you the one who summoned me here?" "Indeed, under the orders of Lord Orochimaru, I am here to personally deliver this letter to you." Sensing Uchiha Heian's strength far exceeded his own, the black-clad ninja promptly retrieved a letter from his chest and respectfully handed it to Uchiha Heian. Seeking further information about Orochimaru, Uchiha Heian accepted the letter and continued to ask, "Does Lord Orochimaru have any additional instructions?" "None. Lord Orochimaru stated that upon reading this letter, you would understand what to do." The black-clad ninja shook his head, relaying Orochimaru's words to Uchiha Heian. "That I understand. You may leave," with no further inquiries yielding fruit. Uchiha Heian dismissed the black-clad ninja and proceeded to open the letter sent by Orochimaru. Within, Orochimaru tasked Uchiha Heian with a mission to rendezvous with root ninjas at a designated location and assist them with certain blood-related experiments. How intriguing. I did not expect this to involve Danzo. A glimmer of insight flashed in Uchiha Heian's eyes as he resolved to seize this opportunity to probe into the dark organization lurking in the shadows of Konoha. Following the instructions in the letter regarding the meeting, Uchiha Heian utilized the transformation technique to disguise himself as a young man and made his way to an izakaya near Konoha's commercial district. Approaching the proprietor, Uchiha Heian whispered in a hushed tone, "Boss, someone has entrusted me to retrieve the fruit wine he has stored here. Of course, please follow me inside." The proprietor's gaze sharpened momentarily before he welcomed Uchiha Heian into the inner room with a smile. Once in the izakaya's underground cellar, the proprietor gestured toward the various beverages, asking, "Which flavor of fruit wine would you like to retrieve?" "Snake fruit." Uchiha Heian responded with the code phrase left in the letter. Confirming Uchiha Heian's code was correct, the proprietor lightly tapped the wall of the cellar several times. That a series of mechanical sounds echoed as the wall split apart, revealing a narrow passageway meant for single-file entry. "Follow this passage, and someone will assist you at the end," the proprietor instructed, handing him a flashlight and urging Uchiha Heian to enter quickly. Uchiha Heian thanked him and swiftly darted into the passage, racing toward its end. Before long, he arrived at the passage's terminus, discovering it to be a transfer hall connecting numerous underground tunnels. Several masked root ninjas suddenly appeared, surrounding Uchiha Heian. The leader stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you here?" "I am Uchiha Heian, here on a mission to meet Lord Danzo. This is my identification." Uchiha Heian briefly explained, presenting the credentials included in the letter. After verifying the authenticity of the credentials, the leader signaled his comrades to lower their guard, returning the credentials to Uchiha Heian before instructing one of the root ninjas, Hey Xiao, take him to meet Lord Danzo. As you command. The root ninja known as Hey Xiao nodded and turned to Uchiha Heian, advising, follow me, and do not look around, lest you see things you should not. Understood. Uchiha Heian replied casually, following closely behind as they traversed one of the passageways. After navigating several tunnels and transfer halls, Uchiha Heian finally arrived at the root base hidden on the outskirts of Konoha, where, under the guidance of the root ninjas, he met Shimura Danzo, who was heavily bandaged around his right arm and eye. Uchiha Heian, member of the second action team of the Umbu, champion of the Chunin exam, adept in ninjutsu and taijutsu, having awakened the two-tomo Sharingan and cultivated the 8 gates to the 4th gate. In addition to possessing a summoning beast of superior strength, Danzo's solitary eye scrutinized Uchiha Heian as he recounted the young man's information, ultimately reflecting with a hint of nostalgia, I never expected that aside from Shursui and Itachi, another young genius would emerge from the Uchiha clan. Your praise is unwarranted, Lord Danzo. My strength pales in comparison to yours. Uchiha Heian's response was not mere flattery. Upon meeting Danzo, he candidly articulated his thoughts. Although Danzo was portrayed as weak in the original narrative, as a former ally of the 3rd Hokage and a leader of the Konoha martial faction and root, he undoubtedly possessed the strength of an experienced Sannin, capable of effortlessly defeating Uchiha Heian in an explosive state. Truly, the proud Uchiha clan is remarkable. Even at such a young age, you dare to compare yourself to an old man, Danzo chuckled, unbeknownst to him. As he sat there, Danzo let out a few cold chuckles before inquiring whether Orochimaru had mentioned the purpose of his assignment to this place. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru has instructed me to cooperate with the root ninjas on certain experiments. Uchiha Hayato responded, since you are already aware, I shall refrain from further elaboration, Danzo said, nodding in satisfaction as he issued a command to his aide, Kamizuki Kaze, who stood beside him. Understood, Lord Danzo. Kamizuki Kaze accepted the order and escorted Uchiha Hayato out of Danzo's office. Observing Hayato's retreating figure, a flicker of intense murderous intent flashed in Danzo's eyes as he murmured, Humph, the Uchiha clan is indeed a breed of rebels, Sarutobi, since you are too soft-hearted to act. Allow me to cleanse these ticking time bombs hidden within Konoha, the 3rd experimental laboratory of Root, located in the eastern part of the Root Research Institute, housed dozens of highly skilled medical ninjas, each engrossed in their respective experiments. Upon revealing his identity, some researchers approached Uchiha Hayato, extracting a considerable amount of blood from him. After conducting a series of enigmatic experiments, they dispatched him back to the village of Konoha. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Hayato as he departed from the Root base, Danzo had solidified his resolve to eradicate the Uchiha clan because of him, all while a conspiracy related to him quietly unfolded. On the following day, Uchiha Hayato headed to the Umbu, reuniting with his teammates to embark on a new mission. This time, the logistics department had issued an A-rank mission to protect the medical department's Ayahana Keiwe as she traveled to the border of the Bear Country to gather toxic mist. Captain Shinhai returned from the Umbu mission hall, conveying the details of the task to Uchiha Hayato and the others. Is it Keiwe's turn to collect the toxic mist this time? How splendid. Hee. The mature and alluring foreign's eyes sparkled with excitement, a blissful smile creeping across her face as she seemed to recall something. Uncle Chinke, what is the purpose of collecting toxic mist from the Bear Country? Uchiha Hayato, encountering such a task for the first time, curiously inquired of Chinke, who was nearby polishing his ninja tools. Many ninjas enjoy extracting the essence of toxins from the venoms of flora and fauna to coat their tools, thereby enhancing their lethality. Consequently, Konoha has a significant demand for toxin essence. The Bear Country's natural toxic mist is potent and abundant, and since it can be obtained without cost, it naturally becomes the preferred destination for surrounding nations to gather toxin essence. Upon hearing Chinchue's explanation, Uchiha Hayato finally grasped the rationale. Although he had never coated his tools with poison, it did not imply that others would refrain from utilizing such methods, given the vast number of ninjas in Konoha. The volume of toxin essence required was indeed considerable. Let us proceed to Konoha Hospital to meet with Keiwe, and we shall set off immediately, Captain Shinhai commanded as he observed that everyone was prepared. Upon arriving at the entrance of Konoha Hospital, 4 volunteered to go inside and retrieve their target, Ayahana Keiwe. With her purple ponytail, Keiwe appeared somewhat introverted and, upon spotting Uchiha Hayato, who wore a strange mask, she instinctively hid half her body behind Foreign, shyly greeting, Hello, I am Ayahana Keiwa. Please take care of me. Keiwa, you remain as adorable as ever. Before Uchiha Hayato could respond, Foreign, excited by Keiwa's bashful demeanor, tightly embraced her despite her feeble struggles. Pointing at Uchiha Hayato and explaining, he is my new teammate, known as Kanji. Hello. With Foreign having introduced him, Uchiha Hayato felt no need to elaborate further, merely nodding at Ayahana Keiwa to convey goodwill. Foreign playfully ruffled Keiwa's ponytail, teasingly asking, Kanji, do you have a girlfriend? If not, how about considering the lovely Keiwa? Sister Foreign, please don't say such things. Keiwa's face flushed crimson, squirming helplessly in Foreign's embrace. All right, since we have retrieved Keiwa, let us set forth. Captain Shinhai rescued Keiwa from Foreign's clutches, leading everyone out through the southern gate of Konoha, heading towards the Bear Country. The Bear Country, situated in the southwestern part of the Land of Fire, is a small peninsula nation surrounded by the sea on three sides, facing the Land of Whirlpools, the Land of Water, and the Land of Craftsmen across the waters. The only border intersecting with the Land of Fire is obstructed by a canyon shrouded in toxic mist, rendering it quite isolated overall. The land is barren, with the sole tradable specialty being toxin essence, produced in quantities insufficient even for domestic use, leading to a significant weakness in national power. Even the domestic Shinran village can maintain a mere few dozen inhabitants, falling short of some larger rogue ninja organizations. However, the Bear Country possesses natural defenses in the form of toxic mist and lacks any valuable resources to covet, resulting in rare external ambitions, making it relatively peaceful amidst the tumultuous world of ninjas. After 2 days of travel, Uchiha Hayato and his companions arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Bear Country. Halting before a vast canyon enveloped in yellow toxic mist, Captain Shinhai identified a relatively safe location and commanded everyone to construct a rudimentary campsite. Once the camp was established, Ayahana Keiwa retrieved a large sealing scroll from her ninja tool pouch. Upon unsealing it, a set of highly advanced equipment appeared within her tent. Captain Shinhai, I entrust this mission to you. Keiwa extracted 12 metal bottles, each marked with a scale, and handed them all to Captain Shinhai, who stood nearby. Rest assured, leave it to us. Captain Shinhai accepted the metal bottles and exited Keiwa's tent, distributing them among Uchiha Hayato and the others waiting outside. He instructed them, as before, I will remain to protect Keiwa. Each of you is to collect 3 bottles of toxic mist, but be cautious to avoid contact with the Shinran. Understood, Captain. Foreign and Chinkei took their bottles and departed, while Uchiha Hayato remained behind, awaiting Captain Shinhai's guidance. Kanji, this tool is used for collecting toxic mist. The method is quite simple. Choose a location rich in toxic mist, unseal the bottle, and it will automatically absorb the mist. When the scale reaches the maximum point, it indicates the bottle is full. At that time, reseal the bottle and send it back using a shadow clone. I understand, Captain. I shall take my leave. After learning the sealing technique from Captain Shinhai, Uchiha Hayato departed the camp, seeking locations along the border rich in toxic mist. Fortune favored him as he soon discovered an area where the mist was particularly dense. That he halted, retrieving a new metal bottle to collect the toxic mist. While waiting for the mist to accumulate, Uchiha Hayato engaged in his daily physical training. Just as he completed 1,000 push-ups and prepared to rise, the sound of arrows slicing through the air reached his ears. Naturally, Uchiha Hayato was not one to be struck by these feeble arrows. He retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and effortlessly deflected them one by one. After neutralizing the arrow assault, his gaze shifted toward the direction from which they had come. On the opposite side of the canyon, within the territory of the Bear Country, he spotted an assailant concealed behind a large tree. Uchiha Hayato hurled the kunai towards the assailant's position, commanding in a stern voice, "You cowardly rat, come out." Under Uchiha Hayato's attack, the assailant revealed himself. Rather than fleeing, he shot a crossbow bolt bound with a rope into the canyon's stone wall and, using the rope, charged across from the opposite side. Simultaneously, chakra erupted from the assailant's waist, forming a colossal beast made of chakra that roared and lunged toward Uchiha Hayato. Chapter 59. Shinran Village. Please collect. Peacock Mystique. So it is the Shinran. Upon witnessing the hollow 5-pointed star helmet worn by the assailant and their distinctive ninjutsu, Uchiha Hahiko recognized their identity. He gathered his chakra in his right hand, forming an advanced version of the Rasengan, and shattered the incoming chakra beast into fragments. Peacock Mystique. Rain feather slaughter. Streams of chakra detached from the star ninja's back, transforming into sharp chakra feathers. As beautiful as the eye-like patterns on a peacock's tail, yet concealing lethal danger. Earth release. Earth barrier. A massive rock slab erupted from the ground before Uchiha Hihiko, intercepting the star ninja's assault. Passive defense was not Uchiha Hihiko's style. After executing this maneuver, he opened the 8 gates and instantaneously appeared behind the star ninja, Rasengan, in order to ascertain the reason behind the star ninja's attack. Uchiha Hihiko held back, opting to use a standard power Rasengan against his opponent. The star ninja felt a terrifying force spinning at high speed strike his waist, as the chakra tail was torn apart by the Rasengan's constricting power, and his body was uncontrollably hurled towards the ground in the direction of the Rasengan's rotation. The fallen star ninja propped himself up on the ground, attempting to rise, but was met with a crushing stomp from Uchiha Hihiko, pinning him down once more. Uchiha Hihiko withdrew the black wing blood blade from his system space, placing it against the star ninja's neck, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Ninja of Star Ninja Village. Why did you attack me? Feeling the cold gleam of the blade at his throat, the star ninja ceased his struggles, shouting in a mix of rage and indignation. Damn it, you leaf ninjas frequently plunder the poisonous mists of our bear country. Can we not retaliate against you thieves? Of course you can. That is your right, and it is of no concern to me. However, since you dared to assault me, you must bear the consequences of your actions. Uchiha Hihiko had no intention of sparing those who attacked him. Taking advantage of the solitude, he ruthlessly dispatched the star ninja and executed a fire release technique to incinerate the corpse, erasing all traces. After dealing with the assailant, Uchiha Hihiko recalled the cautions given by Captain Shingha and muttered to himself, I see. No wonder they requested we avoid contact with the star ninjas. It seems they do not wish for such incidents to tarnish the reputation of the Leaf. Following this minor episode, Uchiha Hihiko became increasingly cautious while gathering the poisonous mist, and it was not until nightfall that his shadow clone returned to the camp with the second metal bottle filled. Uchiha Hihiko gathered some dry wood from the surrounding forest, ignited a bonfire, and retrieved a creature he had hunted during the day while searching for collection points. After skinning and cleaning it, he prepared himself a relatively delicious barbecue dinner. As the sizzling sound of the meat filled the air, Uchiha Hihiko rotated the skewered chunks of meat, reflecting on the information he had read about Star Ninja Village in the original work. It seemed that Star Ninja Village had only appeared for a few episodes, with a pitifully small population and strength that was hardly noteworthy, leaving behind an impression solely of their flying peacock mystique and the meteorite known as star that could enhance chakra vitality. Realizing this, Uchiha Hihiko felt compelled to visit Star Ninja Village for an opportunity to learn the peacock mystique, although he did not require it for combat. Possessing the ability to fly would significantly enhance his survival capabilities and offer considerable convenience during future missions. Not to mention the potential to exchange the meteorite star for some gold coins. After finishing his dinner, Uchiha Hihiko left a shadow clone to continue gathering the poisonous mist while he summoned his small Pai Shio and soared over the poisonous mist gorge into Bear Country. Upon entering Bear Country, Uchiha Hihiko distinctly sensed the stark environmental differences compared to Fire Country. If Fire Country resembled a tumultuous sea, then Bear Country was akin to a calm, stagnant pond. Unlike the dense forests of Fire Country teeming with wildlife, Bear Country was characterized by sparse vegetation and desolate mountains, with scarcely any beasts inhabiting it. Such meager resources were no surprise, given that Bear Country was one of the weakest nations. Uchiha Hihiko descended outside a small village in Bear Country, casually seized a villager, and used Jinjutsu to extract the location of Star Ninja Village. He then summoned his small Pai Shio and flew towards the village. Star Ninja Village was a small ninja settlement located on the periphery of a meteorite crater, home to merely a few dozen ninjas, mostly of nin and genin rank, with fewer than 10 genin. Even more absurdly, the Star Ninjas were exceedingly arrogant, perpetually yearning to challenge the 5 great ninja villages, even elevating their leader, who was only at the elite genin level, to the status of Star Shadow, aspiring to be on par with the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages, while the ninja world regarded this matter as a joke. The ninjas of Star Ninja Village firmly believed that with the power of Star, they would eventually surpass the 5 great ninja villages and become the strongest ninja village in the world. Confronted with such a feeble Star Ninja Village, even relying solely on his small Pai Shio would suffice to annihilate them, not to mention Uchiha Hihiko, whose strength was slightly superior. Thus, he had no need to worry for his safety. As long as he did not reveal his identity, he would not provoke significant conflict. Of course, if Uchiha Hahiko were to expose his identity, he would be compelled to eradicate Star Ninja Village entirely to avoid punishment from the Leaf. The following morning, Uchiha Hahiko arrived near Star Ninja Village, making his way directly to the training ground dedicated to the worship of stars within the meteorite crater, through sensing the blood aura. Uchiha Hahiko detected 4 star ninjas in the training ground, one of whom had particularly potent chakra, likely one of the few genin in Star Ninja Village. Genjutsu, Nirvana Monastery Technique. Uchiha Hahiko employed a transformation technique to disguise himself as a wandering ninja, then activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, unleashing a formidable illusion upon the training ground. The 2 genin within the training area fell unconscious under the Genjutsu's influence, while the remaining genin and ch-nin quickly reacted, disrupting their chakra to escape the illusion's grasp. Who goes there? The star genin and ch-nin burst from the room, searching for Uchiha Hahiko, only to witness a flash of blade light. And the star ninja ch-nin had already met his demise at Uchiha Hahiko's hands. Hung. Damn it. Peacock Mystique. Bird Feather Transformation Beast. Upon witnessing his comrade's death, the star genin let out a furious cry. A chakra bird tail forming behind him, transforming into a fierce beast to assault Uchiha Hahiko. Lightning Release. Lightning Cutter. Uchiha Hahiko unleashed a powerful S-rank lightning technique developed by Kakashi. The ferocious force obliterating the chakra beast while piercing through the heart of the star genin without losing momentum. Ugh. You. The star genin stared intensely at Uchiha Hahiko, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness, and after 3 to 4 seconds, he collapsed to the ground, utterly lifeless. Uchiha Hahiko withdrew his hand from the genin's chest, flicked the blood off his fingers, and stepped into the training ground of Star Ninja Village, searching for the village's treasured meteorite star. Chapter 60. Peacock Mystique. Upon entering the room, Uchiha Hahiko ignored the 2 unconscious star genin and walked directly towards the altar at the center of the training ground. Strange, where's the star? Gazing at the empty dragon claw tray atop the altar, Uchiha Hahiko was filled with confusion. The star that should have been placed there had vanished without a trace. Uchiha Hahiko turned and searched the training ground thoroughly, yet still found no sign of the star. He had no choice but to awaken the 2 star genin and press them for the whereabouts of the star. Last week, the 3rd star Shadow ordered the cessation of training utilizing the star's power. It has already been taken away by the 3rd star Shadow. 1 genin, unable to withstand the pressure of death, divulged this information to Uchiha Hahiko. Uchiha Hahiko's time outside was limited, as he needed to return to the border and reunite with his teammates today. Therefore, he had no time to seize the meteorite star from the 3rd star Shadow, and had to temporarily abandon that goal, opting instead to pursue the secondary objective of acquiring the training methods for the Peacock Mystique from the 2 genin and the 2 corpses. After obtaining the necessary materials, Uchiha Hahiko swiftly executed the 2 genin, summoned his small Paishio, and flew towards the border where his shadow clone awaited. Shortly after Uchiha Hahiko's departure, Qi Xing, who had appeared in the original work, happened to pass through the training ground and unexpectedly spotted the fallen genin. His pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately rushed towards the training ground. Damn it, who could it be that has killed the stronger than me, Ji? Upon confirming that all 4 star ninjas had been slain by an unknown assailant, Qi Xing's expression darkened significantly. Filled with both anger and fear, he hurried back to Star Ninja Village to report the situation to the 3rd star Shadow. What? How dare they kill our star ninjas here? Someone, investigate this immediately. We must not let the murderer escape. Upon learning of the tragic demise of his subordinates near the village, the 3rd star Shadow was seized with fury, promptly dispatching ninjas to seek any clues left by the perpetrator. Regrettably, Uchiha Hayato had departed through the skies on his small Pishio, rendering the star ninjas' efforts fruitless, ultimately compelling them to abandon the pursuit of Uchiha Hayato. Qi Xing's complexion turned pale upon receiving the disheartening news, and he proposed to the visibly disappointed 3rd star Shadow, Lord Star Shadow, I believe we must reinstate the use of star, without hesitation. Xia Rixing, who had overheard Qi Xing's suggestion, voiced his opposition. Qi Xing, are you not aware that star can inflict severe harm upon our bodies, without the aid of star? Our training in the Peacock secret technique will progress at an excruciatingly slow pace. Although star may shorten our lifespan, I would far prefer that fate than to perish at the hands of others due to insufficient strength. Qi Xing cast a cold glare at Xia Rixing, pointing toward the corpse of Genin Ji to express his discontent. In Qi Xing's view, trading a portion of one's lifespan for formidable power was a price not to be dismissed, especially given the currently feeble overall strength of the Star Ninjas. The third Star Shadow glanced at both individuals, adopting an irrefutable tone to deliver his final verdict. Enough of this discourse. Since I have sealed Star, I shall not unseal it again. Observing the autocratic demeanor of the third Star Shadow, a flicker of concealed ambition flickered in Qi Xing's eyes for the first time, nurturing thoughts of usurping the third Star Shadow's position. However, given the third Star Shadow's superior strength and the backing of the couple, Firefly Star and Xia Rixing, he could only suppress this notion for the time being, silently biding his time for an opportunity to eliminate them all and seize control over Star Ninja Village. Unbeknownst to the turmoil unfolding in Star Ninja Village, Uchiha Hayato reclined leisurely upon the broad back of his small Pishio. His eyes closed in tranquil repose. The Pishio, moving with remarkable speed, returned Uchiha Hayato to the toxic mist gorge at the border within half a day, where he found his shadow clone diligently collecting toxic fog in a metal vial. Retrieving the Pishio into his pet space, Uchiha Hayato instructed the shadow clone to continue the collection while he himself commenced his study of the Peacock secret technique of Star Ninja Village. Essentially, the Peacock secret technique involved a form of chakra mimicry. However, the Star Ninjas, bathed in the radiation of Star, possessed an exceptionally potent chakra, rendering it far more malleable than ordinary chakra, thus giving rise to a technique that was exceedingly difficult for regular ninjas to master. Nonetheless, the vitality of original chakra far surpassed that of the mutated Star Ninja chakra, making the cultivation of the Peacock secret technique remarkably simple for Uchiha Hayato. Upon deciphering its operational methodology, a pair of dazzling chakra wings, far more splendid than those of the Star Ninjas, manifested behind him. Uchiha Hayato guided the newly formed chakra wings with his mental focus, causing them to flap slowly and rhythmically. Lifting his body gently off the ground, elated at his inaugural flight, Uchiha Hayato was filled with exuberance, but before he could cheer, he lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Undeterred, he eagerly continued his flight experiments. Initially a bit clumsy, with practice, he gradually adapted, achieving remarkable advancements in both altitude and speed. Once he fully grasped the art of flight, he resembled a child who had discovered a new toy. Flapping his chakra wings exuberantly in the sky, performing an array of advanced maneuvers until the metal vial was filled with toxic fog, at which point he flew towards the camp. Upon reaching the outskirts of the camp, Uchiha Hayato reluctantly retracted his chakra wings and returned to the camp to reunite with his companions. "Captain, I'm back." Upon seeing Captain Xinghe waiting outside, Uchiha Hayato waved to greet him, handing over the metal vial. "Thank you for your hard work. Once Huiwe completes the initial extraction of the toxin essence, we can return to Konoha." Captain Xinghe accepted the metal vial and sent it to the tent of Yuhua Huiwe. Uchiha Hayato met with Feng He and others who had just returned, engaging in casual banter before retreating to his tent for training. The following morning, Yuhua Huiwe emerged from her tent, having stayed up all night processing the toxic fog. "I am grateful for everyone's assistance over the past few days. I have preliminarily purified all the toxic fog. The remaining steps can be conducted upon our return to Konoha." She bowed in gratitude to the group. "Sharing the good news. You've worked hard, Huiwe-chan. Please eat something and rest well," Feng He exclaimed, embracing Yuhua Huiwe with concern, noticing the dark circles under her eyes, and presenting her with a prepared breakfast. "Thank you, Sister Feng He," Yuhua Huiwe replied, accepting the breakfast and savoring it slowly at a nearby spot. "Since the toxic fog has been fully collected, let Huiwe rest for the morning. We shall return in the afternoon." Captain Xinghe decided, softening his initial plan to return to Konoha upon seeing how utterly fatigued Yuhua Huiwe appeared. "Understood, Captain." The others in the team voiced no objections, proceeding with their respective tasks, while Uchiha Hayato left the camp to further explore his newly acquired flying abilities. The morning passed swiftly, and after replenishing her rest, Yuhua Huiwe regained some vigor. The group tidied up their equipment before setting off back to Konoha. As they traversed a remote forest, the sound of a fierce battle reached their ears. Chapter 61. The fifth mercenary mission. Captain Xinghe signaled for the group to halt, turning to Qin Ke with an order. "Qin Ke, gather intelligence on the combatants." "Yes, summoning technique." Qin Ke complied, summoning the most diligent and reliable Kaiyu to scout the area of conflict. Soon after, Kaiyu returned, landing on Qin Ke's shoulder, and relayed the gathered information. "Qin Ke, there are 5 ninjas engaged in battle. 4 of them are attacking our Leaf Village ninjas. Thank you for your efforts." "Kaiyu." Qingke offered a few biscuits as a token of gratitude before dismissing the summoning technique and returning Kaiyu to the summoning realm. Captain Xinghe, having heard Kaiyu's report, immediately commanded Uchiha Hayato and the others, "Let us depart and assist the Leaf Village ninjas." Understood. Upon learning that the ninjas of Konoha were in peril, Uchiha Hayato and the others hastened towards the battlefield to provide aid. Leaf Gale. As Uchiha Hayato approached the battleground, he heard a spirited shout, followed by a green figure dashing forward, kicking a rogue ninja into the air. Dada. The fervor of youth is ablaze, prelude to power. The opportunity was fleeting, as this green figure reappeared before another rogue ninja, launching a flying kick that sent the foe staggering back. Uchiha Hayato paused, deducing the identity of this exuberant leaf ninja from his exuberant, overly dramatic rhetoric. At this juncture, the only ninja who consistently glorified youth and fervor could only be none other than Might Guy, known as the Azure Beast of Konoha. Uchiha Hayato silently activated his Sharingan, finally able to discern the rapid movements of Might Guy. With his watermelon-like hair, thick brows, uniquely aesthetic green jumpsuit, and occasionally gleaming teeth, Might Guy presented an overwhelmingly intense and tangible impact compared to his anime counterpart. Uchiha Hayato silently mourned for the unfortunate rogue ninjas who dared to ambush a man capable of overpowering even the likes of Kagaya Otsutsuki. This kick would surely feel like striking a steel plate. No, more accurately, a nail board. 8th gate. Open. Being there to assist the Leaf Ninjas, Uchiha Hayato felt it inappropriate to remain a mere spectator. Thus he too opened the 8th gate, charging into the fray to eliminate a Chunin-level rogue ninja with ease. Youth indeed thrives on the aid of comrades. Konoha's Might Whirlwind. Excited to see the Leaf Ninjas arrive, Might Guy exuberantly declared his motto of youth, executing a powerful backspin kick to dispatch his opponent. Water style, Waterfong Bullet. Wind style, Vacuum Sphere. Lightning style, False Darkness. Captain Xinghe and the others soon joined the fray, employing their jutsu to dispatch the remaining 3 rogue ninjas. Thank you, friends from the Umbu. We are immensely grateful for your assistance. Might Guy beamed, displaying a broad smile and giving a thumbs up to the group. Uchiha Hayato and the others, accepting Might Guy's gratitude, found themselves involuntarily shuddering at his distinctive appearance and gleaming teeth. Save for Uchiha Hayato, who understood Might Guy's essence, the others could not help but internally label him as possessing questionable intelligence. No need for thanks. As fellow ninjas of Konoha, it is our duty to assist one another. Captain Xinghe retreated discreetly, taking small steps, fearful of contracting the incurable affliction known as fool from Might Guy. It is no surprise that a companion endowed with the will of fire would express words imbued with the essence of youth. Akai was immediately moved to tears by the antics of his comrades. Well then, we have a mission to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Captain Xinghe could no longer tolerate Might Guy's exaggerated antics. After uttering this parting remark, he fled in haste along with Uchiha and Yin. After a considerable distance, the group finally came to a halt, exchanging glances filled with a sense of relief as if they had narrowly escaped death. Following this brief interlude, they resumed their journey home, returning to Konoha amidst laughter and conversation. After delivering their mission report to the task hall, Johanna Kawa bid farewell to her companions with the materials she had gathered. While Uchiha and Yin were granted a day off, having left the Umbu, Uchiha and Yin indulged in a hearty meal at Barbecue Q, only to find Might Guy devouring his food voraciously in the dining hall. With the renowned ninja Kakashi Hatake seated across from him, Kakashi, I finished first. This time, victory is mine. Having polished off an entire platter of grilled meat, Might Guy wiped his greasy mouth and laughed triumphantly at Kakashi. Yes, I concede this round, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, leisurely savoring his own portion of grilled meat. With this, my record stands at 33 wins and 32 losses. Kakashi, I have surpassed you. Might Guy exclaimed excitedly, performing a handstand on his chair until he was reprimanded by the staff for disturbing other diners. The bond of friendship between the two was clearly depicted in the original work, as Uchiha and Yin quietly walked past them to a distant table, ordering some specialty grilled meat before relishing his own meal. After finishing his feast, Uchiha and Yin returned home, but before he could settle down, the system's prompt echoed in his mind once again. Ding dong, a new round of tasks has refreshed. Please check promptly. Summoning the system, Uchiha and Yin opened the task interface as usual, revealing 3 new tasks before him. 1. Destroy the Invisible Empire. Eliminate the supreme leader of the Invisible Empire, Uabak. Publisher, Siri IDI. Task time space. Bleach. Task reward. 110 gold coins. Task points. 84. Task level. Bronze point 2. Rescue Penglai Island. Defeat the 4 deities ruling Penglai Island and save the oppressed half-demons. Publisher. Half-demon Xiaolan. Task time space. Inuyasha. Task reward. 26 gold coins. Task points. 23. Task level. Black Iron point 3. Slay Yutsonghai. Eliminate Yutsonghai, the leader of the Chiqing sect responsible for the annihilation of the Fu Wei escort agency. Publisher. Lin Pingxi. Task time space. The Smiling. Proud Wanderer. Task reward. 7 gold coins. Task points. 6. Task level. Black Iron. Upon understanding the specifics of these tasks, Uchiha and Yin contemplated briefly before selecting the second task, which suited both his capabilities and the rewards offered. After accepting the assignment, Uchiha and Yin chose not to teleport immediately. Instead, he rested at home for the night and made some simple preparations before completing the teleportation the following morning, entering the world of Inuyasha. Chapter 62. The first battle against Garo the host's background has been modified to that of the ancient demon-slaying clan, Demon Slayer Yin, who encounters the half-demon Xiaolan fleeing from Penglai Island. At her earnest pleas, he decides to assist her in eliminating the 4 deities ruling Penglai Island and liberating the oppressed half-demons. The current time point marks the day the barrier of Penglai Island opens. Once Uchiha and Yin received the system's background arrangement, he spotted a small girl donning a gray cloak, her delicate bare feet stumbling along the sandy beach. Xiaolan. Uchiha and Yin attempted to call her name. Hearing his voice, Xiaolan turned and rushed to his side, respectfully inquiring, "Lord Yin, is there something you need?" "Xiaolan, I wish to learn more about the 4 deities. Can you provide me with information?" Uchiha and Yin had only seen parts of the early episodes of Inuyasha and had little recollection of the film. Knowing only that discussions about it occasionally surfaced online, he was nearly ignorant of the situation and could only proceed step by step. "Lord Yin, the 4 deities are 4 formidable great demons. Known as Long Luo, Xiong Luo, Shou Luo, and Garo." Xiaolan openly shared all the information she possessed with Uchiha and Yin. Through her introduction, he gained a preliminary understanding of the adversaries he would face in this mission. Long Luo, the azure dragon of the 4 deities, wields 2 powerful demon blades. Xiaolan had not witnessed his true strength, but noted that as their leader, he must undoubtedly be the strongest among the 4. Xiong Luo, the vermilion bird, specializes in flames and possesses a fan capable of unleashing fire, known for his cruel tendencies, often incinerating disobedient individuals to ashes. Shou Luo, the white tiger, is known for his volatile temperament and incredible brute strength. Armed with a weapon capable of firing demon energy projectiles, Garo, the black tortoise, is a massive turtle demon capable of launching enormous demon energy fireballs from his mouth and the grooves on its shell. The 4 deities coveted the power of the core furnace of Penglai Island, seizing the opportunity presented by the barriers weakening every 50 years to attack this sanctuary of half-demons and slaughter its inhabitants. The island's guardian priestess, Kanade, sacrificed her life to strip them of their powers and sealed them within the jewel box before leaping into the furnace. The 4 deities languished in their diminishing strength. They discovered that by throwing half-demons into the furnace for incineration, they could regain a modicum of power to sustain their existence, thus coercing the half-demon residents of Penglai Island to conduct annual sacrifices, even marking them to prevent their escape. From Xiaolan, Uchiha and Yin also learned of a matter that piqued his interest. 50 years ago, Inuyasha and Kikyo had chanced upon the opening of the Penglai Island barrier and had been defeated by the 4 deities. As significant characters in the original work, Inuyasha and Kikyo possessed formidable strength, and Uchiha and Yin recognized that they were not far apart in capability. The fact that even they could not overcome the 4 deities surprised him. Just as Uchiha and Yin was about to ask Xiaolan to continue leading the way, the sky suddenly darkened, shrouded in rapidly forming black demon clouds, and the previously tranquil sea became tumultuous. "Xiaolan, stay behind me." Uchiha and Yan's gaze, as solid as reality, fixed upon the distant sea. Sensing the approach of a colossal demon, he swiftly pulled Xiaolan behind him, preparing for any impending danger. Boom, 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 enormous demon energy fireballs, the size of delivery vans, erupted from beneath the sea, raining down upon the beach where the 2 stood. Earth style, earth barrier, wind style, great breakthrough. Uchiha and Yin reacted swiftly, carrying Xiaolan on his back as he nimbly leaped to evade the rapidly approaching demon energy fireballs, while simultaneously casting defensive ninjutsu to shield them from the debris and rubble raining down from the explosions. Before long, Uchiha and Yin had led Xiaolan away from the densely bombarded beach, taking refuge atop a towering cliff behind the sand. It was Xiaolan's first experience witnessing such an apocalyptic scene, causing her to tremble in fear as she curled up behind Uchiha and Yin, pointing at the monstrous figure emerging from the sea and stammering, "Lord Yin, that is Garo, one of the 4 deities." Uchiha and Yin gazed out to see a massive turtle covered in greenish-brown spiked armor, comparable in size to the 3 tails, slicing through the waves from the dozens of grooves on its armor. Fireballs were continuously being unleashed, targeting the two. Realizing Garo's formidable strength, Uchiha and Yan's expression grew serious as he murmured, "So this is Garo, the Black Tortoise? Though its power pales in comparison to the legendary Black Tortoise, it still possesses strength on par with a quasi-shadow level. This mission is going to be troublesome. Given that Gong Lu possesses strength equivalent to that of a quasi-shadow, it stands to reason that the other 3 demon creatures, also classified as the 4 fighting gods, must possess comparable, if not greater, power. This implies that Uchiha Yohin is confronted with 4 adversaries of quasi-shadow or shadow caliber, even with the assistance of a nascent shadow-level Xiaopixu. Overcoming them would undoubtedly prove to be an arduous endeavor. With a resounding roar directed skyward, Gong Lu's crimson gaze fixed upon the 2 figures. Subsequently, he opened his maw wide, channeling his demonic energy to conjure a massive fireball, which he unleashed with precision towards their position. In the face of such fiery onslaught, the most effective counter would be the water-style ninjutsu, which inherently counters fire. Thus, Uchiha Yohin interlaced his fingers and swiftly performed the necessary seals, summoning a torrent of clear water from behind him. Water-style, water dragon bullet technique. The water coalesced into a vividly lifelike giant water dragon, its pale blue form surging forward to collide with the fireball unleashed by Gong Lu. The impact resulted in a thunderous explosion, obliterating the water dragon's corporeal form and scattering flames that intertwined with the splattered water, transforming into steam that dissipated into the ether with a swift motion. Uchiha Yohin produced several kunai, infusing them with his intrinsic energy to amplify their potency, and launched them at Gong Lu's back and head. Gong Lu, with a dismissive snarl, made no attempt to evade. The kunai struck his formidable exterior and were deflected harmlessly away. Realizing that the steel kunai failed to inflict any damage upon Gong Lu, Uchiha Yohin retrieved the Black Wing Bloodblade from his system space, preparing to unleash the ultimate technique of the Wind Spirit Sword Art to test Gong Lu's defensive capabilities. Extreme Wind. Meteor Slash. The Black Wing Bloodblade trembled violently in his grasp, as an array of wind-infused energy concentrated at its tip, forming a slender blade of wind no thicker than a thumb, which shot forth in an instant. The blade, accompanied by a piercing shriek, struck the somewhat unresponsive Gong Lu, puncturing his cheek, while the demon's resilience clearly surpassed that of a human, rendering what would be a near-fatal wound to a mortal merely a source of pain for Gong Lu, who, with a surge of demonic energy, swiftly healed the injury. His formidable defense and abnormal recovery abilities posed a significant challenge, reminiscent of the troubles posed by tortoises and similar demon beasts. Uchiha Yohin sighed lightly, preparing to summon Xiaopixu to confront Gong Lu when a pair of voices, one male and one female, rang out from the nearby forest. Flying Bone, Wind's Wound. A spinning bone weapon and a whirlwind of demonic energy surged forth from the direction of the voices, striking Gong Lu's elongated neck with great force. Almost immediately, several figures emerged into Uchiha Yohin's line of sight. The first to appear was a striking beauty riding atop a 4-legged, flame-emitting beast, accompanied by a young man clad in mage-like attire. Following them was a white-haired man dressed in a vibrant red fur coat, wielding an enormous demon blade, his canine-like ears bobbing rhythmically as he leaped through the trees. Lastly, a girl donned in the attire of a Japanese school uniform appeared, equipped with a bow and quiver, riding on the back of a balloon-like creature, gradually making her way toward them. Recognizing their familiar appearances, Uchiha Yohin swiftly identified them as the protagonists from the original tale, Inuyasha and Kagome, along with their companions. Another remarkably resilient foe, Inuyasha scoffed, emerging from the forest, his gaze settling on the seemingly unharmed Gong Lu, who had sustained no damage from the wind's wound attack. Inuyasha. Upon spotting Inuyasha, SHKO immediately forgot her previous trepidation and waved her small hand from behind Uchiha Yohan. Hearing SHKO's voice and recalling her identity, Inuyasha called out to Uchiha Yohan, "Hey, you there! Get her to safety." Kagome soon arrived, and, curious about the exchange between Inuyasha and SHKO, asked, "Inuyasha, do you know them?" "I only recognize SHKO behind you, but now isn't the time for discussions. Prepare yourself, Wind's Wound." Inuyasha replied casually, noticing Gonglu gearing up for another attack as he grasped Tetsusaiga and delivered a powerful slash. The demon beast Yunmu soared above Gonglu, carrying Sango and Moroku, who extended his right hand toward Gonglu, unfastening the sealing prayer beads wrapped around his wrist. Wind hole. A tremendous suction emanated from Moroku's palm, drawing Gonglu and the surrounding seawater toward the black hole-like vortex. However, Gonglu's massive form resisted the pull with astonishing strength, while the surrounding lighter seawater was rapidly consumed into Moroku's wind hole. Seeing this, Sango expressed her concern. "This isn't good, Moroku. You'll only end up absorbing seawater, and your body won't withstand it." "Damn it," Moroku cursed under his breath, reluctantly sealing the wind hole once more. "Ha ha ha! You pitiful ants shall be annihilated." A grotesque, deep purple visage materialized at the center of Gonglu's colossal turtle head, unleashing a maniacal laugh. The grooves upon his shell ejected a barrage of fireballs, scattering toward the assembled group. "Bastard! How dare you look down on me?" Inuyasha, incensed by Gonglu's taunts, tightened his grip on Tetsusaiga, ready to charge at him. Unfortunately, Gonglu remained in a domain of seawater where Inuyasha felt ill at ease, compelling him to unleash winds wound from a distance to vent his fury. "Miss, could you please watch over SHKO for a moment?" Uchiha Yohan requested, handing SHKO to Kagome as he resolved to eliminate one of the remaining 3 demons while they were momentarily distracted. Kagome, sensing no spiritual or demonic energy emanating from Uchiha Yohan, mistook him for an ordinary human and urgently cautioned, "Hey, it's dangerous over there. Don't go." "Don't worry, sister. Yoandano is a formidable demon slayer." SHKO interjected, her system bestowed illusory memories prompting her to defend Uchiha Yohan. A demon slayer, but he doesn't seem to have any spiritual energy, Kagome pondered aloud, observing Uchiha Yohan's figure, curious to see what abilities he would employ against the demons. "Zyapixia, subdue him." Uchiha Yohan summoned Zyapixia from the confines of his pet space, immediately issuing combat commands. "Understood, master." Roar. Zyapixia let out a fierce roar, rapidly expanding into battle mode, and charged toward Gonglu. Both combatants were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Zyapixia. But upon noticing Uchiha Yohan standing atop the creature's head, Inuyasha and his companions breathed a collective sigh of relief. Soaring past Inuyasha and the others, Uchiha Yohan called out, "Please step aside. The ensuing battle will be entrusted to me." "Tsh, why should I listen to you?" Inuyasha huffed, his pride refusing to acquiesce to Uchiha Yohan's directive. Yet he and Sango, along with the others, retreated from the heart of the battlefield, their gazes scrutinizing the imposing Zyapixia. The divine beast's bloodline exerted considerable pressure on Gonglu, whose arrogance momentarily subsided as he demanded, "Who are you? Why does this juvenile divine beast obey your commands? Who I am is of no concern to you. Merely know that I shall soon become your master," Uchiha Yohan declared, intent on subduing Gonglu as his pet to bolster his team's combat capabilities, thereby alleviating pressure when facing the remaining 3 demons. A mere weakling dares to enslave a divine being? Gonglu, along with his companions, who proudly proclaimed themselves as fighting gods, were incensed by Uchiha Yohan's words, letting out a furious roar as the grooves on his back launched a volley of demonic fireballs toward Uchiha Yohan and Zyapixia. Peacock Mystic Art. Wing Transformation. Uchiha Yohan leaped from Zyapixia's head, employing the Peacock Mystic Art to evade the fiery assault. Roar, wrathful waves crash upon the shores. The small Pishio showcased its innate talents, manipulating vast amounts of seawater to strike against Gonglua's body, forcing him to stagger backward repeatedly, nearly toppling him into the depths of the ocean. As a being that governs the 4 seas, the Dragon Clan possesses an intrinsic mastery over water, being the 9th offspring of the divine dragon. The small Pishio naturally inherited such prowess at the shadow level. The small Pishio was already somewhat stronger than Gangluo, and its combat prowess was significantly amplified in the marine environment. Coupled with the suppression of bloodline, It effortlessly dominated the clumsy Gangluo. Gangluo attempted to retaliate, but could not land a blow on the agile Pichio. When he sought to flee, the Pichio's control over the seawater pushed him back, rendering him immobile for a time. After several assaults, the Pichio seized an opportunity and delivered a heavy stomp to Gangluo's head, rendering him unconscious. Pet contract, activate. Upon witnessing the battle's conclusion, Uchiha Hayato descended from the sky, landing atop Gangluo's head, and placed a black iron-grade pet contract, costing 20 gold coins. Upon him.as energy surged, a soul control mark inscribed itself within Gangluo's essence, sealing the contract successfully. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just then, 3 ominous figures suddenly appeared across the distant sea, while over a dozen demonic energy cannonballs and several dozen fiery giant birds surged toward Uchiha Hayato and the small Pichio. Chapter 64. The arrival of the 4 fighting gods. Uchiha Hayato flapped his wings rapidly, taking flight alongside the small Pichio to evade the impending danger, cautiously assessing the malevolent trio approaching them. Be wary, those 3 are the other members of the 4 fighting gods. Inuyasha, who had been observing from the sidelines, seemed to recall something upon seeing the newcomers, his expression darkening as he loudly proclaimed their identities. Combining the intelligence gleaned from Little Blue, Uchiha Hayato quickly discerned the identities of the 3. The leading figure, clad in azure dragon scale armor and wielding 2 swords, was undoubtedly the leader of the 4 fighting gods. Longluo, the man in striking crimson garments, brandishing a red fan, was surely the fire-controlling beast, Xionglu, and the final figure, with short hair of black and white hues, clutching a cannon-like weapon, was undoubtedly the remaining beast. Shuluo. The 3 alighted upon Gangluo's back, with Longluo scanning the group before smirking derisively. I never imagined someone would dare to meddle in our affairs. That I wonder if you are simply foolish or if you have grown tired of living. Upon spotting Inuyasha wielding Tetsuzaiga, Shuluo erupted into a fit of raucous laughter, mockingly taunting. I wondered who it was, but it turns out to be the half-demon Inuyasha who fled all those years ago. Brat, what did you say? Inuyasha's temper flared at Shuluo's words, and he leaped into action, launching a wind scar toward the trio. Earth Dragon Wind Concealment. Longluo unsheathed both of his demonic blades, executing the technique of Wind Blade Fong, creating a shield of wind that enveloped the 4 fighting gods. Heavenly Dragon Thunderbolt. Effortlessly neutralizing Inuyasha's attack, Longluo swung his other blade, Thunder Fong, releasing a massive bolt of lightning aimed directly at the group. Lightning Release. Lightning Cutter. Uchiha Hayato would not allow the assault to proceed unchallenged. His right hand crackled with lightning as he ascended skyward, employing a signature technique developed by Kakashi to sever the bolt of lightning. Get up! Gangluo. Xionglu disregarded the ongoing skirmish, jabbing the handle of his fan into the unconscious Gangluo several times to rouse him from his stupor. Seeing Gangluo regain consciousness and display signs of aggression towards the remaining 3 fighting gods, Uchiha Hayato's eyes gleamed as he discreetly issued a command through the pet contract. Gangluo, do not attack them without my order. Also, act normally and conceal the fact that you are under my control. Understood, Master. Influenced by the pet contract, Gangluo now fully obeyed Uchiha Hayato's commands. Upon receiving his directive, he halted his impending assault, reverting to his usual demeanor and lamenting his grievances to his brother, Shuluo. Upon hearing his brother's plight, Shuluo's expression shifted, his face contorted with fury as he declared, "You dare to bully my dear brother. This is utterly unforgivable. I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. I have long sought vengeance for that claw strike from years ago. Come at me if you dare." Throughout the journey of collecting the Shurikon jewel shards with Kagome, Inuyasha had undergone extensive battles, significantly enhancing his strength compared to 50 years prior, and he stood unafraid before the 4 fighting gods that had once bested him. If you truly possess courage, come find us on Penglai Island. Longluo, initially poised to issue a command for assault, suddenly felt his arm weaken after executing his technique. Furrowing his brow, he uttered this line before retreating with Xionglu and Shuluo back to Penglai Island. Following Uchiha Hayato's orders, Gangluo also vanished alongside them at the seashore. "You scoundrels, return! You shall not escape!" Inuyasha shouted angrily at their departing figures, but seeing that the 4 fighting gods ignored him, he reluctantly sheathed Tetsuzaiga, reverting it to its normal form. Is everyone all right? After the enemies retreated, Kagome, holding Little Blue, rode the transformed fox spirit, Shishinin, which had become a large, plump goose, soaring down to join the others, once on the ground. Little Blue leaped from Kagome's embrace and into Inuyasha's, affectionately calling out, "Inuyasha, big brother. Little Blue, it has been 50 years since we last met. How did you end up here?" After greeting Little Blue, Inuyasha set her down and pointed at Uchiha Hayato, inquiring, "And who is this fellow?" "Inuyasha, big brother, Sister Asatsuki activated the barrier of Punlai Island and sent me away alone. This is Master Hayato, the demon exterminator who has promised to help me defeat the evil for fighting gods and rescue everyone on the island." Little Blue recounted her appearance here, explaining Uchiha Hayato's identity to the group, and finally beseeched Inuyasha, "Inuyasha, big brother, can you join us to save Sister Asatsuki and the others?" Inuyasha looked at Kagome and the others, receiving their support, and assured Little Blue, "Rest assured, I will defeat the 4 fighting gods. That's wonderful. Thank you." "Inuyasha, big brother." Little Blue beamed with joy upon hearing Inuyasha's words, her confidence in rescuing everyone on the island renewed. Noticing that dusk was approaching, Kagome suggested, "Shall we find a place to rest for the night and head to Punlai Island tomorrow?" "Sounds good." With Inuyasha and the others lending their assistance, Uchiha Hayato felt the task would be considerably lighter. Thus he did not decline Kagome's proposal. He hoisted the transformed small Pishio onto his shoulder, and together they sought a campsite for the evening. The group discovered an abandoned seaside cabin near the rocky cliffs. And after a brief tidy-up, Kagome produced some modern cuisine to share with everyone. Observing this, Uchiha Hayato also retrieved some food stored in the system space. After a hearty meal, Shishinin led the small Pishio and Yuki outside to play, while the others settled down for a chat. Uchiha Hayato introduced his ethereal identity and informed them of the small Pishio's strength and Gangluo's subjugation, astonishing them as they agreed to cooperate with Gangluo in feigning their actions to deceive Longluo and the others should a confrontation arise. Through Inuyasha's narration, the group learned of his inadvertent journey to Punlai Island with Kikyo, where he encountered Little Blue and her companions and clashed with the 4 fighting gods, noting the mark left on his back by the 4 fighting gods. Once the conversation concluded, Uchiha Hayato, under Inuyasha's vigilant gaze, approached Kagome, requesting, "Miss Kagome, could I trouble you to lend me some spiritual energy possessed by the Shrine Maidens?" "Of course, here you go." Kagome readily acquiesced to Uchiha Hayato's modest request. Extending her finger as a pure force materialized at her fingertip, Uchiha Hayato summoned a surge of original energy from his palm, enveloping the spiritual energy released by Kagome. After expressing his gratitude, he absorbed the energy into his being. With the fusion and simulation properties of the original energy, Uchiha Hayato swiftly imbued his own energy with purifying and exorcising characteristics, enabling his attacks to inflict significant damage on the 4 fighting gods, preventing their wounds from being easily mended by demonic energy as before. Early the next morning, Uchiha Hayato and the others departed the cabin, setting off towards the Punlai Island currently held by the 4 fighting gods. Chapter 65. Honglian Village on Punlai Island. Punlai Island is a crescent-shaped isle, narrow at the base yet expansive at the top, surrounded by a barrier with jagged rocks, accessible only through a dimly lit passage. The group boarded a small boat and ventured into the murky passage, discovering hundreds of ghostly blue-flame demon birds perched upon the rocks lining the path, their eyes glimmering ominously. Inuyasha, having previously visited Punlai Island, recognized their identity and swiftly drew Tetsusaiga, alerting the group, "Be careful, these are the blazing birds of Xionglu." "Chirp." As Inuyasha's voice faded, the blazing birds emitted a shrill cry, their bodies transforming into a vibrant crimson hue as they flapped their wings and soared towards the crowd. Wind Scar, Wind Hole, Bone Scattering Attack, Sacred Arrows. Inuyasha and his companions immediately unleashed their techniques to assault the swarm of fiery avians, scattering them into clusters of embers. However, the number of scorching birds was overwhelming. The few they managed to eliminate were but a mere fraction, and the remaining fiery creatures, undeterred, continued their advance with relentless vigor. Water style, explosive rain of arrows. Observing the scene, Uchiha Hahiko summoned his innate energy imbued with a purifying attribute, executing a water-style ninjutsu that boasted an extensive attack range. The explosive rain of arrows was one of the techniques he had pilfered during the Chunin exams, manipulating a vast quantity of liquid to unleash a barrage of water arrows akin to a torrential downpour upon his foes. However, its potency was lacking. Defensive techniques such as Earth Barrier could easily thwart the water arrows, which is why he had refrained from employing it in the ninja world. Yet, these fiery birds were not ninjas versed in ninjutsu. They could only rely on their agility to evade attacks. Faced with water arrows that nearly engulfed the entire passage, there was no refuge to be found. They were struck down like dumplings, transforming into fireballs that plummeted into the sea. Witnessing the effectiveness of Uchiha Hihiko's assault, the others in the group felt a sense of relief, grateful to avoid a grueling battle. You've got some decent strength, Inuyasha remarked, putting away Tetsusaiga and offering rare praise. Uchiha Hihiko smiled humbly, shaking his head as he replied, "Thank you for the compliment, but they were merely fodder. The true battle lies ahead." Kagome eyed Uchiha Hihiko with curiosity, tilting her head as she asked, "Mr. Hihiko, why do I feel that your power has become somewhat similar to my spiritual energy?" "Indeed, I learned a few things from your spiritual energy yesterday," Uchiha Hihiko explained succinctly. "I see." Kagome, with a carefree heart, did not delve further, continuing to play with the little Pishio aboard the ship. Besides the fiery birds, the group did not encounter any further assaults from the four demon gods. After sailing across the ocean for a time, they arrived at the main island of Palai. "Follow me. I will take you back to Honglian village," Xiaolan joyfully exclaimed as she leaped off the ship. Under her guidance, the group traversed a path along the rocky cliffs and entered the forest of the upper island of Palai. The forest was lush with vegetation, showcasing numerous plants that Uchiha Hihiko had never encountered before. The sky was filled with fireflies, transforming the area into a breathtaking elven forest reminiscent of a fantastical world. The fireflies, unperturbed by the presence of the group, danced around them in a swirling motion. Amidst this ethereal atmosphere, Uchiha Hihiko seemed to hear faint sounds, yet upon closer inspection, he discerned nothing. For Kagome, who lived in modernity, this was her first encounter with such a beautiful locale. She paused to admire the scenery, exclaiming, "Wow, I've never seen so many fireflies before. I wish I could live here." "Indeed, it's truly beautiful, but it feels somewhat surreal." Coral, sharing the sentiment, chimed in, "Living in such a lovely environment must surely attract many beautiful ladies." Moroku, the lecherous monk, indulged in his fantasies, but a glare from Coral silenced him. Inuyasha had traveled to many places and witnessed sights even more splendid than this, thus he was not overly astonished. Turning to Xiaolan, he inquired, "Xiaolan, how much further until we reach your village?" "Brother Inuyasha, we will arrive once we exit this forest." The group continued onward, and before long, they emerged from the woods. Arriving at Honglian village, where half-demons had dwelled for generations, established along the banks of the great river at the center of Palai Island, Honglian village occupied a vast area yet appeared lifeless. With only dilapidated houses in sight, devoid of the youthful half-demons Xiaolan had mentioned, the group pondered this mystery. A melodious song resonated from the direction of the riverside dock. Father once said, "The hand of a demon is a hand of guardianship." Mother once said, "The hand of a human is a hand of nurturing." When the two hands unite, a door shall open within the red lotus. I shall return you. You transform into light, safeguarding the children. Protect them. The clear, beautiful voice sang lyrics tinged with melancholy, casting a heavy mood over the crowd, causing their steps to falter. Its sister Chingsong's voice. Upon hearing the song, Xiaolan immediately leaped down from Inuyasha's back and dashed toward the heart of Honglian village. The others, witnessing this, followed her hastily to the dock, where they beheld several young half-demons singing and playing music atop a platform. "Sister Chingsong," Xiaolan called out joyfully, running towards a half-demon girl who was singing. "Xiaolan, is that you?" The young half-demons turned in surprise, their faces lighting up with astonishment upon spotting Xiaolan. Seeing her return to Palai Island after she had painstakingly been sent away, Chingsong rushed down from the platform in a fit of anger, striking Xiaolan's face with a slap as she shouted, "Xiaolan, did I not tell you to escape? Why did you come back?" Sister Chingsong, Xiaolan, tears welling in her eyes, covered her face and pointed at the approaching Uchiha Hihiko and the others, saying, "I met Brother Inuyasha and Master Hihiko. They promised to help us eliminate the evil for demon gods." "You are Inuyasha?" Chingsong gazed in astonishment at Inuyasha, whom she had met 50 years prior. "Indeed, it's good to see you again." Inuyasha, eyeing the surrounding half-demon youths, declared with conviction, "My purpose for coming this time is to defeat those scoundrels, the four demon gods." "Green, he says he will defeat the four demon gods." One twin half-demon chimed in. "Orange, a coward said the same 50 years ago and ended up fleeing." The other twin chimed in, both mocking Inuyasha's past failure against the four demon gods. "You two brats. Enraged, Inuyasha rolled up his sleeves and delivered a punch to each of the half-demon boys, causing their heads to swell with steam. Witnessing their fate, Shippo, who often bore Inuyasha's bullying, empathized and warned, "You two better remember this. Inuyasha has a remarkably narrow mind and shows no mercy to children." Bang! A large character appeared atop Inuyasha's head as he retaliated by punching Shippo, startling the remaining half-demons. "Inuyasha, don't stoop to the level of children," the kind-hearted Kagome scolded, then squatted beside the nearly tearful Shippo to comfort him. Chingsong approached Inuyasha earnestly, pleading, "Inuyasha, please take Xiaolon out of Palai Island. She has not received the 4 demon gods mark, so she can escape. Did I not say I would defeat the 4 demon gods?" Inuyasha impatiently rejected Chingsong's request, clearly skeptical of Inuyasha's ability to vanquish the 4 demon gods. Chingsong was about to retort when a resounding bell tolled from the distant mountains. Chapter 66. The resonating furnace. Upon hearing the thunderous bell toll reverberate through the skies, Chingsong's expression turned complex as she cast a reluctant glance at the surrounding half-demons, sorrowfully stating, "The resonating furnace is calling me." Kagome, hearing this term for the first time, curiously inquired, "The resonating furnace? What is that?" "I must go," Chingsong replied, not answering Kagome's question. After a final look at her companions, she steeled herself and sprinted toward the mountain from whence the bell tolled. "Hey, where are you going?" Inuyasha furrowed his brows, swiftly appearing beside Chingsong and grabbing her arm. "This has nothing to do with you. Please do not interfere." Chingsong, already irked by his refusal to take Xiaolon off the island, grew furious when he blocked her path, shouting, "Stop meddling. If you provoke the 4 demon gods, even you will be killed." Inuyasha, once again infuriated by Chingsong's words, slapped her on the head and shouted in embarrassment, "You lot, don't underestimate me." "Inuyasha, sit." Seeing Inuyasha resorting to violence again, Kagome angrily placed her hands on her hips and shouted the incantation to subdue him. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Inuyasha found himself sprawled in a human-sized crater on the ground. Poor Inuyasha. Uchiha Hihiko finally witnessed the comedic scenarios often depicted in the original story. Offering a moment of silent sympathy for Inuyasha's plight, "Kagome, why did you cast that spell again?" In a state of dishevelment, Inuyasha clambered out of the deep pit, expressing his dissatisfaction towards Kagome. "I've told you repeatedly not to bully children. Why do you persist in ignoring my words?" Kagome glared at Inuyasha with a huff, her expression one of exasperation, as if she found his stubbornness utterly disappointing. "Humph," Inuyasha scoffed dismissively, retorting, "What do you mean by children? They are half-demons who have lived for hundreds of years, far older than you. Even if they are older than me, they are still children." Kagome shot back, momentarily setting aside other matters to engage in a spirited debate with Inuyasha. Uchiha Yahiko, uninterested in the seemingly quarrelsome yet affectionate exchange between the two protagonists, turned to Asatsuki and inquired, "Asatsuki, could you take me to witness the resonating crucible?" "Yes, follow me." Asatsuki nodded, departing from the bickering duo and leading the way toward the resonating crucible. Observing this, the others hurriedly followed, leaving Inuyasha and Kagome to continue their argument. Under Asatsuki's guidance, the group swiftly entered a spacious cavern, where they beheld a colossal structure reminiscent of an ancient alchemical furnace. "This is the resonating crucible," Asatsuki indicated, maintaining an air of composure as she explained to Yahiko and the others. "Whenever the resonating crucible emits its sound, a living sacrifice must leap within, granting a portion of strength to the 4 pillar gods." Living sacrifice. The group fell silent, a realization dawning upon them. No wonder the half-demons appeared so sorrowful upon the chimes tolled at that moment. Kagome and Inuyasha arrived at the cavern, and upon hearing Asatsuki's words, Kagome solemnly questioned, "So, are you here to assist the 4 pillar gods in gaining power? Do you not value your life?" "I am not doing this for the 4 pillar gods. I do it for everyone. If I serve as the sacrifice, then everyone else can live a little longer," Asatsuki replied, closing her eyes to feel the fireflies dancing around her, an expression of longing crossing her face as she comforted her sorrowful companions. "Do not worry. Soon, I shall transform into a firefly and continue to accompany you all." With that, Asatsuki wiped away the tears threatening to spill from her eyes and resolutely dashed toward the furnace's entrance. "Asatsuki, come back." Inuyasha, despite his tough exterior, could not bear to watch Asatsuki sacrifice herself and immediately rushed forward to pull her back. However, as he grasped her, an unexpected event occurred. a fiery rope surged forth from the resonating crucible, ensnaring both him and Asatsuki and swiftly pulling them toward the furnace's entrance. Inuyasha, the group gasped in horror, unable to intervene in time, as they watched helplessly while Inuyasha and Asatsuki fell into the flames of the crucible. The resonating crucible, sensing the entry of half-demons, promptly sealed its entrance, preventing the others from following. Meanwhile, the once calm crucible emanated a faint aura of malevolence, and a surge of immense demonic energy erupted from its apex, hurtling towards some location on Punlai Island. Purifying arrow, Gale's edge, meteor strike. With no time to ponder the implications of the demonic energy, the group desperately attempted to pry open the furnace door. But to no avail. Kagome, in a frenzy, darted about like a headless chicken, while Ship could no longer contain his tears, causing the scene to descend into chaos. Suddenly, Yuhiko recalled a song he had heard in Honglian village and posed a question to the half-demons. Do you know what the nurturing hand and the protective hand represent in that previous song? The nurturing hand is the right hand of humanity. The protective hand is the left hand of demons. The brothers, Orange and Green, exchanged glances and simultaneously provided answers to Yuhiko's inquiry. I recall the lyrics mentioning, when the two hands come together, the door shall open, and within the crimson lotus, you shall be returned. Do you think this refers to this very door? Upon this analysis, Yuhiko felt he had stumbled upon a crucial point for solving their dilemma. His words ignited excitement within the group, and Kagome, rejuvenated, commanded, "Everyone, quickly search the surroundings for any mechanisms." Understood. The others shouted in unison, fervently beginning to scour the vicinity of the furnace. However, before they could uncover the mechanism to open the crucible, a rustling sound echoed from the path they had traveled. As countless insect-like demons, exuding a faint aura of malevolence, surged toward them like a tide. So many bugs. Kagome screamed in terror at the sight of the grotesque, horrifying creatures. This is bad. These are man-eating poison spine insects. We're going to die here. The half-demons residing on Punlai Island were well aware of the threat posed by these creatures, collapsing helplessly to the ground, vacuum, confronted by such a vast, yet feeble enemy. Moroku's wind tunnel came into play, swiftly drawing in a multitude of poison spine insects. Yet, these insects were toxic, and once inside the wind tunnel, their venom began to affect Moroku, forcing him to seal the tunnel after absorbing only a fraction of the insects. You all continue searching for the mechanism. I will handle this, Yuhiko declared. Stepping forward as the poison spine insects advanced, he formed hand seals and unleashed a newly learned dual-element ninjutsu. Fire release, head hardship, wind release, great breakthrough. Yuhiko swiftly converted the primal energy within him into the appropriate attributes, directing the dual-element ninjutsu at the swarm of poison spine insects. The wind fanned the flames, and as the basketball-sized fire landed on the ground, it immediately expanded, engulfing the path ahead and incinerating the advancing insects to ashes. The flames, far from extinguishing, were further fueled by the wind, transforming the area into an impassable sea of fire that rapidly consumed the mindless poison spine insects. Despite their numbers, the insects could not withstand such devastation, suffering significant losses under Yuhiko's extensive ninjutsu assault. Found it. Just as Yuhiko was on the verge of clearing the insects, Kagome and the others erupted in cheers. Having discovered the concealed mechanisms nestled along both sides of the door, according to the song's content, activating the mechanism required cooperation between humans and demons. Therefore, Kagome and the small demon ship simultaneously extended their corresponding hands and pressed the mechanisms on either side. With a thunderous rumble, the tightly sealed door of the resonating crucible began to slowly open. However, to the group's astonishment, it halted midway. Ship, being a juvenile demon, lacked sufficient energy to sustain the door's opening, and he immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, my demonic energy is depleted." Seeing this, Yuhiko swiftly created a shadow clone to continue dealing with the insects while his original self approached Ship and said, "Ship, lend me some of your demonic energy." "All right," Ship obediently complied, gathering the little energy he had left and placing it in Yuhiko's palm. Much like the previous transformation of Kagome's spiritual energy, Yuhiko quickly completed the conversion of primal energy to demonic energy, using it to activate the mechanism and fully open the door. "Inuyasha, are you all right?" After the door swung open, Kagome immediately leaned in, calling out to the depths of the crucible with concern. "Rest assured, we are fine. Step aside. I'm coming out." Inuyasha's voice echoed from within, granting the group a sigh of relief as they cleared a path for him at the door, eagerly awaiting Inuyasha and Asatsuki's return. With a violent gust of wind, Inuyasha emerged from the doorway, carrying Asatsuki and appearing unscathed before the group. Kagome and the others rushed to his side, concerned. "Inuyasha, how are you?" "I'm fine," Inuyasha nonchalantly replied before recounting his encounter with the remnants of the guardian priestess Kanade within the resonating crucible. "Look, this is the box that sealed the powers of the four pillar gods." Inuyasha produced a palm-sized box from his robes, displaying it to the group as he revealed the box that Kanade had entrusted to him. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air as 3 additional pillar gods and a knightly woman appeared on the rocky wall above the cavern, excluding Justro. "Ha! Inuyasha, we truly owe you our gratitude for retrieving the box from the resonating crucible." Long Luo gazed down at the box in Inuyasha's hands, his expression brimming with excitement. After years of anticipation, the opportunity to reclaim his sealed powers had finally arrived. "Kikyo, Kikyo." Inuyasha paid no heed to Long Luo's taunts. His gaze fixed incredulously on the woman beside him, clad in knightly attire and bearing an almost identical resemblance to Kagome, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of obsession lurking beneath. "Humph! Hand over the jewel box swiftly." The androgynous figure of Xiong Luo leaped down from the cave's heights, intent on seizing the jewel box from Inuyasha's grasp. As Xiong Luo made his move, the other 3 joined in, engaging in battle with Uchiha Yahiko and his companions. "Receive my attack, Wind Thunder Dragon." The Wind Blade and Thunder Blade in Long Luo's hands intersected, unleashing a dragon-shaped column of wind infused with lightning that surged toward the group. 8th Gate of the 8 Gates, open. Windsword technique, Storm Sword Wall. The bloodwing black blade materialized in Uchiha Yahiko's hand, swirling with countless sword blooms, creating a barrier of primordial sword energy that shielded against Long Luo's extensive assault. Turned to ashes, blazing birds. With a flick of the fan in Xiong Luo's hand, dozens of blazing birds materialized, swirling around the group and posing a significant threat to the weaker half-demons. Flying Bone. Purifying Arrow. Kagome and Sango refused to be outdone, as the spinning flying bone and energy-laden arrows cleaved through the air, bringing down the fiery birds into a shower of sparks. "Ha! Behold my Chi Tian cannon." The ferocious beast Luo glared at the group, the cannon in his hand roaring as it indiscriminately fired demonic projectiles at the cave's rocky walls, causing chunks to plummet. Wind Hole. Monk Moroku released the wind hole on his palm, drawing in the falling debris and demonic projectiles to ensure the safety of the half-demons. Meanwhile, the woman Inuyasha referred to as Kikyo rushed toward him in silence, her sword glowing with energy, decisively slashing at the stunned Inuyasha. Faced with a woman who bore an identical visage to Kikyo, Inuyasha found himself unable to mount an effective counterattack. More accurately, he could not bring himself to strike her. Instead, clumsily dodging her assaults. "We need to leave quickly. The cave is about to collapse." The timid half-demon Shippo, unwilling to engage in the fierce battle, urged the half-demons of the Red Lotus Isle to escape the precarious cave. Once the weaker half-demons had evacuated, the others unleashed their full strength against one another. Uchiha Yahiko, while fighting and retreating, emerged from the cave and summoned his towering Little Pishio. The Little Pishio's power was on par with Long Luo. Left to contend with him as Uchiha Yahiko rushed to assist Kagome and Sango against the formidable Xiong Luo. With Uchiha Yahiko's arrival, the 3 faced the shadow-level Xiong Luo on equal footing, even managing to lend a hand to the flustered Monk Moroku under the onslaught of Beast Luo. The battle grew increasingly frantic, with neither side gaining a decisive victory. Just as the 4 demonic gods were on the verge of succumbing to the drain of their demonic energy, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Inuyasha fell to Kikyo, and the jewel box containing the powers of the 4 demonic gods was seized by her. "Hurry, open the box." When Kikyo snatched the box, the 4 demonic gods erupted into ecstatic cheers, urging her to break the seal laid by the priestess with her life. Crack. Without hesitation, Kikyo channeled her spiritual energy, shattering the seal upon the box. In the next moment, 4 orbs brimming with immense demonic energy soared into the sky. 3 of them embedded firmly in the foreheads of the 3 demonic gods present, while the 4th flew toward the outskirts of Penglai Island, likely landing upon Gon Luo, who awaited there. "Ha! Splendid. The power has returned. It has been so long since I felt this surge of strength. You wretches shall witness my true might." The exhilarating return of power prompted the 4 demonic gods to erupt into wild laughter. their overwhelming demonic energy soaring into the heavens, instantly reversing the previously balanced situation. A grave crisis approached. Chapter 68. Reinforcements and new enemies, seeking collections. The four demonic gods absorbed the energy from the demonic orbs, regaining their peak strength, with the weakest god Luo reaching the initial shadow level akin to the little Pichio. The other three demonic gods advanced further, attaining a mid-shadow level that far surpassed the others. Long Luo's tempestuous winds became even more formidable, and the summoned thunderbolts swifter. Even the little Pichio, known for its high resistance to magical attacks, found itself relegated to defense, barely holding its ground against Long Luo's might. The number of Xiong Luo's blazing birds surged, their power amplified, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly, draining the stamina and energy of the group. Observing this, Uchiha Yahiko repeatedly employed the water release, great waterfall technique. Summoning torrents of clear water to keep the temperature rise within manageable limits, Beast Luo was no exception. The demonic projectiles from the Chi-Tion cannon became increasingly dense, raining down upon the group like a celestial shower. Thankfully, Monk Moroku performed admirably, absorbing them into the wind hole, allowing the group to escape catastrophe. Inuyasha remained unable to recover from the shock of facing Kikyo, attempting to persuade her to abandon the four demonic gods and their malevolence, only to receive a series of silent refusals in the form of strikes. Just when it seemed that the group was on the brink of casualties, an arrow imbued with spiritual energy soared from the forest, striking Kikyo squarely in the heart. A brilliant blue thunder dragon followed closely behind, reducing Kikyo to ashes. The battling group paused, directing their gazes toward the forest, accompanied by soft footsteps. The true Kikyo, clad in priestess attire, emerged with a few soul-eating bugs at her side. Alongside another significant character from the original tale, Inuyasha's brother, Sesomaru. How embarrassing to be disturbed by an imitation, the real Kikyo remarked, her expression complex as she regarded Inuyasha before turning away, refusing to meet his gaze again. Half-demons are half-demons, only bringing shame to the Tetsusaiga left by my father. Sesomaru cast a cold glance at Inuyasha, leaving behind that remark as he gripped the demonic sword, T-Kijin, forged from the fangs of his beastly form. Uchiha Yahiko felt a surge of relief at the arrival of these two, knowing their formidable strength would significantly narrow the gap in power between the opposing sides. Upon seeing the two new arrivals, Long Luo's face twisted into a contemptuous smile, followed by a mocking retort. Oh, is that not the priestess who once accompanied Inuyasha and the one marked by Xiong Luo, Sesomaru, to dare return to Palai Island? Truly courting death. Annoying, the aloof Sesomaru dismissed Long Luo's words, his demonic energy surging as he advanced toward Long Luo. Swinging T-Kijin toward his neck, Long Luo intercepted Sesomaru's attack with the wind blade, swiftly countering with a horizontal slash of the thunder blade aimed at Sesomaru's abdomen, which was deftly evaded by the latter. Their clash ignited the previously tranquil atmosphere, resuming the battle that had been interrupted. With the addition of two allies, Uchiha Yahiko began to reorganize the battle forces across the various fronts. As the saying goes, brothers fight tigers, and sons battle alongside their fathers. The mightiest Long Luo was entrusted to the hands of the feuding brothers, Inuyasha and Sesomaru, riding the demon beast Yumu, Sango, in conjunction with the purifying powers of Kikyo and Kagome, faced off against the formidable Xiong Luo, who unleashed a torrent of blazing birds and possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. While Uchiha Yahiko, alongside the little Pichio, took over for the battered Moroku, confronting the cursing beast Luo in a final showdown. Lightning release, thundercut. The swift thundercut successfully pierced through Beast Luo's abdomen, which was venting demonic projectiles as electricity surged violently, tearing at Beast Luo's form. How dare you injure me? Die. Beast transformation. Enraged, Beast Luo hurled the Chi-Tion cannon at Uchiha Yahiko, who narrowly evaded with a substitution technique. Following a furious howl, Beast Luo's body grotesquely twisted and expanded, ultimately transforming into a hideous humanoid beast that lunged at Uchiha Yahiko with a howl. Beast Luo's transformation was akin to Uchiha Yahiko's 8 gates. Once activated, it greatly enhanced both power and speed, though his mastery of physical techniques remained at the level of an average nin. Uchiha Yahiko's Sharingan granted him superior dynamic vision, allowing him to observe every move clearly. He immediately activated Bloodburst for a double explosion, racing ahead with speed that far surpassed Beast Luo's, delivering a series of blows that left Beast Luo gravely wounded. Little Pichio now, After the conclusion of Lianhua, Uchiha Hanyin promptly sealed the 8 gates and leaped to the side of the Xiao Pixio, employing the blood burst technique upon it, entrusting the remainder of the battle to the Xiao Pixio. Upon gaining the state of blood burst, the Xiao Pixio's strength surged, reaching an intermediate shadow level comparable to the 4 fighting gods, and through the suppression of its bloodline, it managed to counter the beast Luo, which had expended a significant amount of demonic energy to heal its wounds. Uchiha Hanyin produced a substantial number of military rations and swallowed them, restoring some of his original power before splitting off a shadow clone to simultaneously cast a technique, forming a continuously spinning spiral shuriken. Xiao Pixio, stand aside, as the Xiao Pixio pounced, exposing a flaw in the beast Luo. Uchiha Hanyin's eyes gleamed with intensity. Ignoring the slight damage to his body, he briefly opened the injury gate once more, dashing behind the fierce Luo, and decisively launched the spiral shuriken towards the beast Luo's heart. The sharp spiral shuriken effortlessly sliced the beast Luo in two, and thanks to the purifying effect of the energy, it successfully vanquished the beast Luo, leaving only the milky white demonic energy orb at its forehead. The demise of the beast Luo dramatically altered the previously balanced situation with the loss of their opponent. The Xiao Pixio once again sprang into action, assisting the others in slaying the fierce Luo and the dragon Luo in succession. Once the dragon Luo was reduced to ashes by Inuyasha's blade, the fierce battle finally subsided. Sensing the lingering imprint of a 4 fighting god behind him, Sesomaru furrowed his brow, preparing to seek out the last member of the 4 fighting gods, Gang Luo. Intending to eliminate it and conclusively resolve the entanglement with the 4 fighting gods that had persisted for decades, Kikyo glanced at the dazed Inuyasha and then at the girl who bore a striking resemblance to her. Kagome, silently stowing her bow and arrow, preparing to leave. Uchiha Hanyin also did not receive the system notification indicating task completion, and just as he began to suspect whether he needed to slay Gang Luo to fulfill the task, an unexpected change occurred. The demonic energy orbs left behind by the 3 fighting gods suddenly floated into the air, unleashing terrifying lightning that enveloped the surrounding area, under the solemn gaze of the onlookers. A new demon was born within the realm of lightning. Chapter 69. The final battle of the fusion demon, the newly emerged demon, was extraordinarily massive, possessing 4 robust arms covered in dragon scales, 2 of which wielded large demonic blades reminiscent of Windblade Fong and Thunderblade Fong. Even more astonishingly, the new demon's head bore the faces of the dragon Luo, fierce Luo, and beast Luo. It was evident that this was a fusion demon akin to Naruto, and the participants in the fusion were formidable demons. Originally, the 3 had possessed intermediate shadow-level strength upon reclaiming the demonic energy orbs, and the fused demon had further surpassed this, attaining a high-level shadow status. Fortunately, Gang Luo had already become Uchiha Hanyin's pet, thus avoiding being slain by the others. Otherwise, the fusion of the 4 fighting gods would likely have attained an utterly despairing peak shadow level. After a brief moment of confusion, the fusion demon seemed to recall something, and a triumphant expression emerged on the face of the dragon Luo, who laughed excitedly. "Ha! Thanks to you insignificant ants, I am able to be born smoothly. This level of power is troubling." Feeling the overwhelming demonic energy of the fusion demon, Uchiha Hanyin's mood grew exceedingly heavy. He had not anticipated such a turn of events at the final stage of the task. His body could no longer withstand high-intensity combat, and the Xiao Pixio's bloodline suppression became negligible due to the disparity in strength. The only remaining forces capable of effectively inflicting damage on the fusion demon were Inuyasha, Sesomaru, Kikyo, and Kagome, and with their strength, the probability of successfully defeating the fusion demon was less than 30%. "Ha! The game has only just begun. I hope you will allow me to enjoy it a little more." The fusion demon gazed at the group with murderous intent, swinging its demonic blade, summoning a tempest and thunder as multiple attacks manifested before them. Wind injury, toxic flower claw, demon-breaking arrow, earth escape, earth barrier. Each individual unleashed their techniques to deflect the fusion demon's casual attack. And immediately after, Inuyasha and Sesomaru joined forces, engaging in fierce close combat with the fusion demon, while both exhibited commendable melee abilities against an opponent with 3 faces and 4 arms, who absorbed the combat memories of the 3 demons. They remained at a disadvantage, needing to evade the fusion demon's powerful attacks while also contending with the disruptive forces of lightning generated by its every movement, in a moment of carelessness. Inuyasha was struck by a powerful bolt of lightning and was thrown heavily to the vicinity of Uchiha Hanyen. Inuyasha, wait. Uchiha Hanyen called out as Inuyasha prepared to continue fighting, and, in response to his puzzled gaze, he grasped Inuyasha's wrist, casting the blood burst technique to amplify his abilities. This power? Thank you. Inuyasha, feeling a surge of immense demonic energy within him, expressed his gratitude to Uchiha Hanyen before rejoining the assault on the fusion demon. Before long, Sesshomaru was also thrown away by the fusion demon's blade, prompting Uchiha Hanyen to rush over and apply the blood burst technique to him, as well that Sesshomaru's strength was markedly superior to Inuyasha's. And after the application of blood burst, he soared to an intermediate shadow level akin to that of the Shao Pishio. Utilizing his agility, he seized the moment and struck the fusion demon's back with his sword. However, Sesshomaru's fighting spirit only penetrated the fusion demon's body to a depth of a finger's width before being repelled by its formidable demonic energy defense, and he was once again sent flying. Along with his sword. Inuyasha, we cannot continue like this. Use your diamond spear break to breach the fusion demon's defenses. Then we can attempt to resolve it with the demon-breaking arrow, observing the fusion demon's formidable defenses. Kagome, familiar with Inuyasha's abilities, immediately took charge from the side, channeling her spiritual energy into her arrows in preparation for an attack once Inuyasha succeeded. All right. Inuyasha could think of no other strategy. He gritted his teeth and gathered a vast amount of demonic energy to unleash the diamond spear break against the fusion demon. Anticipating Kagome's command, the fusion demon, naturally, would not endure the attack unscathed. It crossed its blades in front of itself to block Inuyasha's powerful strike. Damn it. Inuyasha cursed under his breath, skillfully dodging several of the fusion demon's lightning attacks by jumping back, continuously circling the fusion demon to find an opportunity. Inuyasha, come over here. Uchiha Hanyen's eyes flickered with inspiration as he beckoned Inuyasha to his side, tossing a smoke bomb onto the ground, with a loud bang. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the two of them, and moments later, two sword-wielding Inuyashas dashed towards the sides of the fusion demon. Diamond spear break. Diamond spear break. The two Inuyashas shouted in unison, initiating the diamond spear break technique. Heh, you think you can confuse me? The fusion demon scoffed loudly, raising its two demonic blades to defend against the attacks from both directions. However, what the fusion demon did not expect was that neither of the Inuyashas released an attack. Instead, they mischievously smiled at it. Diamond spear break. Another Inuyasha emerged from beneath the ground behind the fusion demon, gathering half of his demonic energy into the diamond spear break and accurately striking the fusion demon's back. Ah! The fusion demon let out a pained roar as the demonic energy defense on its back was shattered, creating a massive opening. Before it could react, another figure emerged from the ground behind it. This time, it was Uchiha Hanyen, wielding both the Bloodwing Black Blade and the Chiyu sword, plunging them deep into the fusion demon's heart at the moment when its demonic energy defense could not replenish the breach. Sizzle, as the spiritual energy entered its body, a sound reminiscent of sulfuric acid corroding metal echoed, and the fusion demon's face contorted in agony as it swung its demonic blade at Uchiha Hanyen, who evaded using the body switch technique. Azure Dragon Break. Sesshomaru seized this rare opportunity, channeling his demonic energy into his sword, coalescing it into a bright blue dragon that charged towards the significantly enlarged wound created by Uchiha Hanyen. Ah, you bastard, die! The fusion demon, incensed by Sesshomaru's ambush, unleashed its demonic energy in all directions, sending forth a powerful blade of energy aimed directly at Sesshomaru's head. That I've been waiting for you. Diamond Explosion Break. Inuyasha appeared before Sesshomaru, combining the diamond spear break with the exploding stream technique to accelerate the formidable blade of energy back towards the fusion demon. The rebounding energy struck the fusion demon, obliterating the entirety of its left side and causing the cycle of demonic energy coursing through its body to collapse instantaneously. Demon Breaking Arrow. Demon Breaking Arrow. As the Bellflower and Goei simultaneously pierced the brain of the fused monster with the arrow of demon destruction. A prompt echoed in Uchiha Hayato's mind, signaling the completion of the task to eliminate the four fighting gods. Chapter 70. The Unexpected S-Rank Mission, accompanied by a slight disturbance in the fabric of space. Uchiha Hayato returned to the world of Hokage, bringing with him the spoils of battle collected during the mission. For this endeavor, the system rewarded him with 26 gold coins and 23 points of experience. The additional spoils were scarce, Excluding the pet Garo, he had only 4 weapons and a demon energy orb from within the fused monster, Windfang Blade, a lower-tier bronze weapon capable of harnessing the power of hurricanes for attack. Special skill, Earth Dragon Wind Concealment. When combined with Thunder Fang Blade, it can unleash the combination skill, Wind Thunder Divine Dragon. Recovery price, 22 gold coins. Thunder Fang Blade, a lower-tier bronze weapon capable of channeling the power of lightning for attack. Special skill, Heavenly Dragon Thunderbolt. When combined with Wind Fang Blade, it can unleash the combination skill, Wind Thunder Divine Dragon. Recovery price, 22 gold coins. Red Evil Spirit Fan, a lower-tier bronze weapon capable of summoning the power of flames for attack. Special skill, Scorching Bird Swarm. Recovery price, 20 gold coins. Chitian Cannon, a lower-tier bronze weapon that can convert energy into cannonballs for attack. Recovery price, 18 gold coins. Beast Spirit Demon Orb, a crystallized form of demon energy. Useful for aiding demons in cultivation or crafting weapons and tools. Recovery price, 15 gold coins. The levels of these weapons were on par with that of the Bloodwing Blackblade, and none exhibited particularly outstanding abilities. Therefore, Uchiha Hayato chose not to replace his equipment, instead storing them in the system space for future use or conversion into system gold coins. As for the Beast Spirit Demon Orb, it was designated for Garo's use in the pet space. After Garo swallowed the orb, he immediately fell into a deep slumber, and the duration required for him to absorb its power and complete his evolution remained uncertain. Uchiha Hayato's body had sustained considerable damage from the multiple openings of the 8 gates during the previous battle. Thus he refrained from training and opted to utilize medical ninjutsu to heal himself. Under the influence of the medical ninjutsu, the formidable regenerative power of the T-virus manifested even more astonishing results. Within just half a day, he had fully healed his injuries and even experienced slight progress, bringing him closer to the opening of the 5th gate. With the remaining half-day, Uchiha Hayato indulged in a rare break. Wandering leisurely around Konoha village, he visited the dango shop that Akamichi was particularly fond of in the original story, ordering a dozen skewers of dango in various flavors, along with a bowl of red bean soup, and sat there savoring the delicacies. Suddenly, a faint sound of weeping drew near, followed by a green-haired chunin accompanied by a crying black-haired genin entering the dango shop. The green-haired chunin gently patted the head of the black-haired genin, offering words of comfort. "Aiken, do not be disheartened. Even if you did not pass this assessment, you will surely become a chunin next time." The black-haired genin, named Aiken, sobbed even harder, expressing his frustration and resentment. "But Teacher Aoi, I answered all the previous questions correctly. Why was my qualification revoked for abandoning the 10th question? This is something you must discuss with your brother. He must have his own reasons," Aoi, the chunin teacher, replied, shaking his head as he handed Aiken a tissue to wipe his tears, then turned to the shopkeeper. "Sir, we would like 10 skewers of green bean dango and 10 skewers of red bean dango." "Please, certainly, please wait a moment," the shopkeeper responded, beginning to prepare their order. After placing the order, Teacher Aoi cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was paying attention to their conversation, then lowered his voice to Aiken. "If you truly wish to become a chunin this year, there may be a way." Upon hearing that there was still a chance for him to achieve his goal, Aiken immediately ceased his crying, his eyes alight with excitement as he asked, "Teacher Aoi, is that true?" "Yes, there is a special assessment, but I will explain the details when we return. For now, let us fill your stomach," Aoi replied, revealing a secretive smile as he turned his gaze to the ceiling. Concealing the coldness hidden deep within his eyes, seated a short distance away, Uchiha Hayato, possessing senses far surpassing those of ordinary ninjas, gleaned every word of their conversation, according to the regulations of the various ninja villages. Only through annual internal examinations or the triannual joint chunin exams could one attain chunin status. However, this only applied to ordinary civilian students. For those with connections and backing, various supplementary tests and recommendations could facilitate special promotions. So the information exchange between them did not overly astonish Uchiha Hayato. After finishing his meal, Uchiha Hayato settled the bill and left, heading to a clothing store to purchase a black coat reminiscent of a ceremonial robe. While he was quite satisfied with the style of the garment, to avoid inciting the ire of the family's traditionalists, he reluctantly spent extra to have the store embroider the rather unsightly Uchiha clan fan emblem upon it. Facing the elite ninjas of Konoha, the shopkeeper exhibited utmost courtesy, swiftly completing the embroidery of the fan emblem and even gifting him a brand new Konoha forehead protector. After concluding his shopping, Uchiha Hayato noted that the day was still young and decided to visit the cinema to watch the recently popular film The Adventures of Little Princess. Starring the up-and-coming actress Fuji Kazuki, the story followed a little princess who, after becoming lost in the forest, with the aid of several small fairies, defeated the ferocious wolf army and returned to the human world. Although Uchiha Hayato found the plot rather cliché, the director's unique filming techniques and the heartfelt performances of the actors rendered the film deeply moving, at least for the ordinary citizens of the Hokage world who had not been exposed to Hollywood or the anime of the 11th District. After spending an entire afternoon at the cinema, Uchiha Hayato dined at Ichiraku Ramen, purchasing some ninja tools and explosive tags on his way home. The following day, as his vacation concluded, Uchiha Hayato joined Captain Shinha and others in the Umbu to execute an A-rank mission to rescue an intelligence operative. An operative investigating in the Land of Earth had inadvertently revealed his identity and was pursued by a squad of IWA ninja. With partial assistance from the intelligence system, he had managed to evade capture within the borders of the Land of Earth, but could not break free from the encirclement. The mission for Uchiha Hayato and his team was to enter the Land of Earth, locate this intelligence operative, and ensure his safe return to Konoha. The mission proceeded smoothly. Upon arriving in the Land of Earth, they quickly established contact with the operative, ambushing and eliminating two pursuing IWA ninja squads before safely returning to the Land of Fire. Upon reaching the border town, before they could rest, local intelligence personnel immediately appeared, delivering an urgent S-rank mission from the Umbu to Captain Shinha. Chapter 71. Rescue of Ibiichi. After reviewing the contents of the mission scroll, Captain Shinha's expression grew particularly grave as he addressed the team. This mission is exceedingly perilous and may even require infiltrating the Rain Ninja village for combat. The specific objective is to rescue the captured Jonin Mori no Ibiichi and retrieve the second Hokage's ninjutsu scroll and a replica of the Raijin sword. What? How could Ibiichi be captured by the Rain Ninja village? Fuka, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly stood up, oblivious to her own outburst, and anxiously inquired, "Captain, what has happened to Ibiichi? Is he still alive?" The others looked at Fuka, who was usually cheerful and carefree. Realizing that her true identity likely held a close connection to Mori no Ibiichi, explaining her distress over his safety today an hour ago. While Ibiichi was on a mission, he was ambushed by the Rain Ninja and captured. However, you need not worry too much. After all, Ibiichi is a Jonin from Konoha, and the Rain Ninja would not easily kill him. They will likely attempt to extract valuable information from him as long as we arrive in a timely manner. We can rescue him. Captain Shinha reassured the anxious Fuka before commanding the team. No more idle chatter. We depart immediately. Understood. Uchiha Hayato and the others responded promptly, following Captain Shinha as they left the border town and raced towards the Rain Ninja village. During their journey, the usually reticent Kawagawa, who had a low profile in the team, finally spoke up to inquire, "Captain, shouldn't such precious items as the second Hokage's ninjutsu scroll and the replica Raijin sword be stored in a sealed location with ninja guards? The specifics of the situation elude me as well. All I know is that the guard was slain by an unknown assailant. Sanai Ibiki's younger brother, Sanai Ken, delivered two items to the Chunin Wolfkinki and conspired with him to betray the village." Captain Shinha, equally perplexed, shared the information he had gleaned from the border intelligence personnel while accepting the mission. At this moment, Fengha had regained some composure, though her spirits remained low. After listening to Captain Shinha's words, she shook her head and said, "Ken's dream was to become a respected Jonin like Ibiki. How could he possibly choose to betray the village? He must have been deceived. The truth will eventually be uncovered, and if he was indeed misled, the Hokage would surely not impose a severe punishment on him given Ibiki's contributions." Captain Shinha would not hastily judge Sanai Ken's actions based solely on Fengha's words. He expressed his views candidly. "Captain, has the scroll of the second Hokage fallen into the hands of the Rain Ninja village? Could the forbidden techniques contained within be leaked?" Shinke was unconcerned about whether Sanai Ken had betrayed Konoha, but was anxious about the powerful forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage being acquired by the Rain Ninja village, which could significantly bolster their strength and threaten the safety of Konoha's comrades on future missions. Rest assured, such a precious scroll requires special techniques to open, otherwise, its contents would be destroyed. Only the Jonin of Konoha possess these techniques. The traitor, Wolfkinki, is merely a Chunin, thus they cannot access the forbidden techniques within. Captain Shinha understood Sanai Ibiki's character and his loyalty to Konoha, and he did not worry about the possibility of Ibiki revealing the method to open the scroll. Yet, he secretly harbored concerns about whether the Rain Ninja possessed some unique means or abilities to forcibly extract information from Ibiki's memory. Uchiha Heiken listened quietly to the discussion without participating, his mind entirely focused on the forbidden technique scroll of the second Hokage. The founder of Konoha was the renowned Senja Hashirama, hailed as the god of shinobi, whose reputation overshadowed that of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Nevertheless, the second Hokage was no less powerful than Hashirama. Although he lacked the formidable wood-release bloodline, he excelled in the development of ninjutsu. Techniques such as Naruto Uzumaki's Shadow Clone technique, the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, and the groundbreaking reanimation jutsu that influenced future generations all originated from him. It is worth noting that a significant portion of the forbidden techniques found in Konoha's sealing book was also developed by the second Hokage. Illustrating the depth of his mastery in ninjutsu, Uchiha Heiken had previously recognized his own weaknesses and techniques, and now, faced with the scroll documenting all of the second Hokage's ninjutsu, he immediately began to contemplate seizing the opportunity to claim it for himself. However, he was unaware of the current whereabouts of the ninjutsu scroll, so he would first need to investigate the Rain Ninja village before formulating any plans that asked for Sanai Ibiki's safety. It was not within Uchiha Heiken's realm of concern. The small town at the border of the Land of Fire was in close proximity to the Land of Rain. Under the swift pace that disregarded exhaustion, Uchiha Heiken and his companions arrived at the location where Ibiki was captured in just 1 hour. Split up and search for clues. Captain Shinha decisively issued the command, instructing everyone to find the route taken by the Rain Ninja during their retreat. Before long, Captain Shinha discovered the unmistakable path of the Rain Ninja's escape and gathered everyone to pursue. Ultimately finding several Rain Ninja laughing and chatting at a nearby outpost, along with the rogue Konoha ninja, Lufkinki, who bore a distinct mark on his forehead protector. Secret technique, perception. Finka quietly unleashed the perception technique to investigate the circumstances within the outpost, then reported back to Captain Shinha. Captain, there are 6 Jonin, 6 Chunin, and 16 Genin inside. That means, excluding the captured Ibiki, we are faced with 5 Jonin-level Rain Ninja. This is going to be troublesome. Upon learning of the enemy's strength, Captain Shinha's expression grew graver. He understood that his small team was no match for the opposition, and a careless move could lead to their complete annihilation. However, the urgency of the mission left him no time to seek reinforcements from another Umbu team. He had to find a way to prioritize the rescue of their primary target, Sanai Ibiki. Kanjing, I heard you summoned a summoning beast during the Chunin exams. How strong is it? Captain Shinha turned to Uchiha Heiken, preparing to formulate the next plan based on the strength of the small Pishio. Captain, my summoning beast possesses the strength of an elite Jonin. Uchiha Heiken's gaze flickered as he concealed the true power of the small Pishio. Excellent. The small Pishio's strength exceeded Captain Shinha's expectations, bringing him great delight as he began to make arrangements for the next steps. Everyone, listen closely. I have a plan. In the interrogation room of the Rain Ninja outpost, the sinister Lufkinki cruelly tormented Sanai Ibiki. Bound to the interrogation chair, Ibiki, why do you stubbornly refuse me? Your brother has already betrayed Konoha. Do you not wish to live together with him? If you reveal the method to unlock the scroll, I will recommend you for a position in the Rain Ninja village, even a high-ranking role. Observing Ibiki's continued silence despite his torment, Lufkinki abandoned coercive methods and sought to entice him with the allure of power. I refuse. The previously silent Sanai Ibiki finally spoke, but his words were not the answer Lufkinki had hoped for. Ibiki, do you truly wish to die? Lufkinki scoffed, pressing a kunai against Sanai Ken's neck. Threatening, even if you are willing to sacrifice yourself for Konoha, have you not considered your brother's safety? Sanai Ibiki glanced at his younger brother, his fists clenched tightly, yet he calmly replied, even if Ken is lacking, he is still a Konoha ninja. He is not afraid of death. Such threats hold no weight for me to know. Is that so? I beg to differ. Lufkinki, well acquainted with his student, pressed the kunai down slightly, piercing the skin of Sanai Ken's neck. Brother, save me. Sanai Ken, still a youth, succumbed to the fear of death and instinctively called out for his most trusted and relied upon brother. The sound of Ken's cries twisted Sanai Ibiki's heart, but when faced with the choice between the village and his brother, he steadfastly chose Konoha, which had nurtured both himself and Ken. Stop. I will tell you how to unlock the scroll. Seeing the kunai poised to pierce his brother's throat, Sanai Ibiki's expression shifted dramatically, shouting to Kinki, disregarding their teacher-student bond. Haha, Ibiki, it seems you do not love Konoha as much as you thought. Well, Kinki laughed triumphantly, believing that Sanai Ibiki had ultimately chosen to submit, and approached him, commanding, "Quickly reveal the method to unlock the scroll." The method to unlock the scroll is, pretending to yield. Sanai Ibiki seized the moment when Kinki relaxed, shouting loudly as he tripped him with a kick and headbutt Kinki's skull. Caught off guard. Kinki let out a cry as he fell backwards, crashing into a large vat filled with flammable oil, blood streaming from his head as the spilled oil stung his eyes, rendering him nearly incapacitated. With a swift motion, Sanai Ibiki freed one arm from his restraints, retrieving a small knife hidden in his shoe and throwing it to sever the ropes binding his brother. Kin, run. Sanai Ibiki recognized this as his brother's last chance for escape and urged him to flee. Brother, I'll help you. Sanai Kin attempted to assist in freeing Sanai Ibiki, but was sternly admonished. Do not concern yourself with me. I will handle this, and then leave in a brief moment. Kinki managed to clear the debris from his vision. Clutching his bleeding head as he rose from the ground, gritting his teeth and snarling, "Damn Ibiki, you both shall die here. Damn it, have I failed again?" Sanai Ibiki sighed inwardly, resigning himself as he closed his eyes. Just as Kinki prepared to deliver the fatal blow, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, followed by intense tremors shaking the ground and a series of explosions ringing out around the outpost. What is happening? El Chinkue steadied himself, letting out a furious roar, momentarily setting aside the intention to slay the two individuals as he exited the chamber to investigate the commotion. Fire release. Head hardship. Joint ninjutsu. Wind release. Super great breakthrough. Roaring waves of fury. The furious winds and raging flames intertwined, instantly igniting a multitude of wooden structures within the Rain Ninja's stronghold. Following this, another roar erupted, as a massive surge of water, mixed with earth and debris, rushed towards the stronghold. Earth release. Earth barrier. Water release. Water barrier. Water release. Water dragon technique. Water release. Heavenly rain. Several elite rain shinobi had already emerged from the buildings, immediately forming hand seals to mount a defense, striving to prevent their base from being obliterated by the sudden onslaught. Those leaf shinobi. Quickly eliminate them. Upon recognizing the attackers as Uchiha Weiyan and his companions, donned in the garb of the Leaf Umbu, the commander of the Rain Ninja stronghold swiftly issued orders, encircling them with over 20 rain shinobi. Shadow clone technique. Captain Shingha created a shadow clone, both versions launching themselves at the two most formidable rain shinobi. Despite Captain Shingha possessing the strength of an elite jonin, facing off against two top-tier rain jonin meant that, even at full effort, he could only barely delay them, revealing signs of defeat under their relentless assault. Chinkei summoned forth several eagle-shaped summoning beasts, coordinating their attacks against one elite jonin and several nearby chunin. Unfortunately, the dense forest terrain hampered the speed advantage of the eagle summoning beasts. Initially, their numbers caused some trouble for the rain shinobi, but as the enemy adapted to their fighting rhythm, they sustained successive heavy blows, signaling an impending downfall. The little Pishio roared, concealing its true strength at Uchiha Weiyan's behest. Preparing to confront the last two elite rain jonin alongside the remaining chunin, with its massive size and robust defense, the little Pishio easily withstood the full-force attacks from the elite rain jonin, resembling a colossal tank as it trampled the encountered rain chunin and genin. Lastly, the elite chunin Hichuan swiftly dispatched the remaining rain genin, cutting them down with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Damn those leaf umbu! With the acquisition of a replica of the Sword of Raijin, El Chinkue felt somewhat emboldened. Witnessing the unfolding situation, he immediately joined the fray, unleashing his pent-up fury upon the relatively weaker Hichuan. Though both possessed the prowess of elite chunin, Hichuan, having endured numerous perils as an umbu, boasted far more combat experience than El Chinkue, even when faced with El Chinkue wielding the Sword of Raijin. He held his ground, even managing to slay a few rain genin attempting to assist El Chinkue, remaining one of the least pressured among them. Rasengan, leveraging the speed granted by the 8 gates. Uchiha Weiyan darted between the two enemies attacking him, summoning a Rasengan in his left hand that obliterated a chunin who had never encountered this ninjutsu before, then swiftly dodging the assault of another elite rain jonin. As this round of attacks concluded, Uchiha Weiyan leaped back onto the back of the little Pishio, surveying the tumultuous battlefield, realizing that apart from himself and each one, the others were rapidly falling behind and would soon be overwhelmed by the rain shinobi. Boom! Captain Shinha's shadow clone was obliterated by a rain jonin, significantly increasing the pressure on his original form, which could no longer maintain the distraction and was forced to evade the enemy's strikes. In this critical moment, a signal flare shot up from within the stronghold, and shortly thereafter, the long-absent Feng He led the Mori brothers onto the battlefield. Everyone, retreat according to plan, upon seeing Feng He and the others arrive. Captain Shinha breathed a sigh of relief and commanded the group to withdraw. Wind release, pressure damage, earth release, earth flowing river, water release, great waterfall technique. Uchiha Weiyan and his companions unleashed a series of rapid attacks to repel their adversaries, then released expansive ninjutsu to obstruct the enemy's pursuit, scattering in different directions to break through. Uchiha Weiyan retrieved the little Pishio, opting not to escape through less populated areas, but rather following Feng He and the Mori brothers in their retreat. Witnessing that his hard-caught Mori Ibiki was being rescued by the Leaf Shinobi, El Chinkue shouted in exasperation, "Quickly pursue them! We haven't yet obtained the method to activate the scroll. We cannot let Ibiki escape." Hearing El Chinkue's call, 3 of the elite jonin swiftly changed their direction, pursuing Uchiha Weiyan and his 3 companions. Uchiha Weiyan quickly caught up to Feng He and the others, inquiring of Mori Ibiki, who was carrying his brother, Ibiki Jonin. The replica of the sword of Raijin is in El Chinkue's possession. Where is Lord Second's ninjutsu scroll? That is one of our mission items to retrieve. I am afraid the ninjutsu scroll is also in El Chinkue's hands, but they do not know how to activate it, Mori Ibiki revealed, having learned of Uchiha Weiyan's mission from Feng He without holding back. What a pity. With our current strength, we are temporarily unable to reclaim it. Uchiha Weiyan expressed regret verbally, yet internally felt a surge of joy. As long as the scroll remained intact, he still had a chance to acquire the forbidden techniques within. We are closing in. Quickly intercept them. Leveraging his familiarity with the environment, El Chinkue and the Rain Shinobi rapidly caught up to Uchiha Weiyan and the others, closely trailing them and continually shortening the distance. This one do, we can't shake them off. The group swiftly assessed the situation, realizing that if they continued to flee like this, they would undoubtedly be caught by the Rain Shinobi. One among them would need to make a sacrifice to delay their pursuers. Let me stay behind to hold off the enemy. After all, this is all because of IGN.as for IGN. Please ensure you bring him back to the Leaf safely. Mori Ibiki, filled with guilt over the troubles caused by his brother, prepared to sacrifice himself to alleviate some of the burden from IGN.no. Ibiki, you take IGN and leave. Let me stay. Feng He vehemently rejected Mori Ibiki's proposal, wishing to leave the hope of survival for him. Listen to me. You must go. Do not let me die with regrets. Mori Ibiki, now aware that Feng He was his beloved, felt deeply moved by her actions, but resolutely declined her offer. I will not leave. If necessary, I will have the Kanjiing take IGN away, and I will stay with you. Feng He, too, had made up her mind, choosing to share life and death with Mori Ibiki. You two must not argue. I will stay. You must go. Do not let my sacrifice be in vain. Uchiha Weiyan halted, bidding farewell amidst their protests, and turned back toward the Rain Shinobi, witnessing Uchiha Weiyan's decisive actions. Feng He and Mori Ibiki could only gratefully accept his goodwill and swiftly fled into the distance. Not long after, the sounds of intense battle erupted from afar, followed by Uchiha Weiyan's anguished scream. And then all fell silent. Feng He and the others believed Uchiha Weiyan had perished at the hands of the Rain Shinobi, burying their emotions of gratitude and sorrow deep within as they fled with Mori Aijian. Desperate to escape, however, unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Weiyan had not succumbed to death. He was merely surrounded by El Chinkue and 3 elite jonin. Mere moments prior, El Chinkue and his companions encountered Uchiha Weiyan blocking their path. And before they could strike, they were left bewildered by Uchiha Weiyan's unexpected maneuvers. Uchiha Weiyan first summoned a colossal summoning beast, then, in coordination with it, wreaked havoc on the surrounding environment, before emitting a chilling scream that echoed behind him. El Chinkue, filled with perplexity, glared at Uchiha Weiyan and demanded, "What are you Umbu from the Leaf doing?" "Nothing of consequence. Those of you about to meet your end need not concern yourselves with such matters." Uchiha Weiyan replied, surveying El Chinkue from atop the head of the little Pishio with a bemused grin. El Chinkue, is it, surrender the scroll of the second Hokage? Ha! Are you daft? Do you truly believe that an elite Jonin-level summoning beast can contend with us? Seize him alive. El Chinkue laughed derisively at Uchiha Weiyan's audacity, commanding his subordinates to capture him. An elite Jonin-level summoning beast may not suffice against you. But what if it were a shadow-level summoning beast? Uchiha Yahan's lips curled into a wicked smile as he commanded the small Pishio to unleash a blood explosion, ordering it to attack with relentless vigor. The Pishio, unrestrained, struck fiercely during its initial onslaught, leaving one of the two genin dead and the other grievously wounded. Amidst their horrified gazes, it let out an excited growl, systematically dispatching them, leaving only the shattered green Chinkue in its wake. No. This cannot be. If his summoned beast were truly so formidable, why had it displayed such weakness in previous battles? Green Chinkue collapsed in a panic, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Suspecting he had fallen victim to an illusion cast by Uchiha Yahan, he frantically attempted to dispel the illusion, yet no change occurred. With the battle concluded, Uchiha Yahan recalled the Pishio into the system space and strolled over to Green Chinkue's side, his blood-winged black blade descending mercilessly. Indeed, it was a wretched imitation. Uchiha Yahan picked up the replica Raijin sword that had fallen to the ground, testing its power briefly before discarding it into the system space with a look of disdain. As he rummaged through Green Chinkue's corpse, Uchiha Yahan discovered a scroll inscribed with sealing techniques, a forbidden technique long studied by the second Hokage. This might indeed warrant my defection from Konoha. Uchiha Yahan felt a surge of excitement as he tossed his Konoha forehead protector and the clothing adorned with a fan motif into the system space, with a fire release technique. He incinerated the body of the range shinobi, then transformed into a destitute rogue ninja, leaving the scene without a backward glance. The second Hokage's ninjutsu scroll became the pivotal factor in Uchiha Yahan's feigned death, facilitating his escape and severing ties with Konoha. Henceforth, Uchiha Yahan would no longer be bound by Konoha's constraints, allowing him greater freedom to pursue his ambitions and elevate his strength. Thus, the vast seas beckoned for fish to leap, and the lofty skies invited birds to soar. A new chapter began in the journey of Uchiha Yahan, the path of the strong. Chapter 74, an unexpected encounter with a rogue ninja in the tumultuous ninja world. Countless lives were birthed and extinguished daily. Thus, Uchiha Yahan's death during a mission stirred little commotion in Konoha, merely adding another name to the memorial stone. Even his teammates gradually buried their sorrow beneath the weight of their daily tasks, recalling Uchiha Yahan's existence only in fleeting moments of nostalgia. For Uchiha Yahan, such a situation was ideal. He no longer had to be concerned about the machinations of Madara and Obito, nor would he face disturbances from Konoha Zanbu due to his defection. He could cultivate in peace for a time, and once he attained greater strength, he would watch with amusement as the cataclysm unfolded across the entire ninja realm. Years later, the northwest of Konoha lay the land of rain, while the land of rice bordered it to the north. Uchiha Yahan opted not to traverse through the land of fire, instead choosing a detour through the narrow spaces between the land of grass, the land of waterfalls, and the land of frost. Although this route extended his journey by 2 or 3 days, it ensured safety and minimized the risk of exposing his disguise, preserving the efforts he had previously undertaken and preventing unnecessary complications. A day later, Uchiha Yahan crossed into the land of grass. This elongated nation bordered both the powerful land of fire and the land of earth, while being encircled by the mightier land of rain and the land of waterfalls. Viewed from any direction, it faced limitations from neighboring countries, hindering effective development and relegating its strength to the lowest tier among the ninja nations. This very backwardness rendered the towns within the land of grass considerably smaller than those in other countries, providing Uchiha Yahan ample convenience in his quest for information. In just half a day, he located a hidden underground black market in the slums of a small town. The underground black market was a vast clandestine entity within the world of Naruto, engaging in illicit services such as high-priced information sales, assassination bounties, human trafficking, and military supply trades that legitimate ninja villages would not entertain, thus extracting substantial fees to sustain its operations, comprising numerous members, including rogue ninjas, missing mean, and some warriors adept in chakra manipulation. It rivaled the 5 great ninja villages in terms of numbers, though it lagged behind in elite combat power, consequently, apart from the 5 great nations. Other smaller countries almost universally harbored such underground black markets. Upon entering the depths of the underground black market, Uchiha Yahan was approached by a service staff member who respectfully inquired, "Greetings, esteemed sir. Welcome to the underground black market. How may I assist you? I wish to procure some intelligence, Uchiha Yahan replied. Curiously observing the bounty hunters within the market, he produced a handful of coins from his space as a tip. Thank you, sir. Please follow me. The attendant responded politely, guiding Uchiha Yahan to the entrance of a secluded room, gesturing for him to enter alone. Upon entering, Uchiha Yahan found the room rather spacious, furnished only with a large conference table and a masked operative. Esteemed sir, please take a seat. The operative gestured for Uchiha Yahan to sit across from him and then inquired, what kind of intelligence do you seek? Do you have any information on Orochimaru? Uchiha Yahan inquired straightforwardly, uncertain if they could provide intelligence on such a powerful figure. Orochimaru, the S-class rogue ninja from Konoha. The operative regarded Uchiha Yahan with surprise, before using a special technique to sift through the intelligence directory. After a moment, he replied, we do possess some information on him, but the price is rather steep. Would you like to acquire all of it, or just a portion? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Yahan asked, how much would it cost to learn about Orochimaru's stronghold in the land of rice? The operative checked again, and, with an apologetic tone, stated, I'm afraid, esteemed sir, we do not have information on Orochimaru's stronghold. Only a general area where he frequently appears. A general area will suffice. What is the price for this information? Uchiha Yahan inquired, understanding that a shrewd character like Orochimaru would not easily allow ordinary rogue ninjas to discover his stronghold. 800,000 ryo, the operative announced, providing the specific price set by the headquarters based on the rarity of the information. Deal. Uchiha Yahan retrieved a substantial sum of coins from his system space and handed them to the operative. Once the verification was complete, the operative presented him with a scroll containing the relevant intelligence. Having acquired the information he sought, Uchiha Yahan exited the underground black market and continued his journey toward the land of rice. By the following evening, Uchiha Yahan crossed the borders into the land of waterfalls. The terrain of the land of waterfalls was highly varied, with numerous rivers creating waterfalls of all sizes. Concealed behind the largest waterfall lay the hidden village of Takigakure. Takigakure was a diminutive ninja village, scarcely mentioned in the original narrative, leaving only the impression of Kakazu, a rogue ninja who joined the Akatsuki, and Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, upon entering a small town within the land of waterfalls. Uchiha Yahan found a reasonably pleasant inn to stay in. However, he was jolted awake during his evening meditation by the sounds of a fierce altercation emanating from the inn, leaping onto the inn's rooftop. Uchiha Yahan peered toward the source of the commotion, observing several ninjas from Takigakure, adorned with their village's forehead protectors, assaulting a grim-faced rogue ninja, swiftly encircling him. The leader of the Takigakure ninjas gestured for his comrades to hold their attacks momentarily. Sternly admonishing the rogue, Water Smoke, how dare you ambush the leader of the Simu clan? Surrender now and return with us to face punishment. The rogue ninja, Water Smoke, scoffed at the Takigakure captain's attempt to negotiate, disdainfully retorting, with such powerful treasures at your disposal, you fail to utilize them. The weakness of Takigakure lies in fools like you. Humph, since you remain unrepentant, do not blame us for not granting you a chance. The Takigakure captain eyed Water Smoke warily, commanding his subordinates, all together now, do not let him escape. Ha! You think a few worthless fools like you can capture me, the strongest genin of Takigakure? How absurd! Water Smoke unleashed a secret technique, his aura surging as he transcended to the elite genin level, charging fearlessly at the Takigakure ninjas, each of whom possessed only special genin strength. The battle concluded swiftly with Water Smoke's Pyrrhic victory. Just as he prepared to flee and seek a concealed place to tend to his wounds, Uchiha Yahan's figure appeared before him. I believe you would be most willing to answer a few questions of mine. Would you not? Observing the languid breath of the rogue ninja, Shui Yin, a smirk of mockery crept upon the lips of Uchiha Yin. Chapter 75, The Journey to Dekinen Village in a Secluded Forest of the Land of Waterfalls. Uchiha Yin stood face to face with the rogue ninja, known as Shui Yan. He watched Shui Yin tending to his wounds with medicine. Uchiha Yin chuckled softly and inquired, pray tell, what is the treasure you mentioned earlier? Shui Yan's expression shifted, but he dared not deceive the formidable Uchiha Yin in his injured state. After a moment's contemplation, he inhaled deeply and replied, the treasure is the hero's water of our Dekinen village. The hero's water, elaborate on that, if you please. Uchiha Yin stroked his chin, feeling as though he had heard of this substance before. Yet its specifics eluded him momentarily. The hero's water is a legendary artifact passed down through generations in Dekinen village, capable of exponentially enhancing a ninja's chakra, having already divulged the existence of the treasure. Shui Yin withheld no further information, revealing all he knew. Oh, so it is that substance. With Shui Yan's explanation, Uchiha Yin finally recalled the details surrounding the hero's water and the rogue ninja Shui Yin. Indeed, the hero's water was a remarkable liquid, yet its side effects were equally grave, with a significant risk of causing the drinker's demise. Even if it successfully augmented chakra, it would incessantly drain the drinker's vitality, leading to an untimely death. Moreover, the enhancement pertains solely to the total chakra capacity, with little improvement in overall strength, rendering it less appealing to Uchiha Yin, though it could be utilized for other purposes. As for the rogue ninja Shui Yin, he was merely a minor character in the original narrative, tasked with seizing the hero's water, ultimately falling victim to the combined might of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, becoming a tragic source of experience points for their ascension. Once Shui Yin had tended to his wounds, Uchiha Yin commanded, "Lead the way. Our destination is Tekinen Village." Tekinen Village, are you planning to seize the hero's water? Shui Yin exclaimed, astonished by Uchiha Yin's intent. Indeed, should everything proceed smoothly, I shall share a portion with you, Uchiha Yin affirmed, nodding to ensure Shui Yin would not attempt any tricks. Shui Yin, however, did not succumb to the allure of the hero's water. Instead, he responded with calmness, "Though your strength is commendable, it is impossible to seize the hero's water from the village." Uchiha Yin was taken aback by Shui Yin's refusal, prompting him to ask curiously, "Why do you say so? Is it due to the presence of the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki in Tekinen Village?" The Seven-Tails Jinchuriki had not been heard from in Tekinen Village for many years. "I refer to the leader, Shimu, and several elite jonin. If they were to consume the hero's water, they would elevate to the level of jonin or even elite jonin. Even if we joined forces, we would stand no chance against them." In Shui Yan's view, the notion that Uchiha Yin, possessing merely the strength of a jonin, could seize the hero's water from Tekinen Village was tantamount to courting death. "Fear not. I possess a shadow-level summoning beast that a mere few jonin are no cause for concern." Upon hearing Shui Yan's words, Uchiha Yin breathed a sigh of relief. In the absence of a Jinchuriki, the endeavor was nearly devoid of difficulty. A shadow-level summoning beast. Shui Yin gasped, astonished that Uchiha Yin could command such a powerful creature. Yet, the confidence radiating from Uchiha Yin suggested he was not deceiving him. "Very well, I shall lead the way." The longing for the hero's water ignited within Shui Yin, compelling him to take a leap of faith and ultimately decide to guide Uchiha Yin. Under Shui Yan's direction, the two hastened toward Tekinen Village, arriving the following morning atop a mountain overlooking the village's waterfall, were it not for knowledge gleaned from the anime that Tekinen Village was concealed behind the waterfall. Uchiha Yin would scarcely believe that this forested area was the village's location. Upon entering the cavern behind the waterfall, Shui Yin pointed to a pool on the left and reverently addressed Uchiha Yin, who went by the name Yin. "Lord Yin, the entrance to Tekinen Village lies beneath the pool. Let us proceed." Uchiha Yin nodded, and Shui Yin promptly led him through the concealed passage beneath the pool, traversing into the hidden Tekinen Village within the natural barrier. After a brief swim, they emerged from the passage into a lake surrounding the outskirts of Tekinen Village. Uchiha Yin burst forth from the water with a splash, breathing in the fresh air and gazing upon the colossal divine tree that overshadowed the entire area above and the village nestled beneath it, a satisfied expression gracing his face. "Lord Yin, there lies Tekinen Village. What shall we do next?" Shui Yin swam over, extending his hand toward the distant village, seeking Uchiha Yin's guidance. "Leave it to me. You shall act later." Uchiha Yin opened his summoning space, releasing Ganluo, who had significantly increased in power after devouring the beast spirit demon pearl. With a thunderous crash, Ganluo plunged into the lake, sending a spray of water soaring high, and let out an exuberant roar, alerting the guards of Tekinen Village, who swiftly raced toward their location. During the interval before the ninja from Tekinen arrived, Uchiha Yin took the opportunity to examine the evolved Ganluo. Its already massive form had grown even larger, its azure scales replacing its former skin, while its brown spiked armor transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Its once short limbs had elongated, now adorned with several glimmering claws. The evolved Ganluo inherited the abilities of the three other Do gods, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities and granting it the ability to traverse land with ease, drastically improving both its combat prowess and versatility. much to Uchiha Heian's satisfaction. Lord Yin, is this truly your summoning beast? It is astonishingly powerful. Shui Yin gazed in awe at Gan Luo, radiating formidable might, his demeanor growing increasingly deferential. Uchiha Heian paid no heed to Shui Yan's flattery, focusing instead on the approaching Dakinen guards, commanding Gan Luo, eliminate them. Yes, master. Gan Luo complied, launching dozens of projectiles infused with terrifying wind and thunderous energy from its armored slots, bombarding the positions of the Dakinen ninjas. Boom, 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 boom. The projectiles detonated beside the Dakinen ninjas, unleashing the tempestuous wind and thunder energy that wreaked havoc across the area, resulting in devastating casualties among the Dakinen forces, except for a handful of relatively competent ninjas who managed to escape. The others perished under Gan Luo's onslaught. Cursed invaders, I shall make you pay for my brother's life. Shui Yin, you traitor, how dare you bring outsiders to invade our village? The remaining Dakinen ninjas arrived near the lake. Recognizing Uchiha Heian atop Gan Luo and Shui Yin, and immediately grasped the situation, erupting in furious accusations. Humph, you ignorant fools, to dare shout in the presence of Lord Yin is to court death. Shui Yin scoffed, mercilessly rebuking them, addressing the leader, Shimu. As long as you surrender the hero's water, Lord Yin shall spare Dakinen village. Never, the hero's water belongs to Dakinen village. How could it be given to outsiders? Leader Shimu resolutely rejected Shui Yan's demand, retrieving several thumb-sized glass vials from his ninja tool pouch and tossing them to his subordinates, commanding, the village is in peril. For its sake, everyone consume the hero's water. Yes, Leader Shimu, the remaining 10 or so Dakinen ninjas wasted no time, uncapping the vials and drinking the contents in one swift motion. Chapter 76. The first subordinate Uchiha Heian's eyes gleamed as he observed the Dakinen ninjas whose chakra surged after consuming the hero's water. Intrigued as he remarked, how fascinating. Is this the effect of the hero's water? Indeed, Lord Yin, this is the legendary hero's water that has been safeguarded by the leaders of Dakinen village for generations. Shui Yin greedily eyed the small glass vials in the hands of the Dakinen ninjas, hoping that Uchiha Heian would defeat them and share some of the hero's water to enhance his own strength. All together now, eliminate the invaders. With leader Shimu's command, the Dakinen ninjas, now adapted to their surging chakra, simultaneously launched an assault against Uchiha Heian and Shui Yin. Roar, scorching bird swarm, with a thunderous roar. Ganlu unleashed a fierce cry, causing the sharp spikes on the back of his armor to emit a vivid crimson glow. At the same time, plumes of fiery demonic energy erupted from their tips, transforming into hundreds of scorching birds the size of eagles, which lunged towards the advancing Dakinen shinobi. Although the individual strength of these searing birds was not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge to the Dakinen, obstructing their progress towards Uchiha Yohan, let alone inflicting any harm upon them. Ultimately, following the active engagement of Shui Yin, the Dakinen were swiftly overwhelmed and captured one after another by Uchiha Yohan. Shui Yin, the handling of this situation is entrusted to you. Please procure the hero's water for me as swiftly as possible. Uchiha Yohan commanded as he retracted Ganlu and settled beneath a nearby tree, closing his eyes to rest, delegating the interrogation of the Dakinen to Shui Yin. Yes, Lord Yin, Shui Yin respectfully replied, approaching the bound leader of the Dakinen, Shirmu, with a conflicted expression. Shirmu, I believe you are now acutely aware of our current predicament. If you wish to prevent the annihilation of Dakinen village, it would be prudent to surrender the hero's water. Ignoring Shui Yin's words, Shirmu solemnly questioned him. Shui Yin, you are the village's hero. Why have you chosen to betray us? Why do you ask? A wave of melancholy surged within Shui Yin, transforming into a resolute quest for strength. Pointing at the restrained Dakinen surrounding them, he replied hoarsely, this is the reason. Shirmu fell silent, casting a glance at the authoritative Uchiha Yohan before inquiring, Shui Yin, if I relinquish the hero's water, can you assure me that the villagers will be spared? Rest assured, I assure you, for I too have spent my childhood here. Shui Yin reassured him, knowing that Uchiha Yohan's sole objective was the hero's water, harboring no malice towards Dakinen village, thus rendering its destruction unnecessary. Very well, I shall disclose the location. The hero's water is stored in a hidden chamber to the left of the third passageway, concealed by a barrier. The method to unlock it is, regardless of whether Shui Yin was deceiving him, for the safety of the villagers, Shirmu had no choice but to trust him and divulge the whereabouts of the hero's water. I understand. Once Shermu finished, Shuiyin immediately submerged into the dark passage beneath the lake, returning shortly thereafter with a glass gourd filled with liquid. Lord Yin, this is all the Hero-S water from Dekinen village, Shuiyin proclaimed as he knelt before Uchiha Yohan, respectfully presenting the Hero-S water. Uchiha Yohan examined the glass gourd, utilizing the system to verify its authenticity. Essence of wood, black iron mid-intermediate, a spiritual liquid condensed from a millennium-old tree, capable of enhancing the total energy. Recovery value, 8 gold coins. Upon reading the system's description, Uchiha Yohan comprehended that the so-called Hero-S water was the spiritual liquid derived from the colossal tree overshadowing Dekinen village. After storing the Hero-S water in the system space, Uchiha Yohan spared the captured Dekinen any further hardship and departed from Dekinen village alongside Shuiyin. Shortly after their departure, Shermu and the others freed themselves from their bindings, bowing their heads in guilt at the calamity that had befallen their village. Upon returning to Dekinen village from the lakeside, Shermu promptly convened a high-level meeting, relaying all that had transpired to those who had not witnessed it firsthand. Shermu, now that we no longer possess the Hero-S water, what shall we do if our village is invaded? One high-ranking Dekinen, recovering from the grief and resentment of losing the Hero-S water, posed a deeply concerning question. Shermu sighed and lamented, only the remnants of the Hero-S water I previously extracted remain. It is insufficient to guarantee the village's safety. It appears we must reawaken the Seven Tails. The Seven Tails? But has it not been missing for some time? The Dekinen exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Shermu. Shermu shook his head and explained, the Seven Tails has been sealed within the divine tree, only to be released in the face of existential peril for Dekinen village. Issue the order to summon all genin and select the individual best suited to become the Jinchuriki. Understood, Shermu. The ordered high-ranking officers swiftly set to work. After screening all the genin, selecting a girl named Fu as the most suitable candidate. Meanwhile, after leaving Dekinen village, Uchiha Yohan and Shuiyin arrived at an uninhabited forest. Here, this is the reward I promised you. Uchiha Yohan produced the glass gourd and a cup, pouring a tenth of the Hero-S water and extending it towards the eagerly awaiting Shuiyin. Thank you, Lord Yin, Shuiyin exclaimed, excitedly accepting the cup and downing the Hero-S water in one gulp. Ha ha ha. This level of chakra is simply marvelous. Shuiyin reveled in his newfound power, bursting into laughter as he experienced a substantial increase in his chakra reserves. Now that this matter is concluded, you may depart, Uchiha Yohan stated, preparing to leave and continue on his journey to the land of rice. Wait a moment. Shuiyin swiftly positioned himself in Uchiha Yohan's path. Uchiha Yohan raised an eyebrow, a hint of impatience in his tone as he queried, what is it? Do you believe that after consuming the Hero-S water, you possess the strength to confront me? And no, Lord Yin, you misunderstand. I merely wish to become your subordinate, Shuiyin fervently clarified, sensing Uchiha Yohan's misinterpretation. As my subordinate, Uchiha Yohan was taken aback, never expecting Shuiyin to make such a request. After some contemplation, he responded gravely, are you certain of your decision? Indeed, Lord Yin. I have already defected from Dekinen. It is a privilege to follow such a powerful ninja as yourself. Shuiyin, thoroughly convinced by Uchiha Yohan's displayed strength, replied without hesitation. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Uchiha Yohan recognized the necessity of having subordinates to handle simpler tasks. After a moment's thought, he acquiesced to Shuyin's request, but stipulated a task. Your objective is to locate Orochimaru before I reach the land of rice. Inform him that the ninja who battled his toys in the land of hot water wishes to meet him to discuss a transaction. After imparting this directive, Uchiha Yohan handed Shuiyin the information he had acquired from the underworld. Understood, Lord Yin. I take my leave. Shuiyin accepted the information, perusing it briefly before hastening away to seek Orochimaru in the land of rice. With Shuiyin handling matters on his behalf, Uchiha Yohan felt no urgency, leisurely making his way. A week later, he arrived at the border of the land of rice, where he found Shuiyin waiting for him. Lord Yin, I have fulfilled my promise. I have contacted Orochimaru. Kneeling on one knee in the forest outside the town, Shuiyin respectfully reported to Uchiha Yohan. Orochimaru said that upon your arrival, he would send someone to escort you to him. Well done, Shuiyin. From now on, you shall handle matters for me. Uchiha Yohan expressed satisfaction with Shuyin's efficiency and decided to take him into his fold. Yes, Lord Yin. Overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of becoming Uchiha Yohan's subordinate, Shuiyin responded enthusiastically, as my subordinate, your current strength requires enhancement. Take this weapon and strive for improvement until you reach the level of Kage. Uchiha Yohan, not holding back for his first subordinate, retrieved the Chi Tian Pao from the system space. A weapon that would amplify his chakra advantage, generously bestowing it upon Shuiyin. Thank you, Lord Yin. Although Shuiyin was unaware of the weapon's true power, Uchiha Yohan's act of generosity warmed his heart and significantly boosted his loyalty towards him. Now, let me instruct you on the usage of this weapon. Just as Uchiha Yohan began to explain the operation of the Chi Tian Pao, a rogue ninja clad in the attire of a wandering shinobi approached from the direction of the town. After glancing at Uchiha Yohan, he inquired of Shuiyin, "Shuiyin, is this the esteemed visitor sent by Lord Orochimaru?" "Indeed, this is Lord Yin," Shuiyin affirmed, then turned to Uchiha Yohan, adding, "Lord Yin. He is the one responsible for overseeing this area on behalf of Orochimaru." Uchiha Yohan nodded in understanding. As he had surmised, Orochimaru's influence had long seeped into the land of rice, having made extensive preparations to swiftly establish the Sound Village after leaving the Akatsuki. "Shuiyin, remain in town and await my return," Uchiha Yohan instructed before addressing Orochimaru's subordinate. "Lead me to Orochimaru. Of course, please follow me." The subordinates of Orochimaru were unaware of Uchiha Hayate's true identity and, not daring to offend the guest of Orochimaru, respectfully walked ahead to guide him. After 2 days, Uchiha Hayate finally arrived at a modest base situated in the desolate mountains, where he met the waiting Orochimaru outside. Once Orochimaru waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to leave, he turned his gaze to Uchiha Hayate, who had dispelled his transformation jutsu, and remarked with keen interest, "Not long ago, I received word from my subordinates in Konoha that you had perished on a mission." It appears that was not the case after all, merely a trivial ploy to escape Konoha, hardly worth mentioning. Uchiha Hayate responded with a faint smile, unabashedly saying, "Oh, escaping from Konoha? So, you have come to seek me out, intending to accept my invitation to become my subordinate." Orochimaru greatly admired Uchiha Hayate, who possessed the strength of a genin at such a young age. His serpentine eyes glimmered with anticipation as he awaited Hayate's reply. Uchiha Hayate shook his head, stating, No, Orochimaru-senpai. I am not here to be your subordinate, but rather to discuss a collaboration. Collaboration? It seems you have unraveled my snake sleep curse mark. Quite intriguing. Orochimaru observed the composed Uchiha Hayate, his pale cheeks growing notably cold, gradually morphing into a sneer as he retorted, "However, collaboration must be founded on an equal footing. Do you believe you possess the qualifications to collaborate with me? Come forth, little Pishio." Uchiha Hayate opened a spatial portal, summoning the Pishio of shadow-level prowess, and inquired of the narrowing-eyed Orochimaru, "Do I now possess the qualifications to discuss collaboration? Hehe, a fine summoning beast indeed. Yet its mere presence is insufficient to qualify as my partner." Although the bloodline of the Pishio somewhat suppressed Orochimaru, he, being a seasoned shadow-level ninja with the formidable summoning beast, Manda, did not place excessive importance on the Pishio. What about now? Uchiha Hayate had not expected to gain Orochimaru's recognition solely through the Pishio. He released his other summoning, the newly acquired Kagaya. It appears that Hayate-kun harbors quite a few secrets. Upon witnessing these two summoning beasts of shadow-level strength, Orochimaru finally acknowledged Uchiha Hayate's prowess, his gaze piercing as he sought to glean something from his eyes. Uchiha Hayate, having retracted his beasts into their spatial realm, humbly remarked, "Not at all. Compared to Orochimaru-senpai, these cards of mine are merely sufficient for self-preservation." Orochimaru chuckled softly, non-committally, before asking, "Now then, what sort of collaboration do you seek?" Observing Orochimaru's willingness to collaborate, Uchiha Hayate secretly sighed in relief and proceeded to explain. "Orochimaru-senpai, you are aware that I have defected from Konoha, thus I wish to form an alliance with you, seeking your assistance at times. Of course, in exchange, I can provide valuable intelligence or assist you in matters that might be inconvenient for you to handle personally." "Very well, I accept." After pondering Uchiha Hayate's proposal, Orochimaru readily agreed, for the allure of gaining 2 shadow-level combatants was significant for the still-developing Orochimaru's ambitions. "Excellent, then it is settled." With the agreement reached, Uchiha Hayate retrieved the scroll of jutsu from the second Hokage from his system space and tossed it to Orochimaru from a distance. This is, upon seeing the title of the scroll, a fervent glimmer ignited in Orochimaru's eyes, though he quickly regained his composure and inquired with curiosity, "Isn't this stored in the land of seals? How did it come into your possession?" "It was taken by a trader from Konoha. I merely seized the opportunity to acquire it. Uchiha Hate did not conceal the circumstances of obtaining the scroll, succinctly describing the process before stating his objective. Orochimaru-senpai, I would like to request that you unlock the seals on this scroll so that we may share the ninjutsu and forbidden techniques contained within. Hehe, unsealing the scroll is but a simple task. The proud Orochimaru, uninterested in taking advantage of Uchiha Hate, yet eager to obtain the forbidden techniques of the second Hokage, proposed. Let us consider those ninjutsu and forbidden techniques as a debt IOU for now. Agreed. I shall leave it to you. Uchiha Hate shrugged nonchalantly, accepting Orochimaru's terms without concern, for he felt he would not suffer any loss, realizing that the current environment was unsuitable for studying ninjutsu. Orochimaru escorted Uchiha Hate back to his base. After meticulously examining the patterns on the scroll, he employed a special sealing method to unlock it. The ninjutsu and forbidden techniques mastered by the second Hokage were now laid bare before both Uchiha Hate and Orochimaru. Chapter 78. Flying Thunder God Technique. The first half of the scroll contained records of ordinary ninjutsu of the 5 elemental natures and the taijutsu sword techniques of the Leaf Village. The second Hokage was particularly adept at water release, capable of transforming it into various forms for offense and defense, and had developed numerous powerful water release techniques. Consequently, the majority of the ordinary ninjutsu consisted of water release techniques, while those of other natures, though present, paled in comparison to the sheer number of water release techniques. In addition to the ordinary ninjutsu, the scroll contained some unique ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, such as the mutual explosive tag, the 4 Red Yang formation, the art of darkness, the monstrous strength techniques of the Senju clan, as well as the renowned forbidden techniques of the future, the multi-shadow clone technique, the 8 gates, the flying thunder god technique, and the impure world reincarnation, among others. Among these techniques, Uchiha Hate was most intrigued by the flying thunder god technique, a space-time ninjutsu he ardently desired to acquire. For Orochimaru, who pursued immortality, the impure world reincarnation, closely tied to the soul, seemed to present a new avenue for achieving this goal. Orochimaru copied the ninjutsu scroll and returned the original to Uchiha Hate, suggesting, Hayate-kun, if you have no immediate destination, why not remain at my base for a time? It would be beneficial to discuss the ninjutsu contained within. That would be most welcome. I shall impose upon you. Orochimaru-senpai. Uchiha Hate accepted Orochimaru's kindness with a nod. The flying thunder god technique, being exceptionally practical, would not be mastered in a short period. Staying with Orochimaru would alleviate the burden of mundane concerns and potentially provide opportunities for learning. A win-win situation. Observing Uchiha Hayate's agreement to stay, Orochimaru promptly summoned his subordinates at the base and introduced Uchiha Hayate's disguised identity to them, instructing them to avoid disturbing him and to do their utmost to provide any assistance he required. Once these arrangements were made, Orochimaru departed, entrusting the task of hosting Uchiha Hate to the base's commander, the very ninja Kano who had previously assisted Uchiha Hate. Kano led Uchiha Hate deep into the base to a secluded corner, gesturing toward a finely crafted wooden house, and said obsequiously, Lord Yen, this will be your room. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command. Just provide me with some daily necessities. I do not need anything else for the time being. Uchiha Hate was not particularly concerned about his living conditions, as long as he had shelter from the elements. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately. Kano committed Uchiha Hayate's request to memory and turned to leave. Wait. Uchiha Hate recalled the water smoke, who was waiting for his return at the border town of the Land of Rice, and instructed Kano again, please send someone to bring my subordinate, Water Smoke, here as soon as possible. At your command. Kano nodded in affirmation, and after confirming that Uchiha Hayato had no further requests, he swiftly departed from the premises. Uchiha Hayato stepped into the room that Kano had arranged for him, meticulously inspecting the surroundings. Once satisfied that everything was in order, he commenced his study of the Flying Thunder God technique. This technique, a variant of space-time body flicker, enables instantaneous teleportation by inscribing the Flying Thunder God formula upon a target in advance. Depending on the practitioner's mastery of the technique, the objects that can be transported evolve from the practitioner themselves to any other entities in contact with their chakra, according to the scroll from the second Hokage. The training of the Flying Thunder God technique is divided into a preparatory phase and an activation phase. The first point of the preparatory phase is to ascertain whether one possesses an innate talent for spatial manipulation. This is the most fundamental requirement and a prerequisite for learning the technique. Should the learner be unable to sense spatial fluctuations, they cannot create the Flying Thunder God formula, let alone proceed to the next step of traversing space for teleportation. Fortunately, due to his numerous experiences with traversing dimensions, Uchiha Hayato had developed a keen sensitivity to spatial dynamics. Following the methods detailed in the scroll, he swiftly surpassed the threshold of a 99 learner. The second point of the preparatory phase involves mastering specialized space-time sealing techniques to encode spatial coordinates into the Flying Thunder God formula, which is then inscribed onto the target designated for teleportation. Upon mastering these two components of the preparatory phase, the learner may advance to the activation phase. The sole requirement of the activation phase is to sense the real-time fluctuations of the Flying Thunder God formula's coordinates. At the moment of teleportation, one must utilize their chakra to communicate with the formula, executing the teleportation with precision. Although this sounds relatively straightforward, it is, in practice, exceedingly challenging. Mastering the real-time changes in coordinates demands formidable computational ability. A slight miscalculation can lead to significant deviations or dire consequences, such as misjudging a teleport to evade an enemy's attack and inadvertently landing within their jutsu, or attempting to teleport behind an adversary only to find oneself directly in front of them, resulting in a swift demise. Having clarified the methods for training in the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Hayato retrieved some spare substitute wooden figures from the spatial realm and began inscribing the formula upon them. As this was his first attempt, he faced several failures before finally managing to etch a qualifying formula onto one piece. Placing the inscribed wooden figure on the ground, Uchiha Hayato stepped back several meters, formed the necessary hand seals, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! His figure vanished from its original location, reappearing 2 meters to the left of the substitute figure. The chakra output during the teleportation was somewhat unstable, resulting in a notable discrepancy. It appeared that further practice was required. Noting his positioning, Uchiha Hayato offered an awkward smile, deducing the reasons for his errors, and continued his training. A day later, having perfected the instantaneous transfer to a stationary target point and being able to teleport accurately within the bounds of the formula, Uchiha Hayato commenced the next phase, training for the teleportation of moving targets. He requested a few trained ninja beasts from Kano and procured several identical iron plates from the forge within the base. Accompanied by the ninja beasts, Uchiha Hayato ventured outside the base to the desolate mountains. He affixed the iron plates inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula onto the ninja beasts and commanded them to meander slowly through the forest. Then, closing his eyes, he began to sense the spatial coordinates of the Flying Thunder God formula. As the formula was in motion, the spatial coordinates fluctuated continuously, necessitating the anticipation of the ninja beasts' movements based on the speed of chakra modulation and their movement patterns to accurately predict the coordinates at the moment the technique was completed. Otherwise, significant errors or even failures in teleportation could occur. Fortunately, Uchiha Hayato possessed formidable mental acuity and computational prowess, and, coupled with the lessons gleaned from earlier failures, he mastered the training for moving target teleportation in just 2 days. Upon concluding this training, Uchiha Hayato could be considered to have grasped the fundamentals of the Flying Thunder God technique. After a brief period of practice, he further acquired the skills necessary for transporting individuals and objects. Confident that it would not be long before he could execute the Flying Thunder God technique instinctively and effortlessly. The following day, Kano's subordinates brought Suabian to Orochimaru's base, just as Uchiha Hayato prepared to impart the second Hokage's water release techniques. Orochimaru appeared before him, his face alight with elation. Hayato-kun, I have succeeded. Uchiha Hayato was taken aback, quickly surmising the reason behind Orochimaru's proclamation, and asked in astonishment, Orochimaru-senpai, have you already mastered the impure world reincarnation? Indeed, I have preliminarily grasped this forbidden technique, Orochimaru replied, his demeanor transformed from his usual coldness to that of an ardent admirer, extolling the second Hokage, Lord. Truly lives up to being Sarutobi Sensei's disciple, capable of developing a forbidden technique that reverses life and death. It's simply unbelievable. Congratulations, Orochimaru-senpai. Uchiha Hayato responded with polite words, though internally, he felt a twinge of sentiment. To have mastered the impure world reincarnation, which was several times more challenging than the Flying Thunder God technique, in such a short period speaks volumes about Orochimaru's genius. A rarity in the ninja world appearing only once in decades. Later, due to his ignorance of the Manjiki Sharingan's true power, Orochimaru fell victim to Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu, subsequently embarking on a misguided obsession with the Sharingan. Otherwise, with his talents, even if he did not reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths, ascending to the status of a Super Kage would have been a natural progression. Hayato-kun, I heard you are studying the Flying Thunder God technique. Do you require my assistance? With the successful acquisition of impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru's spirits were high as he inquired about Uchiha Hayato's progress. Thank you for your concern, senpai, but I have nearly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Hayato replied with a smile before requesting, Orochimaru senpai, I am also preparing to study impure world reincarnation. Would you be willing to guide me? Having learned the Flying Thunder God technique, it was evident that Uchiha Hayato was not lacking in intellect. Even without Orochimaru's guidance, he could master impure world reincarnation, albeit it would take more time. Of course, follow me, Orochimaru said without hesitation, sharing valuable techniques and considerations regarding the impure world reincarnation with Orochimaru's mentorship. Uchiha Hayato found the process of learning the impure world reincarnation to be remarkably straightforward, quickly grasping the essential points. However, lacking the necessary materials, he was unable to conduct practical experiments at that moment. After mastering the impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Hayato shared his insights from the training of the Flying Thunder God technique with Orochimaru. Unfortunately, Orochimaru lacked an innate talent for spatial manipulation and was unable to sense the spatial fluctuations, ultimately regretting his decision to abandon the endeavor. During the subsequent month, Uchiha Hayato remained at Orochimaru's base, collaborating with him to study the various ninjutsu contained within the scrolls, excluding techniques requiring extensive preparation of explosive tags and similar items. All other ninjutsu became nourishment for Uchiha Hayato's growth, propelling his strength to new heights. One morning, while Uchiha Hayato accompanied Orochimaru in experimenting with impure world reincarnation, Kano suddenly entered, whispering a few words into Orochimaru's ear. Hayato-kun, I must leave here for a period. If you need to contact me, simply tear this scroll and inform the summoned spirit beast, Orochimaru said, his expression darkening as he hastily produced a temporary summoning scroll and handed it to Uchiha Hayato before departing the base in haste. Although unaware of the specifics of the situation, Uchiha Hayato sensed that whatever had caused Orochimaru's anxiety was likely significant. Reflecting on his memories, Uchiha Hayato could not find any useful information at this juncture. It seemed that the only major event was the impending Uchiha clan massacre. With no clear leads, Uchiha Hayato decided to set aside concerns about Orochimaru and began searching for capable subordinates to establish his own influence in a small nation. The ninja world was vast, yet few individuals caught Uchiha Hayato's eye, most of whom belonged to the 5 great ninja villages. Thus, he focused his attention on rogue ninjas and missing nin. Uchiha Hayato had no intention of personally handling such trivial matters. Instead, he commanded one of the ninjas in the base to summon Sue Bien, who was practicing the second Hokage's water release techniques by the river. By now, Sue Bien had undergone a complete transformation, having mastered numerous high-level ninjutsu, his strength having ascended from that of a genin to an elite genin. Uchiha Hayato felt confident in assigning him more complex tasks. Lord Yin, how may I serve you? Although the strength of Sue Yin has significantly escalated, his admiration and respect for Uchiha Hanyu, who granted him all this, have only deepened. Uchiha Hanyu retrieved several copies of ninjutsu scrolls obtained from Orochimaru's system space and handed them over to Sue Yin, commanding, take these B-rank ninjutsu and recruit some ninjas for me. As for the requirements, do not overly concern yourself with their strength. I seek only potential and loyalty. As you command, Lord Yin, Sue Yin replied dutifully, carefully stowing the scrolls in a sealing scroll. After bowing to Uchiha Hanyu, he departed from Orochimaru's base. Once this task was arranged, Uchiha Hanyu resumed his training, only to suddenly recall an unfinished matter, prompting him to leave Orochimaru's base and travel by boat from the port of the neighboring land of Hot Water to the Land of Bears. Upon arriving in the Land of Bears, Uchiha Hanyu took a brief respite, waiting for nightfall before riding his small Qilin to the outskirts of Star Ninja Village. The night enveloped Star Ninja Village in an eerie silence, as the majority of the Star Ninjas had succumbed to slumber. Leaving only a few vigilant guards to safeguard the village's safety, the lax defenses of the Star Ninjas left Uchiha Hanyu speechless, as he effortlessly breached their guard, materializing silently in the central square of the village. Observing the Star Ninjas still lost in their dreams, a cruel smirk crept across Uchiha Hanyu's lips as he summoned the bloodthirsty Ganlu. Ganlu, teach them a lesson. Roar. As you wish, master. Upon receiving the command, Ganlu emerged from the pet space with an exhilarated roar, unleashing several demonic energy projectiles that rained destruction upon Star Ninja Village. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions jolted the ninjas and villagers awake, only to be met with the devastating energy waves of the blasts, resulting in heavy casualties. Following this barrage, the surviving Star Ninjas quickly regrouped, surrounding Uchiha Hanyu and Ganlu. Who are you? And why have you attacked Star Ninja Village? The third Star Shadow glared at Uchiha Hanyu, his eyes filled with rage as he beheld the near ruins of his village. Innocent men bear the burden of their treasures. It is your fault for concealing what piqued my interest, causing me to make a futile trip last time. Uchiha Hanyu disregarded the trembling third Star Shadow, coldly delivering his final ultimatum. You have 5 minutes to hand over Star. Otherwise, do not blame me for razing Star Ninja Village to the ground. Star belongs to us of Star Ninja Village, and we will not surrender it to a wretched invader. Although the third Star Shadow trembled in fear of the ferocious Ganlu, he resolutely rejected Uchiha Hanyu's demands, preparing to fight back when a katana pierced through his heart from behind. Chapter 80. The Eight Gates Breakthrough. Please collect. The third Star Shadow turned, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed upon his assassin, murmuring weakly, Chixing, why? I do this to save the village. Chixing declared, forcefully withdrawing the katana, ignoring the blood splattered upon him. Your foolishness and stubbornness have compelled us to abandon the use of Star's power, leading to the village's inability to protect its home. Must we allow your obstinacy to result in Star Ninja Village's annihilation at the hands of this great lord? Was I wrong? Reminiscing about his previous order to seal Star, a flicker of confusion and regret passed through the third Star Shadow's eyes before he succumbed to endless darkness. Lord Star Shadow, Chixing, you traitor. It was only after the third Star Shadow breathed his last that the other Star Ninjas regained their composure. With members of the Star Shadow faction, led by Xyrixing and Yingwaxing, expressing their outrage, observing the agitated Star Shadow faction, Chixing bellowed with a fierce countenance, silence. Tell me, how can we save Star Ninja Village without dealing with the obstinate third Star Shadow? Do you believe you can contend with this great lord and his summoned beast? You. Xyrixing faltered, momentarily at a loss for words to counter. Humph, speechless. Are you? A look of pity and disdain glimmered in Chixing's eyes as he commanded his subordinates. Subdue them. Damn it. Everyone be careful. Naturally, the Star Shadow faction would not stand idly by, engaging in combat with their comrades. Uchiha Hanyu observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, refraining from intervening in the battle, awaiting the resolution between the two sides before deeming them worthy of further discourse. Due to the earlier bombardment by Ganlu, the Star Shadow faction's strength had diminished significantly, and under the onslaught of Chixing's faction, they were quickly overpowered. Take them away and confine them. We shall deal with them once this matter is resolved. A flicker of fervor ignited within Chixing's gaze as he cast a lingering glance at the captured Xyrixing and Yingwaxing, signaling his subordinates to escort them away. After several ninjas from the Chixing faction had taken the struggling Star Shadow ninjas away, Chixing immediately approached Ganlu, gazing up at the towering Uchiha Hanyu. Great Lord, we are willing to offer Star as tribute, and we hope you will show mercy and spare Star Ninja Village. Chixing, having shed his earlier arrogance towards the Star Shadow faction, spoke humbly in his request to Uchiha Hanyu. Very well, my aim is merely Star. Uchiha Hanyu expressed no objections, merely reiterating, hand over Star immediately. Do not waste my time. Yes, my lord, I shall fetch it personally. Chixing sighed in relief internally, swiftly departing to retrieve the item. Soon, he returned with a meteorite the size of a basketball. My lord, this is the treasure of our Star Ninja Village. Star, though Chixing felt reluctant, facing the formidable Uchiha Hanyu left him with no alternative but to concede that it is cosmic energy. Upon receiving Star from Chixing, Uchiha Hanyu was astonished to discover that the energy emitted bore a striking resemblance to the cosmic energy absorbed during the practice of his genetic primal energy cultivation method. However, compared to the cosmic energy absorbed during his training, this energy was far more volatile, likely explaining its adverse effects on the Star Ninjas, who lacked the proper guidance and techniques. Having secured Star, Uchiha Hanyu chose not to linger, recalling Ganlu to the pet space and departing Star Ninja Village. He made his way to a secluded grove, summoned his small Qilin, and rode back to the port, embarking on a ship for the return journey. Upon his return to Orochimaru's base, Uchiha Hanyu immediately summoned Kanu, instructing, I intend to enter seclusion for a period. Unless it is of great importance, do not allow anyone to disturb me. Understood. Lord Yin. I will notify everyone and arrange for guards on the perimeter. Kano nodded heavily, indicating that he had committed it to memory. After Kano departed, Uchiha Yahan retrieved the star and began to operate the genetic primordial energy cultivation method, extracting the violent cosmic energy contained within. If the cosmic energy absorbed during regular practice could be likened to a gentle stream, quietly nourishing the cells within the body, then the energy drawn from the star resembled a fierce blaze, violently tearing apart the cells within, only to allow them to be reborn amid the flames. While the former method facilitated a steady progression, its results were excruciatingly slow. The latter, though detrimental to the body, boasted remarkable efficacy. After extensive training, Uchiha Yahan's physical condition had reached the pinnacle of the current stage. Upon the influx of the star energy into his body, it was as if cold water had been splashed into a hot oil pan, triggering a series of profound transformations. The ferocious energy of the star ravaged Uchiha Yahan's meridians and cells, only for the subsequent primordial energy to immediately mend the shattered areas, only to be destroyed once more by the incoming star energy. In this continuous cycle of destruction and restoration, Uchiha Yahan's physical prowess rapidly enhanced. Although each increment was minuscule, over time, the destructive pace of the star energy slowed, and the cells and meridians grew increasingly resilient and powerful. This protracted tug-of-war, akin to a marathon, ultimately reached its zenith after a considerable duration, with Uchiha Yahan's physical attributes attaining their utmost potential. Following yet another surge of violent star energy that ravaged his cells, a wave of rejuvenating energy erupted from deep within, sweeping through his body from within. Under the influence of this newfound force, the latent injuries within Uchiha Yahan were wholly healed, and the accumulated impurities and decayed blood were entirely expelled. With blackened bloodstains emitting a putrid odor surfacing on his skin, only to be vaporized, dried, and reduced to ash by the seething energy within. Once everything settled, Uchiha Yahan's previously pale yellow skin transformed into a lustrous white akin to jade, and he radiated an otherworldly aura, reminiscent of a newborn infant. Uchiha Yahan paused his cultivation to assess his condition, discovering that this metamorphosis had shattered the limits of his prior stage, allowing him to finally reach the threshold for opening the fifth gate of the 8 gates of Uchiha. The opening of the fifth gate signified that Uchiha Yahan's power could surge significantly in a dual explosive state, elevating him to the level of a shadow-level powerhouse, thus enabling him to establish himself within the contemporary world of Hokage through his own strength. A satisfied smile crept across Uchiha Yahan's lips as he prepared to fully experience the might of the Uchiha, when suddenly, a series of system notification chimes echoed in his mind. Chapter 81, 6th Mission, One Piece Ding. System upgrade complete. Spatial-related functions enhanced. Ding. The host storage space has expanded to 500 cubic meters. The number of pets that can be housed has increased to 50. Additionally, a primary spiritual plant space has been unlocked. Ding. Upon task completion, the time spent in the tasks dimension is reduced to 5 gold coins per week, while also granting 100 days of free stay time. If the free time is utilized, the host's original time in their dimension will be concurrently consumed. Ding. High-level world traversal functionality activated. Energy collection status 0100. Once fully collected, traversal into a high-level world can be initiated, along with permanent stay privileges. Ding. A new round of tasks has been refreshed. The host is advised to check promptly. The system notifications brought immense joy to Uchiha Yahan. The storage space had surged to a scale befitting a king-level mercenary, coupled with a high-level pet space that would typically cost 20,000 gold coins to unlock, and a primary spiritual plant space valued at 500 gold coins, not to mention the 100 days of free task stay time, the value of which was incalculable and would undoubtedly compensate for the loss incurred from the cosmic cube. After comprehending the enhancements to the system's functions, Uchiha Yahan planted his blood orchid and the prepared medicinal herbs into the acre-sized primary spiritual plant space, subsequently opening the task interface to review the newly refreshed tasks. Ame Dual Sword. Replace the Wu Tai sect's Hunyuan Patriarch in the second Ame Dual Sword and defeat the long-bearded true man of the Shu Mountain sect. Publisher, Wu Tai Sect Task Dimension. Shu Mountain Sword Hero Legend Task Commission. 9,000 gold coins task points. 1,300 task level. Silver Protect O'Hara. Safeguard the scholars when the World Government Navy fleet arrives at O'Hara Island. Publisher, Nico Alvia Task Dimension. One Piece Task Commission. 42 gold coins task points. 27 task level. Black Iron Eliminate Ao Bai. Assist Wei Xiaobao in eliminating the treacherous minister Ao Bai, who defies the Emperor and acts independently. Publisher, Wei Xiaobao Task Dimension, the Deer and the Cauldron Task Commission, for gold coins task points, 3 task level, black iron following the customary selection process. Uchiha Yahan accepted the task of protecting O'Hara, beginning to recall the original plot related to the task. In the original narrative, the events surrounding O'Hara Island were brief, appearing only in Nico Robin's recollections, allowing the audience to grasp her tragic past while deeply imprinting the terror of the Navy's Buster Call. The Buster Call is a military operation of the Navy, deploying 10 top-tier warships, 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and nearly 10,000 elite soldiers to conduct indiscriminate, devastating attacks on the designated area, aiming to completely eradicate any beings and objects that threaten the world government's dominance. Accepting this task meant Uchiha Yahan would face the impending arrival of 5 vice admirals and 10 rear admirals, including 2 of the future 3 admirals, Akiji Kazan and Akainu Sakazuki, even with 2 shadow-level summoning beasts at his disposal. Uchiha Yahan could not guarantee the safety of the scholars in the face of the overwhelming force unleashed by the Buster Call at O'Hara Island. When faced with overwhelming odds, one must resort to cunning. It seemed that to successfully complete this task, alternative strategies would be necessary. After dedicating considerable time to reorganizing the fragmented plot from his memory, Uchiha Yahan suddenly conceived a potentially effective and low-risk method and promptly summoned the base leader. Kano, I need you to gather some items within a day, specifically. Uchiha Yahan whispered a peculiar command to Kano. Understood, Lord Yin. Kano replied, somewhat perplexed but complying with Orochimaru's directives. There are plenty in the canyon behind the base. I will arrange for people to collect them for you right away. Kano swiftly gathered the required items and sealed them in a scroll before presenting them to Uchiha Yahan. I need to step out for a moment. If Shuiyin returns, have him wait here, Uchiha Yahan instructed, stowing the sealed scroll in his space before departing from Orochimaru's base. System, initiate the teleportation, but he found himself in a deserted forest, and as he silently invoked the teleportation, a slight spatial ripple occurred, transporting him onto a military ship sailing across the sea. Host background modified to that of a free mercenary from West Searum Town, hired by Nico Alvia to protect her return to O'Hara Island and safeguard the scholars from persecution once the Navy arrives at O'Hara Island. Current time point: the first day of Nico Alvia's escape from the Navy prison. After mastering the fundamental information, Uchiha Kazuhiko departed from the cabin and encountered his employer on the deck, a silver-haired lady of immense intellectual beauty, Nico Alvia. Nico Alvia is the renowned mother of Nico Robin from the original narrative. In pursuit of her late husband's dying wish and the truth of history as an archaeologist, she entrusted her 2-year-old daughter to her brother and set sail with an expedition team to seek historical texts. However, the quest for historical texts and the interpretation of history constituted a criminal act against the taboos of the world government, which, upon discovering her actions, dispatched the Navy to pursue her a week prior. The entire expedition team was annihilated by the fleet of Rear Admiral Jaguar D. Saul, leaving her as the sole survivor. Fortunately, Rear Admiral Saul was a man of integrity, who questioned the Navy's ruthless extermination of scholars despite the lack of criminal evidence and sought the truth from the imprisoned Nico Alvia. Upon learning that the scholars were merely striving to uncover the blank history and not to awaken ancient weapons to incite war, Admiral Saul, guided by his sense of justice, aided her in stealing a naval ship to escape from the Navy base and held off the pursuing forces. Subsequently, amid the Navy's assault, the two were forced to separate. Alvia returned to her homeland, O'Hara, while Admiral Saul eventually drifted to O'Hara Island, forging a profound friendship with her daughter, Nico Robin, leaning against the railing. Nico Alvia gazed at the tranquil waters of the West Sea, a glimmer of reminiscence flickering in her eyes. Upon hearing the sounds of Uchiha Kazuhiko's footsteps, she concealed her previous demeanor and turned to him with a smile, saying, "Good morning, Mr. Kazuhiko." As Uchiha Kazuhiko prepared to greet her, he suddenly noticed several naval ships adorned with the world government flag emerging from behind a distant island. With a resigned shrug, he remarked, "Ms. Alvia, it appears we must first address a minor inconvenience." Chapter 82. The instantaneous defeat of the Brigadier General Moore discovered the naval vessel Blue Starfish, which had been stolen by the criminal Alvia, on the largest naval ship, a lookout. Clutching a telescope, spotted the ship where Uchiha Kazuhiko was aboard and promptly reported the situation to an officer draped in the Navy's justice cloak on the deck. Brigadier General Moore, holding a cigar, exhaled a deep cloud of smoke. A cold smirk emerging on his otherwise expressionless face. Discarding the cigar into the sea, he commanded his fleet through a din mushy, surround them immediately and capture this escaped criminal. Yes, Brigadier General Moore. The naval soldiers aboard sprang into action, swiftly altering course and accelerating to encircle the blue starfish, which had yet to change its trajectory to, oh no, it's Brigadier General Moore from Naval Headquarters. As the enemy recognized their presence, Alvia, standing on the deck of the blue cloud, also discerned the silhouettes of the naval fleet and identified their commander, her complexion paling in an instant, her mind thrown into disarray. After a brief moment, regaining her composure, Alvia turned to Uchiha Kazuhiko, desperation and reluctance evident in her voice as she urged, Mr. Kazuhiko, you must flee. They seek to capture me. If possible, please inform Dr. Kuroha on O'Hara Island of the Navy's intentions. It is merely a brigadier general. You need not worry. Stay aboard the ship and leave everything to me. Uchiha Kazuhiko chuckled softly, shaking his head, his voice imbued with a subtle illusion, calming Alvia's fears. Leaving a shadow clone by Alvia's side to prevent any unforeseen events, Uchiha Kazuhiko summoned his original power, manifesting ethereal wings, and soared towards the fleet. As he approached the naval fleet, Uchiha Kazuhiko waved his hand. Releasing Garo from his pet space. Report. A turtle-type Sea King has been discovered. Brigadier General Moore, should we launch an immediate attack? The sudden appearance of Garo alerted the Navy. But given Garo's size compared to the colossal Sea Kings of the Pirate King world, it did not incite widespread panic. Is there even a question? Shatter it. Brigadier General Moore, dismissing Garo, fixed his gaze intently on the airborne Uchiha Kazuhiko, muttering, a devil fruit user has appeared. What kind of fruit could he have consumed? Boom, boom, boom. Upon receiving Moore's orders, the naval soldiers swiftly maneuvered their ships to attack Garo, dozens of cannonballs striking him with precision, enveloping him in flames and smoke. A sea breeze swept through, the smoke dissipated, revealing Garo unharmed before the astonished naval soldiers. Impossible! How could so many cannonballs fail to kill it? My heavens, what kind of Sea King is this? Garo's defense, far exceeding that of standard Sea Kings, left the naval soldiers utterly astounded, causing chaos among the fleet. Roaring in anger at the assault, Garo, though impervious to the attacks, felt greatly displeased and inquired of Uchiha Kazuhiko, Master, may I annihilate them? Aside from the central ship. Deal with the rest as you see fit. Uchiha Kazuhiko, indifferent to the fate of the Navy, consented to Garo's request. Understood, Master. With Uchiha Kazuhiko's approval, Garo concentrated his demonic energy, unleashing dozens of demonic energy projectiles towards the naval vessels. Everyone, be cautious. Dodge, quickly. The naval soldiers, initially believing Garo to be a melee attacker, were caught off guard by the long-range assault of the energy projectiles. Several ships were struck, sustaining varying degrees of damage. Among them, 2 vessels suffered particularly unfortunate fates, their ammunition stores igniting in a catastrophic explosion that sent them soaring from the water, splitting in two as they sank beneath the waves, having evaded the onslaught. The naval soldiers began to exhibit the qualities expected of elite forces, engaging in a back-and-forth battle with Garo. Uchiha Kazuhiko, choosing not to continue observing the skirmish between Garo and the naval soldiers, flew towards the forefront of the largest ship, addressing the burly man in command. Are you the Brigadier General Moore that Alvia spoke of? Brigadier General Moore, his expression grave, scrutinized Uchiha Kazuhiko and replied, I am Brigadier General Moore of the Navy. And who are you? Why are you with the criminal Alvia? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Just know that Alvia is the target I intend to protect. Leave immediately with your men, or you shall pay with your life, Uchiha Kazuhiko declared, looking down upon Brigadier General Moore with a tone that exuded unmistakable menace. This esteemed Brigadier General of the Navy, on the verge of promotion to Rear Admiral, had never before been subjected to the disdain of an unknown youth like Uchiha Kazuhiko, and his eyes blazed with fury as he glared back. In the name of justice, I shall arrest you, a criminal allied with Alvia. Having pronounced his judgment upon Uchiha Kazuhiko, Brigadier General Moore lunged towards him, executing a powerful punch imbued with armed haki. 8 gates release. Opening of the injury gate. In the face of Brigadier General Moore's ferocious strike, Uchiha Kazuhiko's lips curled into a slight smile as he made no attempt to evade, merely activating the 4th gate of the 8 gates. Just as Moore's fist was about to collide with his face, Uchiha Kazuhiko, seized Morris' wrist with a speed that transcended visual perception and delivered a swift kick to the Brigadier General's abdomen. Not good. Iron block. Sensing an imminent threat, Brigadier General Morris' expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively employed the iron block technique from the Navy's 6 powers to defend against Uchiha Kazuhiko's assault. Under Uchiha Kazuhiko's powerful stomp, Brigadier General Morris let out a shriek, his eyes bulging as his body contorted into a shrimp-like shape, hurtling backward to crash onto the deck of the ship below. Blood gushing from his mouth, his once bright gaze gradually dimming. Think even the steel release of the rock ninja pales in comparison. The iron block's defense is hardly remarkable. After testing the strength of Rear Admiral Morris, Uchiha Yahiko gained a certain understanding of the combat capabilities within the world of One Piece. From a general perspective, it appears that Rear Admirals possess the strength of elite jonin, while the strength of the Admirals, Vice Admirals, and Rear Admirals is likely reflective of the power levels of Quasi-Shadow, Shadow, and Super Shadow, respectively. With a clearer grasp of the combat power in One Piece, Uchiha Yahiko comprehended the formidable foes he would soon confront in the upcoming events on O'Hara Island. Chapter 83. O'Hara Island. Having dealt with Rear Admiral Morris, Uchiha Yahiko lost interest in further engagement and commanded Garo to eliminate the remaining Navy personnel, taking flight back to Olivia's side. Olivia, who had initially resigned herself to her fate, now gazed with wide, beautiful eyes and an agape mouth, utterly incredulous at the unfolding events. Upon Uchiha Yahiko's return to the deck, Olivia gradually emerged from her shock, revealing a breathtaking smile upon her stunning visage. "Mr. Yahiko, I had no idea you possessed such immense strength. It seems that hiring you was indeed an astute choice." Uchiha Yahiko, unfazed by Olivia's deliberate flattery, turned to her as Garo swam over after dispatching the Navy, suggesting, "Olivia, the Navy's warships are too conspicuous. Relying solely on wind power will yield a slow pace. Would it not be wiser to travel to O'Hara Island aboard my pet?" "Well, if you say so." Olivia hesitated, casting a fearful glance at the formidable Garo. After a moment's contemplation, pressured by reality and bolstered by her trust in Uchiha Yahiko, she consented to board Garo for their journey to O'Hara Island. Under Olivia's guidance, Garo swam at full speed, reaching Olivia's hometown, the renowned archaeological haven of O'Hara Island, in just over 2 days. O'Hara was an ordinary island in the West Sea, distinguished only by a towering tree at its center. Resembling a colossal pod, the Tree of Knowledge, this tree earned its name as it housed the largest library in the One Piece world, containing tens of thousands of books that in the original narrative. Even a fraction of the text salvaged from the massacre decree by scholars was enough to fill an entire lake, hinting at the vast treasure trove of knowledge within. Uchiha Yahiko signaled for Garo to anchor at an uninhabited location, retrieving Garo into his pet space before entering O'Hara Island with Olivia, seeking the leader of the archaeologists, Dr. Clover. "Long time no see, everyone." The moment Olivia appeared before Dr. Clover and his archaeological companions, exclamations of surprise erupted. "Olivia! Miss Olivia has returned." "All right, everyone quiet down." Dr. Clover, whose hair resembled an inverted fan, gestured for silence before stepping forward to Olivia, expressing with warmth, "Welcome home, Olivia." "Doctor." Tears streamed down Olivia's cheeks as she beheld her mentor after years apart. At this moment, the people of O'Hara had yet to receive news of the expedition team's demise. Seeing Olivia return with only Uchiha Yahiko, someone immediately inquired, "Olivia, what of the others in the expedition team?" Upon hearing her companion's question, Olivia trembled, tears gradually fading from her eyes. Though remnants lingered on her face, "I am deeply sorry to bring such grim news upon my return, but what I am about to say is the truth. 6 years ago, the historical text expedition team departed from O'Hara, comprising 33 members. Aside from myself, all have perished. I was also captured by the Navy, and after meticulously examining my companion's belongings, the government deduced our origins from O'Hara." With a heavy heart, Olivia conveyed the tragic news of the expedition team's fate and the impending arrival of the Navy, bowing apologetically to the scholars present. "I truly apologize for the crisis our presence has brought upon this land." Dr. Clover was the first to recover from the shocking revelation, interrupting Olivia's lamentations with comforting words, "Do not blame yourself. This is not the fault of any one individual, whether one sets sail or remains here. We are all on the same front. It is you who has endured the peril and suffering. Thank you for your efforts, Olivia. Has the world government truly taken notice of this land?" They have always viewed us in O'Hara as a threat. They must be relishing the opportunity to seize our weaknesses now. Gradually regaining their composure, the scholars began to murmur among themselves, yet none exhibited fear towards the world government. I have received advanced knowledge of their intentions. They aim to eliminate all scholars on the island. Thus, everyone must flee O'Hara at once. Olivia urgently urged them to escape, sharing the information she had gleaned from Rear Admiral Cerrone. Alas, it seems we cannot deceive the world government's investigation as we did in the past. Dr. Clover sighed, surveying the library's tomes as if they were his own children, resolutely stating, "But Olivia, I cannot abandon these treasures of humanity for the sake of my own survival. You must understand that." "You are right, Doctor. I too shall not leave. Neither will we, Olivia." The scholars echoed Dr. Clover's sentiments, choosing to stand with the sacred tomes of O'Hara rather than abandon their beloved sanctuary. Everyone, Olivia felt both anxious for their unwavering resolve and profoundly proud of the archaeologist's indomitable spirit. Standing beside her, Uchiha Yahiko observed silently, then scoffed derisively. "Is this truly the famed O'Hara Island, renowned for its scholars? It appears merely to be a gathering of bookish fools." Dr. Clover, enraged by Uchiha Yahiko's words, furiously retorted, "Who are you, and why do you insult us?" "Doctor, he is Mr. Yahiko, a mercenary I hired to ensure everyone's safe evacuation." Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Olivia hastily clarified Uchiha Yahiko's identity, signaling him with her eyes to refrain from arguing with Dr. Clover. However, Uchiha Yahiko seemed oblivious to Olivia's warning, continuing unabashedly, "Let us not pretend that remaining here will guarantee the preservation of these books. The pursuit of the blank history, forbidden by the world government, is the height of folly. History belongs to all humanity and should not be buried under the dictates of the world government." Dr. Clover's face flushed as he passionately debated with Uchiha Yahiko. Uchiha Yahiko regarded him with disdain, sneering, "Very well. Then enlighten me as to the truths you have uncovered." Fuming, Dr. Clover quickly elaborated on O'Hara's research into the blank history, detailing the reasons past civilizations left behind historical texts. How the century of blank history was eradicated by the world government to conceal unfavorable truths, and how ancient weapons posed threats to the government, along with the existence of a long-lost nation whose very ideologies could jeopardize the world government. Your research is indeed thorough, but to what end? It all boils down to the victors rewriting history. Do you truly wish to awaken ancient weapons or the ideologies of that nation, plunging this already chaotic world into further turmoil? Having made his point, Uchiha Yahiko disregarded the speechless Dr. Clover and the multitude of archaeologists, turning to depart from the Tree of Knowledge, leaving them with a final moment to ponder. Should they choose the same path as depicted in the original narrative, Uchiha Yahiko would be compelled to resort to more forceful measures to ensure the completion of his mission. Chapter 84. Nico Robin. As Uchiha Yahiko strolled through the streets of O'Hara, boredom washed over him as he admired the distinctly different round tower-like structures compared to those in the Naruto world. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to the end of a narrow path, arriving at a serene forest. Just as he prepared to relish a moment of tranquility, a cacophony of children's laughter drew his brow into a furrow, prompting him to amble toward the source of the commotion. Upon nearing, Uchiha Yahiko discovered a group of unruly children hurling freshly picked tomatoes at a quiet black-haired little girl seated on a tree stump, engrossed in her book. The instant he recognized her, he recalled her identity, Olivia's daughter, the future child of the devil, Nico Robin. With a swift technique, Uchiha Yahan materialized before Nico Robin, effortlessly intercepting the tomatoes hurled by the mischievous children and retaliating by smashing them against their heads. "Ouch! That hurts, Mommy!" the children cried out in distress, and the leader among them shouted in indignation, "Who are you? Why are you helping that monster Robin?" A group of bullies, frightened by strength, were sent fleeing by Uchiha Yahan's cold rebuke. He then turned to face Nico Robin, who regarded him with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Expressing his deep sympathy for Robin's plight in the original narrative, Uchiha Yahan gently inquired, "Are you Nico Robin?" "Yes. May I ask who you are?" Little Robin stood up, her big eyes gazing at Uchiha Yahan with apprehension, fearing he might harm her due to her unusual traits, the power of the devil fruit. Uchiha Yahan extended his hand, ruffling her hair as she looked on in disbelief, softly assuring her, "Little Robin, the unique ability you possess is the power of a devil fruit. There are many others in this world just like you. So you are not the monster they claim you to be." Overwhelmed with emotion, little Robin, aware of her abilities, feared Uchiha Yahan would despise or bully her, upon hearing him affirm she was not a monster. She could no longer contain the grievances she had suffered over the years and burst into tears. "Please don't cry. I'll treat you to something delicious," Uchiha Yahan said, feeling somewhat flustered at the sight of the weeping little girl. He hurriedly retrieved some snacks from his system space and offered them to Nico Robin. After a considerable time, Robin, still sniffling, looked up at the delicious treats and asked in a voice tinged with awe, "Is this really for me?" "Of course. I have plenty more for the lovely little Robin," Uchiha Yahan replied, relieved to see her tears ceased. He placed additional snacks on the tree stump where she had been sitting. "Thank you, big brother." Robin wiped her tears and shyly expressed her gratitude before savoring the tasty morsels. Being just an 8-year-old child who had endured years of oppression from her aunt, she had only ever eaten meager scraps. So the delightful snacks from Uchiha Yahan made her forget her earlier sorrow, bringing back a radiant smile to her face. Once little Robin had her fill, she shyly smiled at Uchiha Yahan and offered him the book she held, eagerly proposing, "Big brother, how about I read to you?" "Sure." Uchiha Yahan did not refuse the eager little Robin, lifting her onto the tree stump to listen as she read aloud in her sweet voice. After she had read several pages, she stood up reluctantly and said, "Big brother, I have to go home now, or my aunt will punish me for being late. Be careful on your way back. I'll be here for the next few days, so you can find me if you need anything," Uchiha Yahan replied, choosing not to detain little Robin or inform her about her mother Olivia's impending return. Watching her depart before resuming his daily training in the forest, for little Robin, today marked the happiest day in the years since her mother's departure. Not only had she tasted delicious food she had never dared to wish for, but more importantly, she had not faced disdain for her unique abilities and had found someone willing to play with her. With her spirits lifted, little Robin skipped toward her uncle's house. After traversing a woodland path, she suddenly stumbled upon a giant, battered and bruised on the beach. This giant was none other than Vice Admiral Saul, who had aided Olivia in escaping from the Navy prison and, while providing cover, had been struck down by the Navy, washed ashore on O'Hara Island. "Water. I need water." At that moment, Saul was in a half-conscious, near-death state, lying on the beach and murmuring incoherently, sounding to little Robin like the beating of drums, as if he were on the brink of death. "What should I do? He looks so terrifying. Should I ask Big Brother for help?" Despite her fear of the seemingly fierce Saul, kind-hearted little Robin could not bear to see him perish. After a moment's hesitation, she shook her head, deciding not to trouble the newly acquainted Uchiha Yahan. Instead, she hurried back to her uncle's house, laboriously carrying a small bucket of fresh water, and returned to the beach to offer it to Saul. Though the amount of water was but a drop in the ocean compared to what Saul's massive body required, it successfully revived him from his near-death state. "That I'm alive. Ha ha ha," Saul exclaimed, awakening with his signature peculiar laughter, looking down at the little girl who had brought him fresh water, gratefully saying, "Thank you, little girl, for saving me. No need for thanks." Robin shook her head, observing Saul's still feeble state, and inquired, "Do you need more water? I know where there's a clean stream. That would be wonderful. Please lead me there. I'm on the verge of dying of thirst." Saul managed to push himself up and followed little Robin to a stream behind the hills of O'Hara Island, where he bent down and drank deeply. "I've finally reclaimed my life. Ha ha ha." After quenching his thirst, Saul felt revitalized, lying beside the stream and laughing heartily. Sitting up, he addressed his savior standing on a rock, asking, "I am Saul, Jagwa D. Saul. What is your name?" "Robin," little Robin replied, not disclosing her surname, simply sharing her first name. As little Robin developed a profound friendship with Saul, Uchiha Yahan concluded his training and thoroughly surveyed the surroundings of O'Hara Island. Before nightfall, he returned to the library of the Tree of Knowledge to hear the final decisions of the archaeologists. "Mr. Yahan, thank you for your assistance, but we have resolved to remain here." Nico Olivia's words conveyed the determination of the archaeologists to protect the Tree of Knowledge and safeguard these vital historical records. Uchiha Yahan, not overly angered by their refusal to leave, had anticipated such a possibility prior to the mission's commencement and had prepared accordingly. "My task is to ensure your safety, since you have made the worst choice. Do not blame me for employing certain measures." Confronted with the obstinate archaeologists, Uchiha Yahan resigned himself to utilizing his own methods to accomplish his mission.